Chapter 69. The Tide Turns. A dozen mechanical hounds and two mechanical tyrannosaurs cast their predatory gazes upon Lin Tian and his companions. A radiant glow began to gather in their mouths, seemingly poised to launch an assault at any moment. Is that so? Lin Tian's expression remained utterly unchanged as he pointed his silver moon staff forward. Amidst the flickering light, a multitude of rotting corpse hounds was summoned forth by him. This time, he summoned a total of 67 corpse hounds. The two individuals across from him were taken aback upon witnessing such a vast number of corpse hounds. Previously, Lin Tian had only had a little over 30 undead, which they had dismissed without concern. Now, however, the count surged to over 100. Regardless of their strength, the sheer magnitude of this army was visually overwhelming. The robust girl appeared momentarily stunned, but her expression quickly reverted to one of disdain. Fear not, everyone. A feeble black iron class, no matter how many undead they summon, remains mere trash, utterly ineffectual. The puppets summoned by an NU are an entirely different league. A single mechanical Tyrannosaurus is more than sufficient to handle these undead. Her words notably steadied an NU, who had been somewhat flustered. A sense of smugness appeared on NU's face. Puppet summoners belong to the golden class, while necromancers are of the black iron class. The disparity between the two is 3 tiers. The puppets summoned are more than capable of overwhelming the undead. Sister Mao Huan, these individuals won't shed tears until they see the coffin. Let me show them what true colors look like. Eliminate all these wild dogs. At NU's command, the mechanical hounds simultaneously opened their jaws, unleashing beams of laser the thickness of a thumb. The lasers traveled at blinding speed, leaving the corpse hounds no time to evade before being struck. Bang, bang, bang. The lasers pierced through the bodies of the corpse hounds, leaving fist-sized holes where they were hit. Some corpse hounds had their heads exploded upon being struck by the lasers. In a single volley, the mechanical hounds decimated over 10 corpse hounds. Haha, such bluster, and yet so easily quelled. Upon witnessing this scene, the sturdy girl named Mao Huan erupted into triumphant laughter. NU's tension dissipated entirely at the same moment. However, when a corpse hound shattered a mechanical hound with a single paw strike, their laughter ceased abruptly. What's wrong? Why the silence? Do you not enjoy laughing? Sun Yongging taunted. Mao Huan could easily crush a mechanical hound with a single sit. The corpse hounds, bolstered by the divine attribute of undead will, far exceeded her strength. While the corpse hounds possessed a low constitution and could not withstand a mechanical hound's assault, the mechanical hounds also found themselves unable to endure the attacks from the corpse hounds. With silent roars, dozens of corpse hounds lunged toward the mechanical hounds. The fearsome knight wielding the demon slayer tightened his reins and charged towards the mechanical Tyrannosaurus with a deathly rush. Although the mechanical hounds attacked ferociously, there was an interval of approximately 3 seconds between each beam of laser. At this moment, it was sufficient for the corpse hounds to close in. The sound of steel shattering resonated continuously. In less than a minute, all the mechanical dogs were obliterated by the corpse hounds. Meanwhile, the mechanical Tyrannosaurus unleashed a laser beam as wide as a bowl, annihilating the few corpse hounds that obstructed the path of the terrifying knight. The laser impact struck the terrifying knight, melting several of the bones beneath its armor. Nevertheless, it did not impede the knight's charge. The terrifying knight conjured a swirling vortex of darkness and surged toward the mechanical Tyrannosaurus, raising its ghostly blade high for a downward slash. With a resounding crash, the massive head of the mechanical Tyrannosaurus was sent flying. In this initial clash, the corpse hounds suffered a loss of approximately 20, while the terrifying knight sustained minor injuries that did not hinder its movement. Almost all the puppets were utterly destroyed, leaving only the final mechanical Tyrannosaurus. The puppeteer and NU's face flushed a deep crimson. At this moment, he had only partially completed the incantation to summon the mechanical dogs, yet all the existing mechanical dogs had perished. This predicament left him in a state of utter helplessness. To summon was impossible, yet to cease summoning was equally untenable. The remaining 40-odd corpse hounds encircled NU and his companions. This outcome evidently caught Mao Huan off guard. Useless creatures, watch me, Mao Huan bellowed, brandishing her great cleaver and striking at the corpse hounds. A fierce, 3-meter-long blade of light erupted from her weapon. Bones shattered as 5 corpse hounds were instantly reduced to mere fragments. Before she could revel in her triumph, A nearby corpse hound swung its claw toward her shoulder. Mao Huan swiftly crossed her cleaver to block the claw of the corpse hound. With a thunderous impact, her face turned beet red. A surge of immense force radiated from the claw, causing her throat to constrict as she violently spat a mouthful of blood and was hurled across the ground. Sister Mao Huan, and he cried out in terror. In their memories, Mao Huan was a figure of immense strength, always victorious in battle. Now, she had been struck down by a mere corpse hound. Even with the evidence before them, they struggled to believe the veracity of the situation. Lin Tian's lips curled into a slight smirk, a hint of mockery dancing in his expression. This woman was truly unfortunate, encountering a corpse hound bolstered by a tenfold increase in strength. A level 9 corpse hound possessed a strength of 65 points, and 10 times that equated to 650 points. Unless Mao Huan were born with divine strength, embodying a god-tier class with all her attribute points allocated to strength and wielding a golden weapon, she could not hope to rival the strength of this corpse hound. It was evident that Mao Huan was not a god-tier class, hence she was struck down. Lin Tian's undead army primarily consisted of sacrificial units. When confronted by adversaries, they would fall swiftly, yet could also dispatch their foes just as quickly. Mao Huan struggled to rise, surrounded by several corpse hounds on all sides, rendering her hesitant to act recklessly. Amidst the throng of undead, Lin Tian approached Mao Huan, gazing down at her with an air of superiority, and spoke with a calm demeanor. I am now offering you an opportunity. Each of you shall compensate us with 100,000 gold coins. Otherwise, regardless of which academy you hail from, today you shall face dire consequences. The expressions of Mao Huan and Hiyu transformed dramatically. Lin Tian had audaciously returned their earlier words to them in full. Truly blind to their own folly, they were now being extorted. They had to pay up quickly, or not a single one of them would survive. Sun Yonggang approached, cursing under his breath, and menacingly threatened. Classmates, it's a misunderstanding. It's all a misunderstanding. That was merely a joke. Don't take it to heart. Mao Huan's expression shifted rapidly, and suddenly she donned a smile, speaking in a sycophantic tone. Pressed by the situation, she had no choice but to compromise. Indeed, I was merely eager to see how we fared against each other, to compare the strengths of the undead and puppets. We certainly did not intend to become your enemies. Trust us. Upon hearing Mao Huan's words, and Hiyu reacted swiftly, immediately echoing her sentiments. However, this clumsy performance failed to elicit even a flicker of emotion from Lin Tian. Chapter 70. Fratricidal Strife. A jest, perhaps? Lin Tian responded with a nonchalant smile. I'm afraid I took you seriously. The moment those words escaped his lips, Mao Huan's forced smile froze upon her countenance. Classmate, must we make this so awkward? We are all part of the high school alliance, she implored. Attempting to persuade Lin Tian, he waved his hand dismissively, unceremoniously interrupting her. 100,000 gold coins for a life, as you stated. You have 10 seconds to pay up. Not a single coin less. Lin Tian's icy declaration shattered the illusions held by Mao Huan and her companion. After exchanging a glance, they hurriedly began scouring for gold coins. As for resistance, the menacing undead surrounding them extinguished any fanciful notions of defiance. In no time, a substantial pile of gold coins, along with bank cards, was amassed on the ground. Still not enough. Just over 60,000. Mao Huan lamented. If it's insufficient, you can use weapons, equipment, or potions as collateral. Even skill books will suffice. Lin Tian kindly offered a suggestion. Consequently, Mao Huan and Hiyu relinquished their weapons. Ultimately, after a hasty gathering, they barely scraped together the requisite 100,000 gold coins. Classmate, is 100,000 gold coins sufficient now? Can we leave? Mao Huan said with a forced smile, her obsequious demeanor starkly contrasting her earlier arrogance. After a meticulous inspection, Lin Tian replied coolly, yes, but only one may depart. One? Mao Huan's expression shifted dramatically. Indeed, Lin Tian affirmed, his tone devoid of emotion. One must honor their word. 100,000 gold coins for a life. There shall be no alterations. Who lives, you two shall decide. With that, Lin Tian turned away, disregarding them. Sun Yonggang slammed his shield onto the ground, bellowing, hurry. Either one lives, or both perish. The surrounding cadaverous hounds bared their fangs, awaiting Lin Tian's command to rend the two to shreds. Faced with the absence of any leeway, Mao Huan and her companion were gripped by panic. Sister Huan, I contributed more gold earlier, over 60,000 when converted. I should be the one to survive. And Hiyu suddenly interjected. Mao Huan was taken aback. Before she could respond, and Heyue choked back sobs, continuing, Sister Huan. You've always treated me like a sister. Can you truly bear to watch me perish before your eyes? Please indulge me this once. I shall remember you for eternity. Mao Huan gazed silently at him, speechless. Sister Huan, I don't wish to die. My mother sold our home to support my education, toiling at the most menial jobs. I've only just awakened my profession. If I die, how pitiful and heartbroken she shall be. And Heyue cried, tears streaming down his face. Mao Huan's body trembled violently. She lowered her head, concealing her expression. Sister Huan, I beg you. And Heyue grasped Mao Huan's arm, shaking it fervently. Very well. I shall grant you this. Mao Huan slowly lifted her head, revealing a ghastly smile. She caressed in Heyue's face, her voice hoarse. You must remember what you've just said, forever remember me. Thank you, Sister Huan, thank you. And Heyue exclaimed, overwhelmed with joy at her unexpected acquiescence. A few fabrications. And this foolish woman believes me. She deserves to perish. Sister Huan, you are my rebirth parents. Your kindness will forever be etched in my memory. I bow before you. And Heyue declared, and to his astonishment, he genuinely began to prostrate himself. And Heyue, before I meet my end, I have a final message for you. Mao Huan's voice, devoid of discernible emotion, echoed. What is it? I shall remember it. And Heyue halted his bowing, lifting his head. Yet, what met his gaze was a bloodied greatsword. Puffed, blood sprayed forth, and Heyue's head was severed cleanly. With a thud, his mutilated body swayed before collapsing to the ground, kicking up a cloud of dust. What I wish to convey is, never trust a woman's words. Not even the most unattractive. Mao Huan wiped the blood splattered on her face, laboriously standing, a sinister grin forming on her visage. In that moment, her face, drenched in blood, coupled with her grotesque expression, rendered her a veritable demon risen from the depths of hell. Even Sun Yonggang, who prided himself on his audacity, instinctively took a step back in fear. Now, I am the sole survivor. May I depart? Mao Huan inquired, her excitement palpable, gazing upon the lifeless and Heyue. Lin Tian furrowed his brows deeply. You may leave, he said, waving his hand with impatience. The undead parted to clear a path. At this, Mao Huan immediately turned and fled. Is Lin Tian truly allowing her to escape? She certainly won rest easy. Zhao Yan cast a worried glance at Lin Tian. Sun Yonggang too was perplexed, realizing that letting Mao Huan go was akin to releasing a tiger back into the wild. Just as Lin Tian was about to speak, a smile suddenly graced his lips. Fear not, she shan't escape. As she neared the edge of their sight, Mao Huan felt an exhilaration burgeoning within her, alongside a fervent desire for vengeance. She swore that today's grievances would be repaid in blood. As she ran, she suddenly felt a lightness in her body, as if she were a feather, devoid of any weight. What is happening? She curiously looked down, and with that glance, she beheld the final sight of her life. Unbeknownst to her, the lower half of her body had completely vanished. Thud! The severed half of her body crashed to the ground, rolling several times due to inertia before coming to a halt. I never anticipated that even after the master's demise, the puppet would still faithfully execute the commands given in life. Lin Tian mused, observing the dimming light in the mechanical behemoth's eyes. Earlier, he had intended to command the undead to slay Mao Huan, but the mechanical behemoth had preemptively acted. With a single shot, it had blasted Mao Huan's body into two halves. This exemplifies the distinction between puppets and undead. The undead are entirely reliant on the summoner's spiritual essence. Should the summoner perish, the undead dissipate. In contrast, puppets operate according to predefined programming and remain unaffected by the master's death. Lin Tian discerned the reasoning behind it. Now, the mechanical behemoth had become nothing more than a lifeless entity. The act of slaying Mao Huan must have been the last command given to it by an Heyue. Both of these individuals were nefarious, each scheming against the other. Who could have anticipated their mutual demise? They deserved it. Zhao Yan spat disdainfully, muttering a curse. Lin Tian remained silent, withholding his thoughts. Haha, fortune smiles upon us. 100,000 gold coins. Sun Yonggang exclaimed, diving toward the pile of gold coins. Observing this, Lin Tian smiled gently, declaring, let us divide it evenly. That's out of the question. Upon hearing this, Sun Yonggang immediately jumped up, pointing an accusatory finger at Lin Tian, proclaiming with righteous indignation, these gold coins were extracted out of fear of your power. You earned them, and there's no need to share. Zhao Yan nodded in agreement. Chapter 71 Mutation? You truly don't want a single coin? Lin Tian inquired, leaning closer to Sun Yonggang. Not a single one. I refuse. Sun Yonggang retorted defiantly. Really? Then I shall claim them all. Lin Tian's expression was one of bemusement. Sun Yonggang, feeling increasingly anxious, hesitated before speaking. If you truly find yourself overwhelmed by the abundance of wealth and have nowhere to spend it, I could reluctantly assist you in sharing some of it. Enough. Stop teasing him. Look at how distressed he is. Zhao Yan interjected, unable to bear the sight. Who is distressed? Who's distressed? Sun Yonggang vehemently denied. Ultimately, the three of them decided to divide the 100,000 gold coins equally. This time, no one opposed. And they successfully returned to Maple Leaf Street. Yet, the street was desolate, devoid of life. It seemed everyone had either returned to school or gone home. Lin Tian and his companions also intended to head home. At that moment, he suddenly recalled that he no longer had a home, reduced to ashes by a fire. Although Zhao Yan's house remained unscathed, it was likely overrun by zombies in the absence of supervision, transformed into a haven for the undead. Sun Yonggang promptly suggested that Lin Tian stay at his place for the night. Lin Tian declined, opting instead for a hotel. Zhao Yan made the same choice, planning to stay with her grandfather at the hotel and later check on her home. After sending Sun Yonggang on his way, the two proceeded towards the city center. Zhou Shiyu, what's wrong? Are you unwell? Xiao Liang noticed Zhou Shiyu's complexion fluctuating between an ashen pallor and a bluish hue, and he inquired with concern. I'm fine. It's probably just a reaction from overexertion. I just need some rest, Zhou Shiyu replied, mustering a faint smile. After parting from her classmates, she began her journey home. Why are my legs growing increasingly stiff? And why does my heart feel so cold? Zhou Shiyu suddenly felt an overwhelming darkness enveloping her. In the next moment, her body collapsed. What is this? Zhao Yan gazed at the pile of gleaming gold coins on the table, perplexed. I sold the Abyssal Blood Slash for 600,000 gold coins. This is your half, Lin Tian said, pushing the coins towards Zhao Yan. Zhao Yan smiled softly. I had almost forgotten about that until you mentioned it. Lin Tian glanced around and urged, then you should accept it quickly, lest it attract the envy of others. You keep it, Zhao Yan suddenly said after staring at Lin Tian for a moment. Lin Tian, what? Your house has burned down. Purchasing a new one will require considerable funds, and you will need even more for skill training later. I have enough money for now, Zhao Yan explained. Lin Tian frowned slightly. Isn't that a bit inappropriate? There's nothing inappropriate about it, Zhao Yan replied with a smile. If anything, next time we slay a boss, you can share a little more with me. Reluctantly, Lin Tian accepted the coins under Zhao Yan's insistence. What is that on your wrist? Zhao Yan casually asked, noticing the spirit communication bracelet peeking out from his sleeve. This is a spirit communication bracelet, for contact, Lin Tian explained. I see. Did you buy it? Zhao Yan continued her inquiry. No, it was a gift from someone, Lin Tian responded. Who would give you such a precious item? Zhao Yan asked, intrigued. For some reason, Lin Tian felt a sudden drop in the air temperature. Ultimately, he replied truthfully, Yang Ziyu. Many classmates had witnessed Yang Ziyu gifting him the bracelet, so there was no need to conceal it. Her? Upon hearing Yang Ziyu's name, a hint of coldness flickered in Zhao Yan's eyes. The two walked in silence. After dinner, they returned to their respective rooms. Late at night, a hoarse voice echoed from a desolate alley, filled with profound sorrow and reluctance. No, I do not want to become a zombie. I refuse to turn into a mindless, soulless monster. I cannot, nor do I wish to become a monster. I have yet to repay his kindness. How can I transform into a beast? Deep crimson streaks marred the wall, etched by desperate fingers. A frail figure staggered through the alley, frequently collapsing to the ground. She yearned to escape the darkness and bask in the moonlight. Extreme pain and torment contorted her body, causing it to tremble violently. Beads of sweat streamed down her forehead, revealing the depth of her suffering. The life fruit. Yes, the life fruit. In a flurry, she retrieved a crystalline fruit and stuffed it into her mouth. However, it only resulted in an agonizing scream. Time passed, and a slender silhouette slowly emerged from the alley. The silvery moonlight illuminated her face. Zhou Shiyu. At that moment, her clothing was nearly drenched in sweat, accentuating her graceful figure. Her eyes fluctuated between darkness and crimson. She extended her hand, and a green seed rapidly transformed into a bloody hue, sprouting into a vibrant crimson sapling. I have survived, she murmured, a smile of relief gracing her features. But what am I now? A human? A zombie? Or something else entirely? Moments later, she was once again engulfed in deep confusion. The following day, at the Qinghai High School playground, the area remained filled with senior students. Compared to the previous day, there was no noticeable change in numbers. Zhu Yulong attempted to engage Zhao Yan in conversation multiple times, yet she treated him as if he were invisible, her expression unchanged and unresponsive to his words. Only when Lin Tian approached did she beam and rush towards him. Upon witnessing this, Lin Tian's expression darkened, nearly losing his balance. Beauty, you're usually quite clever. Why are you acting foolishly now? Are you not inviting hatred upon me? Lin Tian lamented, feeling as deflated as a frostbitten eggplant. Zhu Yulong's fiery gaze. even from a distance, radiated an overwhelming animosity that Lin Tian could sense, if not for the presence of others. He had no doubt that Zhu Yulong would not hesitate to eliminate him. What do you fear? Can't you stand up to him? Zhao Yan blinked innocently and asked. This isn't about fear. Lin Tian replied weakly. I simply don't want to be unjustly hated. To be frank, he had no overt conflict with Zhu Yulong. Any animosity was entirely one-sided, stemming from Zhu Yulong's disdain for him. However, it was entirely avoidable. I don't care, Zhao Yan declared haughtily. I just don't want to see that person. You'll have to serve as my shield. The mere thought of Zhu Yulong riding the Bloodfang wild boar in Blood Moon Forest made Zhao Yan wish she could gouge out her own eyes. To her, Zhu Yulong was now a source of plague, to be avoided at all costs. Chapter 72, Solo Actions. Not only was it impossible to return to the past with Zhu Yulong, but even the sight of him conjured up repulsive images in Zhao Yan's mind, making her feel nauseated. Meanwhile, Zhu Yulong remained blissfully unaware, drawing closer without a care. Minutes later, Principal Xiong Wei arrived at the playground. He expressed his satisfaction with the previous day's training. Today, he decided that all practitioners would continue to combat zombies. The situation is dire. Over half of the Western District has completely fallen. Principal Xiong Wei's tone was somber and grave. Initially, thanks to a joint effort from various high schools, the number of zombies had been reduced to a minimal level. Yet, to their shock, the following night saw an increase in their numbers. The current predicament reveals that relying solely on the high school league's professionals is insufficient to combat the hordes of zombies. Consequently, the mayor has issued a handwritten decree, imploring the city guard to assist in the eradication of the undead. Furthermore, the mayor has permitted various mercenary groups to partake in this offensive against the zombies. Preliminary estimates suggest that there are over 100 zombies at level 15, with some exceptional specimens having transcended the constraints of the undead potion, reaching levels 16, 17, and even beyond. Therefore, fellow students, it is imperative that we unite in our efforts and refrain from acting alone. Xiong Wei's pronouncement sparked fervent discussion among the crowd. Lin Tian furrowed his brow slightly. Ordinarily, the mayor would not allow mercenary groups to engage in public affairs, even in the face of a calamity. It is always the city guard that takes the lead. In the mayor's eyes, mercenary groups are often seen as unstable elements that frequently oppose him. The fact that they are now permitted to join indicates that the situation has reached a dire level. Speak, what is it that you wish to discuss? I am quite occupied. Zhao Yan smoothed out her slightly wrinkled sleeves, gazing calmly at Zhu Yulong, who stood not far away. Just as they departed from the school en route to the West District, Zhu Yulong had pulled her aside to discuss something of great importance. Zhao Yan, I failed to protect you that day. It was my fault. Can you ever forgive me? Zhu Yulong implored earnestly. You call me over for this. Zhao Yan's expression remained unchanged. For the past few days, I have been unable to eat or sleep, my mind consumed with thoughts of you. Zhao Yan, may I be granted a chance for redemption? Zhu Yulong gazed at her with earnest eyes. A hint of disdain flickered at the corners of Zhao Yan's mouth. You are not at fault. It is human nature to seek self-preservation. I do not hold it against you. Were I in your position, I might have abandoned you to flee for my own safety. Zhu Yulong's face lit up with joy upon hearing this. So, you are not angry anymore? He reached out to grasp Zhao Yan's hand. Zhao Yan stepped back, evading his touch. Zhu Yulong, you have overstepped your boundaries. Her eyes narrowed, her voice tinged with coldness. Zhu Yulong was taken aback. Didn't you just say you weren't upset? Why then? Zhao Yan shook her head slowly. Zhu Yulong, it is one thing for others to remain oblivious, but you feigning ignorance before me is unacceptable. We have always maintained a purely ordinary classmate relationship, and nothing more. Her words caused Zhu Yulong's face to oscillate between pale and flushed. Suddenly, a surge of resentment crossed his features. Is it because of Lin Tian? Have you developed feelings for him? Zhao Yan's expression shifted slightly. Zhu Yulong, you are meddling too much. My personal affairs are of no concern to you. I am grateful for your past assistance, but we are now even. I kindly ask that you refrain from harassing me in the future. With that, she turned and walked away without waiting for Zhu Yulong to respond. He stood there, watching her retreating figure. His expression contorted with fury as he struck his fist against the wall. Lin Tian, is it? To dare steal my woman. I will ensure you meet a fate worse than death. In Class 13, where Lin Tian was stationed, the area remained unchanged from the previous day. Upon reaching Hongye Street, Lin Tian chose to act independently once more. Yesterday, Zhu Yulong had attempted to obstruct him. Today, the leader of the team had reverted to their class monitor, Zhao Yan. She was well aware of Lin Tian's prowess and had no objections, though she couldn't accompany him, which left her visibly disappointed. Lin Tian, wait a moment. Zhao Yan suddenly called out. Lin Tian halted, and Zhao Yan approached him. Let us save each other's contact information. If either of us encounters danger, we can quickly alert the other. She raised her delicate wrist adorned with a communication bracelet. Lin Tian, taken aback, inquired, "You purchased a spirit communication bracelet as well?" Xiaoyan nodded. "Indeed. It facilitates our correspondence." After exchanging their information, Lin Tian departed from Hongye Street. "I had intended to assist you in slaying monsters and leveling up. Yet it appears I have become the one swimming in murky waters," Sun Yonggang remarked self-deprecatingly after Lin Tian's departure. He had previously volunteered to not accompany Lin Tian. "Nevertheless, I am a diamond-tier professional and will not hinder your progress." Sun Yonggang clenched his fists tightly. The zombies today were indeed far more formidable than those of yesterday. Observing the mangled corpses littered across the ground, Lin Tian mused aloud. The zombies he had encountered ranged from levels 11 to 14. These creatures could easily shatter the skulls of decayed hounds with a single punch, and with a bit more force, could decapitate ghouls. Their speed was also alarming. Naturally, Lin Tian found it even easier to dispatch them. As the skeletal dogs and ghouls forged ahead, thwarting the approach of the zombies, the skeletal archers and mages provided support, mercilessly exterminating the undead. Virtually no zombie could breach the defenses of the skeletal archers before being eliminated. Zombie slain, experience gained, 125. Zombie slain, experience gained, 133. Zombie slain, experience gained, 128. Zombie slain, experience gained, 131. As the zombies fell one by one, without teammates to share the experience, Lin Tian's growth was remarkably swift. Leveling from 9 to 10 required 350,000 experience points. At this rate of monster slaying, even without encountering a boss-level zombie, he was confident he would reach level 10 by the end of the day. 2 hours later, a decayed hound severed the neck of a juvenile zombie. The Death Garden had finally absorbed 10,000 souls. As the souls of the zombies were drawn away, a phantasmal garden materialized in midair. Within this garden, a peculiar white flower grew, and upon closer inspection, its roots were entwined with countless bones. This was the most enigmatic of realms within the plane of the undead, the Death Garden. More precisely, it was a projection of the Death Garden in the main world. Chapter 73, The Great Swordsman. In the garden, a multitude of white orbs of light danced about. These were the souls that had been siphoned. Gradually, the orbs coalesced, transforming into an ancient stone tablet that fell from the garden into Lin Tian's hands. The Death Garden began to fade away. "Is this the Fate Tablet?" Lin Tian murmured, cradling the stone slab in his hands. The Fate Tablet appeared no different from an ordinary stone slab. Yet Lin Tian could distinctly sense a profound force of destiny resonating from it. He felt an overwhelming premonition that any individual who came into contact with the Fate Tablet would have their life irrevocably altered. Silently invoking its use, the Fate Tablet transformed into a streak of light and surged into his body. Simultaneously, a vision appeared before him, visible only to his eyes. "Congratulations on acquiring the 47th Fate Tablet. You now possess the opportunity to alter your destiny." Soon after, two options materialized. Option 1. Obtain a fragment of the Book of Death's essence, revealing its whereabouts. Option 2. Elevate one skill to divine level. Naturally, one would assume that a typical person would select the latter. This was Lin Tian's immediate reaction upon seeing the options. However, after contemplating carefully, he found himself reconsidering his decision. The Book of Death, rumored to be the supreme artifact of humanity, possesses unfathomable power. Countless years ago, the most illustrious mage in human history, the immortal king of necromancers, wielded the Book of Death to conquer the realm of the undead and vanquish the lords of the afterlife. However, as the immortal king vanished into the vastness of the cosmos, the whereabouts of the Book of Death also became a mystery. The Fate Slate can guide one to the location of the Book of Death, signifying that Lin Tian harbors hopes of acquiring this legendary artifact. Such temptation is utterly irresistible. Conversely, the second option, although it sounds formidable, is not as it seems. For instance, enhancing the strength of skeleton warriors to godly levels still renders them incapable of confronting the undead lords. Even a million god-tier skeleton warriors would be crushed by a mere finger of the undead monarch. This disparity stems from the very essence of life, long transcending the boundaries of levels and ranks. Moreover, he possesses infinite enhancement of this godly attribute, enabling him to accumulate skill points through continuous monster slaying, thus allowing him to elevate his skills to divine levels over time without squandering the precious Fate Slate. Legend has it that there are 72 Fate Slates, corresponding to 72 ancient deities and demons. The one in his possession is the 47th, and thus, he must make the most of it, ensuring it does not go to waste. Without hesitation, Lin Tian opted for the first choice. Soon, he uncovered the whereabouts of the Book of Death. The Book of Death lies submerged in the river of 10,000 ghosts in the Bone Wasteland. The Bone Wasteland? How does it resemble the realm of the undead so closely? This dimension is unknown to him, even if it is not the realm of the undead. Judging from the name alone, it must be teeming with numerous undead beings. He contemplated seeking guidance from the director and the principal, as they might be familiar with the Bone Wasteland. Acquiring the dimensional coordinates would be even better. He could infiltrate the Bone Wasteland and retrieve the Book of Death from the River of 10,000 Ghosts. Lin Tian mused quietly. Boom. A thunderous noise interrupted Lin Tian's reverie. He turned to face an unexpected visitor not far away. It was a towering figure, exceeding 2 meters in height, with a bare upper body, a chain wrapped around his neck, and a massive sword slung over his shoulder. His large feet crushed the cobblestones beneath him. The brutish visage radiated an air of menace. A giant swordman. Although Lin Tian had never seen one in person, he immediately recognized the man's profession. The giant swordman is a diamond-tier profession, characterized by skills that are grandiose and imbued with a sense of power, perfectly aligning with the physique of the man before him. This street was devoid of life, aside from Lin Tian and the zombies. It was apparent that this giant was here to cause him trouble. However, it remained unclear whether he was sent by the Azure Mercenary Corps or the Shadow Mercenary Corps. With a thud, the giant's sword was plunged into the ground, sending shards of stone flying. Kid, you must be Lin Tian, right? I have no desire to resort to violence, so come with me. The giant's bovine eyes fixed on Lin Tian, his tone exuding an unyielding authority that brooked no refusal. Lin Tian's expression remained unchanged as he summoned the undead, calmly inquiring. Who are you? Where are we going? Don't ask unnecessary questions. Come with me quickly, or you'll regret it. You don't expect these worthless trinkets to stop me, do you? The giant scoffed, a look of disdain etched across his face. That may not be wise, Lin Tian replied, his brows slightly furrowing. My friends are nearby, and they might worry if I don't return soon. Don't play games with me. Before coming here, I scouted the area for hundreds of meters around. You are the only living soul. No one will come to your aid, even if you scream your lungs out. The giant sneered, his voice low and menacing. So, you came alone? Lin Tian tilted his head, scrutinizing the giant. What do you mean? The giant felt an unsettling chill creep down his spine. Nothing of particular importance. Lin Tian grinned, revealing his white teeth. I merely wish to invite you to your demise. Arrogant. The giant roared in fury. Yet, before he could launch an attack, the rotting corpse hounds that had stealthily circled around leaped forward, baring their jaws and lunging ferociously. In front of him were dozens of ghoul-like creatures. Simultaneously, a deluge of fireballs, ice spikes, and bone arrows rained down upon the giant. Pitiful. In the face of true power, these lesser abilities were as feeble as fireflies before the moon, utterly ineffectual. The giant drove his sword into the ground, clasping his hands together. A yellowish light shield emanated from the sword, enveloping him in protection. The corpse hounds crashed against it, creating ripples and rebounding to the ground. The ghouls clawing at the shield also failed to breach it. Do you really think a mere novice can shatter my divine light shield? What a foolish dream. Save yourself the trouble and surrender. It would spare me the effort. The giant's face was rife with scorn, dismissing the undead's assault with disdain. However, before he could finish his taunt, his expression abruptly shifted. Countless fireballs struck the divine light shield, causing intense explosions. With each detonation, the shield quaked violently. A barrage of ice spikes and bone arrows embedded themselves deep within the yellow shield, threatening to pierce through it at any moment. Impossible. How can undead beings below level 10 possess such formidable attack power? The giant's face was a mask of disbelief. Lin Tian remained silent as he pointed the silver moon staff at the giant. Boom. With the utterance of the word, dozens of corpse hounds and ghouls surrounding the divine light shield erupted in a cataclysmic explosion. The enhanced corpse explosion spell proved to be devastatingly powerful. The divine light shield was obliterated in an instant. The giant, trapped within, let out a blood-curdling scream. As the dust settled, the giant struggled to rise, propping himself up with his sword, pointing a trembling finger at Lin Tian. You've successfully enraged me, kid. I'll make you understand what true pain feels like. Yet, the word pain lodged in his throat, refusing to escape. For standing before him was not Lin Tian, but rows of terrifying knights riding skeletal steeds, brandishing steel swords. The fearsome knights charged forth with a deathly onslaught, kicking up clouds of dust as they rushed towards the giant. The giant's screams echoed yet again. 1 minute later. Is this not enough to kill you? Just how tough is your skin? Observing the giant, who was barely managing to stand, Lin Tian was taken aback. The giant's strength was significantly inferior to the abomination he encountered yesterday, certainly below level 20, yet he had managed to endure for so long against the terrifying knights, revealing his formidable resilience. During the battle, the giant had even felled several of the fearsome knights. One of them had been sent flying dozens of meters away. However, the giant had now clearly reached his limit. His body was riddled with numerous wounds, blood gushing forth without cessation. He was devoid of any fighting spirit. A mere handful of undead could easily bring about his demise. Who sent you? What is your purpose? Speak, and I can grant you a swift end to spare you further torment. Lin Tian flicked the silver moon staff, casually inquiring. I shall you. Am not one to cower in fear. If my skills are lacking, then death is my only fate. You shall never coax me into betraying the Shadow Mercenary Corps. They will not rest until they obtain the fate slate from you. The giant declared defiantly, his pride unwavering even in the face of death. Very well. I shall honor my word. Upon receiving the answer, Lin Tian cast a glance at one of the terrifying knights. The terrifying knight immediately understood the situation, charging forward and severing Xiao Yu's head with a single stroke of his sword. Subsequently, he dispatched a skeletal warrior to rummage through Xiao Yu's remains. Strangely, apart from the emblem of the Shadow Mercenary Corps, nothing else was found, not even a single coin. A fireball incinerated Xiao Yu's corpse, and Lin Tian seized the massive sword from the skeletal warrior's grasp. It was exceedingly heavy. Lin Tian, momentarily losing his balance, nearly toppled over. Despite possessing a robust constitution of 28 points, he found the sword cumbersome to wield. Runic Greatsword. Gold. Strength 80. The blade is inscribed with a gravity array and a sharpness array. No wonder. Upon inspecting its attributes, Lin Tian suddenly comprehended the reason behind its weight. With 80 points of strength, the quality of the Runic Greatsword approached that of a platinum weapon. He had witnessed the effects of the gravity array earlier, once activated. The sword's weight doubled, sending the terrifying knight flying several dozen meters. What an exquisite weapon. It could likely fetch no less than 800,000 gold coins. Elated, Lin Tian stowed the Runic Greatsword into his void bracelet. Not only had he obtained a piece of the Fate Stone today, but he had also received this unexpected boon. From Xiao Yu's earlier words, he realized that the Shadow Mercenary Corps had sent someone to kill him for the Fate Stone, rather than for revenge. Suddenly, Lin Tian recalled how He Hai and He Liang had repeatedly targeted him, also driven by the secrets he possessed. Could it be that the goals of the Shadow Mercenary Corps and He Hai were aligned, both seeking the Fate Stone? However, prior to today, how could he have possessed a Fate Stone? No, wait. Perhaps a Fate Stone had been used on him, unbeknownst to him. Lin Tian paused, contemplating a possibility. The Fate Stone was rumored to possess the power to alter destiny. What events could be deemed as such? Analyzing his experiences since crossing over, he realized he could infinitely refresh attributes, which might indeed be the ability granted by the Fate Stone. It had allowed a seemingly worthless black iron profession to rise triumphantly, outclassing even the most elite professions, including the legendary class of Light Angel. Could this be considered a change of fate? At that moment, everything began to make sense. Previously, the Shadow Mercenary Corps and He Hai may have merely speculated about his possession of a Fate Stone, lacking certainty. His remarkable performance after awakening his profession had intensified their suspicions, prompting them to send more agents to probe him. Now, the conflict between the two factions was almost laid bare, were it not for their caution regarding Chunghai Middle School and the High School Alliance. He Hai and the leader of the Shadow Mercenary Corps would likely have come to confront him directly. Lin Tian sensed that in the coming days, he would face increasingly grave dangers. He needed to expedite his leveling up and awaken new attributes to ensure his safety. The urgency within him grew. Should an adversary of level 20 or higher appear, he would find it exceedingly difficult to cope. During the ensuing hours, Lin Tian hastened his monster-slaying efforts, even proactively seeking out mutated zombies to defeat. He pressed on relentlessly, not pausing even to drink water. Finally, around 5 p.m., Lin Tian reached level 10. He immediately set about refreshing his attributes. On the 5th refresh, he encountered a gold-red divine attribute, but finding it unsuitable and with ample mental energy remaining, he continued to refresh. On the 7th refresh, he finally achieved a satisfying attribute. Name, Lin Tian. Profession, Necromancer. Name, Lin Tian Black Iron. Level, 10, 55, 400, 000. Constitution, 29. Strength, 17. Mentality, 125, 65. Agility, 18. Skills, Summon Skeletal Warrior, Silver. Summon Skeletal Archer, Silver. Summon Corpse Dog, Silver. Summon Ghoul, Silver. Summon Skeletal Fire Mage, Gold. Summon Skeletal Water Mage, Gold. Summon Terrifying Knight, Gold. Corpse Explosion, Divine. Attributes, Gold Red. Omniscience, Infinite Summons. Will of the Undead, Garden of Death. Domain of the Undead, Unlimited Firepower. Infinite Enhancement, Undead Sacrifice. Wrath of the Lich, Divine Corpse Explosion. Attribute 11, Lifelink, gold red links the life of the Necromancer with summoned entities, transferring all damage taken to the summoned beings. The Necromancer will not suffer harm until the summoned beings perish. The formidable new attribute, lifelink, evoked a single term in Lin Tian's mind, undying body. For other Necromancers, this attribute might not hold significant value. However, for him, it was akin to bestowing upon him an undying existence. The attributes of infinite summons and unlimited firepower enabled him to summon hundreds or even thousands of undead in a remarkably brief period. As long as his adversaries could not simultaneously eliminate all the undead in an instant, he would remain unharmed, transferring all damage to the surviving undead. This attribute was, indeed, a timely boon for him. At last, he had acquired an effective means of self-preservation. Zhao Yan's golden legendary attribute, angelic protection, bore a resemblance to lifelink, albeit in a more rudimentary form. Chapter 75, The Great Battle Against the Death Row Inmates. Just as Lin Tian was about to continue slaying zombies, the spirit ring suddenly vibrated. Had someone sent him a message? Raising his wrist, he saw Zhao Yan's name appear on the spirit ring. A tap of his finger caused her image to materialize, significantly diminished in size, yet remarkably lifelike, as though he were gazing upon her in person. Lin Tian, be cautious, Zhao Yan urged, her tone laced with urgency. I just heard that amidst the chaos caused by the zombies, someone has released a death row facility beneath the West District, and many inmates have escaped. These convicts are dangerous and extremely vicious. You must hurry and join us. Such a thing has occurred? Lin Tian furrowed his brow. He then inquired, where are you located? I will come immediately. We are on Xiangshan Avenue, the 3rd street south of Hongye Street. Hurry here. We'll return to the school as soon as you arrive. Zhao Yan replied. All right, I'm on my way. After closing the spirit ring, the map of the West District flashed through Lin Tian's mind. He was currently on Xiaonan Street, approximately 2,000 meters away from Xiangshan Avenue, separated by 6 streets. The fact that Zhao Yan used the spirit ring to contact him indicated the severity of the situation. Not all inmates in the death row facility were inherently evil, but after being imprisoned for so long, they would undoubtedly harbor some issues. Upon suddenly gaining freedom, a portion of them would likely seize the opportunity to exact revenge on society. Among them were surely individuals of formidable strength, and he might not be able to handle them in his current state. Kill. Having confirmed the direction of Xiangshan Avenue, Lin Tian commanded his undead legion. The corpse dogs and ghouls, being the swiftest, led the way, while the skeletal fire mages and skeletal archers provided ranged support from behind. The skeletal water mages, with their singular ice spike skill, lacked the destructive capability of the skeletal fire mages, even with the enhancement from the gold-red divine attribute, Wrath of the Lich. Thus, Lin Tian chose not to summon them. Surrounding him were 20 skeletal warriors and 20 terrifying knights acting as his guards. In total, approximately 200 undead accompanied him. The streets are merely 10 meters wide, and the sheer number of entities has caused them to cluster together, rendering it challenging to form an effective formation. Presently, the undead he encounters are predominantly of levels 14 and 15. Even so, they remain as fragile as parchment under the assault of level 10 undead, swiftly meeting their demise. Once enhanced to a divine level, the corpse explosion technique demands a staggering 50 points of mental energy with each use. It is reserved for emergencies, seldom employed otherwise. Typically, the assaults from skeleton fire mages and skeleton archers suffice to contend with the vast majority of zombies. 15 minutes later, Lin Tian pressed on relentlessly, navigating the last street before reaching Xiangshan Avenue. At this juncture, he was compelled to halt. A frail middle-aged man stood 100 meters ahead, clad in tattered, filthy garments, with a slender sword strapped to his back. This man, who appeared to be a beggar, exuded an overwhelming aura of pressure that unsettled Lin Tian. As the middle-aged man turned around, Lin Tian beheld a face that was strikingly ordinary, marked only by a profound engraving of the character for death etched deeply into his cheek. The disparity in strength was unmistakable. Lin Tian's heart sank with despair. Hello there, young brother. I am Qi Hanying. Might I request your assistance? The man managed a strained smile, his demeanor unexpectedly amiable. His gaze pierced through the undead barriers separating them, locking onto Lin Tian. What assistance? Lin Tian remained vigilant, undeterred by the man's apparent friendliness. On the contrary, it heightened his unease. Qi Hanying gestured toward the sky, shrugging slightly. I wish to exit the city, but there is a protective barrier. Could you escort me out? I assure you, a generous reward awaits. At the onset of the zombie outbreak, the protective shield of Raccoon City had been activated. Without official certification, no one could enter or exit. Lin Tian had harbored doubts earlier, but Qi Hanying's words unmistakably indicated that he was an escaped convict from a prison. I'm afraid not. Given the current circumstances, no one is permitted to enter or exit. I cannot assist you. Seek help elsewhere. Lin Tian shook his head resolutely. These convicts were akin to ticking time bombs, and he wished to have no entanglements with them. Moreover, the truth remained. Post-outbreak, Raccoon City had enforced stringent controls on the flow of people. And as an ordinary student without connections, he could not hope to leave. I see. Upon hearing this, the smile vanished from Qi Haniying's face. Lin Tian's wariness escalated to its zenith. After consuming a vial of clarity potion, he summoned 2 types of skeleton mages. He refrained from summoning terrifying knights, as they consumed too much mental energy. Then you are of no use to me. Perish. The instant those words left his lips, Qi Haniying sprang into action. His form transformed into an almost imperceptible shadow, hurtling toward Lin Tian with alarming speed. Lin Tian immediately commanded the undead to intercept. However, a multitude of ghouls and cadaverous hounds lunged, but failed to grasp even a hair of Qi Haniying. The projectiles from the skeleton mages and archers lagged behind. Unable to match his velocity, he was undoubtedly at least level 30. Recognizing the vast gulf in strength, Lin Tian did not hesitate. He commenced the sacrifice of his undead. The freshly summoned skeleton mage was engulfed in flames in an instant. A formidable force coalesced in the air. Sacrifice? How intriguing. Yet your actions are rather sluggish. Qi Haniying's voice dripped with cold disdain. At that moment, he had closed the distance to Lin Tian. With a swift strike of his slender sword, a dark rift materialized, rapidly extending toward Lin Tian's neck. Lin Tian could not identify the skill, but he knew he could not withstand it. He did not even contemplate resistance, continuing with his ritual sacrifice as the fissure approached. Foolish. Qi Haniying's face twitched, a mocking sound escaping his lips. But in the next heartbeat, his laughter froze. The rift that was destined to claim Lin Tian's life suddenly trembled as it neared his neck, distorting the space around it. The rift inexplicably redirected, cleaving through a nearby terrifying knight, severing both horse and rider in two. What just transpired? Could this young man possibly be a spatial mage? Doubt flickered in Qi Haniying's mind. Die. Unwilling to concede, he swung his slender sword again, unleashing a radiant sword energy that cleaved through the undead, barring Lin Tian's path. Yet, as the sword energy neared Lin Tian, it again veered unexpectedly, striking down another terrifying knight behind Lin Tian. Wide-eyed, Qi Haniying stared at his hands, questioning his own reality. Chapter 76, The Rotting Giant. At this juncture, Lin Tian had completed his sacrificial rite. He had offered a staggering 1,000 golden skeleton mages. With a thunderous crash, an enormous creature descended upon the street. Upon witnessing the amalgamated monstrosity, even Lin Tian couldn't help but feel a chill of terror. It transcended mere ugliness, embodying sheer repulsiveness. Standing at 5 meters tall, the creature resembled a moving mountain of decaying flesh. The noxious odor that emanated was enough to provoke nausea. Rotting Giant, Platinum. Level, 20. Constitution, 2000. Strength, 1000. Agility, 5. Mentality, 5. Skill, Devour Flesh and Blood. Despite its grotesque appearance, the attributes of this creature, born of sacrificed undead, left Lin Tian in awe. Its agility and mental acuity were dismal, yet its constitution soared to a terrifying 2000. Strength also reached an impressive 1000 points. Alas, as a summoned entity, it lacked the benefits of stat bonuses. Were its strength to be amplified tenfold to 10,000 points, it could easily hurl the arrogant Qi Haniying beyond the confines of Raccoon City. Lin Tian's anxiety eased considerably. With over 100 other undead at his disposal, Qi Haniying would struggle to vanquish them all in a timely manner. This rotting giant would certainly occupy Qi Haniying for a while. Realizing the formidable nature of the rotting giant, Qi Haniying unleashed a sword energy upon its landing, severing a significant portion of its flesh. The rotting giant let out a mournful wail. Observing several undead corpses slain by Qi Haniying, it extended its pudgy hand, seizing a piece and ravenously chewing it. Before the eyes of the onlookers, the flesh it had lost began to regenerate. A surge of elation filled Lin Tian upon witnessing this spectacle. The rotting giant's skill, Devour Flesh and Blood, allowed it to restore itself. Moreover, it was indiscriminate, consuming both the decaying cadavers of the hounds and the bones of skeleton warriors alike. After consuming the corpses, the rotting giant exhaled, releasing a palpable wave of rancid air. Lin Tian instinctively covered his mouth and nose. Even so, he nearly succumbed to unconsciousness from the stench. Having endured Qi Haniying's attack, the rotting giant swung its massive fist down upon him. Qi Haniying raised his slender sword defensively, bracing for the impact. Qi Haniying stood still, his body swaying slightly. The putrid troll was sent tumbling like a massive meatball, crushing several ghouls that failed to evade. Is he truly that powerful? The putrid troll possesses a staggering 1,000 points of strength. Lin Tian felt a wave of anxiety wash over him once more. After repelling the putrid troll, Chi Haining turned his attention back to Lin Tian. During this time, Lin Tian was not idle. He incessantly commanded his undead to assault Chi Haining. With his nimble sword dancing like the wind, Chi Haining effortlessly shattered bone arrows, fireballs, and ice spikes alike, rendering them into mere fragments. It's worth noting that both fireballs and ice spikes, composed of magical elements, were also cleaved apart by his blade. Even when attacks landed on Chi Haining, their impact on him was negligible. Bone arrows could not penetrate his skin, and ice spikes failed to pierce his bones. Only the fireballs managed to inflict minor burns. In the face of Chi Haining's relentless assault, Lin Tian's numerous undead stood powerless. Regardless of whether they were the weakest skeleton warriors or the mightiest death knights, all fell victim to a single stroke from Chi Haining. His attack, defense, speed, and reflexes were realms beyond Lin Tian's current capabilities. The longer the battle raged on, the more apprehensive Lin Tian became. It seemed the putrid troll would not hold out much longer. Yet each time he prepared to escape, Chi Haining detected him immediately. One by one, the undead met their grim fate. The number of undead present dwindled rapidly. After the initial probing, Chi Haining discerned that the putrid troll was merely a facade, far less formidable than anticipated. He denied the putrid troll any chance to approach the undead. Lin Tian's mental energy had plummeted to below 30 points. If he could not devise an escape plan, even summoning the least exhausting skeleton warriors as scapegoats would not sustain him for long. Having already consumed a potion of clarity, he vowed not to partake in another unless absolutely necessary. At this moment, Chi Haining once again showcased his formidable prowess. With a mere flicker, he split into 4 distinct figures, each one of them slaughtering the undead with increased speed. The Phantom Clone Technique. He is the Phantom Sword Saint. Lin Tian finally recognized Chi Haining's class, an epic-level Phantom Sword Saint, a tier below Yang Ziyu's legendary class, the Boundless Sword Saint, yet still a top-tier profession. The Phantom Sword Saint resembled a hexagonal assassin, possessing exceptional infiltration abilities and remarkable survival skills. With fewer than 20 undead remaining, Lin Tian was left with no choice but to continuously summon skeleton warriors. This could not continue. He needed to seize an opportunity and make a desperate gamble. If he could inflict serious injury, he could escape. After observing the situation for a while, Lin Tian made his decision. Putrid Troll Charge. Lin Tian commanded the Putrid Troll. In its tier, the Putrid Troll was an invincible entity, but it was now faced with an opponent of an entirely different caliber. The Putrid Troll boasted formidable defenses, but its sluggish movement speed was akin to that of a snail. Its reaction speed was equally sluggish. The earlier observation revealed another advantage of the Putrid Troll, its sheer size. Upon hearing Lin Tian's command, the Putrid Troll curled into a ball and rolled toward Chi Haining. Initially slow, it picked up speed as it rolled, the rumbling sound echoing through the streets. A mountain of flesh rolled at high velocity, causing even Chi Haining to change countenance. Although his sword could continuously carve away the Putrid Troll's flesh, he could not slay it in such a short time. Chi Haining was compelled to terminate the Phantom Clone Technique, returning the clones to his main body. Lin Tian immediately commanded the skeleton mages and skeleton archers to harass Chi Haining. Such low-tier undead caused negligible damage to Chi Haining. Yet, he was still human, and thus, he feared pain. He had to avoid and deflect the attacks. Go. With a wave of his hand, a dozen Death Knights charged at Chi Haining with a deathly charge. Shadows surged forward with the force of a tempest, racing toward Chi Haining. The astounding momentum compelled Chi Haining to momentarily retreat from the onslaught. However, while he evaded the charge of the Death Knights, he could not escape the rolling mass of the Putrid Troll. Instead of being thrown aside, Chi Haining found himself pinned down by the troll's massive, fleshy hands, ensnared within the trembling mound of fat. Now is the moment. As Chi Haining's presence swelled with impending ferocity, ready to break free, Lin Tian downed the clarity potion he had long prepared and unleashed the corpse explosion technique. Boom. The explosion resonated like 100 tons of TNT, a deafening sound echoing across the sky. The ground erupted with waves of force. Lin Tian was hurled several meters away, crashing into the wall of a nearby low building, creating a significant hole upon impact. The multitude of undead shielding him, such as the Death Knights, were instantly obliterated by the debris from the Putrid Troll's explosion. Lin Tian coughed up blood heavily, struggling for some time before managing to rise. Fortunately, with a constitution of 29 points, he was notably more resilient than an average person. Otherwise, he might have sustained severe injuries from the fall. At this moment, fewer than 5 undead remained at his side. Enduring the pain, he summoned several batches of skeleton warriors. Finally, encircled by over 400 skeleton warriors, he felt a semblance of security. The clarity potion was exhausted, leaving him with only 20 points of mental energy. The remaining summons could only be smaller, ordinary undead, as he could no longer summon Death Knights. Venturing back onto the street, he gazed toward the epicenter of the explosion. The putrid troll had completely vanished. In its place was a massive crater, 5 meters in diameter and 2 meters deep. Blood and gore stained the ground, a nauseating stench permeating the air. After searching for a while, he found no sign of Chi Hanying. Could it be that he had perished in the explosion? The god-tier corpse explosion technique, dealing 500 damage, combined with the putrid troll's enormous size and 2,000 points of constitution, would surely overwhelm even a level 40 Chi Hanying. What is your name? Chi Hanying's voice echoed eerily, sending chills down Lin Tian's spine. He turned to the right, where, not far away, atop a nearby rooftop, Chi Hanying regarded him coldly. The overwhelming intent to kill in his gaze was unmistakable. At this moment, Chi Hanying had lost his earlier composure. His already tattered clothes were reduced to mere rags, barely covering his vital areas. His right arm had completely vanished, blood flowing profusely. The once invincible sword that cleaved through all was now nowhere to be found. His complexion had turned ashen, a sight that could only be described as tragically pitiful. Observing Chi Hanying's dismal state, Lin Tian's concern eased considerably. The undead sacrifice and the god-tier corpse explosion technique could be regarded as his two greatest trump cards. With both now expended, he had finally dealt a severe blow to Chi Hanying. Boy, you have successfully enraged me. Do you know what the consequences will be? Chi Hanying's icy glare bore into Lin Tian, his murderous intent almost palpable enough to freeze him. Lin Tian remained silent, summoning yet another batch of skeleton fire mages. An avalanche of fireballs rained down upon Chi Hanying. You fool, you are courting death. Once I heal, I will claim your head. Completely disregarded by Lin Tian, Chi Hanying was consumed by a fit of rage. With his remaining left hand, he forcefully struck forward, unleashing a tempest that sent all fireballs hurtling away. Lastly, Chi Hanying cast a venomous glare at Lin Tian before leaping with great force, vanishing amidst the dense array of buildings. Had he fled? Lin Tian exhaled deeply. The sense of oppression brought upon him by Chi Hanying was unprecedented. At last, he had been frightened away. Lin Tian felt no fear regarding Chi Hanying's ominous threats as he escaped. Chi Hanying was now missing a right hand, and his severed limb was beyond recovery. His combat prowess had been severely diminished, and he would inevitably become a target for the city guards and other formidable factions. For a considerable time, he would have to live in hiding, too afraid to show his face. Lin Tian was filled with confidence, believing that by the time Chi Hanying sought retribution, his own strength would have grown sufficient to contend with him. Go and see if my slender sword is still around. Lin Tian instructed the nearby undead. The undead immediately sprang into action, scouring the streets and surrounding residential areas. To his disappointment, they found no trace of the slender sword, only some fragments that resembled it. Lin Tian shook his head slightly, estimating that the sword had been destroyed in the battle. What happened, Lin Tian? Are you all right? At that moment, two figures rushed toward him from the distance, Zhao Yin and Sun Yonggang. Oh my goodness! They gasped in astonishment upon seeing the massive pit in the center of the street. Their jaws agape in disbelief. Zhao Yin, panting heavily, approached Lin Tian, her face etched with concern. Are you hurt? Is it serious? Damn it! Who dares to harm my brother? Where's the enemy? Just wait until I find him. I'll make him pay, Sun Yonggang declared angrily, raising his shield and scanning the surroundings. Observing their worried expressions, Lin Tian wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and smiled faintly. I'm fine, just a few scratches. The enemy has already fled. Their timely arrival touched him deeply. Why didn't you use the spirit ring to inform me when you were in danger? Zhao Yin said, a hint of frustration in her voice. What kind of enemy possesses such destructive power to create such a vast pit? She felt a wave of dread and apprehension wash over her. I forgot, Lin Tian replied with a grin, offering a casual excuse. In truth, he was well aware that even if he had summoned them, they would have been no match for Chi Hanying and would have only met a futile demise. Was it an escaped convict? Zhao Yin inquired. Lin Tian nodded. We should hurry back. The commotion here was so loud that it might attract other convicts or powerful zombies. Sun Yonggang suggested. Given Lin Tian's current state, it was unwise to engage in further combat, so he refrained from arguing and left with the two of them. Here, take this. On their way back, Zhao Yin shoved something into Lin Tian's hand. What is this? Lin Tian picked up the glass vial. The Fountain of Life. Given to me by a paladin from the Church of Light, Zhao Yin explained. Fountain of Life, gold. A liquid extracted from the leaves of the Tree of Life. When used, it can rapidly repair internal injuries, stop bleeding, and restore vitality. A golden potion. Lin Tian looked at Zhao Yin in astonishment. This potion is worth at least 50,000 gold coins. Stop staring and drink it. Don't be stingy. I have plenty more, Zhao Yan urged. Seeing this, Lin Tian did not hesitate and downed the fountain of life in one gulp. A warm sensation enveloped him, and the aches throughout his body seemed to vanish. Truly, it was a golden potion. Its effects were immediate and miraculous. A few minutes later, they arrived at Maple Leaf Street, where the other members of Class 13 were gathered. Many who had maintained a friendly rapport with Lin Tian approached him with inquiries, to which he responded one by one. TCH, what's the fuss? He is clearly fine. Why did you have to rush over and leave us waiting here? An untimely voice chimed in. Lin Tian turned to see that it was Zhu Yulong speaking. He chose to ignore the comment. However, someone could not stand idly by. Zhu Yulong, if you're too scared to go over yourself, that's one thing. But don't be so sarcastic now that Lin Tian is fine. No one thinks you're mute if you don't speak. Zhao Yan retorted coldly. Seeing Zhao Yan's anger, Zhu Yulong merely shot Lin Tian a resentful glare but dared not utter another word. Chapter 78. The Full-Time Mage? Upon returning to the school, it was revealed that, remarkably, no practitioners had suffered any casualties that day. Lin Tian speculated that timely notifications must have allowed everyone to evacuate safely. After parting ways with Sun Yonggang outside the school, Lin Tian and Zhao Yan made their way to the hotel. In 2 days, the high-stakes examination would commence. Lin Tian, have you decided which university to apply to? Zhao Yan asked as they strolled along the broad street. With my lackluster profession, would any university even want me? Lin Tian inquired hesitantly. University admissions consider not only the rank of the profession, but also the results of the high-stakes examination as a crucial criterion. Given your current strength, while it may not guarantee the top position, placing in the top few is certainly within reach. You'll have many universities vying for your attention. Zhao Yan analyzed. Let us hope so. I'd be satisfied with just getting into a first-rate university. What about you? Which university do you wish to attend? Lin Tian asked. Oh, me? Zhao Yan's eyebrows arched slightly, her eyes glimmering with yearning. It would be ideal to get into Xingxia University or Qingbei University. However, these two universities typically offer no more than 10 spots in Huanin City each year, and with over 20 high schools in the city, there are many legendary professions. I can't be certain that I'll make the cut. I guess we'll just have to wait and see. The next day, Lin Tian continued to act independently. His profession inherently required fewer companions. If he joined a large group in battling zombies, it would merely mean leveling up everyone else at his own expense. A role he was unwilling to play. The higher his level, the greater the advantage he would have during the high-stakes examination. In the afternoon, as he neared level 11, he encountered a formidable zombie. This particular zombie was of a high level. More importantly, it was a practitioner. Its profession was that of a legendary full-time mage. Mastering skills across the 5 elements, earth, water, fire, wind, and wood. Its skills were at least of golden caliber, with numerous platinum-grade abilities as well. Should I attempt to slay it? Lin Tian observed the zombie aimlessly roaming about, watching as it bit into a frail old man, turning him into one of its kind. If Lin Tian's profession as a necromancer had reservations about any profession, this full-time mage would undoubtedly be at the forefront of his concerns. Indeed, he felt even more wary of it than the phantom sword saint he had encountered the previous day. The reason was simple. Mages possessed a plethora of area of effect skills, perfectly suited for dealing with swarms of undead. Particularly with this full-time mage, indiscriminately unleashing area skills would inflict heavy losses on his undead minions. He was merely 40,000 experience points shy of leveling up. Glancing at the dimming sky, Lin Tian finally made up his mind. He resolved to act swiftly, summoning a powerful undead through sacrifice to swiftly eliminate this zombie. As he summoned the undead, an adventurer suddenly dashed in from the adjacent street. Upon witnessing the throngs of revenants, her astonishment was unmistakable. Subsequently, she made a perplexing move that left Lin Tian bewildered. She extended her arms in a gesture of interception and shouted at Lin Tian, "Stop! Do not harm it." Lin Tian couldn't help but question the reliability of his hearing. Was she pleading for the zombie? Had she lost her mind? Hearing her voice, the zombie sluggishly turned its body and began to approach her. Lin Tian's summoning did not cease. He stated calmly, "It is a zombie." The girl's emotions became increasingly agitated. "I know, but it can still be saved. It hasn't completely transformed into a zombie yet. Please, do not kill it. Can you bear to witness the fall of a legendary class adventurer?" Lin Tian replied, "I can." The girl was momentarily taken aback. Lin Tian, with a hint of mockery, said, "Open your eyes and see. It is a zombie. Did you not notice it just turned an old man into one?" In his eyes, zombies represented experience, especially this level 20 boss class zombie. The experience gained from its demise would be extraordinary. He certainly would not abandon such a succulent opportunity. "I don't care. I will never allow you to kill it." The girl stood resolutely in front of the zombie. "Fool," Lin Tian coldly uttered, 2 words escaping his lips. With a wave of his silver moon staff, a horde of undead surged toward the girl. "What are you doing?" she asked, fear evident in her voice as she beheld the grotesque, decaying corpse hounds and ghouls racing forward. Lin Tian intended to forcibly drag the girl away with the undead. "Don't you dare!" she screamed, retreating. She reached the zombie boss and shielded it with her body, shouting at Lin Tian, "If you wish to kill it, you must step over my dead body." Lin Tian shook his head, muttering to himself, "It is already beyond salvation." The girl, warily eyeing Lin Tian, spoke to the zombie behind her. "Tang Qingchun, rest assured. I will always protect you and remain by your side. I will not allow anyone to harm you." "Oh." The zombie behind her bared its teeth and let out a low growl. "See, it understands my words. It can still be saved," the girl exclaimed with excitement. However, Lin Tian's expression abruptly changed as he shouted urgently, "Get away." But it was too late. The zombie opened its mouth and bit down hard on the girl's delicate neck. SSS. Blood gushed forth. "Qingchun, you." The girl struggled to turn her head, her face a mixture of pain and disbelief. The zombie did not respond, but instead bit down harder. "This way, I can be with you forever." The girl ceased her struggles and caressed the zombie's face. A hint of a relieved smile appeared on her pale visage. "I'm afraid your wish will go unfulfilled," Lin Tian's cold voice interjected. Immediately following, a line of terrifying knights riding skeletal steeds emerged. Swish! The girl, still not comprehending Lin Tian's words, had her head severed by a flying sword. "I told you. But you wouldn't listen. You insisted on courting death." Though the bond between her and the zombie was profoundly moving, eliciting tears from onlookers, Lin Tian did not wish to face 2 formidable adversaries at once. Thus, he resolved to eliminate her before she fully transformed into a zombie. Surrounded by a throng of skeletal warriors, Lin Tian slowly approached the girl. Her eyes widened in disbelief, seemingly unable to fathom her own demise. Eyes wide open in death, Lin Tian slowly shook his head, gently waving his fingers. 2 fireballs descended upon the girl's head and body. In an instant, they erupted into a fierce blaze. Within 5 seconds, she was reduced to a pile of ashes. Chapter 79, The Cursed Doll. Meanwhile, the Undead Legion had engaged the zombie boss. Lin Tian examined its attributes. Zombie Tang Qingchun, Legendary. Level, 17. Vitality, 900. Strength, 200. Agility, 100. Mentality, 2000. Skills, Ice Rain, Storm, Fire Dragon, Ice Blade Storm, Fireball, Ice Spike, Falling Rocks, Gushing Spring. Fire Shield, Elemental Shield. Lin Tian mused. This is the terrifying aspect of a professional turning into a zombie. Attributes are immensely enhanced. The higher the profession's tier, the more attributes increase. Fortunately, it was only level 17. If it were level 20, undergoing a qualitative transformation, Lin Tian would have prepared to flee. Even so, this zombie's strength already surpassed the abomination he encountered 2 days prior. It seemed yet another arduous battle awaited. The destructive power of this professional zombie was astounding. With a mere fraction of the staff remaining, it unleashed a ferocious fire dragon. The fire dragon rampaged among the undead, igniting both silver tier ghouls and golden tier terrifying knights in an instant. Damn it! One fire dragon spell just wiped out 30 of my undead. Lin Tian couldn't help but curse. No sooner had he spoken than the zombie unleashed another storm spell. The howling winds sent nearby undead tumbling to the ground, with the lower tier corpse hounds losing their heads entirely. The charge of the terrifying knights was thrown into disarray. Following the storm spell was Ice Rain. Cold droplets, imbued with a chilling aura, pierced the hard skulls of the undead. After Ice Rain came the Ice Blade Storm. Sword-like ice blades sliced through, claiming the lives of numerous undead. This was troublesome. Lin Tian's expression darkened. Although the professional had lost its self-awareness upon becoming a zombie, its combat instincts remained intact, and it fought with greater ferocity than in life, unfazed by pain. This particular zombie exemplified that. Its skills were seamlessly interconnected, all area of effect attacks, and in mere seconds, nearly 200 undead had perished at its hands. There was no time to waste. Lin Tian resolved without further hesitation, promptly invoking the sacrifice of the undead. He prioritized sacrificing golden tier undead, such as terrifying knights and skeletal mages, maintaining the count around 1,000. With experience from the previous 2 sacrifices, he estimated that sacrificing about 1,000 undead would yield a creature of at least 10 levels higher. Amidst flickering light, a doll-like undead materialized before him. Cursed Doll, Platinum. Level, 20. Vitality, 800. Strength, 400. Agility, 500. Mentality, 1300. Skills, Embrace of Netherfire. Curse, Silence. The cursed doll stood short, only reaching Lin Tian's knee, its body filthy, sporting an eerie grin upon its face. "Ah, it's so noisy." Fool, shut your mouth. Silence. As the zombie boss began to chant its skill, the cursed puppet let out a piercing shriek. A miraculous scene unfolded. Indeed, the zombie boss halted its incantation. Haha, now it's my turn to strike. The cursed puppet cackled, soaring into the air and unleashing a plume of grayish-white flame from its mouth. The fiery inferno scorched the zombie boss, causing its skin, flesh, and bones to melt, accompanied by a cacophony of cracking sounds. Meanwhile, the other undead did not relent in their assault. Ice spikes, fireballs, and bone arrows rained down mercilessly upon the zombie's body. The terrifying knight's steel sword left gory wounds on the creature. Just as the zombie boss managed to endure until the silent spell concluded, it prepared to unleash its wrath, intent on slaughtering the surrounding undead. However, the cursed puppet's shrill voice rang out once more. I curse you, never to strike another. All your attacks shall be borne by yourself. The zombie boss, seething with rage, first conjured a fire shield around itself, then pointed its shattered staff at the cursed puppet, unleashing a storm of ice blades. Ha ha ha, fool. The cursed puppet remained suspended in midair, seemingly oblivious to the multitude of razor-sharp ice blades descending upon it. A bizarre occurrence transpired. Just as the ice blades were about to collide with the cursed puppet, they suddenly veered sharply, circumventing it, only to redirect towards the zombie boss. A clattering sound ensued as the fire shield faltered within seconds, shattered by the icy tempest, the cursed puppet's grayish-white ghostly flames, and the relentless assaults from other undead. A torrent of attacks battered the zombie boss, forcing it to stagger backward repeatedly. When the onslaught finally subsided, the zombie boss had completely lost its humanoid form. Its legs were blown away, its hair singed to a bare scalp, transforming it into a bald creature. It bore countless injuries, gushing blood from innumerable wounds. Even the remaining half of its staff was nowhere to be found. The magic-oriented profession, having lost the enhancement of its staff, saw its release spells suffer significant reductions in damage and effectiveness. Just as the zombie boss conjured an elemental shield, it was obliterated. The ensuing battle was almost one-sided. With the zombie boss barely able to lift its head, its counterattacks few and far between, and their efficacy exceedingly feeble. Lin Tian himself was astonished. What he had anticipated to be a fierce battle turned out to be remarkably effortless. The extraordinary outcome stemmed entirely from class advantages. The cursed puppet's two skills, the silence spell and the curse, perfectly countered the zombie boss, which had taken on the form of an all-encompassing mage. The silence spell rendered it incapable of casting spells, leaving it to endure passive strikes, while the curse caused any spells it managed to release to inflict harm upon itself instead of the cursed puppet, resulting in a pitiful state. 2 minutes later, as the fire shield was once again shattered, a surge of grayish-white ghostly flames surged into the zombie boss's gaping maw. Suddenly, the zombie boss fell utterly still. Moments later, an eruption of grayish-white flames burst forth from its 7 orifices, igniting fiercely with a series of explosive crackles. In mere seconds, the zombie's body was reduced to ashes. You have slain zombie Tang Qinshun, gaining 260,000 experience points. You have successfully leveled up to level 11. The consecutive system notifications heralded the official conclusion of the battle. After leveling up, Lin Tian, with little time to rest, immediately refreshed his attributes. Chapter 80. Enhanced Undead Sacrifice. Name, Lin Tian. Profession, Undead Mage. Title, Lin Tian, Black Iron. Level, 11, 224, 573, 450, 000. Constitution, 30. Strength, 18. Mentality, 136, 65. Agility, 19. Skills, Summon Skeleton Warrior, Silver. Summon Skeleton Archer, Silver. Summon Corrupted Dog, Silver. Summon Ghoul, Silver. Summon Skeleton Fire Mage, Gold. Summon Skeleton Water Mage, Gold. Summon Terrifying Knight, Gold. Corpse Explosion, Godly. Attributes, Crimson Gold. Omniscient. Infinite Troop Summon. Undead Will. Garden of Death. Undead Domain. Unlimited Firepower. Infinite Enhancement. Undead Sacrifice. Lich's Fury. Godly Corpse Explosion. Lifelink. Attribute 12. Enhanced Undead Sacrifice. Crimson Gold sacrifice a certain number of undead, burning their souls to randomly synthesize 2 high-level undead. The more you sacrifice, and the higher the rank of the sacrificed undead, the higher the level of the synthesized undead, up to a maximum of 10 levels higher. The existence time of the synthesized undead is extended to 10 minutes. You may sacrifice twice a day. Lin Tian refreshed the attributes 10 times before finally obtaining this entry. He was exceedingly pleased with the new attribute. He had not anticipated that the already godly undead sacrifice could be further enhanced. The new undead sacrifice doubled the number of synthesized undead, the duration of their existence, and the daily sacrificial count. For him, The enhancement in combat power was not merely additive, but exponential. Had he been able to synthesize 2 corrupted giants yesterday, even the formidable Qi Hanying would have had to flee. Upon reviewing the attributes, Lin Tian noticed a skeleton warrior cradling a skill book. It dropped something? A glimmer of excitement welled up in his eyes as he hurriedly approached to inspect it. Ice Blade Storm. Platinum unleashes countless ice blades to continuously slice through a target within a 10-meter radius. Consumption, 10 mentality. Cooldown, 15 seconds. A platinum skill. Lin Tian exclaimed in delight. A single Summon Bone Demon gold skill could fetch 500,000 gold coins. The rarity of undead mages, particularly those of the Black Iron class, meant that even skill books commanded exorbitant prices. How much could this platinum Ice Blade Storm be worth? The number of practitioners who could utilize Ice Blade Storm far exceeds those who could employ Summon Bone Demon, Frost Mages, Full-Time Mages, Flame Ice Mages, Ice Wind Envoys, Ice Rainers, and many others spanning from Black Iron to Legendary and even Godly classes, totaling no less than 20 varieties. Lin Tian estimated that this Ice Blade Storm could easily sell for at least 2 million gold coins. 2 million. This was a realm Lin Tian had never envisioned. This individual surely had significant backing and was highly regarded at their school. Otherwise, they would not have acquired such formidable skills. Regrettably, burnt to ashes. He had no way of knowing from which high school they hailed. Lin Tian mused inwardly. After stowing the Ice Blade Storm skill book in his void bracelet and thoroughly inspecting the remnants of the battlefield, Lin Tian departed the scene. The sky had fully darkened. Communicating with Zhao Yin through the spirit ring, he informed her that he would not be reporting to school and instead made his way to the Adventurers Guild's trading center. An hour later, he exited the Adventurers Guild with satisfaction. He had sold the Ice Blade Storm for a price exceeding his expectations, totaling 100,000 gold coins. He also sold the Runic Broadsword, obtained from the Shadow Mercenary Core Assassin, Xiao Yu, for 800,000 gold coins. In total, he had amassed 900,000 gold coins. In addition to his initial savings, his total assets have now exceeded 500,000 gold coins. Reflecting on the time before awakening his class, he used to fret over what to eat each day. In less than a week, he has transformed into a super rich individual. With newfound wealth, Lin Tian naturally indulged in lavish spending and purchased 2 skill books. One was Summon Bone Demon, and the other was Corpse Poison Wasp. Both skills were of golden rank, each requiring a mental expenditure of 50 points. After mastering these 2 skills, Lin Tian summoned one of each. Bone Demon Golden, level 11, Constitution 130, Strength 154, Agility 40, Spirit 10-6, Skill Nether Firebolt. Corpse Poison Wasp Golden, level 11, Constitution 60, Strength 89, Agility 60, Spirit 42, Skill Corpse Poison Needle. Lin Tian discovered that when summoning undead, he could conjure any number up to the limit of the infinite summon attribute. For instance, if the Bone Demon had a maximum summon rate of 45 times, he could summon a total of 144 Bone Demons at will. If there were no specific requirements, the maximum quantity would be summoned automatically. Compared to the Terrifying Knight, the Bone Demon possesses a tougher exterior and is better suited as a tank, with high attack power and formidable nether firebolts. On the other hand, the Terrifying Knight is characterized by high attack, agility, and breach capabilities. The attributes of the Corpse Poison Wasp are relatively mundane, only slightly exceeding those of an 11-level Silver Ghoul. However, it possesses a significant advantage that no other pet can rival. It can fly. This single trait is sufficient to overshadow all its shortcomings. Imagining a swarm of Corpse Poison Wasps unleashing their needles is enough to send shivers down one's spine. The needles are small, difficult to detect, and challenging to block or evade, making them ideal for ambushes. Moreover, Lin Tian acquired a golden rank Void Bracelet. The previous Void Bracelet had limited space and was only of bronze rank. Not only could it hold little, but it was also prone to damage in battle. Thus, he decided to invest in a golden Void Bracelet. Void Bracelet, golden, contains 100 cubic meters of space, cannot store living beings. The 2 skill books cost 500,000 gold coins and 400,000 gold coins respectively, while the Void Bracelet was priced at 700,000 gold coins. In total, he spent 600,000 gold coins, leaving him with exactly 2,000,000 gold coins. Living in a hotel every day is not a sustainable option. It is time to consider purchasing or renting a place. On his way back to the hotel, Lin Tian pondered this thought. There is no need to buy a house. Lin Tian prefers to rent. After the high school examination trial concludes, he will stay in Raccoon City for at most a month before heading to university. Purchasing a home would leave it unoccupied, which would be a waste. As a person who has traversed worlds, he feels little attachment to Raccoon City. He would inquire with Sun Yonggang tomorrow, as he is likely to have more information. After dinner, upon reaching the hotel entrance, he coincidentally ran into Zhao Yan. Lin Tian, you're back so late. I was worried you had encountered trouble again, Zhao Yan said with concern. She must have just taken a shower, as a feint. Natural fragrance wafted towards him when she spoke. Lin Tian smiled broadly. I won't be that unlucky every day. Where are you headed? Zhao Yan replied. To the Church of Light. That paladin will teach me a powerful skill today. Her face radiated excitement as she spoke. Watching her depart, Lin Tian felt a pang of envy. All of his skills had to be purchased through skill books, while Zhao Yan could learn for free. After all, she is a legendary class, perfectly aligned with the Church of Light as a celestial angel. The following day marked the eve of the high school examination trial. At the playground of Qinghai High School, Principal Xiong Wei stood on the platform, observing the students below. Today is the final day, and I trust you all understand what that signifies. The minimum requirement for the examination trial is level 10. Yet, nearly a quarter of you have not yet reached that level. The lowest among you is just level 7. Today is your last chance to make a final push. To ensure your safety, we will deploy 3 teachers to patrol your designated areas continuously, so you can confidently slay zombies and level up. Xiong Wei's words sparked considerable discussion among the students below. Some remained calm, while others were anxious. Naturally, it was the students with lower levels who felt the pressure. In Class 13, among the combat and support professions, 5 individuals had not reached level 10, one of whom was even just level 8. For that level 8 student, achieving level 10 today was practically impossible. After Principal Xiong concluded his speech, the class teacher, Xiao Xiaozhou, approached Lin Tian and the others to deliver a motivational talk. Our Class 13 is a collective, and I hope those with higher levels will assist those with lower levels to progress together, so we do not leave any regrets in our youth. Especially for certain individuals who have reached level 11, you ought to set an example. Many gazes immediately turned towards Lin Tian. Xiao Xiaozhou's words implicitly pointed towards Lin Tian. However, Lin Tian dismissed it with indifference, treating it as nothing more than a fly buzzing in his ear. If it weren't for the looming threat of the Shadow Mercenary Corps and he might have considered lending a helping hand. However, he simply did not have the time now. The Shadow Mercenary Corps and He-Hi's forces loomed over him like the sword of Damocles, always poised to strike. Faced with crisis, he could only seize every moment to level up and enhance his strength. If Xiao Xiaozhou could help him eliminate the threats posed by the Shadow Mercenary Corps and He-Hi, Lin Tian would gladly assist all the professionals in his class to reach level 10. It was evident that Xiao Xiaozhou lacked the capability to do so. Today, Class 13 had a new area assigned for zombie extermination, moving to the vicinity of Triumph Avenue. The reason was simple. The zombies near Red Leaf Street had been nearly wiped out. Lin Tian alone had likely dispatched more zombies than the rest of the class combined. Triumph Avenue is close to the Raccoon City protective barrier and is situated near the outskirts of the city. Lin Tian, the zombies today are even more ferocious. Be extra careful, Zhao Yan cautioned as she departed. Lin Tian nodded and strode away. This seems to be near the black market? He mused as he gazed at a cluster of low-rise buildings in the distance while exiting Triumph Avenue. The chaos caused by the zombies cannot evade the black market. Summoning a batch of bone demons, Lin Tian made his way towards the black market. The zombies he encountered along the way were predominantly level 15. Level 15 zombies can easily eliminate level 11 ghouls. However, against level 11 bone demons, they struggle to achieve the same. Instead, they would be reduced to ashes before even getting close to the bone demons, annihilated by the netherfire bolts. The bone demons Lin Tian summoned were slightly smaller than the merged ones, yet still stood 2 meters tall and measured 4 meters in length. Their bones were a mix of gray and black, incredibly resilient. Even if over 10 zombies rushed at them simultaneously, they could endure for at least 5 seconds before being overwhelmed. The bone demon possesses formidable strength, far surpassing that of the skeleton archer and the skeleton mage. However, it comes with a significant drawback. Summoning it demands a considerable amount of mental energy, and the capacity for mass summoning typically does not exceed 60-fold, resulting in a lesser quantity compared to other undead. For Lin Tian, this was sufficient. Shortly thereafter, he encountered a horde of zombies, approximately 100 in number. The Terror Knight charged forth, scattering the zombies in disarray. Following closely behind, the Bone Demon unleashed its hellfire projectiles, claiming the lives of the undead. By the time the skeleton archers and skeleton mages could take action, the zombies had been largely decimated. In just 10 minutes, Lin Tian had dispatched 300 zombies, while the Bone Demons suffered the loss of 11 and the Terror Knight 19. The casualties were somewhat significant. prompting Lin Tian to summon additional corpse hounds and ghouls to serve as fodder. This was primarily due to the fact that both the Bone Demon and the Terror Knight were of golden caliber, with each summoning consuming vast reserves of mental energy, precluding frequent summons. He needed to retain over half of his mental energy to guard against unforeseen incidents. After annihilating the encountered zombies, Lin Tian ventured into the black market. It was no different from other locales, as the black market had long been deserted, overtaken by zombies. Originally chaotic, the market now appeared even more disordered due to the onslaught of the undead. Dilapidated buildings and shattered doors littered the area, while dried bloodstains and remnants of battles were sporadically visible on the ground. As the zombies aimlessly wandered the black market, they suddenly caught sight of Lin Tian. A living person, and with a roar akin to fish sensing blood, they lunged towards him. Without needing Lin Tian's command, the legion of the undead commenced their assault. The Terror Knight led the charge, kicking up clouds of dust like a great gray dragon. In a flash, as it barreled through the zombies, its steel sword cleaved a zombie's head clean off. The nimble corpse hounds followed, tackling a zombie and severing half its neck. The ghouls, though slightly slower, were equally relentless, draining the blood from their targets. Any remaining zombies were swiftly dealt with by the skeleton mages and skeleton archers. In this manner, the pressure on the Bone Demon and the Terror Knight was alleviated by the ghouls and corpse hounds, significantly reducing their casualty rate. Why are there so many zombies here? Lin Tian pondered as he gazed ahead at the seemingly endless mass of undead, estimating their numbers to be no less than 2,000. Could it be that many had sought refuge in the black market during the outbreak? Yet, the market ultimately fell, becoming a prison for them. Perhaps this is for the best. It saves me the trouble of searching for zombies elsewhere. Any other adventurer might have quaked in fear at the sight of such a horde, but to Lin Tian, they were merely a source of experience. Let us get to it. After summoning another batch of bone demons, Lin Tian commanded the annihilation of the zombies within the black market. Chapter 82, The Curse of the Undead. The entire black market transformed into a battleground, the sounds of fierce combat echoing for an extended period. Shielded by several bone demons, Lin Tian entered a shop that had been reduced to a state of disarray. The interior was chaotic, a testament to the looting and destruction that had occurred. With scarcely a single item remaining intact, Lin Tian shook his head, feeling a sense of loss. He had hoped to find something of value. With each zombie that fell, he approached Yang Jungang's shop. Yang Jungang's establishment too had not escaped devastation, the destruction even more severe than in other shops. One could only imagine the ferocity of the battles that had transpired here. That clever lad Yang Jungang. Surely he wouldn't have stayed in the black market at night and gotten into trouble, would he? Lin Tian muttered to himself, just as he was about to enter. Several zombies lunged at him from the side, one of which was a zombie hound. Days had passed since the outbreak, and not only humans, but numerous animals had succumbed to the fate of becoming zombies. With a sudden leap, a corpse hound pounced on the zombie hound, and the two canines engaged in a fierce struggle, resulting in mutual destruction. The zombie hound bit through the neck of the corpse hound, while the latter's claws tore into the zombie hound's skull. The remaining zombies were intercepted by the bone demon, each hellfire projectile obliterating one, preventing them from nearing Lin Tian. Wait, just as the bone demon prepared to obliterate the last zombie with a hellfire projectile, Lin Tian suddenly called out, halting its attack. Yang Jungang, is that you? Upon recognizing the familiar face, Lin Tian's voice involuntarily quivered. Trapped by the bone demon. Yang Jungang flailed his arms in a desperate struggle, emitting low growls, his eyes filled with a bloodthirsty rage. Witnessing his former comrade reduced to a mindless zombie driven solely by instinctive aggression, Lin Tian felt a pang in his chest, his fists clenching involuntarily. How infuriating! With a torrent of sorrow and rage surging within him, Lin Tian struck the doorframe with a fierce punch. Yang Jungang continued to howl, intent on tearing apart the human before him. Lin Tian closed his eyes and took a deep breath. After an indeterminate time, he finally spoke softly. End it. The sound of the undead flames igniting echoed immediately. Even from 4 to 5 meters away, Lin Tian felt a chilling coldness wash over him. The explosion of the bone demon's hellfire projectile unleashed the flames of the undead. Unlike ordinary flames, these flames possessed an extremely low temperature, capable of freezing a normal person who dared to approach. When Lin Tian opened his eyes again, Yang Jungang had vanished without a trace. Accompanied by a bone demon and several skeleton warriors, Lin Tian entered Yang Jungang's shop. Inside, the counter lay in shattered ruins. Other furniture and decorations had not a single piece remaining intact. Lin Tian instructed the skeleton warriors to clear away the debris, hoping to unearth something of value. After a thorough search, he found nothing. Just as he was about to leave, something caught his eye. He moved to the innermost corner of the room, shifted a broken table, and picked up a crumpled, dusty piece of paper from the floor. Yongjun Gang, Lin Tian. The outside is crawling with zombies. And without a miracle, I will most likely become one of them. I do not know when you will see this note. Perhaps you may never see it. In any case, if you do, I hope, given our childhood friendship of stealing bird eggs and peeping at women bathing, that you will look after my sister to the best of your ability. She is my only family. Of course, I will not let you assist me for nothing. Beneath the shop floor, there is a hidden chamber that should remain undamaged by the zombies. With your skills, it should be easy to access. Inside is my accumulation from all these years, a token of gratitude. If my sister proves to be rebellious and disobedient more than 3 times, it shall signify her fate. And you need not concern yourself further. Jun Gang, thank you. After reading the contents of the note, Lin Tian found himself at a loss for words. The original Lin Tian had known Yongjun Gang since childhood. Their bond was incredibly strong, even more so than with Sun Yong Gang. After graduating from middle school, Yongjun Gang, due to poor academic performance, failed to gain admission to high school. Of course, the primary reason was his lack of funds. Unable to support 2 individuals simultaneously. Resolute, Yongjun Gang chose to forego his education and subsequently survived by navigating the black market. The first 2 years were incredibly challenging, but the situation had gradually improved over the past year. Lin Tian was fully aware of Yongjun Gang's involvement in his pursuit of Chun Wanyan, who had provided him with considerable assistance. With a long sigh, Lin Tian smoothed out the paper and carefully tucked it into his void bracelet. He then scoured the room for the secret chamber that Yongjun Gang had mentioned, yet after a prolonged search, he found nothing. Frustrated, Lin Tian decided to cease wasting time and commanded the Bone Demon to shatter the floor tiles. The Bone Demon's strength was formidable, effortlessly creating a pit in the ground with a single swipe. Before long, he unearthed the so-called secret chamber, which turned out to be merely a shallow hole, less than a meter deep and half a meter wide. Within it, Lin Tian discovered a wooden box. Upon opening it, he found a considerable amount of gold coins and various materials. After a cursory count, he estimated there were approximately 110,000 gold coins. If only he had possessed such wealth earlier, he might not have failed to enter high school. Gazing at the gleaming gold coins, Lin Tian couldn't help but feel a twinge of nostalgia. It seemed these funds had been saved by Yongjun Gang for his sister's use. Among the coins, a vibrant green leaf caught his attention. As he lifted it closer, a potent essence of life emanated from it. Leaf of life, platinum, a leaf plucked from the tree of life. This was indeed a valuable find. Lin Tian's eyes sparkled with excitement. Just days prior, Zhao Yin had gifted him a golden potion called the Fountain of Life, whose primary ingredient was the leaf of life. This leaf could also be used to craft skill enhancement scrolls, among other applications. Furthermore, it could even be consumed directly at certain times. Even the gravest of injuries could be healed as long as one still drew breath, thanks to the restorative powers of the leaf of life. Lin Tian stored the coins and the leaf of life in his void bracelet and exited the shop. In the black market, the battle between the undead and the zombies raged on. After more than an hour, Lin Tian had vanquished all the zombies, including several mutated ones that had cost him considerable time. Fortunately, the highest ranking among these mutated zombies was of golden tier, making them manageable. Once he had cleared the black market of zombies, Lin Tian sought out more in other areas. Yesterday, he had gained a substantial amount of experience from defeating Tang Qingchen, which allowed him to reach level 12 by 2 p.m. Name, Lin Tian. Occupation, Necromancer. Level 12, 681500000. Constitution, 31. Strength, 19. Mentality, 14,765. Agility, 20. Skills, Summon Skeleton Warrior, Silver. Summon Skeleton Archer, Silver. Summon Corpse Hound, Silver. Summon Ghoul, Silver. Summon Skeleton Fire Mage, Gold. Summon Skeleton Water Mage, Gold. Summon Fearsome Knight, Gold. Corpse Explosion, Divine. Summon Bone Demon, Gold. Summon Corpse Poison Wasp, Gold. Attributes, Crimson Gold. Omniscient, Infinite Summons. Will of the Undead, Garden of Death. Domain of the Undead. Infinite Firepower. Infinite Enhancement. Lich's Wrath. Divine Corpse Explosion, Life Link. Enhanced Undead Sacrifice. 13th Attribute, Curse of the Undead. Crimson Gold. All creatures battling the undead suffer a 30 reduction in strength and mentality. Chapter 83, Divine Summon of Skeleton Warriors. The newly acquired attribute, Curse of the Undead, effectively diminishes the enemy's offensive capabilities, while the reduction may seem minor. For creatures with exceptionally high attributes, a 30 decrease could lower their effective power by an entire tier. For instance, a level 30 golden tier creature with 1,000 points in strength would find its capability reduced to 700, plummeting from gold to silver tier. With the Curse of the Undead in play, the Corpse Hounds would have a fighting chance against level 15 zombies, affording them some room for resistance. Having reached level 12, Lin Tian had also surpassed 10,000 kills of zombies over the past few days, earning him another Fate Stone. This time, the Fate Stone presented him with two options. 1. Increase experience gained from killing monsters by 100. 2. Elevate any chosen skill to divine level. An increase of 100 in experience? That would mean he would earn double the experience from each kill. This option was tantalizing. After much deliberation, he ultimately chose the second option. In the long run, the first option might prove more advantageous, yet his immediate priority was to enhance his strength. Tomorrow marked the high-stakes examination, with numerous prestigious figures from universities expected to converge on Huaning City. Thus, the likelihood of the Shadow Mercenary Corps and the Tianqing Mercenary Corps targeting him was exceedingly high. What would he do if he sought to eliminate him personally? Currently, Lin Tian had mastered 10 skills, with Corpse Explosion already elevated to divine level. After some contemplation, he decided to enhance Summon Skeleton Warrior to divine level. Summon Skeleton Warrior. Divine summons a skeleton warrior to assist in battle. Consumes 20 mentality to summon a golden skeleton warrior, 50 mentality for a platinum skeleton warrior, 200 mentality for a diamond skeleton warrior, 500 mentality for an epic skeleton warrior, 1000 mentality for a legendary skeleton warrior, and 2000 mentality for a divine skeleton warrior. Casting time, 1 second. Cooldown, 5 seconds. With a total of 212 points in mentality, Lin Tian could now summon diamond tier skeleton warriors. His decision to elevate Summon Skeleton Warrior to divine level was made after careful consideration. Firstly, the number of skeletons summoned was the highest among the undead, capable of reaching up to 90 at a time, typically ranging from 60 to 80. In contrast, the Bone Demon could summon only around 50, making its quantity significantly inferior. Under the same divine classification, the attribute differences were minimal, thus favoring those with larger numbers. Secondly, after the Fate Stone enhances a skill to divine level, the mental consumption increases. However, using skill points to enhance skills does not alter the mental consumption. Given that the Bone Demon was stronger than the Skeleton Warrior, it was prudent to invest skill points in boosting the Bone Demon's power for future considerations. Additionally, the Skeleton Warrior is widely regarded as one of the weakest of the undead, possessing a considerable element of deception. When faced with formidable foes, summoning a multitude of powerful skeleton warriors could deliver a surprise attack on the enemy. After resting for half an hour and fully restoring his mentality, Lin Tian expended 200 points to summon a battalion of diamond-tier skeleton warriors. With a flourish, a horde of skeleton warriors wielding flaming longswords materialized before him. Despite their skeletal forms, a closer inspection revealed their bones glimmering with a jade-like sheen. Skeleton Warrior, Diamond. Level, 12. Constitution, 250. Strength, 309. Agility, 120. Mentality, 10-6. Skills, none. The Skeleton Warrior's attributes are low primarily due to its level being only 12. Despite the significant weakening of temporal rules affecting the summoned Skeleton Warriors, their formidable attributes left Lin Tian exceedingly gratified. Especially enhanced by the two divine attributes, Undead Will and Lich's Wrath, the Skeleton Warriors could achieve a staggering power of up to 3,000 points. This level of strength would typically require a warrior-type class to reach at least level 40, supplemented by an array of strength-enhancing equipment. Lin Tian counted a total of 79 skeleton warriors summoned. Unless confronted with particularly formidable zombies or adversaries, these skeletons would likely suffice for an entire day. Not far away, a solitary zombie caught Lin Tian's attention, prompting him to send a skeleton warrior forth to test its strength. Upon sighting the skeleton warrior, the zombie wasted no time and lunged at its neck with ferocity. Bam! The zombie's teeth shattered upon impact. Only two barely visible superficial cracks remained on the skeleton warrior's neck. The skeleton warrior raised its long sword, ablaze with spectral flames, and brought it crashing down upon the zombie. Whoosh! The zombie's body was effortlessly cleaved in half, as if the sword were slicing through butter. The flames of the undead scorched the corpse, producing a cacophony of sizzling sounds. Lin Tian continued to experiment with this skeleton warrior. Upon defeating the 25th zombie, one of its bones fractured. By the time the 41st zombie fell, its ribcage had been crushed under the relentless assault. Ultimately, this valiant skeleton warrior vanquished 47 zombies before meeting its demise. Lin Tian was thoroughly pleased with this outcome. The skeleton warrior had transformed from a fragile entity into an indomitable super soldier, capable of battling fiercely. Moreover, during these days of slaying zombies, the divine attributes had allowed Lin Tian to accumulate 21 skill points. Advancing skills from bronze to silver required 5 skill points. From silver to gold demanded 10 skill points, and from gold to platinum necessitated 20 skill points. Lin Tian elevated his bone demon from gold to platinum. As anticipated, upon reaching platinum rank, the mental energy required for summoning remained unchanged at 50 points. With the participation of the diamond-grade skeleton warriors, the efficiency of slaying zombies significantly increased during the afternoon battle. After summoning a batch of platinum-grade bone demons, the zombie horde stood no chance against Lin Tian's Undead Legion. As dusk approached, Lin Tian's experience level reached 12, with 66 points. Given this level, coupled with the Undead army, he felt confident about the high-stakes examination awaiting him the following day. Now, he intended to check on Yang Xiaowu. He wondered how she was faring. Chapter 84, Linglan High School. Yang Xiaowu, the younger sister of Yang Jungang, was 14 years old and currently in the second year of junior high. Yang Yunggang's family resided in the West District, but Yang Xiaowu attended the junior division of Linglan High School located in the South District. Thus, she typically resided in the school dormitory, returning home only on weekends. After 20 minutes, he arrived at Triumph Street, encountering no risks along the way. Was it possible that the Shadow Mercenary Corps and the Tianqing Mercenary Corps had simply let things be? He felt a sense of confusion. Nevertheless, this was undoubtedly a positive development. When Lin Tian found Zhao Yan, he discovered they were preparing to head back. A few of them appeared rather disheartened. Upon inquiry, he learned that they had not reached level 10. In Class 13, 2 individuals had failed to achieve this milestone, with a significant experience gap that would require at least 2 additional days to bridge. Even if they were to grind through dungeons or secret realms overnight, time would not suffice. Overall, the results weren't too shabby. I've done my best, Zhao Yan sighed. It's not your fault. It's their lack of effort. Lin Tian remarked nonchalantly. The 2 individuals in question held 1 gold class and 1 platinum class. Their class ranks were not particularly low, especially since a silver support class in their class had reached level 10, while these 2 combat classes had not. It was evident they lacked diligence. No one else was to blame. Lin Tian vividly recalled the day of class awakening when those 2 had mocked him, leaping about in celebration. Ironically, his seemingly inferior black iron class had risen to level 12, the highest in the class, while those 2, who were ostensibly stronger, remained at level 9. After leaving the West District, they did not return to school, but went their separate ways. Lin Tian, where are you headed? Zhao Yan queried upon observing his direction was not toward the hotel. I have some matters to attend to in the South District, Lin Tian replied. I'll accompany you, Zhao Yan declared, hastening to his side. Lin Tian raised an eyebrow. Aren't you concerned about your grandfather? Zhao Yan rolled her eyes. He is old, not incapacitated. His spirit is far stronger than mine. He chats animatedly with the cleaning lady at the hotel, almost forgetting about his granddaughter. Lin Tian clicked his tongue in admiration. You are quite filial towards your grandfather, Zhao Yan huffed, who asked him to be so disrespectful. By the way, what business do you have in the South District? To find an old acquaintance. An old acquaintance? Who is it? Male or female? Unable to restrain himself, Lin Tian shot her a glance. You're asking too many questions. You'll find out when we meet. Before long, the 2 arrived at Linglan High School. Upon realizing where they were, Zhao Yan's expression shifted, her tone turning frosty. The old acquaintance you mentioned is Zhou Xiyu, I ascent it? You specifically came to find her. It's not her, Lin Tian shook his head. Oh. Lin Tian raked a hand through his hair, somewhat perplexed. He had forgotten which school Zhou Xiyu attended. How could Zhao Yan remember so clearly? At this hour, Linglan High School had already dismissed classes, and the gates were firmly shut. The 2 approached the guard station and informed the elderly guard of their desire to enter. I haven't seen you 2 before. Are you students of Linglan? The old man inquired. No, Lin Tian replied candidly, unable to fabricate a lie, as the guard could easily verify their status through their school badges. You are not allowed in, the guard stated flatly, his eyes narrowing. Sir, we only wish to find someone, and will be out in no more than 5 minutes, Lin Tian explained. No, the principal has expressly instructed that. With the high-stakes examination tomorrow, no outsiders are permitted entry, especially in light of the recent zombie outbreak. How can I be sure you're not here to cause trouble or posing as zombies? Lin Tian was left speechless. Sir, open your eyes and take a good look. Do we resemble zombies? The guard scrutinized them for a moment, then seriously nodded. You do. Lin Tian, on the verge of losing his temper, resisted the urge to punch the old man. Zhao Yan burst into laughter. You're still laughing? Lin Tian glared at her. Let me handle this. Zhao Yan pulled Lin Tian aside and addressed the elderly guard. Grandpa, since it's inconvenient for us to enter, could you at least call the person out? That should be permissible, right? A flicker of hesitation crossed the old man's face. Suddenly, he clutched his leg and wailed. Oh, it hurts. Age brings many ailments. Today's youth have no respect for their elders and treat me like a servant. Both were taken aback. Even Zhao Yan felt a surge of indignation. This old man is getting senile, she muttered under her breath. Old man, stop your wailing. Look at this. Lin Tian exclaimed, tossing an object inside. It landed on the ground with a crisp sound. Silver coin? The elderly guard's eyes lit up like a beacon upon recognizing it as a 50 denomination silver coin, and his previously stiff legs suddenly seemed remarkably agile. With a nimble leap, he deftly secured the silver coin beneath his palm, preventing it from plummeting into the crevice of the floor tiles. Haha, who are you looking for? I'll summon them at once. Even if he is asleep, I'll drag him from his bed to meet you. After acquiring the coin, the old man's demeanor underwent a complete transformation, radiating warmth and benevolence. His face adorned with a broad smile. What grade is he in? Which class? I'll fetch him right away. The stark contrast in his attitude left Zhao Yan utterly astonished. Lin Tian interjected. Her name is Yang Xiaowu, and she is in the second year of junior high. Which class in the second year? For a moment, Lin Tian found himself at a loss, as it had been over half a year since he last saw Yang Xiaowu. He only knew she was in the second year, but couldn't recall her exact class. Yang Xiaowu, I know her. She's in class 2 of the second year. I'll go call her, the old man declared, stepping out of the duty room and heading into the school grounds. The campus of Linglan High School was significantly larger than that of Changhai Middle School. The junior high section was situated behind several buildings of the high school. Lin Tian furrowed his brow slightly. Is Yang Xiaowu really that famous? Even the gatekeeper knows her name? Lin Tian, who is Yang Xiaowu? Zhao Yan inquired after the old man departed. She is the younger sister of a friend of mine. I'm looking after her, Lin Tian replied candidly. You're looking after her? Your expression suggests something else. The friend you met a few days ago, he is the one you sold the abyss scythe to. Unable to endure Zhao Yan's peculiar gaze, Lin Tian felt compelled to elaborate. Oh, so it's him, Zhao Yan said, her expression shifting to one of realization. She then probed further. So, he entrusted you with his sister. Does that mean? At this, Lin Tian lowered his head. You guessed correctly. He has turned into a zombie, and I was the one who ended his life. So that is how it is. Zhao Yan's voice softened. Just then, a cheerful voice rang out from behind them. Lin Tian, Zhao Yan, what brings you here? Turning around, Lin Tian spotted a slender, striking girl not far off. Zhou Xiyu. What a coincidence. Lin Tian exclaimed. You're even more beautiful after not seeing you for 2 days. Zhao Yan stepped forward, affectionately taking Zhou Xiyu's hand. The two were not strangers. They quickly engaged in conversation like old friends. Hey, Xiyu, your hands are so cold. Are you feeling unwell? Zhao Yan asked with concern. No. It's probably just the chilly weather lately. Zhou Xiyu's eyes flickered with a hint of panic as she quickly withdrew her hand. Oh, Zhao Yan didn't press further. Are you waiting for someone? Zhou Xiyu asked. Yes, a friend's sister, Zhao Yan replied. Zhou Xiyu felt delighted to see Lin Tian and Zhao Yan and wished to linger with them longer, but upon learning that they had important matters to attend to, she had to bid farewell. As she departed, she cast a lingering glance back at Lin Tian. Still looking? They've already walked away. Zhao Yan waved her hand in front of Lin Tian's face. Lin Tian snapped back to reality, frowning slightly. Something doesn't feel right. What's wrong? Zhao Yan inquired. Just then, Lin Tian noticed the gatekeeper approaching with a girl from the west side of the campus. The girl appeared to be around 13 or 14, her skin tender, with bright eyes and white teeth. However, her appearance was somewhat marred by her attire. Her hair was dyed purple, tousled, and draped over her shoulders, seeming as though it hadn't been properly cared for in quite some time. She wore heavy smoky makeup and striking red lipstick, her movements exceedingly flamboyant. As she approached, she was heard cursing incessantly. Oldly, let me tell you, if you dare to deceive me, I'll definitely break your bones. Lin Tian felt a wave of darkness wash over him. This was a quintessential rebellious little girl. He remembered her as being quite well behaved before. How had she transformed into this version of herself after just a short time apart? Yes, young Miss Yang. How could I ever deceive you? Rest assured, there truly is someone looking for you. The gatekeeper's demeanor was in stark contrast to how he had treated Lin Tian. He was now exceedingly humble before the girl. Lin Tian, is that you? The girl exclaimed in surprise upon recognizing him. Lin Tian's expression turned stern. I'm the same age as your brother. You should call me brother too. I won tea. Why should I? The girl pouted, tossing her hair defiantly. I'm leaving this to you. Remember, don't come back too late. If it's past 10 o'clock, I want to open the door. The gatekeeper shoved the girl out as if she were a harbinger of doom. Oldly, do you dare not open the door? Do you believe I'll smash your house? The girl turned back, raising her fist in a fierce threat. The old man immediately recoiled, like an ostrich burying its head in the sand. This scene left Lin Tian feeling utterly despondent. Yang Jungang, you should come back to life. I can't handle your sister. After all, Yang Jungang's last words had indicated that he would grant Yang Xiaowu 3 chances. Should she exceed 3 instances of disobedience, he would immediately abandon her. With that thought, Lin Tian's mood settled a little. What do you want with me? Where's my brother? Why hasn't he come? Who is this beautiful sister? Yang Xiaowu sauntered over to Lin Tian, her tone casual and nonchalant. This isn't the place for a conversation. Let us move elsewhere. Without waiting for her response, Lin Tian and Zhao Yan headed off in the distance, followed closely by Yang Xiaowu. Inside a private room of a restaurant, Yang Xiaowu exclaimed, "Wow, Lin Tian, you've struck it rich. You've brought us to such an upscale restaurant. A meal here costs dozens of gold coins." She excitedly paced around. "Order whatever you like." Lin Tian tossed the menu her way. "Really?" Yang Xiaowu looked at him suspiciously. "So I want tea hold back then." "Suit yourself," Lin Tian replied nonchalantly. Yang Xiaowu indeed didn't tea hold back, choosing the most expensive items, ordering a variety of delicacies that racked up over 100 gold coins. In the past, Lin Tian would have never indulged in such extravagance. However, now that he possessed a fortune of 1,000,000 gold coins, this amount felt trivial, hardly worth his concern. Furthermore, Yang Jungang had left Yang Xiaowu with 110,000 gold coins, more than enough for her to splurge for a while. It was only when Yang Xiaowu attempted to order 2 bottles of fine wine that Lin Tian finally intervened. "You may eat whatever you wish, but drinking alcohol is off limits." Yang Xiaowu nodded with a pout. "All right, I've never had it. I just wanted to taste it." After ordering, she sprawled out on the sofa in a carefree manner. Her long, fair legs splayed apart in a rather indecorous pose. Lin Tian, seated opposite her, inadvertently caught glimpses beneath her short skirt, revealing sights he ought not to see. Is this girl always so brazen? Has Yang Jungang never reined her in? Or is she simply adept at masquerading? Lin Tian's brow furrowed deeply. Yang Xiaowu seemed completely oblivious to the inappropriateness of her behavior. Zhao Yan's expression mirrored his concern. Wasn't Yang Xiaowu trying to seduce Lin Tian right in front of her? In such a scenario, how could a few men possibly maintain their composure? Yet, considering her brother had only recently passed, she had to suppress her rising ire. She rose and sat beside Yang Xiaowu, discreetly closing her legs while offering a gentle smile. "Xiaowu, girls should maintain a bit of modesty in public. Don't give those men any ideas." "And you are?" Yang Xiaowu leaned back against the sofa, questioning her. "I'm a friend of your brother's." Zhao Yan contemplated before responding. "I suppose that counts." Upon hearing those words, Yang Xiaowu instantly perked up. "Girlfriend? Sister-in-law?" Without waiting for Zhao Yan to respond, she shook her head. "Impossible. My brother's ugly visage. How could he possibly attract someone as beautiful as you?" Zhao Yan replied. "After all, he is your brother. Such remarks might be a tad unkind." "Uft. What's that supposed to mean?" Yang Xiaowu dismissed, shaking her head nonchalantly. "So, are you Lin Tian's girlfriend then?" This question caused Zhao Yan's cheeks to flush crimson. She quickly cast a furtive glance at Lin Tian, her eyes betraying a hint of panic, and hastily replied, "Not exactly." Lin Tian could no longer endure Yang Xiaowu's incessant chatter. "Xiaowu, look at this. It's a note left by your brother." He extracted the paper that Yang Jun had recently left and handed it to Yang Xiaowu. "What is it? Why not say it to my face?" Yang Xiaowu took the note casually, beginning to read. As she continued, the playful smile on her face gradually faded, and tears the size of beans began to cascade down her cheeks. "Brother, no, this can't be real. You're lying to me, right? He was at home during that time. Wasn't he? Why would he go to the black market?" Yang Xiaowu lifted her head, her tear-filled eyes searching Lin Tian's, filled with anguish and confusion. "My condolences. When I encountered him, he had already transformed into a zombie," Lin Tian said, unsure of how to console her. Chapter 86. Encountering a fearsome foe. With the grim truth laid bare, Yang Xiaowu succumbed to despair, collapsing onto Zhao Yan's lap and weeping openly. Lin Tian remained silent for an extended period. In recent days, the number of humans turned into zombies may have surpassed 1 million. The West District is the most impoverished area in Raccoon City, rife with slums and densely populated. During the outbreak, the speed of infection surpassed even that of a plague. Essentially, half of the West District had succumbed to the realm of the undead. Rumor had it that had it not been for the intervention from higher authorities, the mayor of Raccoon City would have already been ousted. After a considerable time, Yang Xiaowu's tears began to dry. During dinner, she remained silent, tears streaming down her face as she ate, her lively spirit a stark contrast to her current demeanor. After finishing their meal, Lin Tian escorted Yang Xiaowu back to Linglan High School. "Consider this your pocket money. Once you spend it, I'll give you more," he said, slipping her 10 gold coins. Yang Xiaowu raised her head, her swollen eyes staring blankly at him, speechless for a moment. "From now on, I'll be your brother. Hurry inside. I'll visit you again tomorrow." After watching her enter the school, Lin Tian felt a sense of relief as he departed. "Are you truly going to look after her?" Zhao Yan couldn't help but inquire on their way back. Lin Tian nodded. 3 months ago, I sustained severe injuries and was bedridden for a while. Yang Jun specifically cared for me for a week. Upon hearing this, Zhao Yan expressed a hint of envy. Your relationship is quite remarkable. The timeline Lin Tian referenced pertained to events that occurred after his arrival in this world. Had it been before his arrival, he would have had no connection to Yang Xiaowu, and thus would not have cared for her. Although Yang Jun merely tended to him by feeding him and assisting him to walk, those simple acts left an indelible mark on his memory. Oh, do you know who bought those fresh vegetables and fruits at that time? Zhao Yan suddenly asked. Is there any need to ask? Wasn't it Yang Jun? Lin Tian replied instinctively. Zhao Yan smirked. After a moment, Lin Tian seemed to remember something. Looking at her incredulously and blurted out, could it be you? Hee hee. Zhao Yan's pride swelled further. But wait. Lin Tian queried. Aren't you Zhu Yulong's girlfriend? Wouldn't he be upset if he found out? Zhao Yan's expression turned icy. Who told you that? Him? Or was it me? She fixed her gaze on Lin Tian, firing back. Lin Tian scratched his head, unsure of how to respond. Should he confess what he had seen? He feared that revealing the truth would only incite Zhao Yan's anger further. Lin Tian, have you noticed? It seems we have been walking through this alley for quite some time. Why haven't we exited yet? Zhao Yan halted, her face etched with confusion. Is that so? Despite his initial disbelief, Lin Tian too sensed something amiss. The dim streetlight at the alley's exit was less than 100 meters away, yet it felt perpetually out of reach. As if a chasm lay between them. This mere distance of 100 meters felt insurmountable. Is this the dark domain? Not good. We have enemies. Lin Tian's countenance shifted dramatically as realization dawned upon him. He swiftly summoned a battalion of skeleton warriors. The moment the skeletal soldiers emerged, a blade of darkness, darker than the night itself, descended upon him with blinding speed, leaving no time for reaction. Zhao Yan, wishing to invoke angelic protection to save Lin Tian, realized it was already too late, helplessly watching as the sword light threatened to cleave him in two. However, in the next moment, a bizarre occurrence transpired. The overwhelming sword light inexplicably swept past Lin Tian's head. Bang, 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 bang. A dozen skeleton warriors were reduced to mere bone fragments by the sword light. Thankfully, he had summoned the silver skeleton warriors, whose summoning time was nearly instantaneous. In that critical moment, the divine ability life link saved him, transferring all damage to the skeleton warriors. Had he summoned other undead, they might have been annihilated before even materializing. Protect yourself, Lin Tian commanded as he resumed summoning, once again calling forth skeleton warriors. With the infinite firepower divine ability, both his casting and cooldown times were reduced by 90. The cooldown for summoning skeleton warriors shrank from 3 seconds to merely 0.3 seconds, allowing for an almost uninterrupted summoning. In a brief span, nearly 1,000 skeleton warriors surrounded them. Only then did Lin Tian breathe a sigh of relief. Hi, old fool, come out. Sneak attacks are hardly commendable. He shouted into the night sky. Is it Hi? Zhao Yan's face paled. Before she could finish, a mocking voice resonated. Captain He. Today's youth seem increasingly ignorant of respecting their elders. They dare to insult you to your face. Another voice, notably calmer yet imbued with lethal intent, followed. No matter. They'll soon become corpses to accompany my son in the afterlife. In that moment, Lin Tian's expression darkened. If it were just Hi, he might have had a slim chance of escaping with his current strength. But with another expert of similar caliber, his predicament would become exceedingly dire. Recognizing this, he hesitated not for a moment, continuing to summon the undead. A terrifying knight and a bone demon were each summoned with a contingent of skeleton fire mages. His mental energy was quickly depleted. Without a second's delay, he downed 2 bottles of awakening potions. Zhao Yan promptly used mental purification to dispel the side effects of the potions. Taking a deep breath, Lin Tian summoned skeleton warriors once more. This time, he summoned diamond-grade skeleton warriors. His mental energy was drained once again. Lin Tian consumed 2 more awakening potions, with Zhao Yan's mental purification following closely behind. Currently, Lin Tian had summoned 82 diamond-grade skeleton warriors among the undead. Platinum-level bone demons, 49. Golden-level terrifying knights, 56. Golden-level skeleton mages, 1080. Silver-level skeleton warriors, 996. Silver-level skeleton archers, 201. There are no summon ghouls or corpse hounds. Among them, the diamond-level skeleton warriors are intermingled with the silver-level skeleton warriors, making it difficult to distinguish between the two without close inspection. While he summoned the undead, Zhao Yan was also busy, continuously casting angelic shields around the 2 bodies. In that brief moment, over 20 angelic shields had encircled Lin Tian. He surmised that this must be a new ability Zhao Yan acquired upon leveling up, allowing her to stack and release angelic shields. At the mouth of the alley, a tall, imposing figure slowly approached them. Hi. Despite having never seen him before, Lin Tian instantly recognized his name. Chapter 87, The Bone Knight Demon. Kid, everyone has underestimated you. It seems this is your true strength. However, in the face of genuine power, all your efforts are futile. Today, you shall find no escape. You must die. He stood with his back to the light, rendering his features indistinguishable. Lin Tian could easily guess that He was seething with rage and murderous intent. As He advanced step by step, Lin Tian felt an immense pressure, even from a distance. Old man, be careful. Today, it's uncertain who will walk away alive. Lin Tian declared defiantly in response to He's intimidation. Kid, I admit you possess arrogant strength. Given time, you could grow to an extraordinarily terrifying level. Therefore, I must crush this talent in its cradle. A voice filled with resentment echoed from behind. Lin Tian turned to see Qi. He had felt a sense of familiarity earlier. It was the notorious death row inmate he had battled before. Confused, Lin Tian pondered how a wanted criminal and the vice captain of the Azure Sky Mercenary Corps could join forces. Upon noticing Qi intact right arm, Lin Tian understood. It must have cost He a great deal to grant Qi a new arm, and with both harboring a deep-seated enmity towards Lin Tian, they had decided to collaborate in his demise. Two of you ambushing a junior. My reputation is indeed vast. Lin Tian scoffed. He was beginning to comprehend why He refrained from striking during the day. The presence of school teachers nearby had made him wary. Thus, they had waited until now. Such tricks are futile against me. Even if you hand over the fate slate, you must still pay with your son's life. He's voice dripped with chilling malice. The fate slate. Lin Tian's expression sharpened. He's own words confirmed the secret he bore. It was indeed the fate slate. This was also the reason He had persistently targeted him. It was likely that Qin Wanyan was unwittingly involved as well. What is this fate slate? I do not possess it. Lin Tian feigned ignorance. But since you are so eager to see your son, I can certainly send you to join him. Seeking death. He roared in fury. Arrogant brat, relish your final moments. Soon, you shall plunge into eternal darkness, doomed forever. With a thunderous roar, He's left hand clawed upward toward the heavens. Instantly, Lin Tian felt as though the very night had been seized. The entire world plunged into an inky abyss, shrouded in darkness where not even a finger could be seen. In the blink of an eye, Lin Tian adapted. For the flames of soul fire in over 2,000 undead illuminated the realm as brightly as day. Suddenly confronted with such a terrifying sight, Zhao Yan was gripped by fear and instinctively grasped Lin Tian's hand. I have means to preserve my life. Do not concern yourself with me. Focus on protecting yourself. Lin Tian instructed before commencing the sacrificial summoning of the undead. Qi and He had already begun their assault. Despite their overwhelming strength, the numerous undead surrounding them made it difficult for them to break through quickly, having previously suffered defeat at Lin Tian's hands. Qi harbored a deep-seated dread of these undead and immediately utilized his phantom doppelganger, swiftly dispatching the undead blocking their path. Countless undead ignited in flames. All 82 diamond-level skeletons were sacrificed. Not a single skeleton fire mage remained. From a distance, it appeared as if a colossal inferno had erupted within the alley. Even He's dark domain was nearly set ablaze. What is he doing? Such commotion. Witnessing this spectacle, He's eyelids twitched wildly, sensing impending doom. He resolved to end this swiftly. Dark forbidden soul slash. He bellowed, unleashing a massive black blade of energy that stretched for dozens of meters, exuding an overwhelming and violent force as it cleaved towards Lin Tian. Before the dark forbidden soul slash even descended, its formidable aura extinguished the soul fires of numerous undead, causing their bodies to disintegrate. A cruel smile crept upon He's lips. I should have slain Lin Tian at the very beginning. That way, He would not have met his end. If the fate slate is lost, it is lost. If I cannot have it, neither shall anyone else. He was supremely confident that this strike would annihilate both Lin Tian and Zhao Yan. Faced with this cataclysmic blow, Zhao Yan suddenly realized her spirit felt as though it were ensnared, rendering her incapable of using any skills. The angelic blessing was rendered useless. Her face paled in horror. For a practitioner, being unable to utilize skills foretold dire consequences. As a light angel, her role as a battle mage relied heavily on her skills. Unlike warrior classes, whose combat capabilities remained somewhat intact even without skills, she felt utterly powerless. Zhao Yan glanced at Lin Tian, only to see his expression remain solemn. Even as the blade of energy loomed overhead, he exhibited no trace of fear or trepidation. Lin Tian had not anticipated that He would unleash his most potent attack right from the outset. He too found himself unable to use any skills, as though his very spirit had been drawn into that blade. Just as the blade was about to descend, a figure abruptly appeared above them. Boom! With a thunderous crash, an unknown number of bones shattered into fragments. A colossal figure crashed heavily to the ground. Had Lin Tian not swiftly pulled Zhao Yan back, He himself would have been unscathed due to his life link, but Zhao Yan might have been crushed on the spot. Roar. The monstrous skeletal wings bore a deep gash as it shook its head and let out an enraged roar directed at He-Hai. The beast that had shielded them from the dark forbidden soul slash was a massive skeletal bat, towering 3 meters tall, with a wingspan of 10 meters. This was the new undead birth from the sacrificial summoning. Bone Knight Demon Epic. Level 22. Vitality 4,000. Strength 5,000. Agility 2,000. Mentality 3,000. Skills: Fearful Screech, Claw of Bones. Boom. Another synthesized undead crashed to the ground, pulverizing a group of skeleton warriors into dust. This undead resembled a werewolf, its body in a state of decay, with blood-red pupils radiating a chilling murderous intent. Shadow Werewolf. Epic. Level 22. Physique 4,500. Strength 6,000. Agility 1,000. Spirit 1,000. Skills: Blood Chase, Ancient Howl, Life Drain. The attributes of the two undead beings were so formidable that Lin Tian was nearly left speechless. Truly, they were epic-level undead, their attributes surpassing those of the cursed puppets by several folds. Sensing the presence of the two undead, He-Hai's expression turned exceedingly grave. The Bone Knight Demon flapped its wings and soared into the air. With its 1-meter-long claws, it slashed towards the heavens. SCZ. 3 beams of white light flashed instantaneously. In the next moment, the pitch-black night was torn apart by its bony claws, creating several rifts. Boom. He-Hai's realm of darkness shattered into countless fragments. Chapter 88. Slaying Chi Haining. The moonlight cascaded down once more, illuminating the shadow werewolf. The shadow werewolf howled a long, resonant wolf's cry towards the sky. Subsequently, its body transformed, its fur shifting to a blood-red hue. Roar. With an enraged bellow, the shadow werewolf leaped, instantly appearing before Chi Haining. Chi Haining was caught off guard, unable to comprehend why his true form was so easily locked onto. As the shadow werewolf's claws came crashing down, he was nearly frightened to death, hastily retracting all his avatars and raising a longsword to shield himself. Bang! The platinum longsword in his hand was bent deeply by the shadow werewolf's strike. Utilizing the rebound force, Chi Haining retreated several meters. Chi Haining's internal energy surged as he gazed upon the towering 2-meter-tall werewolf, his eyes filled with unprecedented trepidation. The contact from the previous strike had made him acutely aware of the shadow werewolf's immense strength, far surpassing that of the decaying giant troll he had faced days prior. Moreover, he sensed that despite unleashing a powerful strike, its effectiveness was markedly diminished. Unbeknownst to him, he had already been affected by the curse of the undead. His strength diminished by 30%. Just dealing with one werewolf was challenging enough. How would he contend with the other bat? A sense of foreboding crept into Chi Haining's mind. Meanwhile, the Bone Knight Demon and He-Hai were engaged in a fierce battle. Each clash resonated with the sound of bone-crunching impacts. Bones were continuously severed from the Bone Knight Demon, while He-Hai bore numerous gashes from its claws. If it were merely the Bone Knight Demon, he could manage to hold his ground. However, he was besieged by countless undead attacking and harassing him. He could still dispatch the skeletal warriors and fearsome knights with a single stroke, yet some bone demons proved difficult to slay without exerting his full strength. Even the bone demon's hellfire projectiles were something he was reluctant to encounter. Both battlefronts, Chi Haining and He-Hai, found themselves surrounded by innumerable undead, falling into a disadvantageous position, relying solely on defense and evasion. The relentless, reckless tactics of these undead left them with no opportunity for counterattack. After meticulously observing both battlefronts, Lin Tian resolved to eliminate the weaker Chi Haining first. He summoned another batch of diamond-level skeletal warriors to join the fray. Chi Haining, oppressed by the shadow werewolf, felt a surge of frustration. He maximized the advantages of his Phantom Sword Saint class, reaching the pinnacle of speed and agility. Yet, no matter how hard he tried, he could not evade the shadow werewolf. Regardless of how far he fled, the shadow werewolf, guided by the scent of blood, could instantly close the distance. Moreover, during their exchanges, he sensed a significant portion of his vitality being siphoned away by the shadow werewolf, filling him with agitation. Sword technique of the split blade. After clearing a batch of undead, Chi Haining noticed dozens of skeletal warriors charging at him. Without a second thought, he prepared to unleash a skill to obliterate them all. However, this time, his intentions fell short. The sword light left deep gashes upon the skeletal warriors, severing several of their bones, yet not a single one was slain. What was happening? The weakest undead could not be killed by a single strike? Chi Haining was dumbfounded. Only after inspecting one of the skeletal warrior's attributes did his expression change dramatically. Diamond-level skeletal warriors? He gasped in disbelief. Retreat. A thought flashed through Chi Haining's mind. Without any hesitation or farewells to He-Hai, he conjured several avatars and fled in all directions. Pursue. Lin Tian could not allow this troublesome adversary to escape. He immediately commanded the shadow werewolf to pursue. The shadow werewolf could pinpoint its quarry with the scent of blood, and the one it was chasing was undoubtedly Chi Haining's true form. Indeed, upon seeing the shadow werewolf closing in, Chi Haining's expression shifted drastically. Youngster, leave a thread of life for our future encounters. Do not pursue to the bitter end. Chi Haining shouted furiously at Lin Tian. Lin Tian did not even lift his eyelids. Was it too late to plead for mercy now? Just days ago, Chi Haining had nearly taken his life. He knew that he held no grievances against Chi Haining, and though aware of the latter's status as a death row inmate, he had no desire to seek justice or report him. Yet, Chi Haining had initiated an attempt on his life. To deal with such a ruthless and cold-hearted foe, one must respond with even greater ferocity. The order was clear. He must be slain. Lin Tian was unaware of how many bottles of awakening potions he had consumed, as he summoned batch after batch of skeletal fire mages, rapidly deploying them. Seeing Lin Tian's lack of response, Chi Haining gritted his teeth, bit down on his tongue, and spat forth a mouthful of heart's blood. A cloud of blood mist engulfed all his avatars simultaneously, causing the shadow werewolf to momentarily struggle to discern which was the true body. Seizing this opportunity, Chi Haining transformed into a fleeting shadow, leaping atop the skull warriors' heads and sprinting towards the alley's exit. However, after only a few steps, he abruptly halted. Not far ahead, over 100 skeletal fire mages raised their bony staffs, launching fireballs towards him. A dense barrage of fireballs obstructed all his escape routes. Chi Haining dodged left and right, yet the sheer number of fireballs was overwhelming. He was unable to evade them and was struck by several. At this moment, a multitude of diamond-level skeletal warriors surrounded him. Chi Haining unleashed his full power, attacking furiously, managing to slay over 20 skeletal warriors. Yet his condition was dire, his body riddled with wounds. His visage blackened and disheveled from the relentless fireballs. As he once again erupted with fury, repelling the skeletal warriors, he prepared to flee when a claw, covered in hard fur, pierced through his chest. Clutched within that claw was a steaming, blood-soaked heart. Chi Haining's eyes widened in disbelief. Then, with a tilt of his head, he collapsed lifelessly to the ground. At long last, one adversary had been vanquished. The very same Chi Haining who had nearly dealt Lin Tian a fatal blow just days prior now lay dead at Lin Tian's hands. On the other front, He-Hai's battle was infinitely more intense. He-Hai, as the vice-captain of the Azure Sky mercenary group, was a level 39 diamond-level dark warrior. His strength astonished Lin Tian. Amidst the onslaught of the Bone Knight Demon, Bone Demons, and thousands of undead, he remained vibrantly alive. The number of undead he had slain had surpassed 500, and he had dispatched dozens of powerful bone demons. However, Lin Tian could discern that He-Hai's current condition was far from favorable. He was barely holding on, with the potential for collapse looming ever closer. His endurance thus far was sustained by a plethora of precious potions. As the vice-captain of the Azure Sky mercenary corps, He-Hai's immense wealth left Lin Tian in awe. To his astonishment, He-Hai possessed the Infernal Fire Bomb. Moreover, his version of the Infernal Fire Bomb was even more potent than that of the Bone Demon. Moments ago, He-Hai had thrown an Infernal Fire Bomb at Lin Tian, attempting to catch him off guard and eliminate him. Naturally, Lin Tian emerged unscathed. Zhao Yin had invoked angelic protection, allowing a small angel to take her place in death, remaining entirely unharmed. Chapter 89, Slaying He-Hai. Having endured a setback once, Lin Tian would not fall prey to the same trap twice. He summoned a considerable number of undead to serve as meat shields, denying He-Hai any opportunity. With the demise of Chi Haining and the emergence of the shadow werewolf, He-Hai's plight became exceedingly dire. The presence of a single Bone Knight demon had already pushed him to his limits. The arrival of another foe of similar strength, the shadow werewolf, left him scarcely able to catch his breath. At this moment, a tumult of emotions surged within him: shock, fear, regret, and despair. Cursed be it. What could have possibly weakened me so drastically? How could a mere bet have entangled me for such an extended period? He-Hai seethed in fury. The undead curse diminished an enemy's strength and spirit by 30%. Weakening the foe effectively bolstered oneself. Suddenly, He-Hai severed his own arm with a sword. A terrifying aura radiated from the severed limb. Enduring excruciating pain and drenched in sweat, He-Hai bellowed, "Dark Priest, Gate of Space, open." The severed arm trembled violently. Invisible fissures appeared out of thin air. Desperate to survive by sacrificing his arm, Lin Tian immediately discerned He-Hai's intentions. After all, He-Hai was a level 39, and it was not surprising that he possessed formidable survival skills. His plan was to forfeit an arm to forcibly open a short-range teleportation portal to escape to safety. Lin Tian's eyes narrowed. He swiftly employed the god-level corpse explosion technique. The shadow werewolf, bone knight demon, and other undead began to swell rapidly. Boom, boom, boom. The earth-shattering explosions echoed relentlessly. Massive slabs of stone were hurled into the air, disintegrating. The surrounding walls crumbled in large sections. At the epicenter of the explosion, a ferocious shockwave swept away everything in its path. Undead that had not self-destructed were torn to shreds by the force of the blast, their bodies as fragile as paper. Even diamond-class skeleton warriors could not withstand the onslaught for more than 2 seconds before being obliterated. Having learned from his past experience, Lin Tian had already taken Zhao Yin and fled in the opposite direction at the earliest moment. Even so, they were still subjected to considerable impact. Fortunately, the number of undead serving as meat shields was substantial, including many bone demons and fearsome knights. Thus, they emerged unscathed, merely knocked to the ground as if by a fierce wind. Zhao Yin remained dazed for some time, unable to recover from the tremendous sound of the explosion. She was not unfamiliar with the corpse explosion technique. Aside from necromancers, other mages could utilize it as well. However, the results of others' corpse explosions typically resulted in nothing more than a small crater and minor injuries. To annihilate a monster or enemy required an extremely high spirit. Otherwise, it was a daunting task. Just days prior, she had witnessed a mage attempt the technique, only to fail to even sever a zombie's leg. In contrast, Lin Tian's god-level corpse explosion was akin to a cloudburst bomb detonation. Even now, her ears buzzed, rendering other sounds indistinct. Eventually, the ringing subsided. Upon arriving at the explosion site, the sight that greeted them was truly shocking. A massive pit exceeded 10 meters in diameter and 3 meters in depth, seemingly narrating the tremendous power of the recent explosion. Aside from a multitude of shattered bones, not a single living undead remained. Hihai had vanished without a trace. Has Hihai truly perished? Zhao Yin gazed blankly at the enormous pit, softly covering her lips as she murmured her inquiry. Barring any unforeseen circumstances, he should be dead. Lin Tian replied. The explosion of a platinum-level rotting bone demon could heavily injure Qi Hanying. Even if Hihai was stronger than Qi Hanying, it would only be marginally so. Now, with the combined detonations of 2 epic-level undead alongside hundreds of others, he found it implausible that Hihai could still be alive. Space-related skills are most vulnerable to instability. The god-level corpse explosion was more than sufficient to obliterate any dark gate Hihai could conjure. The two searched around the pit for a considerable time, but found no sign of Hihai. Lin Tian summoned a corpse hound to assist in the search. This tactic proved quite effective. Before long, the corpse hound returned, clutching a mangled ear. It seemed Hihai was indeed dead. His remains were utterly unrecognizable. With this formidable adversary neutralized, Lin Tian exhaled deeply, the shadows that had loomed over his heart dissipating at last. The once dominant Hihai hung like a sword of Damocles above him, instilling constant worry. Now, an indescribable sense of relief washed over him. All grievances between him and Hihai had reached a satisfying conclusion. Zhao Yin felt genuine joy as well, for she had a share in the demise of Hihai. Even if she had not accompanied Lin Tian today, had Lin Tian been slain by Hihai, Hihai would not have spared her either. Hihai was the vice-captain of the Azure Sky Mercenary Corps. It was only a matter of time before they traced the murder back to them. Would the Azure Sky Mercenary Corps seek revenge on them? Zhao Yin pondered another question and asked. That depends on whether it is worthwhile. Lin Tian replied nonchalantly. Even if they could trace it back, it would take quite some time. Would the Azure Sky Mercenary Corps really pursue us for a dead man? Such a fruitless endeavor would require careful consideration. They would not act rashly. Yet Lin Tian thought to himself that even if the Azure Sky Mercenary Corps were to act out of fervor seeking retribution for Hihai, he held no fear. By that time, he would be capable of summoning even more powerful undead, rendering him unconcerned about the Azure Sky Mercenary Corps. Indeed, you are correct. Zhao Yin nodded in agreement. Hihai had been obliterated to the point of being unrecognizable by the god-level corpse explosion. All his belongings, weapons included, had been destroyed in the explosion, leaving not a single intact item behind. Qi Hanying's corpse, however, remained nearly unscathed. Lin Tian instructed the skeleton warriors to search him, retrieving numerous valuable items. First was a longsword. Its pearlescent blade shimmered like autumn waters, captivating to behold. Just a single glance gave the impression that one's skin would be cleaved. Silverwing flowing light, platinum, strength 180, sharpness 30. This weapon could fetch no less than 1.5 million gold coins. Zhao Yin exclaimed excitedly. Upon hearing this price, even though Lin Tian possessed 2 million gold coins, his heart raced with excitement. In addition to Silverwing flowing light, Qi Hanying also had a necklace and 2 rings removed from his person. Elemental Chain, Platinum. Spirit 170. Damage from all elemental spell skills 50. Is this not a tremendous waste? A warrior class character adorned with a mage-s necklace. Lin Tian shook his head. Then he turned his attention to the rings. Elemental Torrent, Platinum. Spirit 200. Mana Rebound. Absorbs and stores a complete spell skill, then releases it. Cooldown, 1 hour. An exceptional item. The attributes of the ring immediately invoked the term priceless in Lin Tian's mind. The versatility of Elemental Torrent was simply unparalleled. If one were to absorb an epic skill and unleash it at a critical moment, it could potentially turn the tide. Fortunately, Chi Haining had been imprisoned for so long that he had no opportunity to seek out powerful mages to store skills. Otherwise, even if he had merely a diamond-level skill, he might not have met his demise today. Chapter 90. The Treasure Map. Another ring. Blessing of the Gods. Platinum. Spirit 180. When faced with a lethal threat, it expends all its energy to generate a protective shield, reducing damage by 90. Cooldown time, 1 hour. Lin Tian understood why the explosion of the rotting giant troll had not killed Chi Haining that day. It turned out this ring had absorbed the overwhelming majority of the damage. Subsequently, Lin Tian picked up Chi Haining's void bracelet and emptied its contents. To his surprise, it contained far less than he had imagined. First, there were coins, only 200,000 in total. Given that Chi Haining was a condemned prisoner, it was reasonable. This sum was likely stolen from others. Then, there was a tattered, filthy rag, covered in chaotic, multicolored scribbles. What is this? Lin Tian pondered aloud. Zhao Yan fell into contemplation. After a moment, her eyes lit up as she said, Lin Tian, could this possibly be a treasure map? A treasure map? Lin Tian was taken aback and scrutinized it once more. The rag bore numerous lines. After staring at it for a while, he still could not discern how it resembled a treasure map. It doesn't look like one, he muttered. Look at it this way. Zhao Yan pointed at the rag. Do these lines not resemble mountains? That broken red line looks like a road, and this small blue area could very well indicate a lake. As for this section, I'm not entirely sure, but it somewhat resembles a volcano. And here, Zhao Yan continued to analyze and speculate, while Lin Tian nodded frequently. If this is a treasure map, where could the location be? Lin Tian inquired. I can't tell. Zhao Yan shook her head. This piece of cloth may only be part of the treasure map. We would need the complete map to determine the location. Let us check the back, Lin Tian suggested, flipping the rag over. To his surprise, the reverse side bore no drawings, only 2 sets of numbers. Due to its age, some parts were difficult to decipher. After much effort, he finally read them. 56468711649. What could this mean? Lin Tian was baffled. Zhao Yan couldn't help but roll her eyes at him. How can you not know this, being such a top student? This is a dimensional coordinate. Dimensional coordinate. Upon hearing those words, Lin Tian felt invigorated. The calamities invading the main world originated from other dimensions. However, when humanity grows powerful, it too can invade other dimensions, plundering resources and wealth. Many significant factions, such as the Church of Light, possess control over several minor dimensions, which is one of the reasons they remain formidable. Otherwise, how could they have survived under the national machinery until now? Some dimensions are rich in resources, while others are barren. Major factions often erupt into wars over dimensional control. The most recent major dimensional war occurred 30 years ago between the Divine Xia Empire and the Fusang Empire in the Flame Dimension. The scale of a national-level dimensional war speaks volumes about the importance of the Flame Dimension. Initially, only the Divine Xia Empire and the Fusang Empire were involved. But as the situation escalated, numerous powerful nations became entangled. The outcome of the war was unexpected. No one emerged victorious. As the armies of various nations were ambushed by the natives of the Flame Dimension during the decisive battle, humanity suffered heavy losses, with reports of 2 divine-class professionals perishing. In the end, the participating nations reached a consensus to temporarily set aside their animosities and disputes, jointly developing the Flame Dimension, advancing steadily and gradually encroaching upon it. Could it be that the treasure lies within this dimension? Lin Tian speculated. It must be. Otherwise, why would there be a dimensional coordinate left behind? Zhao Yan affirmed confidently. Can we use this coordinate to determine which dimension it is? Lin Tian asked. In response, Zhao Yan, exasperated, said, Who is the real top student here? Shouldn't I be asking you this? Lin Tian could only laugh awkwardly. Zhao Yan continued. As for knowledge about dimensions, we only scratched the surface in high school because it was not applicable. A systematic study will have to wait until university. However, her tone shifted as she added, This dimensional coordinate seems somewhat familiar. Familiar? Lin Tian felt a twinge of disappointment. If it were an unclaimed dimension, acquiring it would be an immense fortune. Even if the dimension were desolate, merely growing potatoes would ensure a lifetime of sustenance. Just imagine the sheer quantity of potatoes from an entire dimension. It would last an eternity. Of course, developing a dimension requires vast financial resources. Even the most meager dimension necessitates tens of millions of gold coins for initial development. Establishing a stable dimensional passage alone costs at least 5 million gold coins. And it is not easy to find skilled workers. Based on this coordinate, it should be in the northwest heavenly region, at 46 degrees, 87 minutes, 22 seconds. Hey, doesn't that sound remarkably like the flame dimension? Indeed, it is within the flame dimension. Zhao Yan concluded with certainty. The flame dimension. Lin Tian repeated those words, feeling the treasure map in his hand lose its allure. Tasteless, yet too valuable to discard. The flame dimension is home to countless elite professionals, including divine-class practitioners, as well as numerous superpowers and formidable natives. What right do they have to venture in and seek treasure? The flame dimension bears the label of a national dimension. If they were to cross over without using the official passage and were discovered, the consequences would be severe. If they used the official dimensional passage, treasure hunting would become a farce. The treasures buried in the flame dimension must be incredibly precious, perhaps even the fabled destiny slates. Zhao Yan, however, was exceedingly excited. Lin Tian, upon hearing this, felt increasingly disinterested. If Zhao Yan knew that he had already used 3 destiny slates, one could only imagine her astonishment. Let us keep the treasure map for now. We'll revisit it when our strength is sufficient. Let us divide the other items first, Lin Tian suggested. Yes. Upon hearing about the spoils, Zhao Yan's eyes sparkled with anticipation. The most straightforward division would be the coins. With 200,000 coins, each could have 100,000. There were 4 pieces of platinum equipment. Among them, the most valuable was undoubtedly Qi Haniang's weapon, the Silverwing Flowing Light. The necklace and 2 rings were of comparable value. Let us each take a ring. I have various means of self-protection. You can use this one, the blessing of the gods. It could save your life at a crucial moment. Lin Tian said, holding up the ring. Chapter 91, The Sighing Staff. Great, Zhao Yan exclaimed, happily slipping the blessing of the gods onto her finger. As she beheld Lin Tian donning another ring amidst the elemental torrents, a fleeting thought crossed her mind, causing her cheeks to flush ever so slightly. Among the remaining items yet to be allocated were a platinum longsword, the Silverwing Glimmer, a platinum necklace, the Chain of Elements, and a silver void bracelet. Upon equipping the Chain of Elements, one would gain a skill damage increase of 50. However, it was of little use to Lin Tian and appeared to be far more suitable for Zhao Yan. Thus, Zhao Yan claimed both the Chain of Elements and the void bracelet, while Lin Tian acquired the Silverwing Glimmer. The preceding battles had been relatively effortless, with Zhao Yan contributing significantly. Were it not for her continuous use of mind purification, Lin Tian alone would not have been able to vanquish He Hai and Qi Haniang, at best managing to ensure his own survival. Let us hurry. It seems someone is approaching. Lin Tian's necromantic domain detected rapidly moving light points, clearly heading towards their current location. The commotion from the earlier skirmish had likely been audible from over a kilometer away. With over 200 points of mental energy, Lin Tian could sense targets up to 200 meters away through his necromantic domain. It could be the city guards, Zhao Yan remarked. With no time to tidy the scene, the two hastily departed from the area. Half an hour later, they arrived at the trading market of the Adventurers Guild. With the high-stakes examination looming the next day, Lin Tian intended to make additional preparations. Presently, his weapon, the Silver Moon Staff, was still of golden quality, and it had become somewhat outdated. Although he could enhance his summoned undead through unlimited reinforcement and the Fate Stone Tablet, superior weaponry would augment his mental energy significantly, enabling him to summon even more undead. After perusing the market, Lin Tian discovered a shop where he exchanged the platinum weapon, Silverwing Glimmer, for a platinum-grade staff in a near-equitable trade. Sighing Staff, Platinum. Mental Energy 220. Replacing the Silver Moon Staff with the Sighing Staff resulted in a substantial increase of 155 points in mental energy. His mental energy now soared to 367 points. The Sighing Staff boasted no additional functionalities, its sole merit being the considerable boost to mental energy, exactly what Lin Tian valued most. Hence, he unhesitatingly traded for it upon discovering the Sighing Staff. The Silver Moon Staff he had replaced was sold for 550,000 gold coins. Zhao Yan similarly procured a platinum-grade staff. Radiant Moon Staff, Platinum. Mental Energy 190. Deals 30 damage with light-based skills. The Radiant Moon Staff was exceptionally well suited to her class as a light angel. As if tailored specifically for her, Lin Tian refrained from purchasing any skill books, as he currently had sufficient skills at his disposal. Acquiring new skills would necessitate at least platinum-level skills, which were priced no less than 2 million. Even a single tome would deplete his resources, reducing him back to impoverishment. They found a large potion shop where Lin Tian bought a considerable number of clarity potions, 50 bottles in total. Zhao Yin purchased even more, including clarity potions, void potions, and volcanic potions, among others. The void potion granted immunity to physical damage for 3 seconds. The volcanic potion was a platinum potion that could temporarily elevate one's level by 5 for 30 seconds, albeit with a consequent 5-minute period of weakness, during which all attributes would be halved. With her golden legendary attribute of mind purification, Zhao Yin could completely disregard the aftereffects of using the volcanic potion. Additionally, she gifted Lin Tian 2 bottles of the golden potion, Spring of Life. Lin Tian initially refused, but she insisted on forcing them into his hands. Lin Tian, wake up! The sound of knocking jolted Lin Tian from his slumber. After washing up and stepping outside, he found Zhao Yin had been waiting at the door for quite some time. I knew it. If I didn't call you, you would have certainly overslept. Today is the high-stakes examination, and you still dare to sleep so soundly? I truly admire you, Zhao Yin remarked, shaking her head. Well, a good night's sleep ensures one is more spirited for the examination, doesn't it? Let us go have breakfast, Lin Tian chuckled in response. After finishing breakfast, he had barely taken 2 steps when Zhao Yin seized his arm. Where are you going? Zhao Yin inquired. To school. Is there a problem? Lin Tian replied, bewildered. Zhao Yin explained. No, this year's high-stakes examination has been relocated. It will not be held at Shanghai High School. Then where is it? Lin Tian asked. Zhao Yin slowly articulated. This year is somewhat special. All high school participants from Raccoon City will take the examination at a single location. This change was implemented due to a cheating incident at a high school in Linhai City last year, which had significant repercussions. After discussions among the leaders of various universities, it was decided to gather all candidates from each city for a centralized examination, with the dungeons or secret realms used for the trials provided by the universities. This way, incidents of cheating can be effectively avoided. Our examination venue this year is the central square of Raccoon City. Lin Tian mused, I see. That high school in Linhai had quite the audacity to cheat. They received their just desserts. This year, none of the top 10 universities in the Xinxia Empire are recruiting from Linhai City. Even if a god-tier profession emerged, they wouldn't be interested. Zhao Yin replied with a light laugh. You seem to take a certain delight in this misfortune? Lin Tian queried, gazing at her. Of course. Zhao Yin responded, as if it were the most natural thing. With Linhai City's quota eliminated, it will be redistributed to other cities. Perhaps Raccoon City will gain an additional slot. Lin Tian nodded slightly, then added, I'm a bit puzzled. If a god-tier profession emerges from Linhai City, would Xinxia University and Qingbei University truly not want them? How could that be possible? Zhao Yin immediately shook her head, saying, that's just talk meant to silence others. If a god-tier profession truly emerged, the major universities would be scrambling for them. Keep in mind, there are only 5 god-tier professions in the entire Xinxia Empire. Each is treated like a national treasure. Combined, there are fewer than 30 god-tier professions in all other nations. The ancient gods and demons numbered 72, corresponding to 72 fate stones, meaning there can be at most 72 god-tier professions. It can be said that god-tier professions are the earthly agents of the gods and demons. The last time a god-tier profession awakened in the Xinxia Empire was 15 years ago. Now I understand, Lin Tian replied, enlightened. As they conversed, they continued their journey towards the central square. Along the way, they observed numerous city guards patrolling. Given the significance of the day, nearly half of the city's guard force had been deployed to maintain order. There's one more thing you might not know, Zhao Yin said. What is it? Lin Tian inquired. Zhao Yin gestured towards the direction of the western district. After a night, all the zombies have vanished. Lin Tian felt a chill run down his spine. Chapter 92, Abyssal Potions. After a moment, Lin Tian asked, could it be that the universities took action? Very astute. Zhao Yin nodded approvingly. Indeed. The instructors from those universities who come to recruit are all at least level 50. I've heard that the recruitment mentor from Xinxia University is at level 72. The mayor had already been overwhelmed by the zombie crisis, so upon the arrival of these instructors, he lavished them with gifts and money, imploring them to help eliminate the zombies. These mentors were indeed formidable. Not only did they eradicate all the zombies, but they also slew numerous convicts attempting to take advantage of the chaos. Level 72. Lin Tian gasped in astonishment. One stomp and Raccoon City would be obliterated. Before long, the two arrived at the central square. At that moment, the square was a sea of humanity, teeming with a crowd so dense that it was nearly overwhelming. Surely, there must be hundreds of thousands of people. Most of these individuals are mere spectators, while others are parents, relatives, or friends of the students. Zhao Yan's grandfather, Zhao Hao, had considered coming to watch her and Lin Tian take their college entrance examination, but Zhao Yan persuaded him otherwise. With such a massive crowd, any incident could lead to a disastrous stampede. The entire square was enveloped by an enormous, earthy yellow light shield, reminiscent of a smaller version of the Raccoon City protective dome. Upon entering the shield, Lin Tian immediately spotted a vast temporary platform erected in the square. On the platform sat over 100 individuals, and before them stood signs bearing the names of their respective universities, indicating their affiliations. These individuals, though unassuming in demeanor, instilled a sense of trepidation among the onlookers, as few dared to approach, and even the murmurs of those near the platform diminished significantly. Among the university mentors, the mayor of Raccoon City was also present on the platform, alongside Xiong Wei, the principal of Changhai High School. Most other high school principals were likewise gathered there. Lin Tian scanned the area, locating Changhai High School's designated spot, and walked over with Zhao Yan. Lin Tian, Lin Tian. Suddenly, a bright voice rang out from the crowd. Following the sound, Lin Tian turned to find Yang Xiaowu calling him. She was jumping up and down amidst the throng, waving enthusiastically, her cheeks flushed with excitement. Lin Tian glanced around before making his way over, with Zhao Yan promptly in tow. Yang Xiaowu had to exert considerable effort to squeeze her way out of the crowd. Lin Tian regarded her with a slight frown. What brings you here? Aren't you supposed to be in class today? With a toss of her long hair, Yang Xiaowu replied. How could I possibly miss such an important occasion as the college entrance examination? Besides, today is a holiday. Lin Tian nodded slightly, and added, you should head back. It's crowded here, and I want to have time to look after you later. I want tea. Yang Xiaowu vehemently shook her head. I want to stay here and wait for you to finish. I'm grown up now, not a little kid. Lin Tian was taken aback by her fervent reaction. He scrutinized her closely. Her face was youthful, her form beginning to develop, yet she appeared extremely slender, likely a result of prolonged malnutrition. She stood at approximately 165 centimeters, 2 centimeters shorter than Zhao Yan. However, she looked much better today than yesterday. Her hair was neatly tied in a high ponytail, her face free from any messy makeup. And her attire was tidy and clean, exuding a vibrant youthful spirit. At just 13 or 14 years of age, she was remarkably beautiful. She would surely rival Zhao Yan in the future. Please be careful. Unable to dissuade her, Lin Tian could only utter this. Yang Xiaowu nodded. After a few more words of caution, Lin Tian prepared to leave when Yang Xiaowu's voice rang out behind him. Brother, good luck. You'll definitely get into a good university. Upon hearing her words, Lin Tian paused and slowly turned around. Yang Xiaowu, with her dainty fist raised, had a radiant smile illuminating her face. Deep within Lin Tian's heart, something stirred, prompting a genuine smile to grace his features. From yesterday until now, Yang Xiaowu had finally acknowledged him as her brother. Zhao Jia, you too, good luck. Yang Xiaowu called out to Zhao Yan. After taking a deep breath, Lin Tian made his way towards the area designated for Changhai High School. Lin Tian, you've arrived. While Lin Tian was searching for Class 13's location, Yang Ziyu approached him, her expression warm and gentle. Lin Tian exhibited no particular reaction, though Zhao Yan's eyes instinctively narrowed, fixating on Yang Ziyu. Yang Ziyu. You. Lin Tian began, but before he could finish, Yang Ziyu placed a vial of potion into his hand. This year's college entrance examination is somewhat perilous. With this vial of potion, you should be able to achieve better results. Yang Ziyu stated. What is this? Abyss potion? Lin Tian exclaimed, his eyes widening. Abyss potion. Platinum simulates the aura of the abyss for 12 hours upon use. A platinum-grade potion. The volcanic potion Zhao Yan purchased last night was also of platinum grade, valued at 300,000 gold coins. This vial of abyss potion likely commanded a similar price. First, the spirit ring was gifted to him, and now this abyss potion. Such generosity was overwhelming, leaving him momentarily unsure of how to respond to Yang Ziyu. Could it be that the dungeon or secret realm we are venturing into today has something to do with the abyss? Lin Tian speculated as he gazed at the deep green potion. Precisely. Yang Ziyu nodded. Thus, having the abyss potion will make the college entrance examination considerably easier. Is that not considered cheating? Lin Tian inquired hesitantly. Not at all. Yang Ziyu tilted her head with a smile. The college entrance examination permits the entry of any items. True cheating occurred last year at a high school in Linhai, where a teacher secretly assisted during the examination. That was cheating. Oh, then I can rest easy. Lin Tian exhaled in relief. Thank you, Yang Ziyu. He expressed his gratitude sincerely. Don't mention it. It's a small matter, Yang Ziyu replied with a modest smile. Ah, you are indeed too kind to him, handing out platinum potions so generously. I can't help but wonder about the nature of your relationship. Zhao Yan interjected, unable to contain herself any longer, crossing her arms and speaking with a hint of envy. Ah, I almost forgot, Yang Ziyu exclaimed in annoyance, pulling out another vial of abyss potion and handing it to Zhao Yan. Zhao Yan, this is for you. Also an abyss potion. For me? Zhao Yan pointed incredulously at herself, her eyes wide with disbelief. Indeed, Yang Ziyu smiled tenderly, taking Zhao Yan's hand and placing the potion in her palm. I. Zhao Yan stared blankly at the abyss potion, her lips moving silently for a moment, unable to articulate a single word. Yang Ziyu's gesture left her utterly bewildered. To her, it seemed that Yang Ziyu was likely interested in Lin Tian, hence the continuous gifts. For some inexplicable reason, witnessing the affectionate interaction between Lin Tian and Yang Ziyu made her feel quite uncomfortable, prompting her to speak out in sarcasm. Chapter 93, The Eve of the Trial. Little did she know that Yang Ziyu had prepared an abyss potion for her as well. What on earth does this mean? She had always held herself in high regard, believing herself to be highly intelligent, yet she failed to comprehend Yang Ziyu's bewildering actions. Zhao Yan regarded Yang Ziyu with an expression of profound complexity. Yang Ziyu exuded grace and charm, a true embodiment of wealth and beauty, leaving Zhao Yan feeling considerably inferior in comparison. Thank you, she mechanically stammered, unsure how the words escaped her lips. Good luck, and I wish you both great success in getting into your desired universities. Yang Ziyu encouraged with a smile that felt like a gentle spring breeze, capable of melting the heart. Even though Zhao Yan had always harbored ambitions of competing with Yang Ziyu, she could not help but be swayed in this moment. Good luck, good luck. Lin Tian and Zhao Yan chimed in unison. After exchanging smiles, the three shared a moment of camaraderie. Even though you bestowed upon me an abyss potion, I shall still compete with you and shall not be outdone. As she watched Yang Ziyu's graceful figure depart, Zhao Yan bit her lip, quietly resolving within herself. Deep down, she understood that Yang Ziyu's powerful background and abundant resources were far beyond her reach. Though both belonged to the legendary class, Yang Ziyu is inherently superior to her in several dimensions. Lin Tian and Zhao Yan arrived at the 13th class's location. All combat and support professions that had reached level 10 were present today. Naturally, the homeroom teacher, Xiao Xiaozhou, was also in attendance. Upon seeing the once exemplary class monitor mingling with Lin Tian, who held a black iron profession, his expression darkened to the point where one could scrape soot off his face. Kid, you're impressive. You've managed to win over the last two campus beauties. Sun Yonggang delivered a light punch to Lin Tian and whispered, Stop talking nonsense. There are so many people watching. Lin Tian replied in a low voice. Sun Yonggang exaggeratedly exclaimed, You know there are eyes on you? Just now, you were sandwiched between the two of them. And the entire school had hundreds of pairs of eyes on you. You should have seen those boys. Their eyes were practically ablaze with envy. They'd gladly eliminate you to claim the two beauties for themselves. Lin Tian felt overwhelmed by Sun Yonggang's words. His tongue was far too sharp. If it weren't for the crowd, he would have certainly knocked some sense into Sun Yonggang. Keep talking like that, and I'll have your tongue removed. Zhao Yan shot a glare at Sun Yonggang, her voice dripping with menace. Hee hee. Sun Yonggang shrank back, fearful. Lin Tian, Zhao Yan. At that moment, a melodious voice rang out from nearby. Lin Tian looked over to find that it was actually Zhou Shiyu. He suddenly realized that the school adjacent to Qinghai High School students was Linglan High School. Lin Tian was in Qinghai High School Senior Class, 13, while Zhou Shiyu was in Linglan High School Senior Class, 1. Consequently, the two classes were almost adjacent, separated by less than 20 meters. Oh my god. I want to die? I must die? I shall die right now. No one is allowed to stop me. Sun Yonggang, witnessing yet another campus beauty being associated with Lin Tian, dramatically slammed his head to the ground. Although Zhou Shiyu had fought alongside him against the undead, it seemed she had completely forgotten him, only remembering Lin Tian and Zhao Yan. Just die quickly. Go off to the side and perish. I don't want to see you. Zhao Yan disdainfully remarked. Sun Yonggang felt an even deeper sense of despair, as if life held no meaning anymore. What a coincidence. Our classes are so close. Zhou Shiyu approached with a gentle smile, speaking softly. Indeed, what a stroke of fate, to encounter each other here. Zhao Yan responded with a smile, having a favorable impression of Zhou Shiyu. Zhou Shiyu had a slender frame, appearing delicate and somewhat frail, evoking a protective instinct in others. Coupled with her high emotional intelligence and meticulous manner, one couldn't help but feel drawn to her. How have you prepared? Are you confident about the entrance exam for Shinya University? Zhao Yan inquired with a smile. Zhou Shiyu's cheeks flushed slightly as she replied, Please don't tease me. My abilities are nowhere near sufficient to gain admission to Shinya University or Qingbei University. I can't even dare to hope for a spot in the top 10 universities. But what about you two? Zhao Yan, as a legendary profession of bright angel, would undoubtedly be sought after by many top schools. Although Lin Tian's profession was ordinary, his strength had already surpassed that of legendary professions, rivaling even the mythical god-tier professions. You both will surely be able to gain admission to these two prestigious universities. Zhou Shiyu beamed with a radiant smile. Then let's take your good wishes and ensure we all get into esteemed universities, Lin Tian declared. After chatting for a while, Zhao Yan suddenly asked, Zhou Shiyu, did you not sleep well last night? Your eyes have bloodshot veins. Is that so? Perhaps. A hint of panic flickered across Zhou Shiyu's face. Be careful during the trials. If you're not in good condition, it might affect your performance, Zhao Yan said with concern. I will take care. Thank you, Zhao Yan. Zhou Shiyu expressed her gratitude. After exchanging a few more words, Zhou Shiyu departed, returning to her position at Lingwan High School. It was a pity that the college entrance examination trials marked the end of high school. Otherwise, she could have entrusted someone to keep an eye on Yang Xiaowu. That girl was truly a bit wild, Lin Tian remarked as he watched Zhou Shiyu leave. Upon hearing this, Zhao Yan's head felt heavy. She truly wanted to knock on Lin Tian's thick skull to see what was inside. Even a fool could see that Zhou Shiyu had a favorable impression of him. Otherwise, she wouldn't have taken the initiative to greet him and engage in conversation. Yet, he was thinking of using others. Strangely, despite sensing that Zhou Shiyu might pose a significant threat in the future, Zhao Yan felt no jealousy or aversion. Could it be that the allure of beauty was so potent that it rendered her incapable of harboring hostility? Zhao Yan sighed softly, her gaze suddenly catching sight of a figure. Huang Kuan, the shameless one who fancied Zhou Shiyu, who had fled for his own safety when she was in danger from the undead. Zhao Yan's expression turned icy. She harbored not a shred of goodwill towards this person. He was the very embodiment of a scoundrel. Lin Tian, look at that person, she whispered to Lin Tian. Huang Kuan, what does he want? Lin Tian noticed the murderous glint that flashed in Huang Kuan's eyes. What else could he want? Zhao Yan scoffed coldly. You stole his limelight that day and took his goddess. He must be plotting some scheme to take revenge on you. Lin Tian's lips curved slightly. Let him come at me. Even the likes of Qi Haining and He Hai have perished at his hands. A mere Huang Kuan does not concern me. What was a mere black iron necromancer to boast about? Today, I have prepared a delightful surprise for you. Be sure to savor it, for it will be unforgettable. Huang Kuan glared intently in Lin Tian's direction, his gaze filled with malice. Chapter 94, Trial Rewards. Shiyu, why are you wandering into another school's territory right before the trials? At that moment, upon seeing Zhou Shiyu return, he rushed forward, wearing what he believed to be a radiant smile, and inquired. Where I wish to go is my own business. It has nothing to do with you. Upon realizing it was Huang Kuan, Zhou Shiyu's smile vanished instantaneously. Her previously pleasant mood was now overshadowed by a cloud of discontent. This man was like a persistent parasite, impossible to shake off. She had warned Huang Kuan several times that there was no possibility between them, yet he remained shamelessly attached like a leech. This incessant annoyance left her exasperated, yet helpless. Firstly, Huang Kuan's appearance was entirely unappealing to her. Moreover, his despicable character and the numerous vile incidents that had transpired had lowered her opinion of him to freezing point. Additionally, Huang Kuan's name. During their second year, his friends often mocked him by splitting his name into two parts. It wasn't until she transferred to Linglan High School that he somewhat restrained himself. Just this fact alone made her instinctively want to distance herself whenever he approached. After waiting for nearly 20 minutes, someone finally spoke from the high platform. The audience fell silent. It was the mayor of Raccoon City. His words were all mere platitudes, welcoming the various schools to Raccoon City and encouraging students to achieve good results, among other such banalities. The audience soon found the speech soporific. The tedious formalities quickly passed, paving the way for the main event. A middle-aged man with a square face spoke up, rising from his seat. He cast a sweeping glance downward, exuding an overwhelming aura that rendered the audience instantly silent. This individual was undeniably powerful. Lin Tian felt a surge of astonishment. The nameplate before him bore the inscription Xinxia University, indicating that he was one of the admissions mentors responsible for recruitment in Huangkou City. His name was Lin Tian. I shall refrain from unnecessary elaboration. The nation places immense significance on this year's college entrance examination trial, investing substantial resources. The rewards for this trial surpass any previous year. He continued, with all candidates from various schools competing together, the number of awarded slots has escalated from 3 to 20. Those who rank 1,120th in the examination will receive a scholarship of 500,000 gold coins. At this proclamation, the audience erupted in a cacophony of excitement. 500,000. My heavens, did I hear that correctly? 500,000 gold coins. One could live in comfort for a lifetime. Should I simply be granted 500,000 gold coins? I shall forfeit my place for the younger generation. The students were all aflame with enthusiasm, for nothing ignites passion quite like the allure of wealth. Yet, a handful remained composed and clear-headed. Do you truly believe that 500,000 gold coins are so easily attainable? Huangkou City boasts over 20 high schools, and with the 1,120th rank, There is scarcely one slot per school, let alone competing for a position within the top 20. Ask yourselves honestly, can you even secure a place in the top 20 of your own school? Despite this sobering reality, the fervor of the majority could not be quelled. Lin Tian, however, was not swept up in the frenzy. With a modest sum of money to his name, the prospect of 500,000 gold coins did not stir his heart. Instead, he pondered the rewards for the top 10 ranks. Once the clamor had subsided, Lu Zhongtian spoke again. The reward for the 10th place is a platinum skill book. For the 9th place, a platinum skill book and a gold skill book. The 8th place receives 2 platinum skill books. The 7th place, 3 platinum skill books. The 6th place, for platinum skill books. At this point, Lu Zhongtian paused, a smile gracing his face. The rewards were growing increasingly lavish, sending the students from various high schools into a near frenzy. Even Lin Tian could not help but be astonished by the magnitude of the offerings. These skill books, even if not utilized personally, could fetch nearly 10 million gold coins if sold. What treasures awaited the top 5? After building suspense, Lu Zhongtian finally continued. The 5th place will receive a bottle of divine language elixir. The mention of the elixir sent waves of excitement through the crowd, each student vowing to seize it for themselves. Only Lin Tian remained perplexed. What is the divine language elixir? He queried, grasping the overly excited Sun Yonggang. You don't know? Sun Yonggang looked at him as if he were an alien. Lin Tian replied, perhaps I know, but might have forgotten. Indeed, having perished once. His memory seemed to falter. Sun Yonggang sighed and shook his head. The divine language elixir is a remarkably unique potion. Although its grade is merely platinum, it is exceedingly difficult to concoct. Each year, fewer than 100 bottles are produced throughout the entire Xinxia Empire. Its price can even surpass that of some diamond potions. Oh, Lin Tian nodded, somewhat understanding. What does it do? Sun Yonggang explained, the divine language elixir does not directly enhance combat prowess. Rather, upon consumption, it grants fluency in the major languages of the abyss, hell, undead, dragons, elves, and more. Lin Tian was left speechless. Such a miraculous potion existed? It should be noted that many spells cast by mages not only require the common tongue, but also ancient languages like those of the elves and dragons. Their languages are far more concise, often encapsulating tremendous power within a single character. Some formidable skills typically incorporate 1 or 2 such characters. Furthermore, for more unconventional professions, like hell sorcerers or hell mages, employing hell language instead of the common tongue as incantation could significantly amplify their power. Legends, mere legends. At this juncture, Sun Yonggang lowered his voice, leaning closer to Lin Tian's ear. After drinking the divine language elixir, one can also learn the languages and scripts of several deities and demons. Deities and demons. The very notion sent shivers down Lin Tian's spine. Anything even remotely connected to them instantly took on an air of mystery and terror. He longed for the divine language elixir, his eyes gleaming with desire. The 4th place will receive a bottle of infinite elixir. Upon announcing this, the uproar was no less than that provoked by the divine language elixir. Lin Tian had indeed heard of the infinite elixir, another platinum potion. Upon consumption, it grants a 10-second state of infinity. In this state, skills can be cast without preparation or chanting, with no cooldown or mental cost. The enhancement to combat capabilities could only be described as exponential. Chapter 95, Trial Rewards 2. The 3rd place will be awarded a skill enhancement scroll, capable of elevating any skill by 2 levels. The audience was electrified. Some even contemplated rushing the stage, pleading with Lu Zhongtian to bestow upon them the skill enhancement scroll. Lin Tian's expression shifted. He wasn't particularly concerned with the skill enhancement scroll, as he possessed the destiny tablet and boundless firepower to slay monsters for skill points. However, for others, the utility of the skill enhancement scroll was immense. A platinum-level skill could be instantly elevated to epic level. The resultant boost in combat strength could only be described as a leap. The 2nd place will receive a platinum life fruit. Lin Tian's pupils constricted in an instant. A life fruit, platinum grade. While the previous rewards were enticing, they could ultimately be acquired with wealth, albeit with difficulty. However, the life fruit was a rare treasure. A true rarity. It could permanently enhance one's physique, which was particularly crucial for a frail mage like him. He clenched his fists tightly, his eyes shimmering with determination. The life fruit must be his. No one could stand in his way. As for the 1st place in this college entrance examination trial, Lu Zhongtian's resounding voice drew everyone's attention back from the life fruit. Many speculated about the value of the 1st place reward, considering that the 2nd place already offered a life fruit. Seeing the myriad expressions of desire among the students below, Lu Zhongtian smiled faintly and, without further ado, declared, the 1st place reward is a destiny tablet. The previously clamorous square fell into an immediate, profound silence. as if a pin could be heard falling. Boom. After a brief pause of 2 seconds, the square erupted into a cacophony of excitement, reminiscent of a volcanic eruption or a tidal wave. The Destiny Tablet. It was indeed the Destiny Tablet. It is said that acquiring a piece of the fabled Stone of Destiny can alter one's fate, propelling them to unprecedented heights, where even a beggar can ascend to become a phoenix. I hereby declare, the Stone of Destiny belongs to me. I proclaim that your declaration is null and void. The Stone of Destiny is mine. Who dares to contest me? I shall obliterate their entire lineage. Kill, kill, kill. Anyone who dares impede my path to first place shall meet their doom. I intend to vanquish all who stand in my way and seize every reward. Huh. A bunch of rustic bumpkins. To bestow the Stone of Destiny upon you is a sheer waste. Only I am worthy of such a prize. I implore you all, have mercy. If you relinquish the Stone of Destiny to me, I am willing to serve as your devoted servant for life, to toil for you without regret. Humph. What does that even matter? If you grant me the Stone of Destiny, I would offer my stunning girlfriend to you. I would even give you my sister and my younger sister. Since you are so fond of giving away women, why not offer your mother as well? Seeking death. I shall end your life right now. The impact of the Stone of Destiny is far greater than all previous rewards combined. Almost every student has gone mad with desire. Faces flushed, they swear an oath to secure the first place. Not only that, even on the platform, many university mentors and principals from various high schools in Raccoon City, upon hearing about the rewards of the Stone of Destiny, are filled with envy, wishing they could turn back the clock and participate in the entrance exams once more. Among the crowd, Yang Ziyu, who typically exudes a calm demeanor, cannot help but reveal a glimmer of yearning upon hearing about the Stone of Destiny. She quietly clenches her delicate fist. If she feels this way, one can only imagine the fervor of others. Those close to Lin Tian, such as Zhao Yin and Sun Yonggang, are also eagerly preparing for action, filled with determination. Damn. 19 years of aimless wandering. Today, I shall fight with everything I have. Sun Yonggang roared. At Linglan High School, Zhou Xiu bites her lip until it bleeds, yet remains oblivious. If I had the Stone of Destiny, could it restore me to a normal human? Never mind, there are so many geniuses. How could I possibly outmaneuver them? Better not entertain futile fantasies. She chuckled self-deprecatingly. Among everyone, the only one who remains relatively calm is Lin Tian. Although he is astonished that the nation would offer the Stone of Destiny as a prize, he has already utilized 3 pieces, and there are more stones to come. For others, the Stone of Destiny is of immense significance, yet to him, it is akin to wholesale availability. Thus, he is not overly excited. Comparatively, he yearns more for the second-place reward, the Fruit of Life. On the platform, Lu Zhongtian waved his sleeve. 20 luminous orbs appeared in midair, each containing an item. Among them are the rewards for the top 20, the Stone of Destiny, the Fruit of Life, limitless potions, divine language potions, skill enhancement scrolls, and more. Previously, they had only heard Lu Zhongtian speak of it, but now witnessing the tangible items, many gazes are ablaze with fervor. Some individuals even become so overwhelmed with excitement that they foam at the mouth and faint. Even the mayor of Raccoon City briefly displays a glimmer of greed in his eyes. Were it not for the mentors present, most of whom surpass him in strength, he would be tempted to lower his dignity and seize the Stone of Destiny for himself. Historically, the emergence of each Stone of Destiny has incited tremendous upheaval. Numerous powerful factions have been annihilated in their pursuit of a single Stone of Destiny. It is said that 3,000 years ago, a super empire known as Shenluo faced a fierce contest among several neighboring nations when the 9th Stone of Destiny appeared within its borders. Coupled with Shenluo Empire's oppressive regime, which routinely exploited and bullied surrounding countries, the conflict ignited old grievances and new enmities, ultimately resulting in war. That war endured for a century, famously known as the Shenluo Century War. After its conclusion, the Shenluo Empire vanished, leaving behind a small nation called Vatican at the site of its former capital. This nation is less than half the size of Raccoon City. Its survival is solely attributed to the authority of the Pope. Consequently, the Vatican is referred to as the Papal State, holding a position above various Western empires, yet possessing a power so diminished that any small nation might dare to trample it underfoot. In recent years, the Vatican has been quite active, frequently dispatching priests and bishops to the Xinxia Empire, which has drawn the attention of astute observers. Recently, during a World Alliance conference, the Xinxia Empire issued a stern inquiry to the Vatican, causing the Pope to hastily release a statement, attributing blame to a few religious nations, distancing himself from suspicion. On the platform, the 20 luminous orbs brim with gold and treasures, seemingly within easy reach. Witnessing the collective fervor and morale of the crowd rise, Lu Zhongtian exchanged a knowing glance with a fellow practitioner beside him, their eyes reflecting satisfaction. The desired effect has been achieved, and with remarkable success. Chapter 96, Xiaohongyu. Lu Zhongtian resumed his seat, while the practitioner beside him stepped forward. Many students took notice of her, and the noise gradually diminished. This practitioner, clad in revealing attire, possessed an alluring figure with captivating curves. Her ample bosom seemed on the verge of bursting from her clothing. Her lips slightly parted, exuding an endless allure. And her phoenix-like eyes carried a myriad of enchanting expressions. What a natural beauty. Sensational. This was Lin Tian's first impression of the mentor from Qingbei University, named Xiaohongyu. Soon, all commotion faded away, for they knew that the details of the entrance examination would soon be revealed. The rewards had already been discussed by Mentor Lu. Now, I shall speak about this year's enrollment plan. Xiaohongyu's lips parted, her clear voice resonating throughout the central square. Everyone held their breath, eager to catch every detail. This year, Xinxia University and Qingbei University will maintain an enrollment quota of 10. Xinxia University will accept students ranked 1st, 3rd, 5th, 7th, and 9th. Qingbei University will accept students ranked 2nd, 4th, 6th, 8th, and 10th. Of course, the top 10 students may choose their preferred university based on their inclinations. As for whether they will be accepted, we mentors will evaluate based on your comprehensive performance. This declaration ignited a surge of excitement among many students. The two premier universities brazenly snatching the top 10 positions left the mentors from other schools on the platform with rueful smiles. They understood that any student with genuine potential to break into the top 10 would undoubtedly prioritize Xinxia University and Qingbei University. In the Xinxia Empire, these two institutions stand in a league of their own at the T0 level. In contrast, the next tier of top universities and key universities fall significantly short of their caliber. The third-ranked Empire University can merely be classified as T15. The trial's secret realm is. Xiaohongyu paused deliberately. Below, the students perked up their ears, fearful of missing any details. Satisfied with their anticipation, Xiaohongyu declared loudly, the third level of the abyss. As her words fell, the crowd erupted in excitement. The abyss? Surely, this is no jest? Is it the abyss I am thinking of, renowned as one of the 7 mightiest planes? It is said that each level of the abyss contains a demon lord. The might of the great lords is not merely a shade weaker than that of the divine and demonic beings. It is formidable indeed. Slaying a god-tier profession is as effortless as swatting a cucumber. Even a great lord from the third layer is beyond our capabilities. Without the great lords, we would still be unable to contend with ordinary demons. And yet you wish to challenge them? The abyssal reapers alone are a source of great distress. Have we made a grave error? The murmurs of discontent rise amidst the clamor. The fateful stone tablet is indeed not so easily acquired. Lin Tian's gaze swept over the luminous sphere, and he mused aloud. It is likely that this year's Gaokao trial will prove to be the most arduous in history. Unprecedented and unparalleled. The abyssal plane, the undead plane, the infernal plane, the angelic plane, the puppet plane, the apocalyptic plane, the demonic plane. Among the endless realms, these 7 dominate with undeniable supremacy. Each one is immensely powerful, possessing the capacity to annihilate the main world. Of these 7 realms, the demonic plane is the most enigmatic. Reputed to be the birthplace of divine and demonic beings, and scarcely has a human ever ventured within. Historically, it is believed that only the immortal king has set foot inside. The apocalyptic plane is similarly shrouded in mystery, claimed to be the origin of all things, the primordial source of every realm. The last known account of the apocalyptic plane dates back thousands of years, during the climactic battle between humanity and the Silver Empire. The Silver Dynasty was an era ruled jointly by high elves and dragons, with the Silver Empire standing as the mightiest among them. At that time, humans were mere slaves to elves and dragons, existing at the very bottom of the food chain. The immortal king led the human champions to slay the high elf king and the 5-clawed golden dragon, bringing the Silver Dynasty to an end. Thus commenced the golden age of humanity in the main world. Most of the elite among the high elves and dragons forcibly opened a passage to the apocalyptic plane and fled into it. Since then, no word has escaped from there. The immortal king, in pursuit of the remnants of the high elves and dragons, also entered the apocalyptic plane. Thousands of years have passed, and the immortal king has not re-emerged. The coordinates of the apocalyptic plane have been lost, rendering it inaccessible to future seekers. Even if the coordinates were still known, it is unlikely anyone would dare to venture forth. Aside from these 2 formidable realms, the puppet plane is also exceptionally powerful. Many potent practitioners frequently smuggle themselves into the puppet plane to capture formidable puppets for their own use, leading to an immediate and lethal response from the puppet plane upon encountering humans. The undead plane, a well-trodden subject. has invaded the main world more times than any other realm. Its strength is beyond question. The angelic plane is somewhat unique, embodying both virtue and malevolence. At times, it collaborates with humanity to vanquish demons and devils, yet at other times, it seals all planar passages, forbidding any interaction with humans. However, the angelic plane has three archenemies: the abyss, hell, and the undead, all of whom yearn to breach its defenses. To this day, the angelic plane has never been conquered, standing resolute and formidable, a testament to its immense power. Xiaoyan's profession is that of a radiant angel. Should she gain entry to the angelic plane and harness its powers, her development would surely surpass her prospects in the main world. The remaining two realms, the infernal plane and the abyssal plane, present a complex landscape. Generally speaking, the intersection between the infernal plane and the main world is not particularly significant. The abyssal plane, however, poses the gravest threat to the main world, rivaled only by the undead plane. Invasions from the abyss are frequent and perilous. The true extent of the abyss remains a mystery, as no one has ever fully discerned its depths. The most powerful Lord of Wisdom once ventured alone into the 209th layer of the abyss, vanquishing 17 demon lords, yet he did not reach the abyss's end. It is said that upon his return, he bore a countenance of unprecedented gravity, forbidding any from seeing him. He secluded himself for 3 centuries before re-emerging. What transpired in the abyss remains a secret, yet it has instilled in all a profound understanding of its terrors. Historically, prior to the Lord of Wisdom, there was an ill-fated demigod who perished in the abyss, ensnared by the treachery of 2 demon lords. The Lord of Wisdom's incursion into the abyss was also driven by the desire to retrieve the remains of that ill-fated demigod. Ultimately, no body was found. Only a cascade of troubles. For the following centuries, invasions from the abyss plagued the Silver Empire. The downfall of the Silver Empire at the hands of the Immortal King was largely due to the immense depletion of national strength during centuries of conflict with the abyss, providing humanity with a rare opportunity to rise. Following the events surrounding the Lord of Wisdom, the mere mention of the abyss struck fear into the hearts of many. Since then, the danger level associated with the abyssal plane has risen to match that of the undead plane. Now, this Gaokao trial is set to unfold in the exceedingly perilous abyssal plane, leaving these naive and inexperienced high school students in a state of trepidation. It has been at least 5,000 years since the main world last initiated a large-scale war against the abyssal plane. Even if this is merely a trial, conducted on the least dangerous third layer, concerns still abound. What? Are we truly afraid? Amidst the discussions, the light laughter of Xiao Hongyu rang out from the platform. Just moments ago, they were filled with fervor, yet now, upon hearing that the exam would take place in the abyssal plane, they have wilted? The caliber of this cohort of examinees is concerning. It seems presenting the fateful stone tablet was a grave miscalculation. If fear is your response, you might as well pack your belongings and return home, playing the role of a coward. To become a practitioner, particularly in a combat profession, one must embrace the inherent responsibility of confronting the catastrophic invasions from hell. Xiao Hongyu's expression was one of profound disappointment. Her mocking words echoed throughout the square. Many students turned crimson and cast their eyes downwards. Who is afraid? It's merely the abyssal plane, merely hunting demons, right? I have never feared anyone. Quickly, open the planar passage. I shall charge in and bring down the great lord, using its head as a ball to kick. A resounding voice cut through the din, eclipsing all others. Lin Tian nearly choked. Who is this audacious individual, speaking with such bravado? No one in the main world has dared to claim they could slay a demon lord. Even the great lord of the third layer is not something an ordinary person could challenge, though not as powerful as the divine and demonic beings. Casually extinguishing a few god-tier entities is as simple as a daily meal. It is likely that only an unparalleled being like the Immortal King possesses the confidence to slay the demon lords of the upper layers of the abyss. Lin Tian's gaze fell upon the boastful speaker, and he was taken aback. The one making such grandiose claims was none other than Sun Yonggang. At that moment, Xiao Hongyu's voice rang out. This student, what is your name? Which school do you hail from? What is your rank? What profession do you hold? What level are you? A barrage of questions followed. Sun Yonggang stood tall and declared, I am Sun Yonggang, from Chunghai High School, Grade 3, Class 13, a diamond tier profession. Guardian Knight, Level 11. Well, commendable courage. Xiao Hongyu beamed with approval. 1 point added for the Gaokao trial. Upon hearing this, everyone was left in disbelief. Sun Yonggang himself was so stunned he stood frozen, struggling to comprehend the reality of the situation. I am not afraid either. What is a demon lord to me? Even gods and demons would fall before me. At my points now, I am ready to battle in the abyss, to wash the abyssal plane in blood. As long as a single abyssal creature breathes, I shall write my name backward. All the students seemed utterly frantic, as if invigorated by a potent elixir, howling with excitement. Even the prospect of the Fate Stone, which lay tantalizingly before them, did not incite such fervor. They were acutely aware that the Fate Stone was singular and not easily attainable. Conversely, their examination scores represented tangible benefits. The results of the college entrance examination were graded on a 100-point scale. Even a single additional point could set them apart from a multitude of competitors. Sometimes, a mere point could determine whether one would enter a prestigious university, a key institution, or an ordinary college. Apologies. Opportunities are scarce, and others may not have another chance. Perhaps next time, there will be opportunities next year. Xiao Hongyu revealed a cunning smile. A wave of disappointment and lament erupted from the audience below. However, following this brief interlude, the prior sense of dread stemming from the abyssal realm had significantly diminished. Many students no longer felt such trepidation. This tactic was indeed astute, truly befitting a mentor from Tsinghua or Peking University. Observing the tall, fair-legged Xiao Hongyu on the platform, Lin Tian silently mused. He then glanced at the bewildered Sun Yonggang, who had been unexpectedly struck by overwhelming joy and couldn't help but reflect that sometimes, lacking foresight was not necessarily a disadvantage. Were it him, he would never engage in such ostentatious displays. The decision to undertake the trial in the abyssal realm was motivated by the current precarious situation. Just last month, South Korea experienced a medium-scale natural disaster invasion. The invaders were none other than the denizens of the abyssal realm. Although the scale was modest, a formidable venomous blood demon infiltrated the Han River while the Samsung University was resisting the disaster, unleashing its poison. By the time it was discovered, it had claimed the lives of 2,000 professionals. Over 150,000 civilians perished in this calamity. Therefore, the purpose of entering the abyssal realm was to cultivate true strength. Fellow students need not worry. The great lord of the third layer of the abyss lies deep beneath the earth, slumbering for a century without awakening. Moreover, the area we have designated for the college entrance examination is a relatively flat expanse within the third layer of the abyss, spanning thousands of miles, where the vast majority of demons and abyssal creatures above level 20 have already been eradicated. As long as one does not possess the worst of luck, encounters with demons are unlikely. Xiao Hongyu continued. Consequently, most individuals breathed a sigh of relief. However, Lin Tian held a different perspective. Xiao Hongyu mentioned the vast majority, which could imply that there may still be some who slip through the cracks. In the abyssal realm, even the weakest demons exceed level 60. An encounter with one could almost guarantee a grim fate. Lin Tian could not assure himself of escaping the clutches of a demon. A level 60 abyssal demon far surpassed a level 70 human professional, as did a level 60 hell demon. As for the abyssal invasion of South Korea, that was none of his concern. Given that your trial location is in the abyssal realm, our forces cannot be dispatched there. Thus, reliance on oneself is imperative. Should you encounter an insurmountable danger, promptly utilize the teleportation token to return. Remember, the teleportation token has a 10-second activation time and can be easily interrupted. The college entrance examination will still adhere to a 100-point scale. Each professional will receive additional points based on their occupational tier. Black Iron Profession grants 1 point. Bronze Profession 2 points. Silver Profession 3 points. Gold Profession 4 points. Platinum Profession 5 points. Diamond Profession 6 points. Epic Profession 7 points. Legendary Profession 9 points. And Divine Profession 10 points. Do not perceive this as unfair. Every university desires to recruit high-tier professionals. Furthermore, compared to those who have failed to awaken combat and support professions, you are indeed fortunate. Xiao Hongyu's remarks elicited little response, as this was customary in previous years. I start with a 7-point deficit compared to those of legendary professions, which is quite daunting. Lin Tian pondered inwardly. Chapter 97, The Abyssal Realm. The scoring system includes slaying powerful monsters, gathering rare resources, etc. The teleportation token also serves as a scorecard, recording the points accrued. The stronger the monsters slain, and the more precious the herbs and minerals collected, the higher the score. Additionally, the college entrance examination can be undertaken solo or in teams. In the case of teamwork, each additional teammate reduces the score acquisition by 10. Lastly, any act of harming a companion is strictly prohibited. Should such behavior be discovered, points will be deducted. And in severe cases, one may lose their examination eligibility. More seriously, one might face criminal charges. Well, that concludes the explanation of the rules. You all have half an hour to prepare. After Xiao Hongyu finished speaking, she waved her jade hand, and a beam of light shot forth. The air grew tumultuous. The weather transformed, and the space vibrated violently, emanating an aura of terror that sent chills down their spines. Gradually, a circular portal, towering 2 men high, materialized. This was the dimensional passage. The passage quivered incessantly, occasionally revealing a spatial rift. Xiao Hongyu raised her hand once more, and several large blood crystals shot into the lower part of the dimensional passage. Only then did the quaking cease, and the spatial rifts vanished. Through the portal, a glimpse of an immensely vast world could be discerned. Merely the faintest trace of its aura was enough to instill a sense of dread. Is this truly the abyssal realm? How terrifying, how powerful. Feeling the oppressive force of a realm, Lin Tian's heart raced uncontrollably. Moreover, Xiao Hongyu's strength was formidable. She could tear through space with her bare hands to construct a dimensional passage. Her level must exceed 60. Lin Tian was deeply astonished by Xiao Hongyu's immense power. Lin Tian, we should procure some antidotes. Most abyssal creatures are venomous. It is prudent to obtain a sufficient supply, as even if they cannot completely neutralize the poison, they can mitigate its effects. If we encounter monsters of excessively high levels, my holy light, dispel may not suffice for complete detoxification. Just as Lin Tian was reflecting, Zhao Yan approached and spoke. Indeed, it is imperative to prepare some antidotes, particularly those specifically designed for abyssal creatures. Lin Tian wholeheartedly agreed and nodded. It would undoubtedly be too late to purchase them now. However, with such a grand event as the college entrance examination, one could not overlook the presence of merchants. Around the outer edges of the central square, near the protective barrier, in addition to the onlookers, numerous vendors were peddling weapons, skill books, potions, and various equipment. Even stalls selling snacks and treats were prevalent, nearly forming several bustling streets. Many students shared Lin Tian's sentiments and rushed to the vendors without delay. Others, however, stood still, hindered by financial constraints. Seriously? This exorbitant price? You dare to charge 8,000 gold coins for a single clarity potion? What a swindler. Why don't you go rob someone instead? Upon approaching, they overheard an irate voice. I am aware of my steep prices, but you wouldn't presume I am unaware of your urgency, would you? The stall selling potions was manned by an elderly man, short but robust, with a rather lecherous demeanor. There are no fewer than 10 stalls selling potions in the square. Why must I purchase from you? The angry patron stormed off. Go ahead. You will inevitably return. The old man remained unfazed, chuckling. It seems today will be quite costly. Lin Tian muttered to himself as he approached. After browsing a few stalls, he discovered that the prices were 20 to 50% higher than usual. Some scarce and in-demand items were even marked up by over 100. Among the myriad of price hikes, the most exorbitant is undoubtedly the potion that dispels abyssal toxins. Ordinarily, a bottle of a golden grade potion would cost between 50,000 to 100,000 gold coins. However, the antidote specifically designed for abyssal toxins being sold here is priced no less than 200,000 gold coins per bottle. The student's money is indeed easy to exploit. These individuals possess no sense of morality. The government turns a blind eye as well. Upon witnessing such outrageous prices, Lin Tian could only shake his head in disbelief. It is only through a lack of conscience that one can amass greater wealth. Moreover, how could they be regulated? The finances of Raccoon City have always been strained, and the mayor relies heavily on the hefty taxes levied by these merchants to sustain himself. Zhao Yan remarked with a hint of derision. After wandering around for a while, Lin Tian discovered that the potions from the old man were indeed the most reasonably priced. He purchased 3 bottles of golden-grade blue magic potions, specifically targeting the abyssal toxin. Zhao Yan, on the other hand, focused more on acquiring healing potions. Half an hour swiftly elapsed. Due to the regulations, in order to maximize benefits, Lin Tian chose not to team up with anyone, deciding instead to act independently. Most students present were also solo adventurers, with only those in support roles compelled to form teams. The companions they teamed up with were either of lower levels or lesser ranks in their professions. Will the spirit ring still function once we enter the abyssal plane? Zhao Yan mused, lightly touching the spirit ring on her wrist. It likely won't, Lin Tian replied. If we do not team up, we risk random teleportation. The distance between two individuals could span tens or even hundreds of kilometers, and if further apart, thousands of kilometers. The effective sensing range of the spirit ring is a mere 10 kilometers at best. Within the abyssal plane, that range would be significantly diminished. Having even half of that would be fortunate. Zhao Yan nodded gently and cautioned Lin Tian. You must exercise utmost caution. If you encounter formidable foes, prioritize your survival. Time's up. The high-stakes examination officially begins. Just as Lin Tian was about to speak, Xiao Hongyu's voice resonated from the high platform. Students, please enter the dimensional passage in an orderly fashion. This high-stakes examination has a time limit of 6 hours, with the timer commencing in 10 minutes. Upon hearing Xiao Hongyu's announcement, the nearest students surged toward the dimensional passage in a frenzy. Lin Tian, however, was not in a hurry. The schools entered one by one, and soon it was the turn of Shanghai High School. After receiving the teleportation token, Lin Tian stepped into the dimensional passage. Inside the passage, he felt an overwhelming sense of unreality, as if suspended in midair, with an unsettling sensation beneath his feet. The dimensional passage was engulfed in an endless abyss of darkness. Faintly, one could perceive the ferocious void storms raging within, seemingly intent on tearing the entire passage apart. Given the proximity of the abyssal plane to the main world, it took Lin Tian merely 2.5 minutes to exit the passage. At once, he summoned a legion of skeletal warriors before surveying his surroundings. Before his eyes lay a vast expanse of crimson. The sky was a murky shade of red, the ground a darkened hue of crimson, and even the vegetation bore the same ominous color. The air was thick with the faint sense of blood and decay. Each breath felt like inhaling flames. This was the infamous abyssal plane. Chapter 98. Bloodthirsty wolves of the abyss. As Lin Tian set foot upon the ground, the solid texture beneath him offered a slight sense of reassurance. Despite the dangers that lurked within the abyssal plane, it felt far safer than the seemingly unstable dimensional passage that could collapse at any moment. The area where Lin Tian landed was surrounded by towering, dark red trees that stretched endlessly towards the sky. In the abyss, there was no distinction between day and night. A blood-red moon perpetually hung overhead, low enough that it seemed almost within reach. On the filthy, damp ground, littered with decaying branches and leaves, lay a wooden sign. Lin Tian instructed one of the skeletal warriors to pick it up. After cleaning off the muck, he discerned a few hastily scrawled words. After much effort, he finally deciphered them: Bloody Jungle. It appeared that this vast and boundless jungle was indeed the notorious Bloody Jungle. The trees within loomed high, most surpassing 100 meters in height, rendering Lin Tian diminutive in comparison. He touched the spirit ring on his wrist, attempting to contact Yang Xiu and Zhao Yan. As he had anticipated, there was no response, indicating that the distance between them exceeded 10 kilometers, making communication impossible. At that moment, the teleportation token began to radiate warmth, prompting Lin Tian to retrieve it. Infusing a sliver of his spirit into the token, a translucent screen materialized before him, displaying several lines of text. Name: Lin Tian. School class: Shanghai High School, Senior Year, Class 13. Profession: Necromancer. Rank: Black Iron. Score: 1. Ranking: 6798. Upon seeing the glaring number 1, Lin Tian's expression soured. His ranking was likely among the lowest of all candidates. Typically, there were no more than 3 Black Iron professionals in a high school. Collectively, all high schools in Raccoon City would not exceed 100 Black Iron professionals. Furthermore, there was a leaderboard, with 33 individuals tied for first place, each achieving a score of 8, indicating that among the candidates, 33 were of legendary professions. A mournful and chilling howl echoed from the depths of the Bloody Jungle, sending shivers down Lin Tian's spine under the moonlight. It was time to focus on the task at hand. Grasping his staff of size, he began to summon the undead. The bone demon consumed an excessive amount of spirit, 50 points, thus he could only summon a limited number. The same reasoning applied to the terrifying night, resulting in a similar outcome. The skeletal fire mages, however, were summoned in abundance, 500 in total. Although the skeletal fire mage was of golden grade, the spirit cost for summoning remained unchanged at 3 points due to skill upgrades. The skeletal water mages summoned 150, while the corpse hounds numbered 300. The corpse hounds, known for their speed and cost-effectiveness, were ideal for scouting and thus could be summoned in greater numbers. Additionally, a batch of skeletal archers was conjured. Although their effectiveness was considerably limited within the jungle, the ghoul was not summoned, nor was the golden grade corpse venom bee. The corpse venom bee's role was distinctly defined, meant for confronting other professionals rather than monsters. However, during last night's battle, the corpse venom bee had not yet been called upon, as Chi Hanying and He-Hai had already been vanquished. With the summoning complete and a legion of over 1,000 undead at his command, Lin Tian felt a surge of confidence. He dispatched the majority of the corpse hounds to scour the surrounding area, while simultaneously expanding his domain of the undead. It was only at this moment that Lin Tian realized a significant issue. The detection range of the domain fluctuated with his spirit levels. Having expended nearly 200 points of spirit in one go, the sensing range of his domain had diminished by 200 meters. Furthermore, the abyssal force exerted a certain suppression on the domain, further curtailing its reach. Ultimately, it was evident that his spirit levels were insufficient. Suddenly, a series of dull thuds echoed as several corpse hounds were seemingly cleaved into pieces by some unseen weapon, their bodies flung aside. Monsters were indeed present. Lin Tian gazed ahead. With a resonant howl, a colossal wolf, towering at 3 meters and cloaked in dark crimson fur, emerged gracefully from the thicket. A few cadaverous hounds lunged forward to rend its flesh. With a swift swipe of its claw, a chilling glint flashed, and the bodies of the cadaverous hounds were instantly torn asunder. The abyssal bloodwolf. Lin Tian's gaze sharpened momentarily. After dispatching several of the cadaverous hounds, the crimson giant let out a howl that echoed through the skies, its blood-red eyes gleaming with disdain and contempt for the diminutive human before it. Abyssal bloodwolf. Gold, common grade. Level, 15. Constitution, 200. Strength, 320. Agility, 80. Mentality, 40. Skill, howl. Such elevated attributes? Lin Tian furrowed his brow slightly. This was merely a common monster, not a boss-level creature. Could it be due to the enhancement from the abyssal realm? That seemed the only plausible explanation. The most significant distinction between realms and the main world lies in the singularity of the spiritual energy. Most realms are ill-suited for prolonged human habitation. For instance, the abyssal realm is saturated with an overwhelming abyssal aura, causing ordinary individuals to slowly decay over time. Even if they do not rot, they gradually transform into abyssal beings. At this moment, Lin Tian recalled that Yang Xiu had gifted him a vial of abyssal potion. He promptly retrieved it and drank it down. Instantly, he felt the repulsion of the abyss diminish considerably, and the corrosive effects of the abyssal aura on both his body and soul were reduced to a minimum. Simultaneously, the abyssal bloodwolf's gaze toward him softened considerably. Although it still harbored a desire to devour him, it regarded him merely as a weak kin, perceiving him as potential prey rather than an external intruder. Bone Demon, take the lead, Lin Tian commanded, withdrawing the cadaverous hounds and the front line of skeletal warriors, sending several bone demons forth instead. The abyssal bloodwolf was too formidable to warrant unnecessary sacrifices. Who knows what dangers and daunting challenges awaited ahead? It was essential to conserve energy. The bone demon, though only level 12 and of platinum grade, was still inferior to the abyssal bloodwolf due to Lin Tian's black iron class. However, under the enhancement of the divine level attributes of Undead Will and Lich's Wrath, its strength experienced a remarkable surge. Thus, the bone demon's power was effectively 13 times that of the abyssal bloodwolf. The increased mentality of the bone demon was equally advantageous, as the soul flames orbiting its form represented magical attacks. Naturally, the higher the mentality, the greater the damage. The abyssal bloodwolf's claw snapped 2 of the bone demon's bones. In retaliation, the bone demon swung its tail, caving in the wolf's abdomen. Subsequently, a soul flame burst sent the abyssal bloodwolf crashing several meters away, landing heavily upon the ground. Before the abyssal bloodwolf could rise, a deluge of bone arrows, ice spikes, fireballs, and numerous soul flames descended upon it. The anguished howls of the abyssal bloodwolf erupted immediately, surrounded by hundreds of undead. Even the mightiest of abyssal creatures could not withstand such an onslaught. After less than 15 seconds, the abyssal bloodwolf let out a final, harrowing cry before collapsing lifelessly. Its mangled corpse was reduced to a mere skeleton by the fireballs of the skeletal fire mages. Was that a blood crystal? Beneath the remains, a fist-sized dark crimson crystal caught his eye. A skeletal warrior presented the blood crystal into his hands. It still radiated a faint warmth, and a trickle of energy emanated from within. With the existence of awakening potions, there was no need to resort to such perilous items for mental recuperation. However, having witnessed Professor Xiaohong Yu from Qingbei University utilizing blood crystals as energy stones to stabilize dimensional passages, Lin Tian found himself intrigued by this object. The blood crystal before him, though only the size of a fingertip and of gold grade, was vastly inferior to the one used by Xiaohong Yu in both size and grade. Furthermore, this blood crystal was tainted with a significant amount of unique abyssal aura. Oddly, why had his points not increased at all? After slaying the abyssal bloodwolf, Lin Tian took out the teleportation token, which also served as a scorecard. The score displayed was still a mere 1 point. Indeed, if killing an abyssal bloodwolf could grant points, then everyone would easily achieve a perfect score. He chuckled at the self-deprecating thought. Although the abyssal bloodwolf was formidable, it was not overly difficult for a professional to vanquish it, albeit with some effort. It appeared that to earn points, one must defeat more powerful abyssal beings and seek rare minerals and herbs. With this in mind, Lin Tian dispatched all the cadaverous hounds to scour the vicinity within 100 meters of his position, conducting a thorough search and leaving no monster, herb, or unchecked. Even if the death of the abyssal bloodwolf yielded no points, he would at least gain around 60 experience points, treating it as a means to level up. In the central square, atop a grand platform, a colossal map materialized in midair. The map delineated various terrains such as grasslands, jungles, swamps, lakes, deserts, mountains, and canyons. Countless red dots dotted the map, each representing a student. When a red dot vanished, it indicated that the respective student had perished. Additionally, A leaderboard was displayed alongside, clearly indicating the current rankings. Teacher Liu, while Raccoon City boasts many legendary professions, it lacks divine-level practitioners. Have we perhaps come to the wrong place? Gazed at the immense map, Xiao Hongyu inquired, her brow furrowed in confusion. Xiao, the Master Zhuge is our empire's unique prophet. Lin Tian replied with a smile, shaking his head. Currently, the realms of the undead, abyss, and hell are all stirring restlessly, seemingly embroiled in a grand conspiracy. It is likely that the main world faces unprecedented calamities, even the peril of annihilation. Master Zhuge expended his entire lifespan to defy fate, predicting that in this direction, the strongest divine-level practitioner in history will soon emerge. That individual shall lead humanity to eradicate the calamities once and for all. Is that why the higher-ups decided to offer the Fate Stone as a reward? Xiao Hongyu blinked in realization. Precisely. Lin Tian nodded. Otherwise, why would they so readily present it? The Divine Summer Empire currently possesses only 3 Fate Stones, and acquiring them has been fraught with challenges. Oh, I understand now. Xiao Hongyu suddenly interjected, pointing at the glowing sphere enveloping the Fate Stone. Isn't this Fate Stone the one that Xiao Cha stole from the Holy Legion 3 years ago? Cough, cough, cough. Upon hearing her last statement, Lin Tian erupted into a fit of coughs, spewing the tea he had just consumed. His serious, square face flushed slightly. Xiao, you mustn't speak such nonsense. What theft? Whom have you heard this from? If this were to spread, it would undoubtedly incite chaos throughout the world. The Vatican would surely rally numerous nations to attack our divine summer empire. Xiao Hongyu had no time for his ramblings. Her captivating face shone with admiration. Wow. Xiao Cha is so handsome. And we share the same surname. I wish to marry him. Lin Tian rolled his eyes. What on earth is Qingbei University thinking? How could they send a nearly 4th-year student like you to be a mentor? Such frivolous behavior and lack of discretion. Is this some kind of joke? Besides, Xiao Cha is over 30 years old and has several romantic interests. Why would you want to intrude? Joke. Xiao Hongyu's expression darkened immediately. Teacher Liu, I'm only 5 levels below you. Is that not enough to qualify as a mentor? Furthermore, do you think I desired to come here? I am here solely to see if I can locate the so-called destined individual. Lin Tian sighed deeply, lamenting, had you attended Xinya University back then, you might have caught up to my level. Xiao Hongyu gritted her teeth and replied with resentment. Teacher Liu, opportunities are elusive, apart from Master Zhuge. Who can foresee the future? 3 years ago, I ranked 6th in the college entrance examination in Danyang, yet Xinya and Qingbei had only 6 spots available in total. Was it my choice to forego Xinya University? It was you who rejected me. Cough, cough. Let's not dwell on the past, Lin Tian said, his face reddening as he coughed repeatedly to mask his embarrassment. 3 years prior, although Xiao Hongyu had secured admission to Qingbei University, she had expressed a desire to attend Xinya University, only to be turned down by the university's mentors. 3 years later, among nearly 10,000 third-year students from Xinya and Qingbei, Xiao Hongyu had rapidly advanced, soaring to the top 10 rankings, leaving the recruitment mentors from that year in deep regret. Old Liu, among the more than 30 legendary professions, who do you think has the most potential to ascend to a divine-level profession? Inquired a middle-aged mentor beside Xiao Hongyu, a recruiter from Donghai University, another prestigious institution. It's hard to say. After a moment's contemplation, Lin Tian shook his head. Though the fate slate has never recorded a case of a profession being elevated to divine status, I have a strong premonition that this year's top scorer will undoubtedly achieve such an elevation. Then let us await the outcome. The middle-aged mentor nodded slightly. Wonderful. Xiao Hongyu's eyes sparkled with excitement. If the top scorer is a junior female, she shall become my wife. If it's a handsome junior male, he shall be my husband. Lin Tian felt utterly defeated. This girl, with her whimsical and unpredictable nature, left one completely at a loss regarding her true thoughts. Just moments ago, she declared she would only marry Xiao Cha, and now she was ready to entertain new affections, regardless of gender. Alas, I'm getting too old to keep up with the pace of your youth. Lin Tian sighed as he gazed at the vast map overhead. Chapter 100. The Abyssal Bloodwolf King. After slaying 66 Abyssal Bloodwolves, Lin Tian finally made a discovery, thanks to the relentless search efforts of his corrupted canines. He found himself beneath a colossal tree, so thick that 10 people could barely encircle its trunk. Is something hidden within there? Lin Tian pointed to the area at the base of the tree, covered in vines. Grr. A corrupted canine emitted a hoarse growl toward the vines. Go. Lin Tian commanded. Several skeletal warriors surged forward, brandishing rusted swords to slash at the vines. Before long, the vines were cleared away, revealing a tree hollow. Peering into the hollow, which was taller than a person, Lin Tian murmured, it seems enlisting the corrupted canines to search was indeed a wise choice. Many large trees had roots entwined with vines or herbaceous plants, and Lin Tian would never have expected the presence of a hollow. Inside the hollow grew a vibrant green plant, its leaves clustering around a delicate white flower. As it swayed gently, Lin Tian felt a wave of dizziness wash over him, threatening to lull him into slumber. With a sudden shake of his head, he snapped back to reality and swiftly uprooted the flower. Dreamflower, gold tier, possesses potent hallucinogenic properties, suitable for crafting nightmare potions. Not daring to linger, he promptly tossed it into his void bracelet. He then retrieved a teleportation token. Watching as the number changed from 1 to 2, Lin Tian pondered aloud. So it appears that only herbs of gold quality or higher will yield points. Previously, he had collected numerous silver quality herbs, yet received no points. Does that mean I must defeat boss-level monsters of gold quality or higher to earn points? Lin Tian speculated. After some thought, he concluded that this was likely the case. If it were ores, they too must not fall below gold quality. With his goal set, Lin Tian summoned 1,000 corrupted canines in one breath. He proclaimed, I shall claim all the boss monsters, rare herbs, and ores within this bloody jungle. The 1,000 corrupted canines scoured the surrounding jungle, inch by inch, ensuring not a single detail was overlooked. This strategy proved effective. Over the next 10 minutes, Lin Tian collected 2 more gold-tier herbs and a piece of gold iron phosphorus ore, earning 3 additional points. He had been correct. Gold ores also contributed points. Just like gold herbs, each adding 1 point. At this rate, aiming for the top 10 seems far from impossible. Perhaps even the top 5 is within reach. Lin Tian's confidence surged. Howl! Just as Lin Tian was lost in his hopeful musings, a haunting wolf howl echoed through the air, far more resonant and powerful than that of an ordinary wolf. Could it be the abyssal blood wolf king? Lin Tian's interest peaked. It seemed to be coming from the right, less than 1,000 meters away. Pick up the pace. 10 minutes later, Lin Tian arrived at a certain location within the bloody jungle. Though he was in transit, his collection efforts had not ceased, and he had gathered additional gold-tier herbs and ores, earning 4 more points. Thus far, he had collected over 20 blood crystals. Ahead of him, a colossal wolf, standing 5 meters tall and 7 meters long, was howling at the moon, an enlarged version of the abyssal blood wolf. The abyssal blood wolf king, Lin Tian exclaimed. Judging by its size and presence, it could only be the abyssal blood wolf king. Finally, he had located a boss-level monster, and Lin Tian was filled with excitement. As for the true strength of the abyssal blood wolf king, he had not given it a single thought. To him, the abyssal blood wolf king represented nothing but a treasure trove of experience and points. To prevent the abyssal blood wolf king from escaping, Lin Tian did not immediately command his undead legion to charge. Instead, he instructed the terrifying knights to take a longer route, slowly approaching the abyssal blood wolf king and blocking all possible escape routes. Only then did he lead his legion towards the abyssal blood wolf king. The abyssal blood wolf king, now aware of Lin Tian, let out a menacing roar, its eyes gleaming with a cruel, bloodthirsty light. The terrifying knights were the first to attack. Dozens of them surged forward in a death charge, a black wind swirling as they rushed toward the abyssal blood wolf king. The abyssal blood wolf king roared in fury, raising its massive claw and slamming it down on several terrifying knights. The knights in the front were obliterated, both horse and rider reduced to mere fragments. Those behind were sent flying by the immense force, toppling numerous terrifying knights in the process. However, the abyssal blood wolf king was not unscathed. Bolstered by the divine-level attribute of undead will, the terrifying knights could exceed a power level of 1,000. Even the massive abyssal blood wolf king was sent reeling, spitting blood, and retreating. At that moment, the bone demon arrived, launching a barrage of hellfire projectiles. As a platinum-tier bone demon, its hellfire projectiles were immensely powerful. The ash and flames scorched the abyssal blood wolf king, eliciting its anguished howls. Following that, the skeletal fire mages unleashed their fireball spells, engulfing the abyssal blood wolf king in a rain of fireballs. Explosions erupted continuously, filling the air with the acrid scent of charred flesh. The abyssal blood wolf king's cries of agony had not ceased since the onslaught began. As the fireball enveloped the area, several skeletal demons lunged forth, knocking it to the ground. From that moment on, the abyssal blood wolf king never rose again. 30 seconds later, its mournful howls faded into silence, and Lin Tian received a system notification. Kill abyssal blood wolf king. Experience 150,000. Was it truly that simple to slay it? Lin Tian found it hard to believe that the formidable abyssal blood wolf king could be so swiftly overwhelmed in less than a minute. Recently, the adversaries he had faced had been increasingly powerful, leading him to develop an unrealistic perception and underestimate his current strength. The abyssal blood wolf king was at most level 20, a mere platinum tier. Compared to formidable foes like Tang Qingchen, Qi Hanying, and He Hai, it was hardly comparable. In defeating the Abyssal Bloodwolf King, he had only lost 20 Abyssal Knights and 3 skeletal demons, a loss that was virtually negligible. Had it dropped loot? A skeletal warrior approached him, offering 2 items. One was a blood crystal from the Abyssal Bloodwolf King, Platinum tier. The other item was unexpectedly a staff. Abyssal Staff, Platinum. Spirit 160. Attack includes 20 points of corrosive power. Its attributes were commonplace, inferior to the Sighing Staff he currently wielded. Among Platinum tier staves, this Abyssal Staff's attributes were at the bottom end. Lin Tian tossed it into his Void Bracelet. He picked up the teleportation token to check again. Killing ordinary Abyssal Bloodwolves did not yield points. Surely, slaying an Abyssal Bloodwolf King would grant some points. He received 3 points, raising his total from 9 to 12. A faint smile graced Lin Tian's lips. After defeating the Abyssal Bloodwolf King, his ranking had surged into the top 100. Chapter 101, Abyssal Tam. Lin Tian noticed that the number of names on the leaderboard seemed to have decreased. He recalled that when he first entered, there were 871 participants. Now it showed only 862. The missing 9 individuals had either encountered danger and used their teleportation tokens to return to the main world or perished in the abyss. Lin Tian felt that the latter possibility was more likely. His ease in navigating this perilous realm was largely due to the overwhelming number of undead that bore the brunt of danger for him. Even in the 3rd layer of the abyss, peril lurked at every corner, and weaker professionals faced a significant risk of death. After securing the teleportation token, Lin Tian continued to traverse the bloody jungle, slaying monsters and foraging for herbs. Every monster he encountered transformed into experience. However, his luck seemed to be waning. In the following 15 minutes, he encountered only ordinary monsters and did not come across another Abyssal Bloodwolf King. He found just 1 herb. After slaying another Abyssal Bloodwolf, a faint, metallic scent of blood wafted into his nostrils. Were there other professionals battling nearby? Lin Tian surmised keenly. He followed the direction from which the scent emanated. The further he advanced, the more pungent the aroma became, nearly overwhelming his senses. Before long, Lin Tian arrived at an open expanse. Before him lay a vast swamp, stretching as far as the eye could see. It was riddled with pools of varying sizes. Bubbling ominously, the murky, reddish-brown water exuded a stench that pierced the air. How many Abyssal Bloodwolves had been buried in this swamp to produce such a potent odor? Above the swamp, dark gray clouds loomed, rolling incessantly in the wind. Scattered trees stood in the swamp, stripped of their leaves, with rivulets of blood trickling down their trunks. What was that? Lin Tian's gaze fell upon a pair of black knee-high boots. Numerous erratic footprints surrounded the area. Could it be that other professionals had also ventured into the bloody jungle and been dragged into the pools by monsters? The owner of the black boots was clearly a girl. Her luck had been terribly poor. She had entered right into this perilous swamp. Best to take a detour. After a long, contemplative gaze at the swamp, Lin Tian resolved to leave. This swamp was expansive, concealing countless ferocious and terrifying creatures. Although the university mentors had cleared the strong monsters in the examination area, some must have evaded capture, particularly in this swamp, where the terrain was complex. One misstep could lead to a fatal plunge, and even with his life link, he would be doomed, regardless of the number of undead he commanded. Just as Lin Tian turned to depart, a creature suddenly burst forth from a nearby pool, lunging towards him. While still midair, it was met with a barrage of bone arrows and fireballs. Splash! By the time the creature hit the ground, it had already breathed its last. Its body punctured by bone arrows. This creature resembled an acid-throwing imp, small in stature and wielding a rusted harpoon, known as an Abyssal Water Ghost, level 15. From the pool, more Abyssal Water Ghosts erupted. Lin Tian summoned several batches of skeletal fire mages and skeletal archers. Not a single Abyssal Water Ghost reached him. They were all turned into pincushions. After consecutively slaying dozens of Abyssal Water Ghosts, the pool finally fell silent. Lin Tian did not linger and exited the swamp. Shortly after he left, a petite, adorable girl arrived at the swamp. Boneflower, a material for concocting the void potion. In the center of the pool, over 50 meters from the shore, there bloomed a grayish-white flower. The girl exclaimed in excitement. Drinking the void potion would render the body intangible for 3 seconds, granting immunity to damage. The market price for a golden tier void potion was around 100,000 gold coins. The boneflower before her, with a flower head the size of a human head and 5 petals, indicated that its quality surpassed gold and reached platinum tier. The boneflower was the primary material for crafting the void potion, and this particular specimen could fetch at least 200,000 gold coins. No wonder the girl was so exhilarated. Despite this, she did not let her excitement cloud her judgment. Summoning 3 ice shields to encircle her, She cautiously approached the boneflower step by step. Occasionally, abyssal water ghosts would leap from the pool to ambush her. With a freeze spell, she encased them in ice, causing them to plummet, then pierced their bodies with ice spears. The surface of the pool was also frozen into a thick layer of ice by her spells. As she stepped onto the ice, she advanced toward the boneflower. By the time she reached it, over 20 abyssal water ghosts had perished at her hands. After clearing the surrounding monsters, the girl extended her hand towards the root of the boneflower. This flower could yield at least 3 points. In her eyes, it seemed as though only the boneflower existed. She was oblivious to the massive shadow that loomed behind her. Just as she reached out to touch the boneflower, the shadow opened its gaping maw and lunged at her. Just as the girl was about to meet her demise at the creature's jaws, she seemed to possess a premonition, abruptly turning around. Unbeknownst to her, a chilling ice spear had appeared before her. Go! With a delicate cry, the ice spear shot forth like lightning, embedding itself deep within the creature's body. The monstrous creature let out a thunderous roar, crashing heavily into the ground and sliding across the icy surface for a considerable distance. Such trifling tactics, daring to ambush me? Utterly laughable. The girl raised an eyebrow, her eyes brimming with disdain. Boom. Before she could utter the last syllable of her retort, her body was hurled into the air, spewing blood as she ascended. The ice beneath where she had stood was shattered by the impact of a beast that loomed like a small mountain. Abyssal Tam. Impossible. How could such a creature exist? Suspended in midair, the girl's face contorted with terror as she beheld the towering monstrosity, nearly 10 meters tall. At that moment, despair filled her gaze. Sensing imminent danger, she hastily constructed 3 overlapping ice shields to mitigate the damage. Nevertheless, she sustained grievous injuries. The collision with Abyssal Tam had dislocated her organs, leading to severe internal bleeding. Ice Blast. Clutching her staff with all her might, she summoned a massive ice sphere. Launching it towards Abyssal Tam, the orb swelled in size, reaching a diameter of 1 meter by the time it approached the creature. Abyssal Tam opened its gaping maw and consumed the ice sphere. Boom. A muffled explosion reverberated as the orb detonated within its mouth. The creature merely swayed slightly before it opened its maw once more, unleashing a long, crimson tongue. With a swift thrust, the girl, suspended in the air and devoid of any leverage or means of escape, was impaled by Abyssal Tam's gigantic tongue. Chapter 102, Blood Battle with Tam. Scalding blood rained down from the sky, staining the ice beneath. The girl's anguished screams echoed through the air, startling a multitude of crows into flight. Abyssal Tam coiled its massive tongue around her, drawing her closer to its mouth and swallowing her whole. Sated after devouring the girl, Abyssal Tam belched contentedly, its colossal form gradually submerging into the depths. The swamp returned to its eerie tranquility, as if nothing had transpired, save for the splatters of blood that marked the scene. Moments later, Lin Tian emerged from the woods at the water's edge. Although Abyssal Tam's strength might not rival that of a demon, it was likely at least level 30. Its defense was formidable. Ordinary attacks felt like mere tickles upon its skin. Slaying it would surely yield far greater rewards than defeating the Abyssal Bloodwolf King. Yet, the pressing question remained. Could it even be defeated? If it were to leap into the water, Lin Tian would be left powerless. Gazing into the pool where Abyssal Tam resided, Lin Tian furrowed his brow in contemplation. He was not concerned about meeting the same fate as the girl, with the divine link of life granted by his legendary attributes. He would remain safe unless all the undead perished. His worry lay in the potential waste of time. Should he linger here too long without vanquishing Abyssal Tam, it would be a fruitless endeavor. However, the thought of allowing Abyssal Tam to escape was equally unbearable. No matter, he resolved to test his luck. With a decision made to engage, Lin Tian began to strategize. It was clear that fighting in the pool was not feasible. That was Abyssal Tam's domain, giving it the upper hand. Furthermore, the undead could not swim and would merely drown if they ventured in. He needed to devise a way to lure Abyssal Tam out. After a moment of reflection, an idea struck him. 3 minutes later, a bloodied ghoul appeared at the edge of the pool. The pungent scent of blood quickly drew Abyssal Tam's attention. The creature surfaced, gliding to the shore, and swallowed the ghoul whole. Just as it prepared to retreat, it spotted another bloodied ghoul not far off. Abyssal Tam shook its massive head, hesitating for a moment, but ultimately succumbed to the allure of food. It climbed ashore and staggered toward the ghoul. After consuming it, another bloodied ghoul materialized 15 meters ahead. Abyssal Tam, now entranced by the feast, continued to approach the ghouls, consuming one after another, until it had ventured over 30 meters from the swamp. After devouring yet another ghoul, Abyssal Tam lifted its head, only to realize that there were no more morsels, but rather a row of towering skeletal monstrosities. Tricked, it immediately sensed the peril and attempted to retreat to the swamp. However, Its escape route was blocked by a formidable wall of terrifying knights. Abyssal Tam resembled an enormous toad magnified several hundred times, with the added characteristics of a catfish and several formidable whiskers. Attack! Lin Tian commanded from the rear, directing the skeletal horde to encircle Abyssal Tam. The nearest skeletal warrior raised its rusted sword and struck fiercely at the creature. Abyssal Tam's skin seemed coated in a thick layer of grease, slick and impenetrable. The rusted blade merely glided off without leaving a mark. Abyssal Tam lifted its 1-meter-wide palm and smashed it down upon the skeletal warrior, obliterating it into fragments. The terrifying knights charged forward, their runic swords slashing against Abyssal Tam, yet failing to inflict any damage. The immense force did not topple Abyssal Tam. Instead, the knights were nearly shaken apart by the impact. This creature's hide is exceedingly tough. Lin Tian was taken aback. He suspected that even bone arrows would struggle to penetrate its defenses. His conjecture was soon validated. A barrage of bone arrows rained upon Abyssal Tam, only to be deflected or shattered upon impact. Even the ice spikes conjured by the skeletal water mage failed to inflict meaningful harm. Now, all eyes turned to the skeletal fire mages and their fireballs. The first wave of skeletal fire mages formed fireballs and launched them toward Abyssal Tam. To Lin Tian's astonishment, he detected a flicker of human-like fear within Abyssal Tam's basketball-sized eyes. With a powerful push of its hind legs against the ground, Abyssal Tam leaped several meters into the air. Boom! When it landed, it resembled a mountain of flesh, trampling through the densest cluster of undead. Dozens of the undead were instantly pulverized, including even platinum-tier bone demons. This is truly terrifying. Lin Tian blinked in disbelief. It was noteworthy that, despite the debilitating effects of the divine attribute's necromantic curse, which had reduced Abyssal Tam's strength and spirit by 30, even the platinum bone demon could not withstand a single blow. This underscored Abyssal Tam's formidable might. Meanwhile, although Abyssal Tam had evaded initially, the sheer volume of fireballs meant many still struck true. The creature let out a ghastly wail as the fireballs ignited its skin, creating blister-sized welts. Moreover, the sticky moisture coating its skin evaporated under the searing flames, rendering its previously slick hide unbearably agitated. A brave skeletal warrior charged forth, delivering a powerful slash. Remarkably, it nearly breached Abyssal Tam's outer layer. Hope surged within Lin Tian at this promising turn of events. It turned out that this toad feared fire. Lin Tian immediately commanded the skeletal fire mages to unleash their full assault. The skeletal fire mages cast fireballs with an interval of 5 seconds between each release. With a total of 500 skeletal fire mages, Lin Tian divided them into 5 groups for successive casting. This strategy ensured a constant barrage of fireballs, creating a formidable concentrated strike. The skies were filled with fireballs, raining down upon the Abyssal Tam like a grand meteor shower. Amidst the cacophony of wails, Abyssal Tam charged wildly toward the marsh. Its enormous tongue could extend up to 5 meters, and with each attack, it pierced through several undead, be they terrifying knights or bone demons, effortlessly slaying them without any resistance. The colossal meat paw of Abyssal Tam was even more ferocious, capable of swatting away groups of undead with each strike. Furthermore, it could expel vast quantities of slime. Once ensnared in the viscous substance, the undead were rendered immobile, trapped in place. Beyond these offensive maneuvers, the most significant attack was the very body of Abyssal Tam. Its massive form resembled a moving mountain of flesh, instilling a profound sense of oppression. Even a slight roll could crush countless undead into fragments. Under the relentless assault of Abyssal Tam, a multitude of undead perished every moment. Chapter 103, The Defeat of Tam. Observing the situation, Lin Tian intensified his efforts. If Abyssal Tam were to return to the marsh, all their efforts would be in vain, rendering their previous endeavors futile. Luring it out once more would be nearly impossible. Lin Tian dispatched all undead, whether skeletal warriors or bone demons, except for the skeletal fire mages, to intercept Abyssal Tam. Meanwhile, the skeletal fire mages unleashed fireballs with unbridled fervor. Abyssal Tam had long recognized that Lin Tian was the linchpin of this undead army and had attempted to eliminate him first. However, the dense throng of undead obstructed its path, rendering its efforts fruitless. As for targeting the skeletal fire mages, which inflicted considerable damage, it was an unthinkable task due to their overwhelming numbers. Thus, in the bloody jungle, beside the marsh, an unprecedented tug-of-war unfolded. In the forefront, the gigantic Abyssal Tam trampled over various undead, while behind it, hundreds of skeletal fire mages incessantly cast fireballs. Almost every second, Abyssal Tam was struck by dozens of fireballs. Its body was already scorched and ravaged by flames, a visage unrecognizable. Its entire form was covered in blood blisters, each one shattering upon contact. A foul mixture of yellow pus and deep red blood oozed forth, creating a nauseating stench. Abyssal Tam trudged over heaps of white bones, laboriously inching toward the marsh, while the undead, undaunted by death, stood resolutely before it, obstructing its advance. As waves of undead fell, Lin Tian summoned more without pause, under the infinite summoning enhancement. The rate at which Abyssal Tam could slay undead could not keep pace with Lin Tian's summoning speed. The sheer mass of undead encircled it tightly, while countless corpse dogs swarmed over its body, even crawling into its mouth and eyes. The corpse dogs bit and tore at it, unrelenting despite their fragile bodies and shattered teeth. Any other creature would have succumbed to such a state long ago. Yet, Abyssal Tam, relying on its massive size and tenacity, managed to endure. The brutal tug-of-war persisted. The thunderous explosions continued unabated. The trees, wild grasses, and shrubs near the marsh were flattened in the fierce battle. 3 minutes later, Abyssal Tam was less than 5 meters from the nearest pool in the marsh. However, this final 5 meters felt insurmountable, utterly unreachable. At this moment, it found itself unable to move an inch. The overwhelming tide of undead surrounded it completely. It could no longer use its massive tongue to carve a path. For just moments ago, its tongue had been severed by the concentrated fire of dozens of bone demons using hellfire projectiles. Abyssal Tam grew increasingly feeble, its body swaying precariously. Finally, after another barrage of fireballs from the skeletal fire mages, it could no longer sustain itself and collapsed with a thunderous crash. Once it fell, it could not rise again. Various undead pounced upon it, launching a frenzied assault. Even so, the undead legion bombarded it for a full 2 minutes before finally slaying Abyssal Tam. Yet, between Abyssal Tam and the marsh, a mere 5 meters remained. But it ultimately did not reach its destination. Defeated Abyssal Tam, gaining 220,000 experience. Successfully leveled up to level 13. The consecutive system notifications caused Lin Tian's tense nerves to finally relax. He hastily took a sip of water, and without pausing for rest, he eagerly refreshed the attributes gained from leveling up. Perhaps as a reward for his arduous battle, he refreshed only 4 times before a golden red divine attribute emerged. Name, Lin Tian. Class, Necromancer. Level, 13, 2215 455 0000. Constitution, 32. Strength, 20. Spirit, 158,220. Agility, 21. Skills, Summon Skeleton Archer, Silver. Summon Corpse Dog, Silver. Summon Ghoul, Silver. Summon Skeleton Fire Mage, Gold. Summon Skeleton Water Mage, Gold. Summon Terrifying Knight, Gold. Summon Corpse Poison Hornet, Gold. Summon Bone Demon, Platinum. Corpse Explosion, Divine. Summon Skeleton Warrior, Divine. Attributes, Gold and Red. Omniscient and Omnipotent. Infinite Summoning. Will of the Undead, Garden of Death. Domain of the Undead. Infinite Firepower. Infinite Enhancement. Wrath of the Lich. Divine Corpse Explosion. Life Link. Enhanced Undead Sacrifice. Curse of the Undead. Attribute 14. Spirit Communication. Abyss. Gold and Red complete mastery of the Abyssal language, encompassing all variations of ancient and modern dialects. In an instant, Lin Tian's mind was inundated with an overwhelming surge of knowledge, complex and profound, along with the previously missing literature of the Abyssal language. He had completely mastered it. He was likely the first human to fully comprehend the Abyssal language, aside from the deities and demons. The new attribute, Spirit Communication, would typically not catch Lin Tian's eye. It provided no combat power and seemed rather superfluous. However, given his current unique environment within the Abyss, understanding the Abyssal language might prove invaluable at some point in the future. Upon slaying Abyssal Tam, Lin Tian received a total of 6 points. Regrettably, aside from a platinum blood crystal, Abyssal Tam yielded no other spoils. Crossing over Abyssal Tam's corpse, Lin Tian made his way toward the marsh. The fierce battle had resulted in the deaths of over 800 undead, the majority being expendable skeletal warriors and corpse dogs. Arriving at the edge of the pool, Lin Tian pointed to the central boneless flower, commanding the skeletal warriors to retrieve it. Upon receiving the command, the skeletal warriors leaped into the pool without hesitation. Gurgle, gurgle, gurgle. The skeletal warriors gulped down several mouthfuls of filthy water, sinking straight down, never to surface again. The skeletal warriors could not swim, prompting Lin Tian to summon several other types of undead. The outcome remained the same. They all vanished without a trace. Ultimately, Lin Tian's gaze fell upon the corpse dogs. Ordinary dogs typically swim with a dog paddling motion, and although the corpse hounds are undead, they should still possess this fundamental skill, shouldn't they? At a command, 7 or 8 corpse hounds leapt into the water. Several floundered aimlessly before sinking beneath the surface. Fortunately, two of the corpse hounds managed to stay afloat. Relying on them, Lin Tian successfully retrieved the bone flower. Just 3 minutes left. A sudden howl erupted from one of the corpse hounds. "What is the matter?" Lin Tian inquired. The hound continued to howl. Lin Tian ran a hand through his hair, perplexed by its meaning. If only the spirit summoning spell could teach him the language of the undead simultaneously. At that moment, the corpse hound suddenly clamped down on his pant leg, tugging him to the side. Lin Tian's instincts kicked in. The hound must have made an important discovery and was beckoning him to investigate. Chapter 104, Abyssal Fire Ants. Lead the way. Upon uttering these words, the corpse hound released its grip and turned, leading him deeper into the swamp. After walking approximately 20 meters, it came to a halt. "Is this the staff belonging to that girl?" Lin Tian squinted. Beneath his feet, a silver staff, stained with blood, lay quietly in the muck of the foul waters. A few meters away, he spotted a teleportation token. Lin Tian picked up both items and retrieved a bottle of clean water from his void bracelet to wash them off. Winter Staff, Gold. Spirit 75. Increases damage by 30 when using ice magic skills. The silver-white Winter Staff felt remarkably lightweight and delicate in his hand, almost as if it were insubstantial. Infusing a thread of spirit, the information on the teleportation token materialized before Lin Tian. Name, Wang Xiao. School class, Huanggang High School, grade 12, class 11. Profession, Frost Mage. Rank, Platinum. Score, 8. Ranking, 1080. To this esteemed student Wang Xiao, I sincerely apologize. It seems such a waste to have lost the Winter Staff. I have avenged you by slaying Abyssal Tam, and thus, this staff shall serve as my recompense. With a nonchalant demeanor, Lin Tian placed both the Winter Staff and Wang Xiao's teleportation token into his void bracelet. This staff harmonizes perfectly with Wang Xiao's profession, capable of fully embodying the characteristics of a frost mage. If Wang Xiao's ice explosion were unleashed upon Lin Tian's undead army, it could annihilate a vast number of skeletal demons. Huanggang High School consistently ranks within the top 5 in the Raccoon City High School Alliance in terms of educational quality, as evidenced by Wang Xiao's fluid and graceful combat earlier. Ice spells, ice spear techniques, ice shields, and ice explosions were utilized with remarkable finesse. Her combat skills were exceptionally high. It was merely her misfortune to encounter the formidable Abyssal Tam that led to her untimely defeat. She perished far too quickly, leaving Lin Tian no opportunity to save her. Casting a deep glance at the swirling mists of the swamp, Lin Tian retraced his steps back to the bloody thicket. Even at the swamp's periphery, such a powerful creature as Abyssal Tam existed, and it took an immense effort to vanquish it. The monsters deeper within the swamp would likely exceed imagination and strength. Lin Tian certainly would not engage in such a thankless endeavor. After replenishing his undead ranks, he continued to hunt monsters and search for herbs within the bloody thicket. "I want to eat, I'm hungry." A deep abyssal blood wolf appeared within his line of sight. Through the low, mournful howls, Lin Tian discerned the wolf's thoughts via spirit summoning. Perhaps due to its lower rank, the abyssal blood wolf possessed little intelligence, driven primarily by basic animal instincts. In a desolate, arid expanse, the gravelly soil exhibited an eerie dark brown hue. A young man leaned against a massive boulder, gulping down water in large swigs. The temperature in the air was oppressively high. Even stripped to the waist, he felt unbearably hot, sweat pouring from him like rain. Within less than half an hour, his upper body had been scorched to a reddish-black hue. Scattered around the boulder were numerous skeletal remains. What kind of cursed place is this? How long will it take to escape? The young man wiped the sweat from his brow, cursing under his breath. At his feet lay a pile of black lizard corpses. This type of lizard, unique to the abyss, was known as the abyssal fire lizard. A single bite could set one ablaze with an unbearable heat, causing those with weaker constitutions to faint on the spot. In such a harsh environment, losing consciousness on the ground would lead to either becoming a sun-bleached corpse or being dismembered by swarms of abyssal fire lizards within the hour. What is that? Suddenly, the young man spotted a patch of black quicksand swiftly encroaching. An abyssal fire lizard, unable to evade, was engulfed by the black sands. When the sands receded, the lizard had been reduced to a mere skeleton. This is bad. That isn't quicksand. It's abyssal poison fire ants. The young man's realization struck him, and his expression turned one of sheer terror. Individually, abyssal poison fire ants are of low rank, merely level 15. Aside from their high constitution, they possess no extraordinary advantages, and he could easily slay them on his own. However, if they swarm together, their lethality would increase exponentially. The horde of abyssal poison fire ants ahead was densely packed, far too numerous to count. A rough estimate suggested over 1,000. Run. The bare-skinned young man felt a chill run down his spine, his mind racing with only this singular thought. But where to run? Scanning the surroundings, he found only the endless, desolate black expanse of the Gobi Desert. Devoid of any hiding place, it was only a matter of time before the abyssal poison fire ants caught up to him. Suddenly, he turned his gaze to the massive boulder behind him, a thought igniting within. This boulder stood over 20 meters high, tapering at the bottom and widening at the top, tilted at an angle exceeding 120 degrees. Even with tools, a common person could not climb it. Surely, the abyssal poison fire ants could not scale it either. A glimmer of hope appeared on his face as he resolved to climb the boulder and wait for this wave of abyssal poison fire ants to pass before descending. He retreated a few meters, took a running start, and charged towards the boulder. His form transformed into a blur, akin to an agile monkey, leaping nimbly upon the rock, reaching its summit in just a few bounds. Finally safe. It's a good thing my profession is phantom assassin. My instantaneous burst of speed allowed me to ascend. The young man collapsed onto the boulder, his face pale with fear. After catching his breath, he heard a rustling sound. Quickly looking down, his face drained of color. Below him, the abyssal poison fire ants were rapidly scaling the boulder. Though many fell midway, countless others succeeded in their ascent. It's over, utterly over. The young man stamped his feet in desperation, utterly at a loss. In this dire situation, he had no time to ponder. Several abyssal poison fire ants had already poked their heads over the edge of the boulder. A fierce determination surged within him, clutching his dagger. He struck fiercely at the approaching ants. Simultaneously, he kicked out with his feet. Although he managed to kick several ants off the boulder, the sheer numbers were overwhelming. For every ant he dispatched, 5 or 6 more crawled up in its place. His dagger, though a golden weapon, could not slay an abyssal poison fire ant in such a short span of time. Moreover, the sheer number of them is such that even if one were to stand still and allow them to strike, they could not be eradicated. The shadow assassins excel in ambush and skirmishing. They are ill-suited for direct confrontation. Within mere seconds, the colossal boulder had become infested with abyssal fire ants. Initially, the young man managed to evade their attacks thanks to his nimble movements. However, as time passed, he found himself with no ground to stand on. In a moment of misfortune, one abyssal fire ant latched onto his calf. The instant the venom was injected, his leg was engulfed in an unbearable itch and numbness, swiftly rendering it completely insensate. Chapter 105, A Path of Carnage. The young man's agility was severely compromised, and his speed diminished considerably. In a fleeting moment, he was besieged by a multitude of abyssal fire ants, their bites tearing into him. He could not endure for more than 5 seconds before his body collapsed lifelessly. An overwhelming tide of abyssal fire ants surged forth, completely engulfing him. Just as the young man let out a harrowing scream, a fist-sized abyssal fire ant burrowed into his mouth, making its way down his throat and into his very being. His ears, nostrils, and eyes became prime targets for these relentless invaders. Initially, his body twitched sporadically, but soon fell completely still. 3 minutes later, tranquility returned to the boulder. With the abyssal fire ants vanished without a trace, all that remained was a shattered skeleton and a dagger, pockmarked and gnawed to ruin. Such tragic fates have been recurrent in this terrifying black wasteland. The number of individuals randomly transported to this desolate expanse exceeds 100. In a mere half-hour, over 30 lives have already been claimed. Emerging from the bloody jungle into the black wasteland, Lin Tian had discovered 5 fresh skeletons within 5 minutes. He could not help but furrow his brow in deep concern. The mortality rate in the black wasteland is even higher than that of the carnivorous marsh in the bloody jungle. Yet, there are no other routes. He must traverse this land. As he stepped onto this uncharted territory, trepidation filled his heart. Having scrutinized several skeletons earlier, he could not discern the cause of their demise. Though the sun was obscured, a blood-red moon hung in the sky, radiating oppressive heat. Fortunately, the supply of fresh water from his void bracelet was ample. With over 100 bottles at his disposal, he retrieved one and poured it over his head. The cool liquid cascaded down, providing a modicum of relief from the sweltering heat. Every few minutes, he repeated this action. Otherwise, a rise in body temperature could lead to lethargy, impaired judgment, or even fainting. So far, the myriad of monsters he encountered were all level 16 abyssal fire lizards. In the face of the vast undead army, they were obliterated almost immediately upon exposure to various assaults. It seemed there was little danger present. Why then was the death toll so high? Lin Tian pondered. At that moment, a sound of swiftly shifting sand reached his ears. He lifted his gaze and beheld a low, desolate hill ahead, where layers of black gravel flowed downward. It was not gravel, it was ants. Squinting to discern the appearance of these creatures, his pupils constricted in horror. He finally grasped why so many perished in the black wasteland. The moving mass of black gravel before him was an unfathomable swarm of abyssal fire ants, numbering no fewer than 500. Even with thousands of various undead to protect him, he felt an icy chill course through his body. The oppressive heat of the air could not quell the profound cold that gripped him from within. The vanguard of the abyssal fire ants clashed with the foremost of the corpse hounds. The corpse hound bared its rancid maw and bit down on one of the abyssal fire ants. The hardened exoskeleton of the ant bore the imprint of deep bite marks. Black ichor erupted, splattering the corpse hound, whose movements immediately grew sluggish and stiff. Several nearby abyssal fire ants converged upon it, swiftly reducing it to a mere skeleton. Despite sustaining injuries from the corpse hound, the abyssal fire ants did not lose their capacity to fight. They continued to assault other corpse hounds. Lin Tian was not surprised by this turn of events, as the corpse hound's level was a mere 13, classified as silver. He had previously examined the attributes of the abyssal fire ants, which were ordinary monsters of level 15 and gold rank. Their attributes vastly exceeded those of the corpse hounds. The corpse hounds, bolstered by their undead will, had increased strength, allowing them to inflict damage upon the abyssal fire ants. Without such enhancements, they would likely have broken their teeth against the ants' tough exoskeletons, leaving only faint imprints. Within the undead army, the skeleton archers, skeleton fire mages, and skeleton water mages began to unleash their ranged assaults. A torrent of fireballs, bone arrows, and ice spikes rained down upon the swarm of abyssal fire ants. The sheer numbers of the abyssal fire ants rendered it unnecessary to aim. Almost every attack found its mark. The air was filled with the cacophony of explosions, echoing incessantly. Like wheat being harvested, rows of abyssal fire ants fell. Kill abyssal fire ant. Experience 64. Kill abyssal fire ant. Experience 64. Kill abyssal fire ant. Experience 64. The system notifications chimed repeatedly, and his experience soared. In the blink of an eye, over 40 abyssal fire ants had been vanquished. The losses to the undead army were even greater, with nearly 70 corpse hounds and ghouls perishing. They seemed particularly susceptible to ice spikes. As the battle raged on, Lin Tian gradually discerned this pattern. The penetrating power of bone arrows was notable, typically capable of piercing the abyssal fire ants' tough exoskeletons with a single shot. Yet, it was rare for a single arrow to slay an abyssal fire ant outright. Most could continue to fight despite sustaining injuries. Moreover, bone arrows, being made of bone, were inherently fragile. Many arrows with insufficient power not only failed to penetrate the exoskeleton, but shattered upon impact. What astonished Lin Tian further was that the golden tier skeleton fire mages dealt less damage to the abyssal fire ants than the silver tier skeleton archers. Enhanced by the godly attribute Lich's Fury, fireballs erupted in fiery explosions upon contact with the abyssal fire ants, sending them flying. Yet, the ants seemed unfazed, merely turning over and rejoining the fray. Their dorsal shells darkened, but otherwise unharmed. Unless a fireball struck the relatively vulnerable abdomen of the abyssal fire ant, it was challenging to slay them. Could it be that their prolonged existence in the searing black wasteland had heightened their resistance to fire? Lin Tian surmised a likely explanation. In contrast, the ice spikes unleashed by the skeleton water mages inflicted substantial damage upon the abyssal fire ants. Even when an ice spike merely punctured the exoskeleton of an abyssal fire ant, the frigid air would cause the shell to shatter explosively. Given the circumstances, Lin Tian did not hesitate to summon several batches of skeleton water mages. As anticipated, with over 300 skeleton water mages joining the fray, the casualty rate of the abyssal fire ants skyrocketed. Countless abyssal fire ants were transformed into icy corpses. Additionally, Lin Tian observed a peculiar phenomenon. The abyssal fire ants exclusively targeted the corpse hounds and ghouls, completely ignoring the nearby bone demons, skeleton warriors, and horrific knights, as if they did not exist. With a slight shift in thought, Lin Tian grasped the underlying reason. The abyssal poison ants exhibit an exclusive interest in corporeal beings, showing no regard whatsoever for skeletal entities such as bone mages, which are composed solely of bone. Chapter 106, Scoreboard. Though the corpse hounds and ghouls are undead, they possess physical forms. Despite their decayed flesh, replete with an unbearable stench, they irresistibly attract the abyssal poison ants. Lin Tian promptly altered his strategy, positioning the skeletal warriors and bone mages, entities devoid of flesh, on the outermost perimeter to serve as meat shields. The corpse hounds and ghouls lured the abyssal poison ants from within. The skeletal water mages became the primary source of damage, supported by skeletal archers and fire mages. This adjustment significantly enhanced efficiency, considerably reducing the casualty rate among the corpse hounds and ghouls. The fetid aroma of their decaying flesh deeply enchanted the abyssal poison ants, causing them to become agitated and relentlessly assault the front line. In their fervent desire to consume the corpse hounds, The abyssal poison ants were compelled to attack the bone mages and other skeletal beings obstructing their path. Their sharp forelimbs hacked away at the skeletal warriors, reducing them to fragments of bone, yet they struggled to eliminate the skeletal warriors within a short span. The absence of flesh rendered the poison of the abyssal poison ants ineffective. They could only resort to physical means of extermination, a task at which the ants were ill-equipped. Typically, it would take the deaths of 5 or 6 abyssal poison ants to vanquish a single skeletal warrior, and over 50 would be required to slay a bone mage. The fierce battle persisted for 5 minutes, culminating in a resounding victory for Lin Tian's Undead Legion. The losses on his side were minimal, with fewer than 100 undead perishing, while over 1,000 abyssal poison ants were exterminated, leaving fewer than 200 remnants to flee in disarray. Lin Tian intended to pursue them, yet failed to catch up, as the abyssal poison ants moved with remarkable swiftness. Once they distanced themselves, blending into the black gravel of the desert, they became nearly indistinguishable. Oddly, Lin Tian pondered, I distinctly remember having 28 points. Why has it suddenly increased to 30? Gazing at the token in his hand, he felt perplexed. Since departing from the bloody jungle, he had neither slain a boss-level creature nor gathered herbs or ores. How had he acquired these additional 2 points? After much contemplation, Lin Tian formulated a bold hypothesis. Killing ordinary monsters also yields points. However, the required quantity must be substantial. If he surmised correctly, it seemed that for every 1,000 ordinary monsters slain, 1 point would be awarded. Lin Tian believed this possibility to be highly plausible. Not everyone possessed the strength to single-handedly defeat boss-level creatures in the abyss. Some individuals, plagued by misfortune, might not encounter a single precious herb or in an hour. Granting points for slaying ordinary monsters effectively provided a safety net for a portion of the populace. Lin Tian had dispatched hundreds of abyssal bloodwolves in the bloody jungle and had just eliminated over 1,000 abyssal poison ants, totaling nearly 2,000. Thus, he had acquired 2 points. This meant that even if he solely targeted ordinary monsters, he could still accumulate a respectable score by the conclusion of the trial. Lin Tian suddenly mused, while other adventurers would flee at the sight of a swarm of abyssal poison ants, wishing for extra legs to escape quickly lest they become the ants' next meal. Even those who could counter the abyssal poison ants would find their efficiency lacking compared to him. The life link rendered him nearly immortal, and his vast undead army acted as a harvesting machine on the battlefield, no matter how many abyssal poison ants appeared. They were merely provisions. Lin Tian shook his head, extinguishing this impractical notion. Although slaying ordinary monsters granted points, it was a slow process for him. Moreover, there weren't that many monsters standing idle for him to dispatch. To break into the top 10, this approach was evidently unfeasible. One must recognize that those legendary professions possessed golden legendary attributes, only marginally inferior to his own. The gap was not insurmountable. If he chose the path of complacency, he would inevitably be surpassed by other adventurers. Lin Tian casually checked the scoreboard. First place, Wang Chan, 36 points, legendary profession, Xinghai Academy. Second place, Bai Shui, 35 points, legendary profession, Raccoon number 9. Third place, Yang Ziyu, 34 points, legendary profession, Shanghai High School. Fourth place, Lin Yueying, 34 points, legendary profession, Qinglan High School. Fifth place, Chu Feng, 34 points, legendary profession, Qinglan High School. Sixth place, Meng Gufan, 33 points, legendary profession, Guqing High School. Seventh place, Lin Tian, 32 points, Black Iron profession, Shanghai High School. Eighth place, Nie Yun, 32 points, legendary profession, Hope High School. Ninth place, and Xiaodian, 31 points, legendary profession, Raccoon number 4. 10th place, Hua Ningming, 30 points, legendary profession, Raccoon number 1. The top 10 all surpassed 30 points, and all were of legendary professions. Only Lin Tian, in 7th place, stood out as an anomalous black iron profession. The score gap was negligible, with rankings tightly contested. Scores being equal, it seemed that rankings were determined by who reached a score first. Even as a black iron profession, Lin Tian had nonetheless secured a spot in the top 10. The presence of both Lin Tian and Yang Ziyu among the top 10 from Shanghai High School was a source of pride for Principal Xiong Wei. In Raccoon City, over 20 high schools existed, yet only 8 had made it into the top 10. The worst performing high school ranked no higher than 39th. Lin Tian also noted that Qinglan High School had 2 representatives in the top 10, both of whom were legendary professions, underscoring the school's formidable strength. As he traversed the desert, allowing his undead to scout for monsters, Lin Tian frequently glanced at the scoreboard. He quickly identified familiar names. Zhao Yan, another legendary profession from Shanghai High School, ranked 15th, performing admirably. His good friend Sun Yongyang occupied the 108th position, a remarkable achievement. Zhou Xiu from Linglan High School was ranked 66th. Lin Tian was astonished to discover that Zhao Yan's ex-boyfriend, Zhu Yulong, ranked 771st, far below his expectations. Despite both Zhu Yulong and Sun Yongyang being diamond-level professions, the disparity in their performances was staggering. Furthermore, the total number of individuals on the scoreboard had plummeted from over 6,800 to under 6,100, indicating that more than 700 adventurers had perished due to various mishaps since entering the abyssal realm. This layer of the abyss had already been meticulously cleared by the mentors from various universities. Even so, the casualties remained significant, illustrating the abyss's terrifying nature. Closing the scoreboard, Lin Tian inhaled deeply, savoring the scorching air, and continued his exploration into the Black Desert. Along the way, he encountered two more stark human skeletons. This time, in addition to the bones, he discovered a crimson longsword not far from the remains. Flame-flowing fire, gold, power 85, capable of igniting targets upon attack. The weapon was indeed of high quality, yet regrettably, its attributes were ill-suited for the environment of the Black Desert. Had it been a water attribute longsword, it might have offered a modicum of advantage against the abyssal poison ants, potentially saving the lives of these two individuals. Chapter 107, Demonic Niter. As a master scavenger, Lin Tian unceremoniously stored the blazing sword into his void bracelet. This long sword, aside from the hilt, which bore a few small nicks from the abyssal fire ants, was largely intact and could fetch a handsome price. In gratitude, Lin Tian instructed the skeletal warrior to dig a shallow grave to inter the two skeletal remains. This could be considered a final resting place. Subsequently, Lin Tian discovered a piece of gray-black, honeycomb-like stone nearby. This was demonic niter. Upon closer inspection, Lin Tian recognized its origin. Score 1. Demonic niter is the primary material for crafting the projectiles of the magic crystal cannon. Due to environmental factors, such materials are virtually non-existent in the main world and are typically procured from various planes. Demonic niter usually forms in regions of extreme heat, under harsh conditions, and its yield has been low in recent years, with prices consistently remaining high. Could there be a vein of demonic niter nearby? Lin Tian speculated. He placed the stone into his void bracelet and began searching the vicinity. After approximately 10 minutes of fruitless searching for any sign of a vein, he stumbled upon several charred bones. The bones exhibited an eerie blue hue. These belonged to humans. It seemed they had not perished at the hands of abyssal creatures, but rather from other practitioners. In an instant, Lin Tian discerned the clues. If it were the abyssal fire ants, after devouring flesh, they would typically leave behind relatively intact human skeletons. In the Black Desert, Lin Tian had encountered numerous abyssal beings, yet none were capable of breathing fire, let alone blue flames. The remnants before him were clearly insufficiently obliterated, allowing him to spot them. Evidently, a vein of demonic niter was indeed in proximity. This behavior was a blatant cover-up, further affirming Lin Tian's suspicions. He immediately dispersed most of his undead minions to widen the search. However, after several minutes, he still found no leads. This was perplexing. It was implausible that there were none. Lin Tian raked his fingers through his hair, perplexed. At that moment, he noticed something amiss. Among the dispatched undead, there seemed to be a noticeable absence of a dozen or so. If it were the smaller skeletal warriors or corrupted hounds, losing a few dozen might have gone unnoticed. However, among the missing undead were 5 terrifying knights. Summoning terrifying knights and bone demons required 50 points of spirit, so their numbers had always been limited, totaling less than 100. The sudden loss of 5 was glaringly apparent. Moments later, a cold smile crept across Lin Tian's face. They had not strayed. They had been eliminated. There must be a vein nearby, and it was being guarded by other practitioners. They regarded it as their own, forbidding outsiders from encroaching. Realizing this, Lin Tian promptly set off with his legion of undead. He recalled that the last direction in which the 5 terrifying knights had vanished was to the northwest. After traversing nearly 700 meters, Lin Tian arrived at a moderately steep canyon. The canyon was only a few meters high, making it difficult to detect from afar. Within the canyon, Lin Tian was astonished to discover the corpses of several terrifying knights. These corpses, much like the remnants of the practitioners he had previously encountered, bore a distinct pale blue hue. Not far from the terrifying knights, hidden beneath the overgrown grass near the opposite side of the canyon, there appeared to be a deep cavern. Lin Tian's eyes narrowed. The mine of demonic niter. He had found the right place. Excitement surged within him. If the mine contained a sufficient quantity of demonic niter, it could significantly elevate his score. Just as he prepared to descend into the canyon, a figure suddenly emerged from behind a rock within the canyon. Halt! Take another step forward, and I will shoot you dead. The speaker was a remarkably slender girl, wielding a colossal bow almost as tall as herself, slowly drawing it back. An ice blue arrow, poised on the bowstring, ominously locked onto Lin Tian, shimmering with a menacing glint under the crimson moonlight. The girl's expression was frosty, her tone devoid of warmth. Lin Tian's expression remained unchanged. The fact that she had slain his terrifying knights indicated that this place was undoubtedly occupied by other practitioners. What he did not anticipate was that someone would be stationed outside to prevent others from entering. Lin Tian feigned ignorance of the lethal ice blue arrow and the girl's piercing gaze filled with intent to kill, and calmly inquired, "It was you who killed my 5 pets?" The girl raised her gaze to Lin Tian, her expression still frigid. "You dared to trespass on our territory without permission. You deserve to die." "Your territory?" Lin Tian chuckled. "Since when did the 3rd layer of the abyssal plane become yours? Are you more formidable than gods and demons, capable of claiming the abyss? How impressive. Does your principal know?" He had encountered arrogance before, but this level of hubris was unprecedented, bordering on absurdity. Unable to restrain his mockery, he continued. The girl in the canyon flushed crimson with embarrassment and rage. "You seek death." She seethed, preparing to release the bowstring. "Hold on. Let's negotiate compensation first." Lin Tian hastily interjected. "Compensation?" The girl pressed, struggling to contain her fury. Lin Tian pointed to the corpses of the terrifying knights in the canyon and explained. "You killed 5 of my pets. As you know, necromancers are the most ineffectual. It cost me 50 points of spirit to summon a single terrifying knight. Throughout this journey, I have done nothing but expend my spirit to summon these knights, and you just annihilated 5 of them. That nearly cost me my life. Thus, you must compensate me for my spiritual loss." The girl's expression shifted to one of incredulity. "You want me to compensate you?" "Indeed," Lin Tian affirmed, raising his voice. "1 terrifying knight equals 1 piece of demonic niter in compensation. You killed 5, so you owe me 5 pieces of demonic niter. You understand demonic niter?" The girl's expression darkened, and a profound murderous intent surged within her. "I had intended to let you go, but now, you must die." Her finger relaxed. The bowstring vibrated. The ice blue arrow shot forth like a meteor, hurtling towards Lin Tian. Lin Tian's eyes turned icy. He had not expected the girl to truly make a move. He remained rooted in place. Just as the ice blue arrow was a mere 30 centimeters away from him, it suddenly veered off course, missing him entirely and striking one of the terrifying knights guarding him instead. The knight's bones shattered upon impact, and a layer of ice blue flames enveloped him. In the blink of an eye, he was engulfed in roaring flames. The terrifying knight howled in anguish, unable to extinguish the blaze, which only intensified. Within 10 seconds, the knight collapsed. When the flames subsided, both the knight and the skeletal warhorse beneath him were deeply imbued with ice blue coloration. Approximately a meter away from the knight, Lin Tian felt a bone-chilling cold. This woman was formidable. The intent to kill began to rise from the depths of his heart. Chapter 108, Slaying Chongrong. Although practitioners are competitors, they are all humans from the same world and city. It is not that they should unite against a common foe, but they should not resort to fratricide. Little did he know that the moment she approached, she intended to kill him. Lin Tian harbored no thoughts of annihilating all the other practitioners within the enchanted nitrate mine, nor did he aspire to monopolize the mineral wealth for himself. Instead, he contemplated negotiating for it. It appeared that the few remnants of bones scattered about were the work of the woman before him and her accomplices. Remarkably, she had survived. Observing Lin Tian unscathed, while the adjacent terrifying knight suffered, a flicker of astonishment crossed her face. She then sneered, "Let us see how many undead you have to shield you from harm." Standing in the canyon, her viewpoint allowed her to see only 3 terrifying knights flanking Lin Tian, obscuring the other undead behind him. This was a deliberate tactic on Lin Tian's part. The girl released another arrow. Yet again, it failed to slay Lin Tian and instead took down one of the terrifying knights. Now, he possessed 7 pieces of enchanted nitrate. Lin Tian's voice, devoid of emotion, echoed from above the canyon. The girl's face flushed with indignation upon hearing this, prompting her to hasten her attacks. Soon, all the terrifying knights beside Lin Tian lay slain. 11 pieces of enchanted nitrate. Lin Tian's tone remained undisturbed. "All your undead are dead, even at death's door. You dare to put on such airs before me?" The girl let out a sinister laugh as she slowly drew her massive bow. Her physique seemed comically mismatched with the enormous bow. This time, she took an unusually long time to charge her shot. As the bowstring was drawn back, a 3-meter-long icy blue arrow gradually took shape. A wild wind swirled around her, as if to amplify the momentum of the shot. Lin Tian remained unfazed, curious to witness the arrow's might. Though puzzled as to why Lin Tian did not dodge, flee, or summon his undead to absorb the impact, she persisted in her preparation. Even if she could summon undead, could they withstand this arrow? When the tension reached its peak, She abruptly released the bowstring. Bang! The three-pronged arrow shot forth with a thunderous roar, hurtling towards Lin Tian. The air vibrated with a powerful shockwave. Despite possessing a divine-level lifelink, the arrow's overwhelming force still sent a shiver down Lin Tian's spine. No surprises occurred. As the arrow reached Lin Tian, it inexplicably veered off course, striking behind him. Boom! In an instant, a cacophony of explosions erupted. Lin Tian turned to witness the devastation wrought by the three-pronged arrow, his brow furrowing deeply. The once orderly formation of the undead army was cleaved apart, leaving a nearly 3-meter-wide path in its wake. Every undead creature in that corridor, be it the formidable bone demon, terrifying knight, or the fragile ghoul and skeleton warrior, vanished without a trace. The passage extended over 50 meters. Lin Tian estimated that this single arrow had eradicated at least 200 various undead. Now, according to the compensation standard of 1 piece of enchanted nitrate per undead, the entirety of this mineral vein could scarcely suffice to cover the losses. Could this woman truly be of legendary class? Even if she were not, she was at the very least an epic class practitioner. Lin Tian turned to face the woman in the canyon, his expression grave. Such a formidable adversary must be eliminated. How could it be? She couldn't kill him. The confidence she once had in her lethal shot had now morphed into shock and a hint of bewilderment. Upon seeing an entire line of no fewer than 50 undead advancing, standing ominously above the canyon, her complexion drained to a pallid white, and she staggered backward, collapsing to the ground. Was this truly a black iron class? The incredulity was evident on her face. At that moment, Lin Tian's emotionless voice resonated from above. Are you done? Now it is my turn. With that, he prepared to command the undead to attack. No, wait. The girl suddenly snapped back to reality. She hastily called out to Lin Tian, misunderstanding. It was all a misunderstanding. I thought you intended to seize our enchanted nitrate, which is why I attacked. Oh. Lin Tian remained unmoved, his tone indifferent. Indeed, I do wish to take it. The girl's words faltered abruptly, gazing at the countless undead. As if the Grim Reaper were summoning them, her mind raced, and she hurriedly exclaimed, Fellow student, I am willing to compensate. I will pay double. Just spare me, please. A devilish smile crept onto Lin Tian's lips. I'm afraid it is too late. Moreover, if I kill you, all the spoils will still belong to me. Despair engulfed the girl completely. Lin Tian ceased to engage in further dialogue. Had he known it would come to this, he would have acted differently from the start. With a flick of his staff, the skeletal archers, skeletal water mages, and skeletal fire mages unleashed their attacks simultaneously. The bone demon also hurled a dark fireball toward her. An overwhelming barrage of assaults descended upon her. Unwilling to concede, the girl thrust her hands forward, conjuring a pale blue shield to protect herself. Bone arrows, ice spikes, and fireballs struck the shield, erupting in a dazzling display of sparks. The shield trembled but held firmly for the moment. However, when the dark fireball descended, the shield erupted with blinding light. The girl behind the shield coughed up a mouthful of blood, her body swaying violently, just as she managed to withstand the initial onslaught. She looked up to see an even more ferocious and dense barrage approaching. The number of dark fireballs multiplied exponentially compared to before. The girl's eyes filled with utter despair. Her strength seemingly drained in an instant, leaving her crumpled on the ground. The outcome was inevitable. The blue light shield could not withstand the second wave of attacks. She was obliterated, leaving not even a trace of ash, a 2-meter-deep crater marking the spot where she had stood. As Lin Tian descended into the canyon, he discovered a massive bow at the bottom of the pit, the very bow the girl had wielded. Remarkably, it remained intact, indicating it was of exceptionally high quality, surpassing even gold. Lin Tian promptly commanded a skeletal warrior to retrieve it. Titan Great Bow, Platinum. Strength 200. Additional 50 armor penetration. Exceptional. In terms of attributes, the Titan Great Bow could only be described with these 2 words. Even among platinum weapons, its specifications were among the finest. No wonder her previous attacks had been so formidable. This Titan Great Bow could fetch an astronomical price. Lin Tian stowed it away in his void bracelet. One of the skeletal warriors also discovered the girl's teleportation token. The token, crafted from an unknown material, proved exceptionally durable, resistant to fire and impervious to blades. From it, Lin Tian gleaned the girl's basic information. Name, Chongrong. School class, Raccoon 9th Middle School, Senior Year, Class 9. Profession, Ice Flame Archer. Rank, Epic. Score, 28. Ranking, 31. Chapter 109, Delving Underground. As Lin Tian had surmised, this girl named Chongrong was indeed of epic class. After searching further, he could not locate Chongrong's void bracelet, likely due to its low quality, resulting in its destruction during the earlier battle. Lin Tian then made his way to the mine's entrance, leaving 100 undead stationed outside. He instructed, should any humans approach, drive them away. Under no circumstances are they to enter the mine. Then, accompanied by a multitude of undead, he ventured into the cavern. Inside the mine, the light was exceedingly dim. However, with such a host of spirits, their ethereal essence was more than sufficient to illuminate the surroundings. And Lin Tian was not concerned about losing his footing. The mine was rather narrow, with a height of merely 2 meters, resembling a natural pit that had been rudely excavated, quite rudimentary in nature. Even the guards were of epic profession. Those mining within were likely of the same caliber. Perhaps even legendary professionals were present. Lin Tian mused, his heart growing more vigilant. The passageway was lengthy, extending for a full 3 minutes, over 200 meters, without an end in sight. By intuition, he sensed that the tunnel descended further, and at this moment, it was likely more than 50 meters below the surface, deep within the earth. The deeper they went, the warmer it became, as if approaching the mouth of a volcano. Fortunately, they finally reached a terminus. The realm of the undead had detected a human presence not far ahead. Lin Tian could even faintly hear voices. Bai Shui, there's an abundance of demonic nitrate here. Just in the upper layers visible, there are no less than 100 pieces. Who knows how many await deeper down? Haha, we're going to strike it rich. Is there truly that much? Lin Tian felt a surge of excitement. A sharp female voice interjected, Wang Dong, you are too hasty in your exhilaration. Even if we possess a multitude of demonic nitrate, it will amount to no more than a mere 10 points. There's such a restriction? Lin Tian was somewhat taken aback. However, he soon grasped the rationale. The rules set by the mentors for the entrance examination were designed to prevent students from exploiting loopholes. Some individuals, despite their lower levels and subpar professions, might strike luck and unexpectedly unearth precious herbs or ores, causing their scores to soar instantaneously. This would be utterly unfair to everyone, particularly to the top-tier professionals, whose brilliance would be overshadowed. University admissions sought exceptional practitioners. Luck could play a role, but it must not be a deciding factor. Hey, I've got an idea. The boy named Wang Dong exclaimed, if we can't use it ourselves, we can sell it to candidates from other schools. With just a bit of coin, we could procure 10 points out of thin air. Such a windfall is sure to attract others to compete with us. Bai Shui replied, that may not be wise. I intend to extract more to sell to merchants. If I sell to fellow students and the mentors find out, they blame us for violating the rules. There's no explicit prohibition. Thus it's tacitly accepted. Besides, even if we were to breach the rules, what of it? You are a legendary professional, and I am of epic rank. Which institution would dare not want us? Aside from Qingbei University and Xinxia University, which are rather discerning, aren't the other top universities eager for us? Wang Dong remarked dismissively. Lin Tian felt a jolt of surprise at this revelation. A legendary professional. Bai Shui. Could it be the Bai Shui ranked second in scores? To encounter her here was unexpected. You have a point. Let us proceed with this plan. Students participating in the entrance examination are in dire need of these ores. Often, a mere 10-point difference can eliminate hundreds of candidates. I'm sure we can fetch a good price. Bai Shui reflected thoughtfully. By the way, is Chang Rong all right out there by herself? There won't be any issues, will there? She inquired. Not at all. Wang Dong assured confidently. She is an epic professional, wielding a platinum-grade weapon. Among the thousands of practitioners participating in the entrance examination, few can match her prowess. Bai Shui nodded. With her presence, we are entirely safe. Even if someone discovers the vein of demonic nitrate, they won't be able to penetrate for a considerable time. She can hold them off for long. It's unfortunate that despite being less than 100 meters from the surface, the thick layers of rock prevent the spirit communication ring from contacting her. Otherwise, we could stay informed of any developments outside. Worry not. Let us focus on mining more. At worst, we can share some of the ores with Changrong later. Wang Dong said, his voice gradually diminishing. It was unclear whether the two had ceased their conversation or were merely lowering their voices intentionally. Lin Tian perked up his ears, straining to listen intently. Suddenly, he sensed something amiss beneath him. He quickly glanced down, only to find a vast pool of blood had appeared at his feet. How could there be so much blood here? Even if a monster had been slain, the soil was too loose. The blood should have seeped into the ground. Lin Tian was filled with confusion. His countenance shifted abruptly as he gasped. Not good, it's a trap. He swiftly attempted to retreat, but it was too late. From the blood, countless tendrils, as thick as fingers and bristling with thorns, surged forth, enveloping Lin Tian entirely, rendering him immobile like a tightly wrapped dumpling. Bloodvine technique. Gazing at the crimson tendrils that covered him, Lin Tian's expression turned grave. The bloodvine technique was a malevolent skill, only learnable by epic-class blood mages. Indeed, you have some discernment. Yet, you shall still meet your demise. A chilling voice echoed from ahead. Lin Tian looked up to see a boy with a delicate visage standing not far away. Beside him was a girl with a red mole on her forehead. Bai Xiao. Wang Dong. Without a doubt, it was these two. Lin Tian had originally planned to ambush them, only to discover he had already been detected. Who are you? How did you come down here? Where's Changrong? Bai Shui demanded coldly, her staff aimed at Lin Tian. Bai Shui, why waste words with him? Just kill him. If he managed to reach the depths, Changrong must have encountered some misfortune. Wang Dong's murderous intent was unabashed. The tendrils binding Lin Tian opened countless thorny mouths, which would drain his blood in an instant at his command, leaving him a lifeless husk. I told you, would you spare me? Lin Tian calmly asked the two. Haha, what do you think? Wang Dong sneered. Even if you didn't kill Changrong, discovering such a significant secret about the demonic nitrate, do you really believe we would let you go? Since I'm destined to die, I might as well await my fate. Lin Tian shrugged, resigned. Not quite the same. Wang Dong revealed a cruel smile. If you cooperate with us, your death will be swift. If you disobey, you'll face endless torment. Since you recognize the Bloodvine technique, you must be well aware of the capabilities of a blood mage, right? Chapter 110, The Bloody Butcher. Lin Tian sighed and said, we are all human. In this perilous abyssal realm, we should unite rather than engage in internal strife and mutual slaughter. Naive. Wang Dong interrupted him roughly. Turning to Bai Shui, shall we kill or spare him? Bai Shui fixed her gaze on Lin Tian, a chill flickering in her eyes. After a moment, she slowly spoke, esteemed classmate. We are not bloodthirsty individuals, but since we discovered the demonic nitrate first, we cannot allow anyone to know. If you are willing to compensate us, provided you remain tight-lipped, we might consider sparing you. Compensation? What kind of compensation? Lin Tian feigned ignorance. He did not trust a single word of Bai Shui's proposition. She and Wang Dong were merely attempting to secure greater benefits. Before he arrived, others had already fallen victim to them. Changrong had shown no hesitation in trying to kill him upon seeing him. If he were to heed their words, his fate would undoubtedly be far worse. Each of you must pay 1 million gold coins. Once the payment is made, we will let you leave immediately. Bai Shui did not anticipate that Lin Tian would be so astute. Her brows lifted with delight as she hastily declared, 1 million gold coins. Even though Lin Tian had mentally prepared himself, the audacity of Bai Shui's exorbitant demand made his heart leap in surprise. Did she truly consider him a fool? 1 million gold coins were sufficient for an ordinary family to live a life devoid of financial worries for generations. Among the students participating in the high-stakes examination, how many could possibly produce such a sum? Hurry up and hand over the money. By your life. Wang Dong barked. Lin Tian's face contorted with difficulty. I desperately wish to survive, but I simply do not possess that amount of money. Then how much do you have? Show me everything you've got. Wang Dong retorted angrily. If I give you the money, can you guarantee my safety? Lin Tian asked weakly. Cut the nonsense. Just hand over the cash. Wang Dong shouted impatiently. All right. I'll get the money right away. However, could you loosen the vines a bit? The void bracelet is ensnared, and I can't retrieve the coins. Lin Tian gestured toward his wrist. Don't try any tricks, or I will ensure your death is particularly gruesome. Wang Dong warned, his face stern. As he allowed the vines to loosen slightly, Lin Tian breathed a sigh of relief and released a strand of mental energy to connect with the void bracelet. 2 gold coins sprang forth, landing at the feet of Bai Shui and Wang Dong. Both were momentarily stunned. With an exceedingly sincere smile, Lin Tian spoke. All my possessions are here. This is what I have painstakingly saved. I kindly ask that you do not disdain the amount and honor your word by letting me go after receiving the payment. I assure you that no one else will learn of the existence of this enchanted nitrate mine. The expressions of Wang Dong and Bai Shui fluctuated between red and pale, their faces shifting in disbelief. They had not anticipated that Lin Tian would audaciously mock them in such a manner. You are courting death. Wang Dong's fury surged to its zenith as he let out a thunderous roar. Kill him. Bai Shui, clearly unable to contain herself any longer, echoed his sentiment. Wang Dong gripped his staff tightly. The vines ensnaring Lin Tian suddenly constricted violently, and thorny spikes lunged toward him. Scream. Suffer. Regret. This is the consequence of crossing me. Wang Dong cackled maliciously, his voice brimming with vengeful glee. However, after a prolonged wait, the anticipated screams of Lin Tian did not materialize. What is happening? Wang Dong turned to Lin Tian, only to find him seemingly unscathed. Aside from his clothing being torn by the thorns, not a drop of blood had been shed. Boom. 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 At that moment, several explosive sounds erupted. Wang Dong turned toward the noise. A number of skeletal warriors beside Lin Tian shattered into fragments. As the blood-red vines continued to exert pressure, more and more exploding skeletal warriors emerged. Could it be that the damage intended for him had been redirected to the undead? Wang Dong's mind raced with a horrifying realization. Behind Lin Tian stood a multitude of undead, too numerous to count. The skeletal warriors, devoid of blood, could not be drained by the blood vines. They had been crushed by the overwhelming force of the vines. You initiated this conflict. I merely sought to extract a small amount of enchanted nitrate, yet you intended to kill me. Therefore, I shall now act in self-defense. Attack. Lin Tian's calm voice rang out. The legion of undead immediately surged toward Wang Dong and Bai Shui. This area, close to the mine's terminus, was considerably more spacious than others, allowing such a multitude of undead to stand without obstruction. Bone arrows, fireballs, and ice shards rained down like swarming locusts upon Wang Dong and Bai Shui. You underestimate me, thinking that a mere black iron necromancer could triumph through sheer numbers? Absurd. Blood-red canopy rise. Wang Dong quickly regained his composure from the shock, though his expression remained disdainful. With a low incantation, countless vines twisted and intertwined, forming blood-red wooden walls that stood before them. The attacks of the undead legion collided with the blood-red walls. In an instant, flames erupted skyward, and the sounds of explosions echoed relentlessly. Wang Dong's prideful blood-red canopy collapsed within 5 seconds, completely obliterated. How could this be? Why did the fireball from the skeletal fire mage explode and sever the blood-draining vines? Wang Dong's eyes brimmed with disbelief. Lin Tian remained silent, commanding the terrifying knights to charge forward. The skeletal archers, empowered by the divine attribute of undead will, had their strength enhanced tenfold. The skeletal fire mages and water mages, bolstered by the divine trait Lich's wrath, had their mental prowess similarly augmented. In the face of such forces, Wang Dong's blood-red canopy was no more substantial than paper. Once the blood-red canopy was breached by the undead, a torrent of attacks rained down upon Wang Dong. Bai Shui, save me! Wang Dong cried out in alarm, his voice rising in panic. The passage was so narrow that he had nowhere to hide. Bai Shui furrowed her brow, quickly reciting an incantation as her dark red staff pointed toward an empty space ahead. Boom! A creature clad in iron armor materialized from thin air. Upon its appearance, it radiated a dark red glow that spread outward. Any attack that came into contact with this dark red light, whether bone arrows or fireballs, was forcefully redirected toward the armored monster. The sound of clanging echoed continuously as the ironclad creature was pushed back, its armor becoming riddled with dents. What manner of beast is this? It can withstand a full assault from the undead legion? Lin Tian was taken aback. The terrifying knights had already surged past the armored creature's position. Bai Shui's expression grew grave as she pointed her staff once more, summoning another monster. This creature stood 3 meters tall, its muscles bulging and formidable, with thick, dark red skin. Wielding a broad cleaver, it roared as it charged at the terrifying knights. Enhanced by the undead will, the knights' strength multiplied, and combined with the momentum of their death charge, the creature was sent flying. As it was propelled through the air, it swung its blade, cleaving 2 terrifying knights, horses and all, in half. The Butcher. Chapter 111. Eliminate them all. Lin Tian's expression shifted as he recognized the creature's origin. While he was unfamiliar with the armored monster, he was well acquainted with the Butcher. A decade prior, outside Raccoon City, before the calamity monsters had completely overrun the area, a few villages still existed, and Raccoon City had stationed numerous adventurers for defense. However, one fateful night, a village named Taiping was utterly decimated by a powerful, unidentified monster. Not a single soul survived, including the adventurers. Investigations later revealed that the massacre had been perpetrated by a level 55 Butcher. The Butcher could grow stronger by consuming blood from its kills, replenishing its energy. Following this incident, Raccoon City dispatched several waves of elite fighters, incurring tremendous losses before finally slaying the Butcher. Born of slaughter, the Butcher was fixated solely on carnage and bloodshed. Through the Butcher, Lin Tian deduced, Bai Shui's vocation, the legendary class of Temptation Sorceress. The Butcher that had caused that massacre was not a mindless beast. Its master was an evil and powerful Temptation Sorceress. The Butcher was birthed in the blood-soaked battlefield, and only a Temptation Sorceress could tame it. This is bad. Realizing this, Lin Tian's expression changed dramatically as he hurriedly attempted to recall the terrifying knights. But it was already too late. From the tip of Snow White's staff, several beams of dark crimson light shot forth, illuminating the formidable knight before her. The knight, charging at high speed, came to an abrupt halt. The flames of soul within its eye sockets flickered violently for a moment before settling back into calmness. Subsequently, it stood beside Snow White, bowing its proud head, appearing extraordinarily docile and loyal. Lin Tian had just recalled that the most remarkable trait of the demon enchantress was her ability to temporarily render enemies mindless, compelling them to obey her commands. Attempting to establish a mental connection, he found that the fearsome knights exhibited no reaction whatsoever. Clearly, They had switched allegiances, falling under Snow White's control and becoming her subordinates. Hey kid, weren't you quite the hotshot? Why not summon some fearsome knights again? No matter how many you bring, they will all become ours. Seeing this, Wang Dong jeered. Is that so? Allow me to indulge you. Lin Tian's expression had returned to tranquility. Losing a few fearsome knights was hardly a significant setback. With a sigh, he waved his staff, and a dazzling light erupted, revealing a mass of approximately 50 fearsome knights before him. The manic grin on Wang Dong's face instantly froze. Aren't you capable of controlling my undead? Let us see just how many you can truly command. Charge! Lin Tian commanded the fearsome knights to advance, glancing at Snow White. Upon witnessing such an overwhelming surge of fearsome knights, Snow White's complexion turned ashen. Each knight she controlled required a substantial amount of mental energy. And with over 50 of them, even if she drained herself completely, she could not hope to control them all. Considering the narrowness of the mine shaft, which would hinder movement, Lin Tian left the majority of the bone demons and fearsome knights above ground, taking only a few with him. Otherwise, Snow White would surely be paralyzed by fear at that moment. Gritting her teeth, Snow White commanded the few fearsome knights under her influence to mount a countercharge. Simultaneously, she clenched her jaws and began chanting another incantation. The fractured crimson vines on the ground, as if drawn by some immense force, transformed into a gushing stream of blood, which then coalesced into a 3-meter-long crimson spear. The armored creature grasped the spear tightly in its hand. The two waves of fearsome knights collided violently. The sounds of splintering bones and breaking bodies were enough to make one's teeth ache. Lin Tian's fearsome knights held an absolute numerical advantage, and in a single clash, they obliterated all of the knights controlled by Snow White. Riding the momentum, they kicked up dust as they continued their charge towards Snow White and Wang Dong. The armored creature leapt into the fray, positioning itself before the fearsome knights. The crimson spear swept through, knocking down several knights in its path. The remaining knights surged past, and the armored knight could only withstand for a mere 2 seconds before being toppled. Throughout this exchange, the attacks from the skeletal fire mages and other ranged undead never ceased. All of Wang Dong's energy was devoted to casting the bloody sky. Yet, each time it rose, it was shattered within less than a second. Their defensive line was still holding, sustained solely by the Bloody Butcher. At this moment, the Bloody Butcher had truly become a harbinger of slaughter. Under the relentless assault of the undead, its body was riddled with wounds, drenched in crimson. The Bloody Butcher, like the armored creature, possessed immense strength, easily dispatching fearsome knights. However, the knights might surpass their own. The Bloody Butcher had only managed to slay a handful of fearsome knights upon its summoning, after which it was rendered powerless, becoming a mere meat shield for Snow White and Wang Dong. The Bloody Butcher was indeed formidable in a one-on-one scenario. A mere few fearsome knights would be no match for it, but could it contend with 10 or 20? Stop. Enough. As the Bloody Butcher began to falter and the armored creature retreated, Snow White shouted desperately. Lin Tian, seemingly oblivious, pressed on, summoning yet another wave of skeletal fire mages. With this influx of reinforcements, Snow White and Wang Dong could no longer hold their ground. The once formidable iron armor of the armored creature, initially a symbol of its defensive prowess, had transformed into a cage that ensnared it. Countless fireballs rained down relentlessly upon the armor, scorching it to a fiery red heat. The acrid, charred smell of roasted flesh wafted forth as the creature writhed in agony, emitting heart-wrenching cries. The Bloody Butcher fared no better, becoming a veritable fountain of blood, gushing forth incessantly. As defeat loomed, Snow White gritted her teeth and once again took control of a fresh batch of fearsome knights. This time, she commanded a formidable contingent of over 20 knights. The situation eased slightly, but remained dire. She understood all too well that this was a slow death. To control such a multitude of fearsome knights in one fell swoop had utterly drained her mental reserves, leaving her pale and teetering on the brink of collapse. Even so, she mustered her strength and shouted towards Lin Tian. "This classmate, I am Snow White from Raccoon 9. Could you possibly relent? If you spare us, we are willing to offer you satisfactory magical nitrate. The void bracelets worn by Wang Dong and me are platinum grade. Even if you kill us, you cannot unlock them or access their contents." She clung to a glimmer of hope. If Lin Tian dismissed her plea, she would have no choice but to close her eyes and await her demise. Under normal circumstances, she would possess far more options, even if she could not win. Escaping would not be an issue. However, being trapped 100 meters underground and facing Lin Tian was a different matter altogether. The mental toll of controlling the fearsome knights had left her no opportunity to employ her other tactics. Once she finished speaking, the onslaught of the undead slowed significantly. A flicker of hope sparked within Snow White. It seemed her words had taken effect. Just as she prepared to speak and ease the tension, Wang Dong preemptively shouted. Snow White is a legendary class from Raccoon 9, and I am an epic class from Raccoon 9. If you dare to kill us, our school will not let you off lightly. No. Snow White's expression shifted drastically as she loudly interjected. Yet, it was too late. Several slender azure needles pierced through Wang Dong's throat, his eyes, and his brow. His menacing threats abruptly ceased. Witnessing her companion's tragic end, Snow White collapsed to the ground. Her face ashen. I do not appreciate being threatened. Rather than wait for retribution, it is better to eliminate him first. Surrounded by a throng of undead, Lin Tian approached Snow White, speaking slowly and deliberately. The undead army had ceased their assault. Countless undead encircled Snow White, leaving her with no escape. Snow White clenched her fists tightly, only to find herself powerless to release them moments later. It dawned on her that dozens of fist-sized corpse poison wasps had taken residence atop the mine's ceiling, and it was their poison darts that had just struck. Lin Tian had chosen to pause his attack for the sake of maximizing his benefits. Snow White was right. Platinum-grade void bracelets were nearly impossible for anyone other than the owner to forcibly open. Her bracelet was undoubtedly filled with magical nitrate. To kill her now would result in a considerable loss for him. As for Wang Dong, failing to grasp the situation and boasting threats even in the face of death, Lin Tian would rather forego some magical nitrate than allow him to live. Speak. How much is your life worth in magical nitrate? Lin Tian loomed above, gazing down at Snow White with an icy demeanor. 50 pieces? Bai Shue's expression was exceedingly intricate, as she simultaneously felt fear, dread, and resentment towards Lin Tian, cautiously inquiring. Ever since awakening to her legendary profession, she had basked in the envious and revered gazes of her classmates wherever she went. It would not be an exaggeration to describe her situation as one of boundless glory and limitless prospects. Initially, she entered with unwavering confidence, vowing to claim the top spot. Indeed, her early journey unfolded largely as she had anticipated, sailing smoothly, and her scores swiftly surged to the second position. She even discovered a mine of magical niter. However, unexpectedly, at the height of her triumph, she was brutally beaten by a blacksmith-class necromancer, leaving her utterly powerless and shattering her pride into fragments. Lin Tian, oblivious to Bai Shue's inner turmoil, expressed his dissatisfaction after hearing her words. Is a legendary profession worth merely 20 pieces of magical niter? I distinctly remember that man earlier demanding 2 million gold coins for my life. Does your life hold even less value than my blacksmith class? The market price of a single piece of magical niter hovered around 20,000 gold coins, approximately sufficient for 5 ordinary magical crystal cannonballs. Thus, 20 pieces would equate to 400,000 gold coins. Bai Shue faltered momentarily, realizing that unless she bled profusely, Lin Tian would certainly not let her off the hook. I only possess 71 pieces in total, no more. I will keep 10 for myself. The rest are yours. Do as you please, Bai Shue resolutely declared, tilting her chin defiantly. 61 pieces is still quite substantial. Hand them all over, Lin Tian insisted. Without hesitation, Bai Shue poured out all the magical niter from her void bracelet, forming a small mountain on the ground. The sheer quantity of magical niter stirred excitement within Lin Tian. Bai Shue gazed longingly at Lin Tian, who fixated on the magical niter without casting a glance in her direction, coldly stating, "You may leave now. You truly intend to let me go?" Bai Shue looked at Lin Tian incredulously. If she were in his position, she would never allow the opponent to escape when holding an absolute advantage. It would be akin to releasing a tiger back to the mountains, inviting endless future troubles. Enough of the chatter. Depart quickly before I change my mind. Lin Tian waved his hand impatiently. Bai Shue scrambled to her feet, casting one last lingering look at Lin Tian before fleeing without a backward glance. Ah, the once proud daughter of heaven, reduced to such a cowardly and selfish creature. Not even bothering to collect her companion's remains. Lin Tian mused, watching Bai Shue's retreating figure, a glint of coldness flickering in his eyes. He then commanded the skeletal fire mage to reduce Wang Dong to ashes. A nearby skeletal warrior scratched its head, seemingly puzzled by Lin Tian's decision to let Bai Shue go. Let her go? No. From the moment Chang Rong sought to kill him, it was destined to be a fight to the death. Killing Wang Dong in front of Bai Shue meant that if she returned alive to Raccoon City, he would face endless troubles, undoubtedly becoming a target for the Raccoon 9th Middle School. Perhaps even before leaving the abyssal plane, Bai Shue could collapse the mine tunnel, burying Lin Tian alive beneath the earth. Lin Tian had stated he would not kill her. However, if she perished elsewhere, he would not be implicated, would he? At the mine's entrance, hundreds of undead stood guard, with bone demons and terrifying knights forming the main force. Given Bai Shue's current state, if she managed to breach their ranks, Lin Tian would have nothing further to say. After placing the magical niter into his void bracelet, Lin Tian approached the end of the mine tunnel. It was a chaotic sight, filled with excavation marks, revealing chunks of magical niter exposed to the surface. Lin Tian was not foolish enough to mine himself. The inefficiency would be staggering. With so many skeletal warriors at his disposal, he commanded them to dig, and within minutes, the tunnel had been widened by several meters. A few skeletal warriors were tasked with collecting the mined ore and delivering it to Lin Tian. Half an hour later, Lin Tian resurfaced. At the mine's entrance, tattered fragments of clothing littered the ground, and bloodstains, along with scattered human bones, were evident. The number of undead had diminished by more than half. This woman is truly formidable. In that condition, she nearly eradicated over 100 powerful undead. Lin Tian was quite taken aback. He had to reassess the formidable combat prowess of legendary professions. He must never let his guard down again. Opening the score leaderboard, he indeed found Bai Shui's name absent. Meanwhile, Lin Tian's score, bolstered by the magical niter, surged by 10 points, elevating him to third place. The top position remained with Wang Chan, while Yang Ziyu ascended to second place from third. Within half an hour, the top contenders were fiercely vying for points. Lin Tian's void bracelet quietly housed 200 pieces of magical niter, a result of his 20 minutes of labor. The more easily accessible magical niter had largely been extracted. The remainder was either buried deeply or difficult to extract. If he continued mining for another hour, he estimated he could easily acquire another 200 pieces. Yet Lin Tian did not forget his original intention. Magical niter was secondary. 200 pieces represented a significant fortune. The focus was on the high-stakes examination. For this high-stakes test, the reward for second place, the platinum life fruit, was a necessity. Chapter 112, Abyssal Ghost Sheep. Just as he prepared to depart, Lin Tian glanced back at the mine entrance and abruptly commanded the undead to demolish the cave's opening. The terrifying knight's runic greatsword struck the upper entrance, sending loose stones and earth tumbling down. Under the relentless efforts of the terrifying knight and bone demon, the mine tunnel was swiftly transformed beyond recognition, its entrance thoroughly sealed. Only then did he leave the site with satisfaction. On the outskirts of the Black Desert, amidst a dense forest, a vast lake lay, its waters tinted crimson and unfathomably deep. Shadows of enormous creatures could be discerned swimming beneath the surface. At this moment, two figures stood at the edge of the lake, hesitating. If Lin Tian were present, he would undoubtedly recognize them. One was a short and stout youth, his good friend Sun Yonggang, and the other a slender girl from Linglan High School, Zhou Xiyu. Remarkably, they had fortuitously encountered each other in the abyss. There must be formidable boss-level monsters in Bloodbone Lake. If we manage to defeat them, our scores will surely skyrocket. Sun Yonggang mused, eyeing the lake with eager anticipation. Forget it. It's better not to take risks. Zhou Xiyu frowned slightly, shaking her head. Just now, we were nearly cornered by a demon-blooded abyssal ghost sheep. Who knows what terrifying bosses lurk in Bloodbone Lake? Monsters have a natural advantage in the water. I can't swim, and if I accidentally fall in, it would be a perilous situation. Sun Yonggang chuckled. I was merely joking. I know my own limitations well enough. I won't throw away my life recklessly. The waters of Bloodbone Lake rippled gently, lapping at the shore. Zhou Shiyu's gaze wandered. If only Lin Tian were here. He might be able to handle that abyssal ghost sheep we just faced. TSK, 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 Sun Yonggang laughed. Zhou Xiyu, you've mentioned Lin Tian's name at least 10 times on this journey. Do you have a crush on him? Is that why you can't stop thinking about him? Of course not. Zhou Shiyu's face flushed slightly as she hastily defended herself. It's just casual talk. She felt a surge of annoyance, perplexed as to why she often mentioned Lin Tian. Had she really been so aware of it? Goodness, this is truly unfair. Lin Tian is just a tad more handsome than I am. Why do all the beautiful women adore him, eagerly throwing themselves at him, while none show any affection towards me? It is utterly unfair. Sun Yonggang, in deep despair, contemplated leaping into the lake to end his life. At that moment, an eerie bleating sound of a goat echoed from behind, causing both of them to change their expressions drastically. This is bad. The abyssal ghost goat is upon us. We must flee. The two hastily dashed alongside the Bloodbone Lake. It is said that hearing the call of the abyssal ghost goat ensures a lifetime of misfortune. One's soul becomes eternally marked by the abyss, plagued by nightmares each night. Legend has it that the abyssal ghost goat possesses the ability to traverse dimensions, walking on cliffs as if on level ground, teleporting instantaneously and freely traveling between hell and the abyss. Wherever the abyssal ghost goat roams, one is certain to encounter horned demons. Lin Tian felt overwhelmed by the weight of so many legends. Which of them is true, and which is false? Or perhaps all are true, or all are false. Moments ago, he heard a goat's cry. In the abyss, there would be no ordinary goat. It could only be the abyssal ghost goat. Previously, he had spent half an hour traversing the Black Wasteland, slaying numerous monsters along the way, abyssal fire lizards, abyssal poison fire ants, rock wolves, abyssal flying mosquitoes, and more. His score had significantly increased. However, after exiting the Black Wasteland, his ranking plummeted from 3rd to 5th. The top 2 positions remained unchanged, still held by Wang Chan and Yang Ziyu. The 3rd spot was now occupied by Lin Yueying, and the 4th by Chu Feng. Both the 3rd and 4th places hailed from Qinglan High School and were adjacent in rank. Surely they must be working together? Suddenly, this thought sparked in Lin Tian's mind. He needed to swiftly hunt down a boss-level monster, or else the gap between them would only widen. Currently, he was trailing 4th place, Chu Feng, by 3 points, which made Lin Tian feel a sense of urgency. Should he pursue the abyssal ghost goat? He hesitated, regardless of the truth behind those legends. They certainly did not arise from thin air. The abyssal ghost goat typically ranks above level 30, its strength far surpassing that of the abyssal tam he had encountered earlier. At this moment, the leaderboard showed that Chu Feng's score had increased by 1 point. Damn it, I'm all in. If worst comes to worst, I can sacrifice some undead. Unable to withstand the pressure, Lin Tian immediately resolved to confront the abyssal ghost goat. The bleat had originated from the north. He commanded his undead to pave the way ahead and swiftly headed northward. The forest he entered now was unlike the bloodthirsty jungle, which was mostly flat. This woodland featured rugged terrain, with steep slopes and sheer cliffs. Occasionally, fresh skeletons could be spotted among the trees, unfortunate souls who had met their demise. Before long, Lin Tian encountered a new type of creature, the abyssal bloodbat. As its name suggests, it lived within the abyss. The abyssal bloodbat was larger than a typical bat, with a wingspan of 2 meters when fully extended. Its methods of attack primarily included sonic waves that instilled fear in its enemies, reducing their combat effectiveness and close-range assaults. Notably, each close-range attack from the abyssal bloodbat was accompanied by a small bolt of lightning. Most of Lin Tian's undead were merely skeletal frames, immune to electric shocks. In battle against the abyssal bloodbats, his skeletal archers, skeletal water mages, and skeletal fire mages became the main forces, while the other undead could only watch helplessly. Although bone mages could wield netherfire orbs for ranged attacks, their power was considerable yet limited in number, with each bone mage possessing about 30 orbs. They would coalesce into a single orb roughly every 10 minutes, making it unwise to waste them on such minor monsters. Despite the abyssal bloodbat's swift flight, it struggled to survive against the onslaught of hundreds of undead, often being reduced to a sieve before it could land. After dispatching over a dozen abyssal bloodbats, Lin Tian suddenly noticed that the sound of the abyssal ghost goat had ceased. It had been silent for 5 minutes. Could it have been slain? Lin Tian doubted this possibility. He could not confidently assert that he could defeat the abyssal ghost goat, let alone others. He had witnessed numerous legendary professions. Not long ago, he had slain the Snow Maiden, who could summon armored monsters and bloody butchers, yet she too could not contend with the abyssal ghost goat. At such a level, even she would be unable to maintain control. No, I must find someone to inquire. After defeating another abyssal bloodbat, Lin Tian began searching for other abyssal creatures within the forest. A few minutes later, he came upon a gentle slope. The rocky wall of the slope had been excavated into a deep cave, where traces of animal activity were evident. Chapter 113, Abyssal Goblin. Lin Tian shouted into the cave in the abyssal tongue he had just learned. I will count to 3. If you do not come out immediately, I shall burn your cave and suffocate you inside. Do not feign death. I see you. 3. Do not kill me. Do not kill me. I am coming out this instant. As soon as he reached 3, a terrified voice echoed from within the cave. Shortly thereafter, a diminutive abyssal creature crawled out. Great human, I beg you, do not slay me. The humble goblin has never dared to harbor any disrespectful thoughts towards the mighty human. As soon as this creature emerged, it kneeled before Lin Tian, repeatedly bowing and pleading for mercy. Lin Tian couldn't help but chuckle. Such a timid and cowardly abyssal being could only be an abyssal goblin. The abyssal goblin before him bore some resemblance to a human, standing less than half a meter tall and extremely frail. Its teeth were sharp and protruding, its eyes bulging and its nose flat. It had long, thin beast-like ears, and its skin was a shade of dark greenish-black. I will ask you a few questions. Answer honestly, and I shall spare your life. Lin Tian declared menacingly. Great human, your loyal servant, the humble goblin, will surely speak without reservation. The abyssal goblin trembled as it knelt on the ground, quaking in fear, and began to flatter Lin Tian profusely. Lin Tian found it amusing. The abyssal goblin was not an indigenous creature of the abyss. They possessed intelligence slightly below that of humans, akin to that of orcs. Once, they had been the servants of gods and demons. One day, upon witnessing their grotesque appearance, a furious deity banished them all to the abyss. In the main world, abyssal goblins were largely scorned by all races, let alone in the perilous abyss, rife with danger and violence. Fortunately, their intelligence surpassed that of most ordinary abyssal creatures, and they had a penchant for burrowing, allowing them to adopt a subterranean lifestyle. Naturally, mere survival in such a treacherous environment required more than just that. It was rumored that abyssal goblins had managed to ingratiate themselves with a powerful abyssal demon, which was why they had not been completely eradicated. I will ask, and you will answer. Do not think of deceiving me. My undead are not to be trifled with. Lin Tian spoke coldly. Though the abyssal goblin was weak, it was notoriously cunning and sly, which was one of its secrets for survival. Yes, great human. The abyssal goblin lowered its head even further. Are there any demons nearby? Lin Tian posed his first question. Demons. The abyssal goblin trembled as it raised its head to gaze at Lin Tian. The first question nearly terrified it to death. In the abyss, demons are second only to the great lords in status. These demons, often referred to as lesser lords, typically possess their own realms of influence. In terms of strength, lineage, and social standing, they are far beyond what a lowly abyssal goblin could ever hope to compare. Yes, my apologies. I am doomed. I should not have offended the great human. Please forgive my rudeness. The abyssal goblin, shaken from its stupor, hastily offered its apologies. Answer my question. Lin Tian's tone remained indifferent. When dealing with an abyssal goblin, there can be no semblance of politeness. They must be treated as the contemptible slaves they are, lest they become emboldened. There was. The abyssal goblin, upon being shouted at by Lin Tian, quickly replied. There was. Does that mean there isn't now? Lin Tian inquired. Indeed. The abyssal goblin lowered its head deeply, nearly prostrating itself upon the ground. Once, in the Bloodbone territory, there existed a powerful lesser lord, a horned demon. About half a month ago, a group of godlike humans suddenly invaded the Bloodbone territory, slaying the horned demon and all its servants. They also conducted a massacre throughout the entire Bloodbone territory. If it weren't for the humble goblin's quick evasion, it might have met the same fate at the hands of those deities. Lin Tian nodded slightly upon hearing this. So this place is called the Bloodbone territory, and indeed, there was a horned demon. It is likely that the assailants were mentors from various prestigious academies, providing a venue for their students' trials. The bleating of sheep he had heard earlier must have come from the abyssal wraith sheep, possibly one of the few survivors of that catastrophe. Are there demons in other territories? Lin Tian continued his inquiries. Yes, the abyssal goblin responded, but please rest assured, great human. The nearest Bloodfang demon resides in the distant Whitebone forest, 200,000 miles away. Oh, Lin Tian felt considerably relieved upon learning that there were no demons nearby. The second question, Lin Tian asked, did any abyssal wraith sheep pass by recently? Yes. The abyssal goblin nodded repeatedly. Which direction did it go? Lin Tian pressed eagerly. The abyssal goblin tilted its head, pondering for a moment, then stood on tiptoe and pointed towards the northeast. It seems to be heading towards Bloodbone Lake. Bloodbone Lake? Lin Tian murmured, asking, are there powerful abyssal creatures within? There is a two-headed viper, slightly stronger than the abyssal wraith sheep, which the humble goblin encountered a few years ago. Before Lin Tian could ask further, the abyssal goblin added, the abyssal wraith sheep is approximately level 33. Oh. Lin Tian nodded thoughtfully. He then fell into contemplation. A single abyssal wraith sheep would be quite challenging to deal with, and with the addition of a two-headed viper, the difficulty would surely escalate. However, seeing the widening gap in scores, with even the fifth place slipping away, Lin Tian gritted his teeth and resolved to investigate. What characteristics do the abyssal wraith sheep and the two-headed viper possess? Relate everything you know. Lin Tian looked down at the abyssal goblin, his tone leaving no room for dissent. Yes, the great human, the humble goblin, shall now divulge. 3 minutes later, Lin Tian nodded in satisfaction. Great human, the humble goblin has conveyed all it knows. Will you spare me? I have elders and younglings at home. The abyssal goblin trembled, kneeling on the ground, summoning the courage to plead. Scram. Lin Tian waved his hand dismissively, without even glancing at it. Thank you for your mercy, great human. The humble goblin bids you farewell. The abyssal goblin, visibly relieved, uttered these words before vanishing into a nearby cave, refusing to emerge again. The abyssal wraith sheep is rather troublesome. Lin Tian mused. During his time at school, the knowledge acquired regarding the abyssal planes was rather scant. Even when the abyssal planes were mentioned, it was predominantly in relation to great lords and demons. After all, the abyssal planes are vast, possessing countless layers, each as expansive as the primary world. The abyssal planes are fraught with peril, and few humans dare to tread there, resulting in limited understanding. Creatures like the abyssal wraith sheep, the two-headed viper, and abyssal tam are seldom elaborated upon, typically only glossed over. Chapter 114, The Two-Headed Viper. Gaining further insight into their characteristics from the abyssal goblin would prove invaluable when the time comes. Lin Tian wasted no time and immediately set off towards the northeast. He did not deliberately seek out monsters within the woods. Unless he stumbled upon them, he typically ignored them. Ordinary monsters yielded a mere 1 point for every 1,000 slain, while a single boss-level monster could grant at least 3 points. What on earth is this creature? Why does my skill have no effect on it? Shuai Wu wielded her staff, summoning countless leaves that whirled rapidly, their edges sharp as blades. Yet, the leaves capable of effortlessly severing a human throat vanished inexplicably upon striking the immense wraith sheep. She unleashed several skills in succession: leaf dance, life judgment, wood arrow, and giant tree fall, all of which dissipated into nothingness. In contrast, the abyssal wraith sheep, crowned with 2 horns, occasionally released a sudden bolt of lightning. If one failed to evade in time, they would be incinerated on the spot. Numerous shallow pits marred the ground, all testament to its destructive prowess. Furthermore, the abyssal wraith sheep moved with astonishing speed, akin to teleportation, covering 100 meters in the blink of an eye. Just moments ago, Sun Yonggang, shield in hand, was sent flying over 10 meters by the charge of the abyssal wraith sheep, crashing to the ground and struggling to rise. We can't fight it. We must run. Sun Yonggang managed to clamber to his feet, spitting out dirt, his expression grave, tinged with barely perceptible fear. As a guardian knight, his constitution far exceeded that of other professions. Though he had been knocked back, aside from the surging blood, he had not sustained any serious injuries. It's too fast. We won't outrun it. Shuai Wu managed a bitter smile. The abyssal wraith sheep lowered its head, once more preparing to charge. Magical attacks seem ineffective against it. I will hold it off. You attack from the side, Shuai Wu said, her expression turning serious. Chanting rapidly, she waved her staff, conjuring 3 deep green wooden walls that rose from the ground, sheltering the 2 of them. Yet, feeling it insufficient, she scattered a few seeds that landed between the wooden walls. As they touched the ground, they rapidly grew, transforming into towering trees, 10 meters high, their branches lush and verdant. At that moment, the abyssal wraith sheep appeared before the wooden walls as if traversing through the void. An astonishing event unfolded. The horns atop the abyssal wraith sheep glimmered, and its body seemed to become incorporeal, effortlessly passing through the trees and wooden gates. Shuai Wu's eyes widened in disbelief. In an instant, the abyssal wraith sheep stood before her. She could even perceive the mocking disdain in its eyes. In that critical moment, a vine ensnared Shuai Wu's waist, pulling her aside just in time. The abyssal wraith sheep grazed by her, howling past. It was a close call. She nearly met her demise. Shuai Wu gasped for breath, her eyes filled with lingering fear. Had she not cast the vine spell in advance, pulling herself away with the vine, she would have likely been torn to shreds by the abyssal wraith sheep. What do we do now? Not only are offensive spells ineffective against it, but defensive spells are equally futile. It charged a couple more times, and we are likely to meet our end here. Sun Yonggang planted his shield firmly into the ground, his face etched with despair. Zhou Shiyu's heart was also engulfed in hopelessness. There was no way to fight back, and no chance to flee. They could only await their demise. Should we leap into the Bloodbone Lake? Sun Yonggang suddenly suggested. The abyssal goat surely cannot swim. If we jump into the lake, perhaps we can escape this calamity. At these words, a glimmer of hopeless laughter crossed Zhou Shiyu's face. You may jump, but I fear water too much. I would rather be rammed to death by this goat than perish in the lake. Moreover, who knows what formidable monsters lurk beneath the surface? Jumping in would be akin to a sheep entering a tiger's den. Bah! The abyssal goat did not grant them further time to ponder, letting out a ghastly bleat as it turned its head and charged at them once more. I'll take this on, Sun Yonggang roared, adopting a steady stance. His left hand gripping the steel shield while the right wielded a colossal sword radiating a warm, earthy glow, his gaze fixed intently on the approaching abyssal goat. As the beast bore down upon him, he seized the moment, swinging the sword down upon it. Unsurprisingly, he was hurled away once again. However, this time, it was not without merit. The sword had sheared off several tufts of wool from the creature. Despair enveloped Sun Yonggang completely. Physical attacks were indeed effective against the abyssal goat, but the gap in their levels was insurmountable, rendering his strikes almost futile. As the abyssal goat prepared to charge again, he laboriously raised his nearly unconscious arm, shielding himself with the shield, retreating step by step. Be careful. There's a lake behind you. Zhou Shiyu's countenance shifted in alarm. By the time Sun Yonggang realized the danger, it was too late. One foot had already stepped into the water. Glub, glub. As Sun Yonggang's foot plunged into the water, the lake erupted in a frothy bubble, resembling a boiling cauldron. Boom. Amidst the splashes, a colossal creature began to rise from the depths of the lake. The two-headed viper. Zhou Shiyu screamed in horror from the shore. The two-headed viper was 2 meters thick, its entire body cloaked in hard, dark gray scales. The two massive heads swayed, their triangular eyes gleaming with a chilling, sinister light. Just the portion above the water measured 7 or 8 meters. One could hardly fathom the true length of its body. As if fate conspired against him, Sun Yonggang lamented in fury. Having already struggled against the abyssal goat, now another creature, even more terrifying than the first, had emerged. He was trapped, with no escape in sight. The formidable presence of the two-headed viper caused even the abyssal goat to retreat, halting its charge. Eyes filled with trepidation as it regarded the viper. "Quick, take cover behind the wooden wall." Seeing Sun Yonggang still in a daze, Zhou Shiyu shouted urgently. Snapping back to reality, Sun Yonggang scrambled towards the wooden wall. One of the viper's heads began to open slowly, unleashing a stream of deep crimson flame. The flames surged forth, quickly morphing into a sweeping wave of fire. The scorching heat evaporated the lake's surface into a thick mist of steam. The fiery tide crashed against the wooden wall and the surrounding trees, igniting them in an instant. The two, who had just taken refuge behind the wooden wall, hastily dashed out again. A brilliant yellow light erupted from Sun Yonggang's shield, desperately resisting the flame's onslaught. Nonetheless, the shield was searing hot, glowing a fierce red. Meanwhile, the abyssal goat nimbly maneuvered among the rocks by the lake's edge, evading the flames. Just as the fire subsided, the other head of the two-headed viper unleashed a torrent of frost. Chapter 115, A Hero's Rescue. The bone-chilling cold caused the temperature to plummet, leaving them shivering uncontrollably. The previously boiling lake surface was instantly encased in a thick layer of ice. The roaring flames were abruptly quelled, after experiencing the dual onslaught of ice and fire. A small crack appeared on Sun Yonggang's shield. The fissure rapidly spread, engulfing the entire shield in a matter of moments. Bang! With a dull thud, the shield shattered into countless fragments. Damn it! Sun Yonggang cursed vehemently, his expression darkening. Many of his skills, such as Divine Guard and Spell Reflection, depended on the shield to be executed. With the shield gone, his role as a guardian knight diminished significantly, rendering him akin to an ordinary warrior. "Now is our chance. Run," Zhou Shiyu urged loudly. Seeing the abyssal goat preoccupied with evading the frost, they were 30 meters away from the two-headed viper. With a thick layer of ice between them, a perfect opportunity to flee. Without looking back, she dashed into the woods. Sun Yonggang immediately followed suit. Behind them, the furious roar of the two-headed viper resounded. Stealing a glance back, Sun Yonggang's jaw dropped in shock. He witnessed the viper whip its massive tail, smashing through the 2-meter-thick ice layer, sending colossal chunks flying in all directions. The abyssal goat leapt about, even unleashing lightning to shatter the ice. Yet it was still struck by one of the giant pieces, sent sprawling. As a massive chunk of ice hurtled towards him at high speed, Sun Yonggang gritted his teeth, unleashing the yellow light from his sword as he cleaved downward with all his might. The ice shattered beneath his blow, yet he was thrown back by the force, spewing blood midair. Zhou Shiyu's situation was no better. The three summoned wooden walls had barely withstood a second before being obliterated. Fortunately, they managed to buy a little time. Just before the ice could collide with her, divine magic pulled her away in the nick of time. Boom! The ice crashed onto a rock behind her, creating an explosive sound, scattering shards of ice and stone everywhere. Caught in midair by divine magic, she could not maneuver her body with agility. Despite shattering some fragments of ice with her wooden arrows, one large shard still cut a long gash across her arm. At that moment, the two-headed viper had breached the ice layer, crawling onto the shore. Oh my heavens! Zhou Shiyu beheld the full form of the two-headed viper, estimating its length to exceed 15 meters. Both heads unleashed a torrent of deep green venom towards the fleeing abyssal goat, sealing off every escape route. Then, with a mighty swing of its robust tail, it aimed a strike at Zhou Shiyu. Under the oppressive weight of terror, Zhou Shiyu felt her limbs bound. Paralyzed and unable to move, desperate to flee, she found herself devoid of strength. The wooden wall technique had already been employed and was still on cooldown. Gazing up at the descending massive tail, Zhou Shiyu's face turned pale, her teeth clenched tightly. Summoning her remaining strength against the pressure, she conjured an illusory wooden shield. She understood this was a futile attempt, yet it was her sole means of survival at that moment. Before the tail could descend, the wooden shield shattered. The powerful gust of wind forced Zhou Shiyu to shut her eyes. Is this how it ends? But I wish to see him just one more time. A tear of unyielding regret slipped from her eye. Yet, she waited for what felt like an eternity, only to find her body uncrushed into a pulp. Stop standing there. You're hindering the Titan's performance. At that moment, a voice, all too familiar, echoed beside her. Zhou Shiyu initially thought she was dreaming. Had her previous wish truly come to fruition, or had she already succumbed to death? Upon opening her eyes, she was met with the sight of a colossal beast. Towering at 10 meters, its decaying body standing before her. Its arms were raised high, strenuously holding back the massive tail of the two-headed viper that threatened to strike. She swiftly turned around to see Lin Tian standing 10 meters away, commanding another undead to combat the abyssal goat. "Lin Tian, it's you," she exclaimed, her dire situation transformed by his intervention. Overwhelmed with joy, Zhou Xiyu ran to Lin Tian and embraced him tightly. Lin Tian was taken aback. It seemed they had scarcely met before. Why was she so forward? "Zhou Xiyu, I'm feeling a bit dizzy, and there are others around. Could you perhaps let go of me?" He attempted to extricate himself, but to no avail, and he sighed in resignation. The urgency of the previous moment had compelled him to consume 2 bottles of awakening potions, leaving his mind somewhat foggy. "Oh right." Zhou Xiyu's face flushed crimson as she suddenly realized her actions were rather presumptuous, hastily releasing him. She averted her gaze, not daring to meet Lin Tian's eyes, her heart racing with both shyness and exhilaration. In that moment of despair, it was Lin Tian she had thought of, never expecting him to actually arrive. Like a heroic savior rescuing her from the clutches of the two-headed viper. "Lin Tian, you scoundrel. Have you forgotten your brothers for a pretty girl? After all these years of camaraderie, you treat us like strangers?" Sun Yonggang could no longer contain his discontent and voiced his ire. Zhou Xiyu's head dipped even lower. "Are you all right? How are you holding up?" Lin Tian inquired, glancing at Sun Yonggang, whose lip was bleeding and spirit waning, then at Zhou Xiyu, whose arm was bleeding profusely. He sought to change the subject to mask the earlier awkwardness. "Don't worry, I'm fine," Sun Yonggang boasted, patting his chest. "Only to wince in pain. It's just a minor scrape." Zhou Xiyu inhaled sharply, forcing a smile. "You both should rest. Leave the matters below to me," Lin Tian declared solemnly. "With you here, I can finally relax and watch the show." Sun Yonggang disregarded appearances and plopped down on the ground, pulling out a bottle of pale green potion to drink. Zhou Xiyu replied obediently, moving aside to retrieve a roll of white bandages and a vial of red potion to tend to her arm. Seeing that both were not gravely injured, Lin Tian quietly exhaled in relief. He was fortunate to have arrived just in time. Had he been a second later, Zhou Xiyu might have perished beneath the two-headed viper's onslaught. Following the instructions of the abyssal goblin, Lin Tian hurried to Bloodbone Lake. Upon arrival, he was greeted with such an exhilarating spectacle, the colossal two-headed viper and the abyssal goat. The sheer size of the two-headed viper made Lin Tian's legs quiver even from a distance. It was an innate fear of colossal beings embedded within human genes. Were it any other unfamiliar adventurer, Lin Tian would surely remain hidden. He intended to vanquish both the two-headed viper and the abyssal goat, but not simultaneously. However, he was familiar with Zhou Xiyu and Sun Yonggang, especially Sun Yonggang, who had been his brother for over a decade. Lin Tian could not stand idly by as he faced death. Chapter 116, A Resounding Victory. Lin Tian began with a powerful summoning, calling forth diamond-tier skeleton warriors and then sacrificing them to create 2 epic, boss-level undead. Fortune favored him, as one of the summoned undead was a titan of the undead, immense in size and strength. Although it was only level 23, a full 10 levels below the two-headed viper, its epic tier matched the diamond tier of the viper, making them evenly matched. The outcome of their battle remained undetermined. In the realm of the undead, titans like these did not naturally exist. True titans hailed from the main world. Despite the name bearing the word abyss, it had no actual connection to it. During the era of the Silver Dynasty, when elves and dragons reigned, a legend persisted in the endless seas regarding each storm being incited by a Naga siren. Beside the siren was a 10-meter-tall creature, serving as her devoted guardian, wielding a colossal ship's anchor. Many dragons and high elves had met their demise beneath that anchor. The Undying King brought an end to the Silver Empire, concluding the era of the Silver Dynasty, and would not allow such formidable beings as the Abyssal Titans to exist. Thus, he slew the Naga siren, preserving her as a specimen, and exiled the Abyssal Titan clan to the realm of the undead. From that moment on, they became the Undead Titans. The Undead Titan before him bore a similarly massive ship's anchor as a weapon. Though rusted and worn, it did not falter against the two-headed viper. The other undead summoned was a soul-devouring wraith, one of the rare incorporeal undead in the realm of the undead. It manifested as a wisp of white smoke, capable of shape-shifting continuously. Each time the abyssal goat charged, it would disperse into 2 forms, evading the assault. Neither the goat's hooves nor its horns could inflict any effective damage on the wraith, except for the lightning emitted from its horns, which the wraith greatly feared. As a spiritual entity among the undead, the wraith was nearly immune to physical attacks, while magical assaults would deal multiplied damage. The wraith's method of attack involved drawing near to the abyssal goat to siphon its soul, yet the goat was exceedingly swift, making it difficult for the wraith to succeed. Thus, the undead titan faced off against the two-headed viper, while the soul-devouring wraith contended with the abyssal goat. The two battlefields had formed a stalemate, with neither side able to gain the upper hand in the short term. The clash between the undead titan and the two-headed viper was fierce and visceral, with scales and rotting flesh flying. The already decaying body of the undead titan was subjected to the viper's flames, frost, and venom in relentless succession, leaving it riddled with wounds. The two-headed viper, though formidable, was not without its struggles. Each blow from the titan's anchor stripped away large patches of its scales. On several occasions, the anchor struck the viper's head, nearly knocking it unconscious. Despite the brutal nature of their conflict, the sheer resilience of their massive forms meant that no clear victor would emerge for at least half an hour, barring any external interference. Lin Tian would be that external force. After resting for 3 minutes, the dizziness subsided, and he stood up, having summoned diamond-tier skeleton warriors and sacrificed undead. His mental energy had been depleted, necessitating the consumption of 2 awakening potions. At this moment, he was left with but a handful of remaining pets, barely numbering 200, most being lowly corpses and ghouls lacking any real combat capability. Lin Tian gritted his teeth and waved his staff, once more summoning the undead. He refrained from calling forth bone demons or fearsome knights, as they would be too taxing on his spirit and, moreover, unnecessary. Instead, he summoned 200 skeleton archers, 200 skeleton fire mages, and 200 skeleton water mages. The skeleton archers differed significantly from their earlier counterparts, the most noticeable change being their weapons. Previously, the skeletal archer wielded a bone bow and bone arrows. Now, while the bone bow remains unchanged, the shafts of the bone arrows are still composed of bone. Yet their tips have been replaced with iron. Furthermore, the skeletal archer's bones have taken on a more refined texture, gleaming with a lustrous sheen, seemingly much harder than before. Just prior to Lin Tian's arrival, he elevated the skeletal archer from silver rank to golden rank. Since entering the abyssal domain, he has vanquished countless monsters, abyssal blood wolves, abyssal fire lizards, and abyssal venom fire ants. With the number of abyssal blood wolves he has slain nearing 1,000. The count of abyssal venom fire ants that fell to his might exceeds 3,000, including various other abyssal creatures. The total number of monsters he has dispatched has surpassed 5,000. He has accumulated 5 skill points. The 2 types of skeletal mages have long ascended to golden rank. While the utility of the skeletal archer has diminished, previously, combating abyssal tam proved quite arduous. Thus, he decided to elevate the skeletal archer to golden rank. Lin Tian, do you need my assistance? Sun Yongyang called out as he witnessed Lin Tian preparing to take matters into his own hands. Rest well, and do not become a hindrance. Lin Tian replied without turning back. Very well. Sun Yongyang responded, unfazed. He understood that in battles of such caliber, his involvement would indeed be superfluous. Lin Tian, please exercise caution. Zhou Shiyu gazed at him with concern in her eyes. Lin Tian nodded in acknowledgement. With the undead legion in place, he issued the command to attack. In an instant, a multitude of fiery meteors rained down upon the two-headed viper, although nearly half of the attacks missed their mark. The sheer density of the assault caused the two-headed viper to howl in pain. Fireballs detonated upon its form, scattering flames, while ice spikes froze the blood spilling from its wounds. Bone arrows, tipped with iron, struck the two-headed viper, piercing its formidable scales. After several rounds of attack, Lin Tian discerned a troubling issue. Despite the two-headed viper's anguished cries, the assaults from the 3 types of undead failed to inflict any mortal wounds, instead provoking its ferocity, making it increasingly aggressive and hinting at the possibility of overpowering the undead titan. This was untenable. The undead titan could not endure indefinitely, and it was limited to a mere 10 minutes of existence. Swift resolution was imperative. Lin Tian rapidly adjusted his strategy. He commanded the undead to concentrate their attacks on the viper's vulnerable spot. The scales at that location were the most resilient, and even the golden-ranked skeletal archer could not pierce through them with a single shot. As the viper was assaulted at this critical point, its thrashing intensified, resulting in a drastic drop in the undead's accuracy. With a flash of inspiration, Lin Tian personally selected 20 skeletal archers with a 10-fold strength enhancement, and chose 15 skeletal fire mages and 15 skeletal water mages, each similarly amplified 10-fold in mental acuity. He directed the remaining undead to target the viper's abdomen and torso. Once the two-headed viper gradually lowered its guard, he swiftly commanded the 50 enhanced undead to launch a simultaneous attack. A sporadic barrage of fireballs, bone arrows, and ice spikes soared toward the viper's vulnerable spot. By the time the two-headed viper sensed the impending threat and attempted to evade, it was already too late. The air was filled with explosive sounds as its vulnerable area was relentlessly assaulted. Amidst the flames, countless scales, accompanied by blood, rained down from above. The two-headed viper emitted an unprecedented, anguished roar. The head that exhaled flames suffered severe damage, with a significant chunk of flesh blasted away from its vulnerable point. The other head unleashed a torrent of frost, temporarily encasing the undead titan in ice, while its tail thrashed violently across the ground, swiftly advancing toward Lin Tian. Lin Tian immediately commanded the few remaining bone demons and terror knights to intercept. Before the two-headed viper could draw near, the undead titan shattered the ice. It forcefully hurled its enormous anchor at the viper. The viper's triangular eyes blazed with fury, fixated solely on Lin Tian, intent on tearing him apart, while it merely flicked its tail to attempt to deflect the approaching anchor. However, perhaps due to the viper's singular focus on Lin Tian, this attack ultimately missed. The undead titan's formidable anchor struck the two-headed viper with a resounding thud, landing squarely on its vulnerable spot, the very area previously injured by the other undead. The anchor's foremost edge, a curved and razor-sharp blade, penetrated deep into the viper's already wounded flesh. One of its necks was nearly severed completely, its head drooping lifelessly. Sustaining such grievous damage, the two-headed viper crashed heavily to the ground. The undead titan placed its massive foot upon the viper's body. The viper writhed frantically, attempting to break free, but the titan pressed down with its full weight, rendering the viper's struggles utterly futile. Splendid. Lin Tian's heart soared with joy upon witnessing this. Realizing that one head of the two-headed viper was rendered nearly incapacitated, it was now the perfect moment to strike a decisive blow. He commanded all the undead to unleash their full might upon the severed neck of the two-headed viper. Zhou Xiyu could no longer restrain herself and joined the fray. She tossed seeds into the viper's wounds, allowing them to take root and sprout from within, causing internal explosions. Sun Yonggang, being a melee fighter, could only watch helplessly. Under the combined assault of Lin Tian and Zhou Xiyu, the viper's neck was finally obliterated. Deprived of one head, the two-headed viper became even more frenzied. Yet, pinned down by the undead titan, it could not escape, no matter how desperately it fought. The viper's retaliatory strikes took their toll on the undead titan as well. The decaying flesh on one side of its body had been entirely incinerated, and its bones had suffered numerous fractures. In comparison, the undead titan maintained a relatively better condition. It possessed an advantage that the two-headed viper lacked, the formidable anchor. With the viper subdued beneath it, the undead titan raised the anchor high, relentlessly smashing the viper's remaining head. The sounds of impact echoed across the bloodbone lake. The two-headed viper managed to evade some strikes, but the number of successful hits far exceeded its dodges. Blood splattered, and scales flew in all directions. After a relentless barrage, the remaining head of the two-headed viper was reduced to a pulpy mass, utterly lifeless. You have slain the two-headed viper. Experience gained, 330,000. Score 3. The long-awaited system notifications finally allowed Lin Tian's previously taut nerves to relax. This two-headed viper had proven exceedingly difficult to kill. Its level may not have matched that of Qi Haining or He Hai, but it had attained diamond rank, boasting a resilience akin to iron and copper. The greatest weakness of adventurers, when compared to such monstrous entities, lies in their frail physiques. Take Sun Yonggang for example. Despite being a guardian knight, even at the same level as the two-headed viper, a single lash from its tail could send his internal organs reeling and shatter his bones. Since the experience gained from the two-headed viper was shared among 3 individuals, Lin Tian acquired a meager 3 points. Had he slain the two-headed viper alone, he would have secured at least 10 points. Without further contemplation, Lin Tian promptly summoned the undead titan and joined the fray against the abyssal goat. At that moment, the soul-devouring spirit was gradually losing ground. If delayed any longer, it might be obliterated by the lightning unleashed by the abyssal goat. The pair of horns atop the abyssal goat's head could absorb the vast majority of magical skills, which was the fundamental reason why Zhou Shiyu's abilities had proven utterly ineffective against it. The nature of the soul-devouring spirit's attacks was magical, inflicting negligible damage upon the abyssal goat. However, with the arrival of the undead titan, the tide of battle shifted immediately. The abyssal goat, fearing the straightforward and brute force approach of the undead titan, found itself propelled away upon colliding with it. The lightning emitted from its horns inflicted minimal harm upon the undead titan. After 2.5 minutes, the abyssal goat met the same fate as the two-headed viper, its skull crushed by the undead titan's anchor. Abyssal goat slain, experience 160,000. Score 2. Thus, both formidable boss-level abyssal creatures were vanquished. Lin Tian glanced at the leaderboard. He remained in 5th place, yet the gap with the 4th place had significantly narrowed, now merely 1 point apart. Lin Tian, thank goodness you arrived in time, or I might never have seen you again, Sun Yonggang remarked, gazing at the corpses of the 2 formidable monsters with a hint of trepidation. You're not even a beauty. I'd rather not see you. Lin Tian retorted casually. It matters not. I may not be, but Zhou Shiyu certainly is. Sun Yonggang chuckled. Just then, Zhou Shiyu, who had approached, felt her cheeks flush at this remark. Lin Tian shot a fierce glare at Sun Yonggang. The two monsters, aside from the blood crystals, yielded no other treasures. Lin Tian did not squander their remains. He sent a skeleton warrior to extract the soul-intact venomous fang from the two-headed viper. The horns of the abyssal goat were also severed. These two items were of platinum and diamond-grade materials respectively. The venomous fang could be fashioned into a weapon, imbued with deadly poison, while the horns possessed exceedingly rare anti-magic properties, rendering them highly versatile. Both of these abyssal materials were in high demand in the market and were bound to fetch him a satisfactory price. After a brief respite of 5 minutes, as the dizziness in his head subsided, Lin Tian rose, replenishing his ranks with golden skeleton archers, and continued his monster hunting, accompanied by Sun Yonggang and Zhou Shiyu. The perils of the abyss were far beyond their expectations. Venturing alone posed a substantial risk of encountering danger. Lin Tian had initially believed the abyssal goat to be one of the most formidable monsters in the high-level testing area, only to discover the emergence of the even stronger two-headed viper. Judging by this, it was not inconceivable that they might encounter even more powerful abyssal creatures ahead. Beneath the somber sky, a young girl clad in yellow, with delicate features, somewhat disheveled, made her way towards the desolate canyon ahead. Suddenly, her gaze was drawn to an object in the distance. Not far ahead, nestled within the branches of a massive dead tree, lay a platinum-colored chest, radiating an enticing golden glow. A platinum treasure chest. What incredible luck! I've stumbled upon 2 chests in a row. Excitement sparkled in the girl's eyes. However, she refrained from rushing in carelessly, her vigilant gaze scanning her surroundings. After a moment of waiting, and having detected no signs of lurking monsters, she began to relax, gripping a black dagger tightly as she approached the dead tree step by step. Currently, my score ranks 13th. If the chest contains platinum-grade herbs or ores that can add 510 points, I might have a shot at breaking into the top 10. Her eyes remained fixed on the platinum treasure chest, her expression brimming with anticipation. Just half an hour prior, she had slain a juvenile abyssal behemoth and discovered a golden treasure chest in its lair, which contained 3 dreamstones collected by the abyssal behemoth, netting her an additional 3 points. The contents of the platinum treasure chest could significantly boost her score. However, as her thoughts were captivated by the chest, she failed to notice the colossal creature rising slowly behind her. By the time she sensed something amiss, it was too late. Her entire body was swallowed by the monster. Without a single scream escaping her lips, the creature devoured the girl and, with a resounding crash, erupted into a cloud of sand, as though it had never existed. Not long after, the area returned to tranquility, with only the platinum treasure chest atop the dead tree continuing to emit its dazzling light. Abyssal Sand Beast? A voice tinged with curiosity emerged, as a tall, graceful girl wielding an exquisitely ornate long sword stepped forth from behind a low hill. Were Lin Tian present, he would undoubtedly recognize her as Yang Ziyu, the foremost beauty among the 4 school flowers of Shanghai High School. The abyssal sand beast typically roamed deserts and arid regions. Its form comprised of sand, and it delighted in devouring living creatures, excelling in stealth. Yang Ziyu gazed at the dead tree, her expression slightly grave. Although she had consumed an abyssal potion that cloaked her from the senses of most abyssal creatures, preventing them from perceiving her as an intruder, the abyssal sand beast was indiscriminate in its hunger. Even if she were truly an abyssal creature, it would still swallow her whole. The platinum treasure chest must be claimed. She was merely 2 points shy of the first place. If she could seize the contents of the chest, she would surpass him in one fell swoop. Yang Ziyu's fair, jade-like hand clenched tightly around the ornate long sword embedded with red and blue gemstones, her resolve steadily solidifying. Drawing her sword, she flicked her finger against the blade, reminiscent of autumn waters. Clang! The clear ringing of the sword echoed. In the wake of the sword's song, Yang Ziyu transformed into a streak of light, hurtling towards the dead tree. As she approached, the sands of the ground rapidly coalesced, forming a massive head that opened its gaping maw, swallowing her whole. Boom! At the very instant the abyssal sand beast consumed her, a low shout resonated from the air. Boom! A tremendous explosion ensued. The abyssal sand beast's head shook violently, as countless grains of sand were sent scattering through the air. Yang Ziyu descended like a celestial being, her garments billowing as the long sword cleaved downward repeatedly. Waves of sword light struck the abyssal sand beast. Bang, 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 bang. The sound of explosions rang out continuously as the abyssal sand beast staggered backward, its body suffering multiple lacerations, reduced to sand. With a nimble backflip, Yang Ziyu landed deftly atop the dead tree. With a flick of her sword, a beam of sword light struck the platinum treasure chest, causing it to spring open. Yang Ziyu swiftly seized the contents and stowed them within her void bracelet. Roar! The abyssal sand beast, now realizing that its treasure had been taken, let out an enraged howl. It opened its massive mouth, a vortex gradually expanding within. Witnessing this, Yang Ziyu's expression shifted slightly. Without hesitation, she leaped down from the dead tree, her sword dancing like the wind. Subsequently, with a vigorous swing, a whirlwind of rapidly spinning sword flowers hurtled towards the abyss sand beast, colliding perfectly with the obliterating storm it exhaled. Amidst the thunderous explosion, a miniature sandstorm was stirred up from the ground. Once the tempest subsided, Yang Ziyu had long since vanished from sight. The abyss sand beast let out a deafening roar, its voice brimming with boundless fury. Alas, this abyss sand beast was over level 25, and the sand it spewed could taint the spiritual essence of weapons. Otherwise, slaying it would have garnered a substantial score. Concealed behind a low slope, Yang Ziyu let out a faint sigh. She had just employed the gale step to enhance her speed, utilized the mirror flower water moon to create illusions that bewildered the abyss sand beast, and executed the vacuum continuous blast to repel it. The infinite sword dance had successfully defended against the beast's breath, allowing her to retrieve the treasure from the platinum chest. She opened the leaderboard to check her current ranking. How infuriating. What on earth did that guy do to suddenly gain 8 points? He has distanced himself from me. Initially, she thought she could confidently ascend to the first place, but unexpectedly, Wang Chan's score had surged by 8 points. The gap between them had not only failed to narrow, but had instead widened. Yang Ziyu was filled with frustration. Lin Tian has surged to third place again. Come on, I hope we can both secure the top 2 spots. Upon seeing Lin Tian's rank rise once more, a rare smile graced Yang Ziyu's lips. It seems that I must eliminate you. Otherwise, I cannot surpass Wang Chan. Taking a deep breath, Yang Ziyu once again approached the withered tree. Young master, I have gathered the information. In a dark canyon, a short, stout, and somewhat unsavory-looking boy approached a tall and slender youth, adorned with flamboyant makeup, with a leering smile. Speak. The youth, seated upon a massive rock, gazed upwards at a 45-degree angle, seemingly oblivious to the short boy, and nonchalantly uttered a single word. The second-ranked player on the leaderboard, Yang Ziyu, is closely pursuing young master Wang Chan. She hails from Chunghai Middle School, and like you, she is a legendary class, rumored to be the infinite sword saint. Chapter 118, Encountering an Ambush. The short boy, Jin Peng, poured forth every detail he had learned like a waterfall. This flamboyant youth turned out to be none other than Wang Chan, who had consistently held the top position on the leaderboard. After Jin Peng finished speaking, he stared at Wang Chan, his eyes unblinking. However, after a considerable pause, Wang Chan remained silent, proud as a rooster. Just as Jin Peng was lost in his thoughts, Wang Chan finally spoke. Is that all? Where is she now? Most importantly, what does she look like? Jin Peng, you couldn't even handle such a trivial matter? I just gave you 10 points. Otherwise, would you even make it into the top 100? Wang Chan's tone was laced with icy disdain. Jin Peng, sensing Wang Chan's discontent, hastily pledged his loyalty. Thank you for your guidance, young master. I captured a student from Chunghai Middle School earlier. According to him, Yang Ziyu should be near the Sea of Death. Also, I've heard that Chunghai Middle School has 4 renowned beauties, and Yang Ziyu is the foremost among them. Oh, now we're getting somewhere. Wang Chan's face lit up with a satisfied smile as he patted Jin Peng's shoulders several times, each pat deepening the rueful smile on Jin Peng's face. This girl seems to possess some talent. It would be a shame to kill her. Let's keep her alive. Wang Chan said nonchalantly. Young master, Jin Peng hesitated. Isn't Yang Ziyu from the Yang family? The Yang family? Which Yang family? Wang Chan asked, momentarily taken aback. The one from Xinxia. Jin Peng replied. His Wang Chan inhaled sharply. After a moment, visibly vexed, he exclaimed, what a pity. To see but not touch. Young master, do not panic. Jin Peng's eyes twinkled as he chuckled. Besides Yang Ziyu, there are other beauties. Others? What is her name? How does she compare to Yang Ziyu? Wang Chan's interest was piqued once again. Jin Peng, eager to take credit, responded. Her name is Zhao Yan, and she is also a beauty from Chunghai Middle School, resembling Yang Ziyu quite a bit. Wang Chan's eyes brightened as he inquired. She won't have a powerful background like Yang Ziyu, will she? Certainly not, Jin Peng assured. She comes from an ordinary family without any significant connections. However, she is also a legendary class, reportedly a light angel. A light angel? Precisely the counter to my class? Wang Chan's brow furrowed slightly. Yet, it quickly relaxed, a wicked smile creeping onto his face. This is perfect. The challenge will only enhance the thrill of conquest. Where is she? She seems to be in the misty jungle. By the way, the Sea of Death is right in the middle of the misty jungle, Jin Peng informed. Onward. To the misty jungle, Wang Chan declared, rising from the rock with renewed vigor. Beneath the stone, A multitude of various abyss creatures lay scattered. Their deaths gruesome and bizarre, their wrinkled, desiccated skins clinging to their bones as if drained of life by some mysterious entity. Stop! Lin Tian commanded in a low voice. Halting in his tracks. Behind him, Zhou Shiyu and Sun Yonggang followed suit. What is it? Sun Yonggang inquired. Lin Tian squinted slightly, scrutinizing the narrow entrance to the valley ahead, assessing the surroundings. I smell blood. After a moment, Lin Tian spoke in a low tone. Could there have been a battle here just now? Sun Yonggang's demeanor shifted to alertness as he raised his shield, scanning the area with vigilance. Zhou Shiyu gripped her staff tightly, ready to activate her shield at a moment's notice. Our adversaries are likely not the abyss creatures. Lin Tian's gaze swept over a charred corner of clothing, his expression darkening. If not the abyss creatures, then what? Sun Yonggang asked, puzzled. Fellow practitioners, just like us. Zhou Shiyu discerned Lin Tian's implication and spoke up. Sun Yonggang's face paled in shock as he realized. Lin Tian, are you suggesting it's a battle between practitioners? Lin Tian nodded slightly, then slowly shook his head. It may not be so simple. Judging by the signs of battle, it appears to be a one-sided massacre. Zhou Shiyu grasped the situation completely. There are practitioners lying in ambush ahead, specifically robbing and ambushing others. That seems to be the case. Lin Tian confirmed with a nod. How audacious of them. Do they not fear the consequences, that they could be held accountable for such brazen acts of murder against fellow candidates? They may not only fail to enter university, but could face the death penalty, Sun Yonggang declared, indignant, just as Zhou Shiyu was about to speak. A cacophony of maniacal laughter erupted from the surroundings. Ha ha ha. Consequences? We'll kill you all and destroy your bodies. No one will ever know. Who? Show yourself. Sun Yonggang bellowed into the void. In response, a hailstorm of black arrows descended upon them. Arrows ignited and black flames rained down, nearly blotting out the sky. Alongside the arrows, sizable ice orbs, akin to the size of heads, pelted down upon the three. Damn it! Sun Yonggang shouted in anger, raising his shield to protect the forefront. Zhou Shiyu reacted even quicker, rapidly chanting incantations, her staff waving as wooden walls sprang up from the ground, shielding Sun Yonggang from behind. Bang! 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 The explosive sounds resounded continuously. The attacks struck the wooden walls, causing them to tremble violently, as if they might shatter at any moment. Zhou Shiyu strained to maintain the walls with all her mental energy. Her complexion gradually paled, revealing a hint of exhaustion. Oh, quite impressive indeed. Who would have thought you could last this long? Then, receive my strike, Ice Blade. A mocking voice echoed once more. In the next instant, countless sharp ice blades shot forth like rain. The wooden walls were instantly riddled with holes. Step back, Lin Tian commanded in a low voice. Sun Yonggang and Zhou Shiyu unhesitatingly dashed behind him. Just as their feet left the ground, several wooden walls crumbled with a thunderous crash. Towering before them were the skeletal demon and the fearsome knight. Black flame arrows rained down upon them, igniting their bones in an instant. Within 10 seconds, they were reduced to a pile of black ashes. The ice blades sliced through them effortlessly, severing what appeared to be solid bones. Moments later, these dozen or so undead were rendered as mere sieves by the relentless assault, collapsing one after another. Lin Tian dispatched additional forces to reinforce the line. Is this still the Necromancer? How can there be so many undead? Voices of astonishment arose around. I have found you. Lin Tian's face turned cold as he spoke slowly. If you do not come out now, you shall never emerge again. With that, he waved his hand. The skeletal archers drew their bone bows in unison. The skeletal mages began their low, ominous chants. To the northwest, a barrage of indiscriminate attacks followed. No, I will come out this instant. Just as Lin Tian issued the command to attack, a booming voice resonated from not far to the left. Chapter 119, Lin Yuyao. A young man emerged from behind a large tree. Who are you? Why did you ambush us? Lin Tian inquired coldly. Should the adversary fail to provide a reasonable explanation, he would show no mercy. The young man forced a smile. I did not ambush you. I thought you were monsters. A misunderstanding. Haha, merely a misunderstanding. What a blatant lie. You just said you wanted to erase all evidence. Sun Yonggang retorted angrily. Did I? The young man blinked innocently, pretending to be unaware. Lin Tian regarded him in silence. I remember now, he is Chu Feng, from Qinglan High School. We crossed paths during a battle with zombies a few days ago. Zhou Shiyu suddenly pointed at the young man and exclaimed. Ah, so it's you. Lin Tian's lips curled into a slight sneer. With such an appearance, and bearing the title of a legendary class, yet engaging in such underhanded deeds, you have tarnished the reputation of legendary professions. It seems your ascent to the top 10 in the rankings is solely due to such unscrupulous tactics. Chu Feng, tall and handsome with striking features, appeared quite dashing. In terms of appearance, he was not inferior to Lin Tian. Coupled with his legendary class, he could be regarded as a prodigy. Yet, he chose a path of treachery, slaughtering and robbing other practitioners. A classic case of outer beauty concealing inner decay. You are the Necromancer Lin Tian, who has just surpassed me in the rankings. TSK, TSK. Truly astonishing. A mere black iron class has managed to break into the top 3. How shall we legendary classes respond? Perhaps it would be better to end it all. Chu Feng, unfazed by Lin Tian's mockery, instead expressed his admiration for Lin Tian's profession. Well, since you are so eager to die, I shall grant your wish. Perish. As Lin Tian spoke, he issued the command for his undead army to attack. The reason he had engaged in such lengthy banter with Chu Feng was that he had previously dispatched the corpse-poison ghost bee to scout for any accomplices nearby. Not having detected anyone else, Lin Tian felt at ease and resolved to eliminate Chu Feng first. Regardless of how grandiloquently Chu Feng spoke, he faced only a certain demise. It was he alone who could withstand the onslaught with the aid of the undead. For anyone else, they would likely falter under the first wave of Chu Feng's attacks. Wait, let's talk this over. Chu Feng, caught off guard by Lin Tian's abruptness, found himself unprepared as the assault commenced. The fearsome knight initiated a charge of death. The skeletal demon hurled another firebomb. The skeletal archers unleashed their bow and arrows. The skeletal mages cast ice spikes and fireballs. Ghouls and zombie hounds lunged at Chu Feng. The moment they struck, it was with the force of a thunderstorm. Hundreds of pets surged into action, creating a formidable spectacle. Chu Feng's expression shifted momentarily before he regained his composure. With a cold smirk, he declared, "A mere necromancer. I could crush a legion of your undead with a single step. Thinking you could triumph through sheer numbers? Naive. Today, you shall learn why black iron professions are at the bottom of the hierarchy." With a swift motion of his short staff, almost inaudible incantations escaped his lips, and a gigantic gray-black ice shield materialized before him. "I shall remain stationary. If you can shatter my black flame ice shield, I shall write my name backward." Behind the ice shield, Chu Feng wore a haughty expression, brimming with disdain. A hint of mockery danced on Lin Tian's lips. Boom. The fastest projectile was the skeletal demon's nether firebomb. The bowl-sized bomb collided with the ice shield, erupting into a cloud of gray-white flames that spread in all directions. Is that all? Chu Feng's words faltered as his expression changed abruptly. How is this possible? He stared in disbelief as the 30 centimeters thick ice shield bore countless fine cracks from a single nether firebomb. More nether firebombs and other attacks followed in rapid succession. The black flame ice shield trembled violently under the barrage, shedding shards of ice. Chu Feng's astonishment deepened. Lin Tian could not be bothered to explain. The skeletal archers delivered physical attacks, bolstered by the will of the undead. The nether firebombs were magical attacks, amplified by the Lich's wrath. These undead were of golden quality. Even with low initial attributes, their maximum tenfold enhancement far surpassed that of their counterparts at the same level. Before the first wave of ranged attacks concluded, 10 fearsome knights charged forward. Boom. The fearsome knights swept past, shattering the already battered black flame ice shield into fragments. Chu Feng gritted his teeth, unleashing a wave of dark flames. Numerous bone arrows, ice spikes, and fireballs were consumed by the dark flames, yet the power of the nether firebombs was evidently superior. The dark flames could not engulf the nether firebombs. 3 nether firebombs struck Chu Feng's chest. To Lin Tian's surprise, the nether firebombs merely flickered twice before extinguishing, failing to unleash their expected devastation. It seemed the garments he wore possessed remarkable magical resistance. At the very least, they were of platinum quality. Lin Tian speculated. However, could he withstand the nether firebombs? Could he endure the charge of the fearsome knights? After breaching the black flame ice shield, the knights' momentum remained largely undiminished as they barreled towards Chu Feng. Terrified, Chu Feng's soul nearly fled, and he hastily waved his staff, pointing ahead. A beam of black light surged towards the ground. The earth instantly transformed into a swamp. One of the fearsome knights plunged into it, sinking deep. However, the sheer number of knights meant that the area turned into a swamp was relatively small, insufficient to contain all of them. Some fearsome knights trampled over their fallen comrades. Crossing the swamp, Chu Feng quickly unleashed a barrage of fireballs engulfed in roaring black flames. The knights that charged forth were struck head-on by the black fireballs, sending 3 of them flying. However, the last head was positioned at the edge and consequently evaded the onslaught of the black fireball. The remaining terrifying knight, in a fleeting moment as it surged past Chu Feng, raised an arm clutching a staff high into the air. Immediately, a blood-curdling scream erupted from Chu Feng. Halt! Lin Tian commanded with a wave of his hand, and the undead legion ceased their assault forthwith. One of the skeletal archers, slightly delayed in its response, had already loosed an arrow by the time it received the order. Without the protection of the black flame ice shield, Chu Feng was struck deeply in the right shoulder by the bone arrow, empowered by the will of the undead. How tremendous was the force of that arrow! It pierced straight through Chu Feng's scapula. His remaining right arm hung limply at his side as he writhed in agony on the ground, howling in torment, a stark contrast to his previous arrogance. Within less than a minute, the once proud scion had been reduced to a mere wretch. Haha! What happened to your bravado? How dare you ambush us? You are courting death. Sun Yonggang rushed to Chu Feng's side, mercilessly kicking him. Chu Feng's cries grew increasingly desperate. I've shattered your black flame ice shield. There's no need to write its name backward. Regardless, your time is short. Lin Tian did not intervene, speaking languidly. At these words, Chu Feng's body stiffened suddenly. He struggled to lift his head and stared at Lin Tian, his face a mask of madness and hatred. What? Are you refusing to accept defeat at the hands of a mere black iron class? Alas, you have no more chances. Lin Tian inquired nonchalantly. To Lin Tian, Chu Feng's strength was indeed formidable. His offensive and defensive capabilities far surpassed those of others. Unfortunately for him, he had encountered Lin Tian. The undead legion commanded by Lin Tian was not only vast in number, but also bolstered by divine-level attributes. Had Chu Feng not underestimated Lin Tian's power, perhaps his downfall would not have come so swiftly. Chu Feng remained silent, his gaze fixed intently on Lin Tian. Lin Tian, a hint of disappointment in his expression, slowly shook his head. From your demeanor, it seems that extracting the spoils you robbed from others is beyond hope. Therefore, perish. As Lin Tian spoke, he gestured toward his skeletal warrior. The skeletal warrior understood and advanced, raising its rusted sword high. Chu Feng's eyes widened in horror. Stop! Just as the skeletal warrior was about to sever Chu Feng's head, a desperate voice echoed from a distance. Lin Tian slightly raised his hand, and the skeletal warrior halted its descent. A white figure dashed swiftly from the jungle behind the canyon. Upon first hearing the voice, it was still 200 meters away. Yet in less than 3 seconds, it arrived before Lin Tian and his companions with astonishing speed. Lin Tian was momentarily taken aback by the appearance of the newcomer. She was breathtakingly beautiful, with a graceful form, large sparkling eyes, a flawless face, skin as white as snow, and hair cascading like a waterfall. She was comparable to Zhou Shiyu in terms of looks. I am Lin Yuyao from Qinglan High School. Chu Feng's actions against you were wrong. Could you possibly spare his life? We are willing to compensate you in other ways. Lin Yuyao earnestly implored Lin Tian, her eyes brimming with urgency. I'm afraid he must die, Lin Tian replied, returning to his senses with an icy demeanor. Lin Yuyao, why plead for mercy from a worthless black iron class? After all, I've become a cripple. It's merely a matter of dying. Chu Feng roared, his eyes bloodshot. Covered in blood and dirt, he resembled a mad dog. Silence. I warned you not to engage in this line of work, yet you refused to listen. Now you've bitten off more than you can chew. Lin Yuyao admonished Chu Feng sharply before once again turning to Lin Tian to plead. I understand this is all his fault, but could you grant him a chance at life? I will agree to any conditions. Lin Yuyao's eyes flickered with determination, her tone increasingly sincere. Any conditions? Sun Yonggang chuckled lewdly, eyeing Lin Yuyao with ill intent. Lin Yuyao's expression changed slightly as she instinctively shielded her body with her hands and took 2 steps back. Sun Yonggang, don't be ridiculous, Lin Tian remarked, exasperated. Oh haha, just a joke, Sun Yonggang laughed boisterously. Lin Tian turned to Lin Yuyao. What is your relationship with him that you would go to such lengths to save him? Him? Lin Yuyao cast a glance at the groaning Chu Feng. Her eyes filled with mixed emotions, disdain and helplessness. We are merely ordinary classmates, and I even find him rather distasteful. But distasteful as he may be, you truly cannot kill him. His father is the principal of Qinglan High School. Given his sole power, he could never have awakened a legendary class without the principal purchasing a divine-level soul pill to forcibly enhance his soul power. One could imagine the level of importance the principal placed on him. If he were killed, it would undoubtedly lead to endless repercussions. Our principal also holds the position of vice president of the Adventurers Guild. It was through his position that he acquired a divine-level soul pill. Lin Yuyao bit her lip, outlining the pros and cons to Lin Tian. Her words caused both Sun Yonggang and Zhou Shiyu to adopt a more serious demeanor. The Adventurers Guild is a national organization with branches in every major city. Its power is formidable, rivaling that of the Radiant Church. Yet, Lin Tian's expression remained unchanged. Are you threatening me? His calm voice made Lin Yuyao's heart skip a beat. Suppressing her fear, she continued to persuade him. I mean no such thing. My previous words were not mere alarmism. I spoke truthfully. If you spare his life, you will gain ample benefits without incurring the wrath of the powerful figures behind him. It's a win-win situation, why not take it? After speaking, she gazed at Lin Tian with hopeful eyes. Raising a tiger to harbor danger is not my style. In fact, I have another method, Lin Tian replied. Lin Yuyao quickly asked, What method? I could kill you as well, with no witnesses. And given the countless students who have perished in the Gaokao trials, even your principal, no matter how powerful, would find it difficult to trace it back to me. Lin Tian looked at Lin Yuyao calmly. You propose to kill someone to silence them? Lin Yuyao's voice trembled, her expression turning fearful as she took several steps back, tightly gripping her purple short bow. There's no need to be anxious. I'm merely speaking hypothetically. The one who ambushed me was Chu Feng. This has nothing to do with you, Lin Tian said with a slight smile. Lin Yuyao exhaled, yet her gaze toward Lin Tian remained wary. What you just said is not without merit, Lin Tian stated, but how can you assure me that he won't seek revenge afterward? Lin Yuyao found herself at a loss. In her eagerness to save Chu Feng, she had hastily laid out her conditions. Now she realized the complexities of the situation. She understood Chu Feng's character all too well: arrogant, egotistical, narrow-minded, vengeful, envious of others' talents, and lecherous. One could say that aside from his decent looks, he possessed no redeeming qualities. He had previously leveraged his family background to coerce Lin Yuyao into being his girlfriend on several occasions. Lin Yuyao found herself on the brink of transferring schools several times due to relentless pressure. Were it not for her exceptional talent and formidable soul power, the school authorities' regard for her would not have sufficed to prevent Chu Feng from having his way. With her crimson lips lightly biting down, various thoughts flashed through her mind. After a moment, she lifted her gaze to meet Lin Tian's. Chu Feng is a despicable individual, and I cannot guarantee that he will not resort to his family's influence to retaliate against you afterward. However, I assure you, should he dare to act thus, you need not lift a finger. I shall personally ensure his demise. Lin Yuyao pronounced each word with solemnity. Chapter 120. The Solution. The gravity of her tone stirred both Zhou Xiyu and Sun Yonggang. Even the groaning Chu Feng ceased his lamentations. Lin Tian's expression remained unchanged, as stoic as when they first began this discourse. I must inquire, since he is so inept, why do you insist on protecting him? A faint, bittersweet smile crossed Lin Yuyao's flawless visage. I do not wish to concern myself with him. I would rather you eliminate him. Yet his father, the principal of Qinglan High School, has treated me with great kindness. When I lacked the means to pursue my education, he advocated for the waiving of all my fees. Without his support, I would never have stood within the awakening array, nor would I have had the opportunity to partake in the college entrance trials. This platinum staff in my possession was also a gift from Principal Chu. Thus, despite his shortcomings, I must save his life. Otherwise, how could I face Principal Chu? Of course, should you insist on his execution, even if I am no match for you, I shall fight with all my might. A protracted silence enveloped the scene. The stillness was punctuated only by Lin Yuyao's anxious breaths. Finally, Lin Tian broke the quietude. You have swayed me. I will spare his life. To kill him serves no advantage and would only invite trouble. Now, tell me what you are willing to offer in exchange for his life. Upon hearing Lin Tian relent, Lin Yuyao's heart soared with joy. She removed her void bracelet and pointed it toward the ground. Instantly, a plethora of materials and ores materialized at Lin Tian's feet. She then turned to Chu Feng and coldly commanded, "Where are your materials and ores? Produce them all. No hiding." The humiliation of being rescued by a woman left Chu Feng seething, yet he had no choice but to comply. At least he was alive, even with his arms broken. His family background would ensure he could recover. After a period of recuperation, he would be back to his former self. But this trial for the college entrance examination was now a lost cause. Both Chu Feng and Lin Yuyao surrendered all the ores and herbs they had obtained through various means in the abyssal realm. Lin Tian assessed the haul and noted, "This could add over 50 points. Even split among the three of us, that would be 15 points each." Most of the materials had been pilfered by Chu Feng, a testament to the extent of his thievery. Is this sufficient? Lin Yuyao scrutinized Lin Tian's expression, her voice cautious. Not quite, Lin Tian replied, shaking his head. I am quite fond of your staff and this garment you wear. I understand, Lin Yuyao said, gently nodding. She retrieved Chu Feng's severed left arm and, relinquishing her staff, handed it to Lin Tian. As for the clothing he wears, her voice wavered. I would prefer not to touch him. Might I trouble this classmate to assist? She gestured towards Sun Yonggang, fully aware that it would be inappropriate to ask Lin Tian to perform such a task. Being another female, Zhou Xiyu was equally reluctant to lay hands on the filthy Chu Feng. It appeared that only Sun Yonggang was left to undertake this unsavory chore. Why must it be me? Sun Yonggang whined, his face a mask of unwillingness. Enough of your prattling, get on with it. Lin Tian chided, giving Sun Yonggang a kick to the back of his knee. Pinching his nose, Sun Yonggang tore off the blood-soaked outer garment from Chu Feng. Throughout the ordeal, Chu Feng glared with a mix of humiliation and hatred, as if he wished to skewer Sun Yonggang with his gaze. What are you staring at? Do you wish for me to shatter your eyeballs? Sun Yonggang did not back down, unleashing a torrent of insults, his saliva splattering Chu Feng's face. Now, can we leave? Lin Yuyao administered several vials of potions to Chu Feng before rising to face Lin Tian, nervously clutching the hem of her clothing. Let us depart. I do not wish to see this man any longer. Lin Tian waved his hand impatiently. Thank you. Thank you. Lin Yuyao exclaimed, overwhelmed with relief, as she supported Chu Feng and prepared to leave. Wait. Just as they took a few steps, Lin Tian called out again. Lin Yuyao halted, a sense of trepidation flooding her. Had Lin Tian changed his mind? With her body stiffened, she turned, forcing a strained smile. Is there something else? Lin Tian pointed to the items on the ground and said, take what belongs to you. Lin Yuyao's heart skipped a beat. Had he truly reconsidered? Yet. Lin Tian's subsequent words widened her eyes in astonishment. It is not worth sacrificing your future for such a scoundrel. Only by gaining admission to prestigious universities like Xinxia or Qingbei can you free yourself from his grasp and take control of your own destiny. Ultimately, this matter has little to do with you. The one who sought to kill us is Chu Feng, not you. Every grievance has its rightful owner. You need not bear the consequences of Chu Feng's actions. Lin Yuyao stood frozen, struggling to process what she had just heard. Even Sun Yonggang and the typically kind Zhou Shiyu displayed expressions of disbelief. No need for further words. I am not interested in hearing them. Hurry and take your belongings and leave. I am pressed for time. Lin Tian waved his hand, silencing Lin Yuyao's impending protest. A complex array of emotions flickered in her eyes. After a moment's hesitation, she bent down to collect a few ores and herbs, though it seemed to be fewer than what she had initially retrieved from her void bracelet. Having gathered the items, Lin Yuyao supported Chu Feng, glancing back with every few steps. Finally, she could not hold back her curiosity any longer. May I ask your name? A slight smile curved Lin Tian's lips. You can discern it from the score leaderboard. There is no need to inquire further. Lin Yuyao paused, then nodded gently. I understand. Thank you. I will never forget what transpired today. With that, she cast a deep glance at Lin Tian before leading Chu Feng away. Finished. Another beautiful woman has fallen for you. Lin Tian, you scoundrel. Sun Yonggang erupted, seizing a skeleton warrior, striking and kicking it in frustration. Zhou Shiyu had been chuckling until she heard Sun Yonggang's remarks, which included her name, rendering her unable to laugh. Her face flushed a deep crimson. Pathetic. Your mind is consumed with thoughts of women. You will inevitably be deceived by them. Lin Tian rolled his eyes in exasperation. Regardless, I intend to beat you. Sun Yonggang landed another punch on the skeleton warrior, breaking a rib. Well, fine. Lin Tian sighed. Then let us divide these spoils between Zhou Shiyu and myself. That won't do. I was only joking earlier. Women are everywhere. On every street. No matter how beautiful they are, when stripped bare, they are all the same. Nothing compares to the bond of brotherhood we share. Sun Yonggang laughed heartily. Isn't that right? Upon hearing the prospect of dividing the spoils, Sun Yonggang's change of demeanor was swifter than the turning of pages in a book. Lin Tian was left utterly speechless by this mentally unstable individual. Even Zhou Shiyu could no longer tolerate him, softly chiding Sun Yonggang for his shamelessness. The remaining items were primarily acquired from Chu Feng. They constituted his ransom. The spoils were not evenly distributed. Both Sun Yonggang and Zhou Shiyu insisted that Lin Tian should receive the lion's share. In the end, Lin Tian's score surged by 16 points, Zhou Shiyu's increased by 12, and Sun Yonggang's by 11. At this moment, Lin Tian's score reached 67, catapulting him to the top of the leaderboard, displacing the previous frontrunner, Yang Ziyu, by a margin of 8 points and surpassing the third place, Wang Chan, by 9 points. After vanquishing the twin-headed viper and the abyssal ghost sheep, Zhou Shiyu and Sun Yonggang had already secured commendable positions. With such a significant influx of points, they both ascended into the top 10 rankings, with Zhou Shiyu at 8th and Sun Yonggang at 10th, barely making the cut. In the score rankings, ties were resolved based on who reached the score first. That rascal, Chu Feng, truly had a charmed life. One could only wonder if he would seek vengeance against us, Sun Yonggang remarked, smacking his lips. Do you expect such a person to let us off the hook? Lin Tian closed the leaderboard with a smile. Given that you know this, how can you still smile? It would have been better to kill him earlier. Sun Yonggang retorted indignantly. Lin Tian shook his head and spoke slowly. Killing him would serve no purpose beyond momentary satisfaction. Without his ores and herbs, could you have cracked the top 10? Compared to the ticket to a prestigious university, what is the worth of his life? Since he is still alive, if he seeks revenge, he must do so on his own, not relying on his father. Barring any unforeseen circumstances, I am confident I can gain admission to either Xinxia or Qingbei. Once accepted, if Principal Chu has any sense, he would not engage in foolish opposition to Qinghai High School. As for Chu Feng, should he wish to retaliate, let him come. If I could defeat him once, I can do so countless times. If he dares to seek trouble, It won't be as simple as losing an arm. His words left Sun Yongyang at a loss for words. A faint smile appeared on Zhou Shiyu's somewhat haggard face. Lin Tian is right. Chu Feng is uneducated, lacking real talent, and inferior in potential, character, and intellect to Lin Yuyo. He poses no threat. Let us tidy up and prepare to enter that dense forest ahead. The mist within the forest is likely to pose considerable danger to us, Lin Tian stated. In a relatively concealed area of the forest, Chu Feng gritted his teeth in pain, preparing to speak. Shut up. Lin Yuyo coldly interrupted him. Yuyo, Chu Feng attempted once more. Lin Yuyo's eyes narrowed with ice-cold disdain. Her voice frigid. Do you wish to die? Who do you think you are to call me Yuyo? Chu Feng was taken aback, yet remained undeterred. With a deep and earnest tone, he professed, Lin Yuyo, I was foolish in the past, entangled with other women. I never anticipated you would sacrifice so much for me today. Only now do I realize that the one I truly love is you. I beg you for a chance. I promise to devote myself solely to you from now on. Chu Feng gazed intently at Lin Yuyo's profile, his eyes burning with sincerity. Had it been anyone else, they might have been swayed by his handsome features, profession, and affluent background. Yet, Lin Yuyo remained unfazed, her expression devoid of any emotion. Lin Yuyo. Bang. Chu Feng's words were abruptly cut short as Lin Yuyo delivered a fierce kick, sending him sprawling to the ground. Staring incredulously at Lin Yuyo, Chu Feng seemed unable to fathom her actions. Only a fool would think about women all day. We are from entirely different worlds. I never liked you before. And I certainly will not in the future. I advise you to abandon your foolish fantasies. I saved you merely to repay Principal Chu's kindness. It has nothing to do with you. From this point forward, I will not concern myself with your fate. If you wish to live, return to Raccoon City at once. You need not worry. With your family's power and influence, gaining admission to a mediocre university should pose no problem. Lin Yuyo looked down at Chu Feng from her elevated position, her brows furrowed with icy disdain. After delivering her ultimatum, she turned on her heel and walked away, ignoring Chu Feng's desperate calls behind her. Lin Yuyo, come back. After several cries, Lin Yuyo remained resolute, ultimately disappearing from view. Damn it, a black iron profession? A necromancer? Lin Tian, is it? You are the one who has caused Lin Yuyo to harbor resentment towards me and has led to my inability to gain admission to Xinxia University. This debt will not remain unpaid. After venting his frustrations towards the sky, Chu Feng activated his teleportation token, departing the abyssal realm, now crippled and nearly powerless. With Lin Yuyo resolutely ignoring him, his only option was to return to the main world, facing a dead end in the abyssal realm. Finally, that cursed star has departed. Now I can act freely. Witnessing Chu Feng being teleported away, Lin Yuyo emerged from her hiding place. It was impossible to disregard Chu Feng completely. Her earlier words were merely a deliberate intimidation tactic. She had not expected that fool to be so easily deceived, scurrying away from the abyssal realm in defeat. Reflecting on this, a look of disappointment flickered across Lin Yuyo's features. With brawn but no brains, he surely would not last long. What a waste of a divine-grade soul elixir. If it were used on me, I might awaken a divine-grade profession. As for Chu Feng harboring vengeful thoughts against Lin Tian, she paid it little mind. With his intellect and emotional intelligence, attempting revenge would undoubtedly lead him to his own demise. So, your name is Lin Tian, the Necromancer. And as a black iron profession, you have managed to ascend to the first rank. Upon seeing Lin Tian at the top of the leaderboard, Lin Yuyo immediately deduced his identity. Thank you for granting me a chance at rebirth. I shall never forget this kindness in this lifetime. Lin Yuyo gazed into the distance, her expression gradually becoming distant. The fluctuations in the leaderboard are quite pronounced. In the central square of Raccoon City, on the high platform, Lu Zhongtian stroked his short beard and sighed deeply. This indicates that their competition is quite fierce. Sitting beside him, Xiao Hongyu crossed her alabaster thighs and took over the conversation. Hey, Xiao Hongyu, there are tens of thousands of people watching below. At least as a mentor, can you please be mindful of your image? Lu Zhongtian could not help but comment on Xiao Hongyu's lack of decorum. Let them watch if they wish. What's the big deal? I couldn't care less about others' opinions. Xiao Hongyu replied nonchalantly, her indifference exasperating Lu Zhongtian, who cursed the lack of ethics among the professors at Qingbei University. However, it was indeed rather peculiar for a black iron profession to reach the first rank. Lu Zhongtian furrowed his brow deeply. The other mentors, observing the leaderboard, began to murmur among themselves. What of it? Xiao Hongyu tossed her flowing ponytail, unconcerned. Your Xinxia University has always valued lineage above all else, naturally looking down on black iron professions. My profession may only be of golden tier. Yet I still successfully gained admission to Qingbei University based on my own merit. Lu Zhongtian waved his hand dismissively, replying, that may apply to them, but not to me. I have always advocated for inclusivity in education, irrespective of one's profession or status. Humph. Xiao Hongyu disdainfully shook her head, retorting that such nonsensical rhetoric should be reserved for the antiquated figures at your school. Let us see if they can absorb it. Cough, cough, cough. Lu Zhongtian's face flushed crimson as he hastily coughed to mask his embarrassment. Although Xiao Hongyu's words were harsh, they held a kernel of truth. While Xinxia University does not have explicit regulations, it is exceedingly rare for candidates with professions ranked below platinum to be admitted, even if they meet the required scores. In contrast, although Qingbei University was established several centuries later than Xinxia University, it is considerably more open and accommodating. However, it must be said, the competition is indeed formidable. Ever since he first broke into the top 10, I have kept a close watch on him. To my astonishment, he has only grown more formidable, surging to the first position. Even if he cannot maintain this lead, given his momentum, remaining within the top 5 by the end of the trials should pose no challenge. I wonder which unfortunate soul has been robbed, or perhaps slaughtered by him. Xiao Hongyu's gaze was fixed on the leaderboard suspended in midair, her brows knitted in contemplation. Lu Zhongtian's expression turned grave. Such behavior seems to be frowned upon, does it not? Xiao Hongyu shot him a glare. Perhaps he is merely retaliating in self-defense. Furthermore, you have not witnessed it firsthand. Everything is merely conjecture on our part. It is entirely possible that one or two foolish individuals willingly emptied their coffers, solely to facilitate his entry into a prestigious university. That is not beyond the realm of possibility. Lu Zhongtian inquired, do you truly believe such fools exist? Xiao Hongyu bit her crimson lip. If I assert their existence, then they must indeed exist. If not, they ought to. Lu Zhongtian fixed his gaze upon Xiao Hongyu, who, refusing to back down, glared defiantly in return. Ultimately, Xiao Hongyu emerged victorious, prompting Lu Zhongtian to concede first. Despite his significantly superior prowess, he recognized Xiao Hongyu as the junior, a fiery personality he had no desire to provoke. Very well, you have triumphed. Lu Zhongtian sighed deeply, expressing his curiosity regarding this fellow named Lin Tian. Xiao Hongyu countered, are you not intrigued? Has anyone of such caliber ever surfaced before? Lu Zhongtian hesitated, not that I am aware of. Xiao Hongyu stated confidently, just wait and see. He will undoubtedly reach the end, and his final ranking will be exceedingly high. Aside from them, many others were engaging in similar discussions. The most elated of all was Xiong Wei, the principal of Chenghai Middle School. Among the top 10 on the leaderboard, 3 were from Chenghai Middle School. They were Lin Tian, Yang Ziyu, and Sun Yonggang. Particularly notable was Lin Tian, whose profession is widely regarded as the weakest, a black iron class. It appears that Mai and Lao Gao's judgment has not been misplaced. A true dragon, regardless of a low starting point, will one day soar through the heavens. Xiong Wei excitedly slapped his thigh. In addition to the trio, several other students from Chenghai Middle School were also ranked quite favorably. Another legendary profession, Zhao Yin, currently held the 17th position, with a promising chance of breaking into the top 10. Where there is joy, there is also sorrow. After all, with only 10 spots in the top 10 and over 20 high schools in Hong Kong City, many institutions are bound to be left out. The most discontented among them was Chu He, the principal of Qinglan High School. He had been closely monitoring the leaderboard. Qinglan High School could be deemed the most outstanding high school in Hong Kong City this year. 3 legendary professions had awakened within its ranks, a record for all high schools. Chu He had high hopes for them. They were indeed living up to expectations. Lin Yueying and Chu Feng had consistently maintained positions within the top 5 since entering the 3rd layer of the abyss. Another legendary profession, although a support class, was also performing exceptionally well within the top 30. However, just moments ago, Chu Feng, his son, suddenly vanished from the top 10. To make matters worse, Lin Yueying plummeted from 3rd to 9th place, her score identical to that of the 10th contestant. In stark contrast, Lin Tian, who had originally been in 3rd place, surged dramatically to 1st. Zhou Shiyu and Sun Yonggang, 2 unfamiliar faces, burst into the top 10. Chui could no longer remain composed. He was deeply concerned that his son had been killed and robbed. After searching the leaderboard for an extended period, he finally located Chu Feng's name at a disheartening 949th position, allowing him to breathe a sigh of relief. Yet, the simmering anger within him could not be easily quelled. It was evident to all that Lin Tian, Zhou Shiyu, and Sun Yonggang had likely siphoned off Chu Feng's resources, leading to their rapid ascent. The more he pondered, the angrier he became, and he marched directly up to Lu Zhongtian. Master Lu, the fluctuations in the top 10 rankings are alarming. I suspect foul play is afoot. Someone is employing unscrupulous means to eliminate and undermine others. It has been explicitly stated that compatriots must not harm one another. Yet, we are now witnessing such nefarious events. I implore you to investigate thoroughly. Otherwise, it would be profoundly unjust. Chu He, suppressing his fury, declared loudly. The expressions of Lin Tian, Xiao Hongyu, and several other instructors shifted dramatically. None anticipated that Chu He would dare to publicly question such matters in front of so many people. Lin Tian's countenance darkened. Principal Chu, exercise caution in your words. Some statements should not be made lightly. Please be mindful of the occasion. He and Xiao Hongyu were acutely aware of whom Chu He was referring to. They had already reached an understanding to overlook, if not tacitly approve of, certain behaviors. Even if they disagreed, there was no evidence to substantiate that Lin Tian and the others had violated any regulations governing the examination trials. Who would have known that Chu He would confront them so brazenly? Lin Tian and Xiao Hongyu were incensed on the spot, particularly Lin Tian, a level 72 superpower, who was a formidable presence wherever he went. To be questioned by a mere principal? Did he truly believe that his amiable demeanor with Xiao Hongyu indicated a lack of temper? That was merely due to the recognition of talent. I indulged him. In terms of status, they were at least on equal footing, both serving as mentors, unlike your worthless son, who had his resources taken from him. Master Lu, the leaderboard is right there for all to see. Do you not find it exceedingly peculiar that a black iron professional is ranked so highly? I request a thorough investigation into this matter to ensure fairness for everyone. Chu He did not anticipate that Lin Tian might have intentions of defending Lin Tian, and his anger flared, intensifying his tone. Lin Tian was exceedingly displeased. Xiao Hongyu narrowed her elongated eyes, her gaze sharp as she fixed it upon Chu He. Principal Chu, one may indulge in reckless eating, but one must not speak recklessly. Such words in public demand accountability. Xiao Hongyu did not exert her pressure to intimidate Chu He. Her tone remained remarkably calm. Yet, an alarm bell rang in Chu He's mind, sensing a grave misstep. He astutely realized that Xiao Hongyu and Lin Tian had aligned themselves in support of Lin Tian. Under ordinary circumstances, he would be eager to curry favor with such influential figures from the capital, never daring to offend them. However, with only one son, and at such a critical juncture that impacted Chu Feng's entire future, he felt compelled to risk offending both esteemed figures to seek justice for his son. After all, he possessed no latent potential. This life was all he had. All his hopes rested upon Chu Feng. He even went so far as to accumulate substantial debts. Utilizing his position to exploit and seize opportunities, securing a divine-grade soul pill via internal channels. It was crucial to note that this soul pill, valued at a staggering 1 billion gold coins, was specifically requested by the Yang family for Yang Ziyu, intending to elevate her standing even further. Yet, he was intercepted in the midst of the Chu River. To this day, the Yang family still believes that during the transport of the elixirs, they were suddenly ambushed by creatures from the abyss. If they were to discover that it was Chu He who orchestrated this interference, his dual roles as both principal and vice president of the Adventurers Guild would reach their inevitable conclusion. After the loss of the god-tier soul elixir, many within the Yang family had insisted on an explanation from the Adventurers Guild, but it was Yang Ziyu who intervened to halt them. Otherwise, the Adventurers Guild in Raccoon City would have faced severe repercussions. Under the nearly murderous gazes of two prominent figures from the capital, the middle-aged Chu He, now past 50, found himself compelled to stubbornly pursue a singular path. I guarantee, in my capacity as principal, that this black iron profession Lin Tian must be involved in nefarious dealings. He must be responsible for the heinous acts of murder and smuggling that propelled him to the top rank. Everyone knows the true nature of a black iron profession. No matter how formidable his abilities, he cannot transmute sand into gold. Upon uttering these words, a profound silence enveloped the esteemed instructors from various universities on the platform. The gravity of his statement weighed heavily upon them. After exchanging a glance with Xiao Hongyu, Lin Tian let out a long sigh. The situation had escalated to a point beyond containment. As Chu He pressed his demands, several uninformed onlookers in the audience began to stir, clamoring for a thorough investigation to ensure fairness for all examinees. The atmosphere threatened to spiral out of control. Lin Tian was compelled to rise. With a sweeping motion of his hands, the cacophony was quelled into silence. Since Principal Chu has made such claims, I too must adhere to due process. This will serve to highlight the fairness of this high-stakes examination. Lin Tian's expression remained impassive as his voice resonated throughout the plaza. Internally, he berated Chu He with fervent disdain. Xiao Hongyu's eyes, filled with murderous intent, fixated on Chu He, longing to rush forth and deliver a crushing blow. Let me make this clear. According to the rules, instructors are permitted only one intervention during the trial. They may act only in the event of demon-level creatures appearing or other catastrophic situations, such as mass casualties among examinees. Otherwise, we too shall face severe penalties. Principal Chu, you must consider this carefully. Should you intervene now, And if a demon were to appear afterwards, the responsibility would not fall on me. Are you prepared to bear it? Lu Zhongtian cast a cold glance at Chu He. "Aye." Chu He stammered, ultimately failing to voice his willingness to assume responsibility. Observing this, Lu Zhongtian's contempt deepened. For the sake of his own interests, this old fool was willing to disrupt the rules. He would surely not come out unscathed. Unbeknownst to Chu He, his professional career was drawing to a close. "Very well, if you choose to remain silent, I shall take it as your tacit agreement." Lu Zhongtian waved his hand dismissively. Chu He hesitated momentarily before ultimately refraining from rebuttal. He thought to himself that fate could not possibly be so cruel. After all, Lu Zhongtian was a level 72 unparalleled powerhouse, while he might not be able to sweep through the third layer of the abyss. There was no way a demon-level creature could survive in such a confined trial area. Now, allow me to retrace the events that transpired within the last 10 minutes. Lu Zhongtian declared, gazing at the suspended map of the abyss. With a flick of his sleeve, a palm-sized treasure-seeking mouse emerged, landing in his palm. This is a level 60 treasure-seeking mouse, naturally gifted in locating treasures. Let it guide us to the site of the incident. Lu Zhongtian announced, pointing at the mouse. A treasure-seeking mouse. Such a rare magical beast. Gasped the onlookers. It was said that treasure-seeking mice could unearth all manner of heavenly materials and precious burial sites. The tomb of the third elven king of the Silver Dynasty was rumored to have been discovered by an 80-level treasure-seeking mouse. Some exotic varieties were even said to possess the ability to traverse dimensions, quietly mapping coordinates. Oh, how I wish to raise one. What would you feed it? Even if you sold your entire family, it wouldn't be enough to feed a treasure-seeking mouse for a single meal. The appearance of the treasure-seeking mouse ignited a whirlwind of excited chatter among the crowd. Even many instructors from various universities were visibly moved, brimming with envy. Xiao Hongyu unabashedly requested, "Lu Laosher, could you lend me the treasure-seeking mouse for a couple of days?" Seeing her blink innocently, Lu Zhongtian felt a chill of foreboding. How naive. Do you think I am unaware of your intentions? If I lend you the treasure-seeking mouse, will it still belong to me? Fine. Xiao Hongyu replied, visibly disappointed. Squeak. Squeak. The treasure-seeking mouse, taken aback by its newfound popularity, chirped excitedly. Silence. Lu Zhongtian smacked the mouse gently on its head, and it immediately quieted. After feeding it 2 pills, he pointed to a location on the map and whispered a few instructions to the mouse. Its pointy ears twitched in understanding. Go quickly and return swiftly. With a command, the treasure-seeking mouse leaped into the dimensional passage leading to the third layer of the abyss, vanishing from sight. On the ethereal map, a white line traced its rapid movement through the abyss. Even his pet had reached level 60, nearly capable of overwhelming the entirety of Raccoon City. Since Lu Zhongtian had unleashed the treasure-seeking mouse, Chu He's heart sank to the depths of despair. He realized he had greatly underestimated these prominent figures from the capital. Chapter 122, The Truth Reversed. The treasure-seeking mouse moved with astonishing speed, reaching the location where Lin Tian and Chu Feng had clashed within 3 minutes. In the abyss, one could see a white line streaking through the air, faster than the blink of an eye. Lu Zhongtian closed his eyes, sensing the location of the treasure-seeking mouse before opening them. He turned to Chu He and proclaimed, Principal Chu, we shall soon uncover the truth. This is your final opportunity. Do you wish to witness it? At these words, Chu He tensed, clenching his fists. After a moment of contemplation, he steeled his resolve and replied, Please proceed, Teacher Lu. Very well, as you wish. Lu Zhongtian calmly gestured, and a massive image materialized in the air, crystal clear, allowing everyone in the central square to see with utmost clarity. Even the bloodstains on the characters' weapons and the dust on their garments were rendered in exquisite detail. Time rewind. The instructors from Donghai University suddenly rose in shock. The remaining instructors, including principals and teachers from various high schools in Raccoon City, as well as some outsiders, were equally astonished. This technique was nothing short of breathtaking. The mayor of Raccoon City remained speechless, transfixed by the scene unfolding before him. Time rewind was a legendary skill, demanding immense mental fortitude to wield. Moreover, what Lu Zhongtian was employing was not merely a simple rewind of time. It transcended the primary world and the abyss, traversing between 2 dimensions. Whether it was a time-space storm, a spatial rift, or the formidable creatures of the abyss, a moment's carelessness could lead to backlash. The difficulty was magnified 1,000-fold. Even the usually proud Xiao Hongyu could not help but admire Lu Zhongtian immensely. She understood that no matter how hard she tried, she could never surpass him. It was a limitation imposed by nature itself, for Lu Zhongtian was a legendary profession. If Xiao Hongyu felt this way, one could only imagine how Chu He fared in comparison. Had it not been for the support of a teacher from Qinglan High School beside him, he would have collapsed to the ground by now. Old Chu, You have indeed acted recklessly this time. Just look at the caliber of the person you have provoked. The son is a failure, and so be it. Living a peaceful life is also a commendable choice. Why insist on stubbornly pursuing what does not belong to you? Sighed a school leader at Qingluan High School, covering his face. Chu-He stood frozen in place, rendered speechless. He understood that, regardless of the outcome, both he and Qingluan High School were doomed. This year, Qingluan High School had the greatest hope of becoming the top high school in Raccoon City, surpassing those prestigious institutions bearing the name Raccoon, such as Raccoon No. 1 High School, Raccoon No. 7 High School, Raccoon No. 9 High School, and so forth. Now, that dream lay shattered. At that moment, the scene of time rewinding began to echo with sound. The crowd in the square could clearly see that the speakers were Chu Feng and Lin Yuyo. The time frame was just 2 minutes before encountering Lin Tian. In the footage, Lin Yuyo glared fiercely at Chu Feng. Chu Feng, you have already killed 7 classmates. One of them was from our Qingluan High School. Stop this madness. If discovered, not only will you lose the chance for university, but you may also lose your life. Chu Feng dismissed her with a scoff. If I don't say anything, and you don't say anything, who will know? As long as I eliminate all witnesses, no one will find out. Lin Yuyo retorted angrily. So this is your justification? You promised that as long as they handed over the ores and herbs, you would let them go, yet you still killed them? With indifference, Chu Feng shrugged. Only the dead can keep secrets. Lin Yuyo trembled with rage. Then go ahead and kill me too. You know how much I like you. How could I bear to kill you? I cherish you far too much. Chu Feng leered, extending his hand to caress Lin Yuyo's smooth, fair face. Lin Yuyo swiftly slapped his hand away. Her pretty face cold as frost. Get lost. Don't touch me with your filthy hands. A hunter will one day be pecked blind by an eagle. I disdain to associate with someone like you. With that, she turned her back and strode through the canyon, entering the misty forest. Gazing at Lin Yuyo's graceful silhouette, a cold smile crept across Chu Feng's face. What pretense of nobility are you putting on before me? If it weren't for my father waiving your tuition, would you have achieved anything today? One day, you will strip yourself bare and crawl back to me, begging for me to dominate you. Lin Tian paused the scene momentarily. In the central square, everyone witnessed the events that had just transpired. Chu Feng's greed, cruelty, selfishness, malice, and lechery were all laid bare for all to see. The square fell into a deathly silence. Lin Tian, Xiao Hongyu, and the other mentors wore expressions of deep fury, their faces ashen, and despite their efforts to suppress it, a palpable intent to kill hung in the air. The onlookers, including teachers from various schools, as well as students who had yet to awaken their professions and ordinary citizens, displayed a kaleidoscope of emotions. Meanwhile, the protagonist Chu-He collapsed onto the ground, his face pale and dazed. How could this be? Chu Feng was not that kind of person. It must be a mistake. Yes, it must be a misunderstanding. Chu-He murmured to himself, almost frantically. People nearby instinctively recoiled, avoiding him. Even the other teachers from Qingluan High School bowed their heads in shame, unable to meet anyone's gaze. How could such a disgraceful individual emerge from Qingluan High School? The head of the educational department at Qingluan High, an elderly man with graying hair, was so enraged that he spat blood and fainted on the spot. Cursed be it. Inflicting harm on classmates, extorting, betraying trust, shamelessly lecherous, born a villain. Even if Chu Feng doesn't die, I will personally ensure he pays for his deeds when he is released. Xiao Hongyu's brows furrowed in anger, her countenance brimming with menace. The temperature in the air plummeted several degrees. Principal Chu, do you wish to continue watching? Lin Tian inquired, his eyes devoid of emotion as they bore into Chu-He. Chu-He stammered, struggling to articulate his thoughts, but finding himself at a loss. Humph, Lin Tian scoffed coldly, snapping his fingers, and the scene resumed. In the footage, shortly after Lin Yuyo and Chu Feng's confrontation, within a minute, Lin Tian, Zhou Xiu, and Sun Yonggang appeared on the screen. The crowd in the central square held their breath, fully aware that the crux of the matter was about to unfold. Chu-He was no exception. He pinned all his hopes on the ensuing events. If Lin Tian struck first, then perhaps Chu Feng might still have a sliver of hope for survival. The subsequent scenes mirrored exactly what had transpired in the abyssal realm. Every utterance, every motion, every scenario unfolded in its entirety. From Lin Tian and his companions being ambushed to Chu Feng revealing himself, only to be defeated by Lin Tian's undead army. Just as Lin Tian was about to deliver a lethal blow, Lin Yuyo returned, pleading for Chu Feng's life. Willing to offer her ores and herbs in exchange for his survival, Lin Tian acquiesced to her request, sparing Chu Feng's life. Yet he returned all the ores and herbs to her. Finally, the scene showed Lin Tian and his companions dividing the spoils of war. As the rewind of time came to a close, the chapter ended. Lin Tian pointed, and the footage vanished. Moments later, The treasure-seeking mouse returned from the abyssal realm. Slipping back into his sleeve, an uproar of fervent discussion erupted in the central square, predominantly filled with furious denunciations and condemnations of Chu Feng. Before long, Chu Yi found himself implicated, accused of failing as a parent, perhaps even inciting Chu Feng to commit such acts. Qinglan High School too bore the brunt of the fallout, receiving scorn and vitriol. Even the teachers at Qinglan High School struggled to find justification for their defense. On the platform, the mentors wore grim expressions, none looking favorable. Silence, Lu Zhongtian commanded, pressing his hands downward, and the cacophony in the central square dissipated instantly. Chuhi, do you have anything to say now? Lu Zhongtian's voice was as biting as the cold of winter, piercing through to Chuhi. At this moment, he no longer referred to him as Principal Chu, but rather by his name, a testament to his overwhelming fury. Chuhi collapsed to the ground, staring blankly at Lu Zhongtian, his lips quivering, yet unable to utter a single word. He understood that Chu Feng was irrevocably finished, and so was he. Regret was futile, the evidence was irrefutable, and no amount of pleading would alter the outcome. Not to mention that he was merely the principal of a small high school in Raccoon City. Even if his status were elevated tenfold, he could not turn the tide. Unfilial son, a wretched child, our Chu family has perished because of you. Tears streamed down Chu Hie's face, and in an instant, he appeared to have aged decades. Lu Zhongtian snorted coldly, ignoring the despair etched on Chu Hie's face. The truth of the matter requires no further elaboration. I trust everyone can see it clearly. Next, the punishments and rewards regarding the individuals involved in this incident would be addressed. As the leader of this college entrance examination trial, I shall take decisive action. Chu Feng, for harming classmates, extorting, exhibiting insanity, bearing a notorious reputation, committing heinous acts, and tarnishing the legendary profession. Your scores for the college entrance examination shall be nullified, and your eligibility for the examination shall be revoked. Furthermore, you shall never be admitted to any institution of higher learning for life. Regarding his additional punishments, Mayor Wang, I trust you will handle this justly? Lu Zhongtian's final statement was directed at a portly middle-aged man. Certainly. Absolutely. Chu Feng's crimes are so grave that even death tenfold would not suffice. Mayor Raccoon City, drenched in cold sweat, repeatedly affirmed. He had already mentally cursed both Chu Feng and Chu He, harboring murderous intentions against them. Even Qinglan High School fell under his harsh criticism, prompting a decision to significantly reduce the budget allocated to the institution starting next year. The mentor team presented the precious Fate Stone as a reward for the college entrance examination trial, underscoring the significance of this examination. It could also bring fame to Raccoon City. Yet, it was all jeopardized by this father-son duo. The incident drew the attention of over 100,000 spectators, and it seemed impossible to keep it under wraps. It would likely soon echo throughout the entire Divine Xia Empire. The severity of this event rivaled last year's cheating scandal at Linhai High School during the college entrance examination trials. We hope Mayor Wang will keep his word and deliver justice for the innocent students who perished, as well as for everyone involved. Lu Zhongtian nodded in satisfaction before continuing. Classmate Lin Yuyao, possessing a profound sense of righteousness, refused to indulge in the same corrupt practices as Chu Feng, repeatedly advising him against such actions. Her loyalty and willingness to sacrifice for others reflect an exemplary character that we should all aspire to. If everyone were like her, united in the face of calamity, how could disasters possibly persist? Therefore, I have decided to award her an additional 5 points. This declaration immediately caused a stir in the square, with cheers erupting from the crowd. The teachers from Qinglan High School finally wore smiles on their faces. If Chu Feng is likened to a foul and wretched toad, then Lin Yuyao is undoubtedly a pristine lotus, untouched by the mud. With unwavering resolve and noble character, she remains true to her principles. Colleagues, do you have any objections to my earlier decision? Lu Zhongtian directed his gaze toward the mentors on the platform. No objections. We support this. Donghai University supports. Tianan University supports. No one voiced dissent. Lu Zhongtian nodded in satisfaction and continued. Classmate Lin Tian, recognized as the weakest of the Black Iron class necromancers, has surged into the top 10 of the score rankings, defeating the 4th-ranked legendary class, which speaks volumes of his formidable strength. With a magnanimous heart, he did not exploit his power to intimidate the weak, even at the cost of his own interests, choosing instead to preserve Lin Yuyao's prospects as a legendary class. Therefore, I have decided to grant him an additional 5 points. Classmates Zhou Shiyu and Sun Yonggang, in the face of danger, did not falter or flee. They supported one another, excelling academically, and will each receive an additional 2 points. Do any of you have objections? Lu Zhongtian inquired as per usual. No. The mentors responded in unison. The crowd below erupted in applause. Lin Tian is so handsome. He is strong yet gentle. I really like him. Some girls were smitten on the spot. Whoa. This is the true essence of a professional. They are the future and hope of humanity. Some were moved to tears. Lin Tian is still too kind. Had it been me, I would have executed Chu Feng on the spot. Some sighed. These children have not let me down, exclaimed Principal Xiong Wei of Changhai Middle School. Feeling immensely gratified, I have decided. Classmates Zhou Shiyu, Lin Tian, Lin Yuyao, and Sun Yonggang will be admitted to Donghai University as exceptional cases. The mentors from Donghai University stood up in excitement, passionately declaring, Old Su, are you even human? You're snatching away all four. I declare that all four of them will be freshmen at Northeast University. The mentors from Northeast University stood up, unwilling to concede. I declare your declaration invalid. Tian'an University is their best destination. If they can enter Tian'an University, all tuition and fees will be waived, and they will receive substantial monthly living allowances. The mentors from Tian'an University retorted defiantly, presenting generous offers. What does that matter? I'll provide each of them with a diamond-grade weapon, exclaimed a mentor from Divine Domain University. In an instant, Lin Tian and his companions became the most sought-after prizes, fervently pursued by the mentors of various prominent universities. Ahem. Lu Zhongtian could no longer bear the commotion and coughed a few times to quell the debate. What chaos is this? Is it useful to fight amongst yourselves here? Even if you wish to compete, do you think you are worthy? His words jolted them back to reality. Indeed, the four, Lin Tian and the others, had all entered the top 10 of the score rankings. Divine Xia University and Qingbei University were theirs to choose from. How could it be appropriate for these other institutions to contend for them? In an instant, the crowd resembled defeated roosters, heads hung low. However, some still clung to hope. After all, Zhou Shiyu and Sun Yonggang had shown slightly weaker performances earlier. Their rise to the top 10 was merely a division of Chu Feng's resources. These mentors believed that Zhou Shiyu and Sun Yonggang's rankings would not hold for long and would soon slip beyond the top 10. Chapter 124, The Misty Forest. Others ceased their disputes, yet Xiao Hongyu and Lu Zhongtian began to argue. Old man, those four, along with Yang Ziyu, are all mine. If you dare to compete with me, I will find a chance to secretly eliminate your treasure-hunting mouse. Do you believe me? Xiao Hongyu glared at Lu Zhongtian, refusing to yield. Lu Zhongtian, both amused and exasperated, replied, Didn't you want the treasure-hunting mouse? How could you threaten me with it? And, is your heart not a bit too dark? Snatching 5 away at once? Do you hold Divine Xia University in such low regard? Regardless, I don't care. It's settled, no matter how rare. A treasure-hunting mouse is still just a magical beast. How can it compare with them? Lin Tian is so handsome and strong. He would make the perfect little boyfriend for me. Xiao Hongyu's eyes sparkled like blossoming peach flowers. Alas, the world has fallen into decay. How can you utter such words? Lu Zhongtian sighed. Who are you calling an old cow? Do you dare to have your beard plucked off? Xiao Hongyu retorted angrily. Lu Zhongtian chuckled helplessly, refraining from further disputes with Xiao Hongyu. After all, once the college entrance examination trials concluded, admissions would be based on rankings. Could she truly snatch them all away? All right, let us continue to focus on the trials. I hope no further incidents arise. Otherwise, I, as the mentor, will find it difficult to absolve myself. Lu Zhongtian thought of the only opportunity he had to intervene, feeling a twinge of worry. Xiao Hongyu shared similar thoughts, her heart heavy with concern. The abyssal plane is unlike the main world. When they cleaned out the high-tier creatures on the 3rd layer of the abyss, they had to be discreet to avoid alarming other formidable beings. Thus, they could not guarantee the absolute safety of the trial area. On the outermost edge of the central square, Yang Xiaowu covered her mouth, her eyes red. Brother, I didn't expect you to be so impressive, so handsome. You are the most amazing brother in the world. She had been closely following the college entrance examination trials. When he jumped out to challenge Lin Tian, she was filled with anxiety. Upon the truth being revealed, she felt immeasurable pride and emotion. She longed to tell everyone that Lin Tian was her brother, but feared that others might snatch him away. Suddenly, a dull thud echoed as something burst forth from the dimensional passage and crashed onto the platform. Upon closer inspection, it was none other than Chu Feng. At this moment, he was filthy, as though he had just emerged from a cesspit, emanating a foul stench. He clutched a severed arm in his hands. Upon realizing he had returned to Raccoon City, Chu Feng immediately shouted, Report. I want to file a complaint. Lin Tian from Changhai Middle School, Sun Yonggang, and Zhou Shiyu from Bellflower High School, during the college entrance examination trial, committed acts of murder, violence, and coercion for personal gain. I was robbed by them, had my arm severed, and my other arm severely injured. Not only that, but all the ores and herbs were taken from me, and even my clothes were stripped away. I request all mentors to investigate and punish these individuals severely, to uphold proper conduct. Chu Feng's performance was imbued with raw emotion, his tears flowing freely as he articulated his grievances. To an unsuspecting audience, he might have convincingly swayed their sentiments. After laying bare the transgressions of several individuals, he eagerly turned his gaze towards the mentors on stage. He believed that with the backing of Chu He, the mentors would undoubtedly favor him over Lin Tian and the others, who lacked such connections. He anticipated that they would investigate Lin Tian and his associates, hoping that even if no severe repercussions befell Lin Tian, at the very least, he would be unsettled. However, he was abruptly struck by the profound silence that enveloped the central square following his declarations. What was amiss? Why did the crowd regard him with such peculiar expressions? Confounded, Chu Feng searched for Chu He among the throng, only to find him slumped in a corner of the elevated platform, looking as wilted as a frostbitten eggplant. His countenance ashen. A foreboding sense of dread welled up within Chu He as he observed the mentors, each regarding him with a chilling detachment. Just as he sensed Lu Zhongtian's ire rising, Mayor Wang interjected hastily. Rest assured, Teacher Lu, I will address this matter promptly and provide a satisfactory resolution for all. He then pointed a finger at Chu Feng, barking sternly, Where is the city guard? Immediately take this murderous fiend into custody, ensuring he is closely monitored. We shall conduct a nighttime interrogation, and I expect results by tomorrow. Murderous fiend? Is he referring to me? Chu Feng's expression paled dramatically. A group of heavily armed, imposing figures surged onto the platform, advancing menacingly toward him. Panic-stricken, Chu Feng called out to Chu He, Father, save me. Please help. Yet, Chu He remained utterly unresponsive. Cease your wailing. Even the gods cannot save you. Your fate is sealed. One of the city guard members declared, delivering a brutal kick to Chu Feng's abdomen. On this momentous day, Mayor Wang had deployed 1,000 city guard soldiers to maintain order, and they had witnessed the entire sequence of events, harboring a deep-seated loathing for Chu Feng's actions. Consequently, their reprisals were particularly severe. No, this cannot be. I am innocent. My father is the principal of Qinglan High School and the vice president of the Adventurers Guild. He will rescue me. Chu Feng protested vehemently, shaking his head in disbelief as he struggled to evade capture by the city guard. Enough. The city guard member, noticing the mayor's displeasure, delivered a resounding slap to the top of Chu Feng's head, rendering him unconscious. They then dragged him away like a lifeless dog. Furthermore, regarding Chu He, the principal of Qinglan High School, I suspect he is implicated in the recent riot involving death row inmates. Take him along for questioning. Mayor Wang's gaze shifted toward Chu He. Several city guard members approached and also seized Chu He, who offered no resistance. At this juncture, he felt utterly powerless. Regardless of his actual involvement, he would undoubtedly be subjected to severe scrutiny. In the abyssal realm, before the misty jungle, Sun Yonggang stared incredulously at the black cloak in his hands, made from an unknown material. Is this truly for me? This is a platinum-grade garment. Although somewhat tattered, its value remains exceptionally high. You are simply giving it to me? Lin Tian replied, I possess the protection of the undead, and Zhou Shiyu can cast wood wall and wood shield spells. You, on the other hand, frequently lead the charge and are in greater need of it. Of course, if you find it unappealing, feel free to return it. No, I want it. Who would find it unappealing? It perfectly complements my aura, Sun Yonggang exclaimed, hastily donning the cloak and grinning broadly. Lin Tian chuckled helplessly, then placed Chu Feng's staff into Zhou Shiyu's hands, saying, Zhou Shiyu, your staff is only of golden grade. Use this one instead. The misty jungle ahead is shrouded in fog and may be more perilous than the areas we've traversed. With a platinum staff, you'll be better equipped to protect yourself. Thank you, Zhou Shiyu replied, her eyes shimmering with gratitude. Lin Tian waved his hand dismissively, saying, There is no need for such formality. We fought together. Excellent treasures should naturally be shared. Zhou Shiyu nodded earnestly. Let us proceed, Lin Tian declared, leading the way into the misty jungle. Chapter 125, The Sea of Death. The misty jungle's terrain was low-lying, with air that felt stifling, perpetually enveloped in an impenetrable fog. Despite his prior mental preparations, Lin Tian underestimated the density of the mist, which reduced visibility to less than 5 meters. Fortunately, his realm of the undead could distinguish friend from foe and assess enemy movements. Otherwise, he would have been caught off guard by lurking monsters. However, Zhou Shiyu and Sun Yonggang soon became separated from him. The jungle was fraught with danger. He could only hope they would remain safe. The mentors have commended your actions, awarding you 5 points. At that moment, a system notification caught Lin Tian's attention. What on earth? He was baffled. Upon checking the score leaderboard, he confirmed the addition of 5 points. After pondering for some time, he could not ascertain the reason. Well, it's a good thing regardless. One should not look a gift horse in the mouth. Unable to make sense of it, Lin Tian decided to let it go. Within the misty jungle, the abyssal creatures encountered were predominantly serpentine in nature. They moved with alarming speed and possessed venomous attacks, often lurking in the underbrush or concealed within trees. Coupled with the mist's obscuring veil, they were exceedingly difficult to detect. When adventurers drew near, these creatures would launch sudden assaults. Their levels typically ranged from 15 to 20, presenting a significant nuisance for adventurers. However, for Lin Tian, such concerns were non-existent. His realm of the undead extended over a radius of more than 300 meters, allowing him to see through the fog. No matter how deeply the monsters hid, he could identify them at the earliest opportunity. One by one, the abyssal creatures were located by his undead legion and dispatched, contributing to Lin Tian's experience. He spent over an hour navigating the misty jungle, during which he became completely disoriented, unsure of how to escape the dense fog. He could only proceed cautiously, step by step. The jungle was teeming with various monsters, and he occasionally stumbled upon a few medicinal herbs. His score steadily increased. Lin Tian opened the score leaderboard to check the real-time rankings. First place, Lin Tian, 78 points, Black Iron Profession, Shanghai High School. Second place, Yang Ziyu, 75 points, Legendary Profession, Shanghai High School. Third place, Wang Chan, 74 points, Legendary Profession, Shanghai Academy. Fourth place, Lin Yue, 73 points, Legendary Profession, Qinglan High School. Fifth place, Meng Gufan, 71 points, Legendary Profession, Guqing High School. Sixth place, Zhou Shiyu, 71 points, Epic Profession, Linglan High School. Seventh place, Nie Yun, 70 points, Legendary Profession, Hope High School. Eighth place, and Xiao Dian, 70 points, Legendary Profession, Huansuan No. 4 High School. Ninth place, Sun Yonggang, 69 points, Platinum Profession, Shanghai High School. 10th place, Huang Kuan, 69 points, Platinum Profession, Linglan High School. 11th place, Zhu Yulong, 68 points, Platinum Profession, Shanghai High School. 12th place, Hua Ningming, 67 points, Legendary Profession, Huansuan No. 1 High School. For more than an hour, Lin Tian consistently held the top position on the score leaderboard. However, Yang Ziyu in second place was steadily closing the gap. Moreover, Lin Yuyao has once again surpassed Zhou Shiyu, swiftly ascending to the fourth position, trailing only behind Wang Chan. To Lin Tian's astonishment, Zhu Yulong has remarkably climbed to the 11th rank. He is merely one place away from entering the top 10, surpassing Zhao Yan, who sits at 17th. Is this the same fellow who falsely accused Zhou Shiyu of being bitten by a zombie? How could he have surged to such a lofty rank? Observing Huang Kuan, who occupies the 10th spot, Lin Tian's brow furrowed slightly. He harbors no fondness for this cowardly individual. The score leaderboard currently lists over 300 participants, indicating that since the commencement of the high-stakes examination, more than 1,000 have perished in the abyssal plane. These are no ordinary individuals. They are all professionals. Thus, they remain eternally entombed in the abyss, far removed from the main world. Lin Tian estimated that out of the 36 legendary professionals, only 29 remain. This signifies that 7 legendary professionals have succumbed in the abyssal plane. It is evident that even legendary professionals do not possess a guaranteed chance of survival. There is also a possibility that some of these legendary professionals, when confronted with insurmountable dangers, opted to utilize a teleportation token to return to the main world. Yet, this likelihood is almost negligible. To voluntarily abandon their ambitions and settle for a second or third-rate university. Legendary professionals are typically proud and arrogant. It is unlikely that any would resort to such a course of action. Among the deceased 7 legendary professionals, 2 were directly eliminated by Lin Tian himself. Lin Tian also discerned a notable trend. Initially, the top 10 of the leaderboard consisted solely of legendary professionals, excluding himself. Now, however, it is a diverse array. While legendary professionals still dominate, there are also Black Iron, Epic, and Platinum professionals represented. Among the top 10, 3 positions are occupied by Shanghai High School. Closing the leaderboard, Lin Tian continued his journey through the misty jungle. To date, he has yet to encounter a boss-level monster. After traversing for another 10 minutes, the mist ahead began to thin. Lin Tian immediately quickened his pace. Soon, he reached the edge of the misty jungle. As the fog dissipated entirely, a desert unfolded before him. This desert, while not vast, stretches only a few dozen kilometers from one end to the other. Ascending to the top of a towering tree, Lin Tian gazed into the distance. Beyond the desert, it appeared that the misty jungle continued. This desert is completely enveloped by the death jungle. How peculiar. In the misty jungle, there are numerous swamps with steam rising. So how could such a parched desert exist? Lin Tian found himself perplexed. He also noted that the sand in this desert is a deep crimson hue. From afar, it resembles a vast ocean of red. The undulating dunes resemble the majestic waves of the sea. Lin Tian searched the surroundings and discovered an ancient stone tablet, inscribed with 2 characters in abyssal script. Possessing the ability to communicate with spirits, Lin Tian had learned the abyssal language and immediately recognized it. Dead Sea. I expected it to be called the Red Sea. Yet it is referred to as the Dead Sea, Lin Tian muttered, as he stepped into the Crimson Desert. Within the Dead Sea, there may lie dangers beyond his imagination. Nevertheless, he resolved to enter. If he continued to wander within the misty jungle without good fortune or a special opportunity, it was only a matter of time before he was surpassed in ranking. Being overtaken by Yang Ziyu would be inconsequential, as Lin Tian had no intention or desire to claim the first position. However, being surpassed by this unfamiliar Wang Chan was not a scenario he wished to witness. Chapter 126, The Dead Sea Scorpion. Upon entering the desert, the temperature surged dramatically, rendering it a world apart from the misty jungle. Lin Tian produced a bottle of fresh water and splashed it on his face before forging ahead. The undead army cleared the path ahead, and after traversing 200 meters and climbing over 3 dunes, the misty jungle was obscured from view, no longer visible. As he walked, a terrifying knight suddenly collapsed, its form shrinking as it fell to the ground. The sand beneath it rapidly sank, and the terrifying knight plummeted downward. No matter how fiercely it struggled, it was ultimately engulfed by the sand, entombed in the unknown below. A large pit, approximately 3 meters in diameter, appeared, with sand continuously sliding into the center. The pit's radius gradually expanding. Quicksand. Lin Tian's expression changed. He quickly retreated several steps, fearing he might also be ensnared. A careless misstep could lead to a fate where heaven would not respond and earth would offer no refuge, a certain death. Even a life link would be of no use. Being buried alive is among the most dreadful ways to perish. After waiting for a while, and noting that the quicksand showed no inclination to spread further, he felt slightly reassured. He commanded the bone demon and the terrifying knight to retreat. Summoning a battalion of skeletal archers, he instructed them to lead the way ahead. The rationale was simple. They were more expendable. Losing them would not be a source of lament. It only required 3 points of spirit to summon 70 or 80 of them, while the terrifying knight and the bone demon demanded 50 points for a single summon. The number summoned was also significantly fewer. Lin Tian arranged the skeletal archers into 2 rows, spacing them half a meter apart. This ensured that the front had skeletal archers testing for quicksand across a 30-meter width. This strategy proved quite effective. After walking several hundred meters, 2 skeletal archers were consumed by the quicksand. Lin Tian promptly took a wide detour. Were there no abyssal monsters in this desert? After walking for several minutes, Lin Tian abruptly realized that he had yet to encounter a single monster. Bang! Just as he pondered this, a blood-red scorpion, half a meter long, sprang out from the nearby dune, brandishing a pair of sharp pincers and lunging at Lin Tian. Without needing Lin Tian's command, the skeletal mages and archers immediately intercepted it. A bone arrow struck the blood-red scorpion, knocking it to the ground. Subsequently, a swarm of undead surged forth, pounding it into a pulpy mass. Killed the Dead Sea Scorpion. Experience 70. The experience awarded for slaying the scorpion was slightly higher than that of the previous ordinary monsters. Lin Tian noted that the Dead Sea Scorpion was at level 18. Along the path ahead, the Dead Sea Scorpions sporadically emerged from the sand. Lin Tian systematically eliminated them one by one. The deeper he ventured into the desert, the hotter the temperature became. Now, every minute, Lin Tian was compelled to splash water on his face. Otherwise, he would be unable to endure the oppressive heat. Simultaneously, the frequency of Dead Sea Scorpions appearing increased. Now, they seemed to surface almost constantly. Since the Dead Sea Scorpions did not appear in large numbers, the losses to his undead army were minimal. Only 2 ghouls fell victim to the Dead Sea Scorpions. The rest of the fallen undead were consumed by the ever-present and stealthy quicksand. Within a span of 20 minutes, Lin Tian had encountered numerous quicksand patches, both large and small. The smallest quicksand measured merely half a meter in diameter, while the largest reached a terrifying 20 meters. Half a dune had vanished. Were it not for the skeletal archer leading the way, Lin Tian would have found it exceedingly difficult to escape from the vast expanse of quicksand. At last, after waiting for several hours, you have finally made your appearance, he exclaimed incredulously. And you've even managed to secure the top position on the leaderboard. Truly, you are a creature lower than beasts. With a stunning beauty like Zhao Yan by your side, you still dare to covet my Zhou Shiyu. If you do not perish, it would be a travesty against justice. Fear not, for I have prepared a sumptuous feast for you. I shall ensure that your demise is both comfortable and meaningful. Perched atop a towering sand dune that reached a height of 100 meters, Huang Kuan gazed out over the endless sea of sand, his visage contorted with rage. A diminutive yellow mouse rested upon his shoulder, its nose twitching incessantly. In the midst of the chaos wrought by the undead, Huang Kuan had experienced an unpleasant altercation with Lin Tian. Initially, he had dismissed it, but thereafter, Zhou Xiu, who had previously ignored him, completely severed their ties. For years, Huang Kuan had harbored feelings for Zhou Xiu during her time at Linglan High School, yet now, due to an outsider, he found himself in this lamentable predicament. Huang Kuan attributed the blame for this upheaval squarely on Lin Tian and resolved to find a way to eliminate him during the college entrance examination trials. Believing that such an act would restore Zhou Xiu to his side, the mouse he possessed was a treasure-seeking rodent, albeit only at level 9, representing a juvenile stage of its kind. Its treasure-hunting aptitude had yet to awaken, rendering it incapable of locating treasures, but it was exceptionally sensitive to scents. Every individual emits a unique odor, yet ordinary people, even professionals, cannot discern it solely through their sense of smell. However, the treasure-seeking mouse could. It had the capacity to remember and differentiate the scents of hundreds, even thousands, of individuals. For its primary targets, it could detect their presence from a distance of up to 10 kilometers. Before the college entrance examination trials commenced, the central square was teeming with students, rendering Lin Tian's domain of the undead ineffective. The sheer number of those who harbored jealousy and hatred towards him resulted in an abundance of red dots, leaving Huang Kuan oblivious to the identity of his adversary. At this juncture, Huang Kuan had the treasure-seeking mouse stealthily approach Lin Tian, imprinting its scent deeply into its memory. Moreover, he affixed a fragment of mouse fur to Lin Tian's clothing. The rarity of treasure-seeking mice stemmed from their extraordinarily potent innate abilities. Such extraordinary entities are often subjected to divine retribution. This is a law of the unseen forces. Numerous monsters harbor an innate animosity towards treasure-seeking mice, seeking to eliminate them at any cost upon sight. Fortuitously, Huang Kuan's family was not in dire straits and had foreknowledge that the trial would take place in the abyss. Consequently, he learned through various channels that a formidable creature dwelling in the third level of the abyss held a profound disdain for treasure-seeking mice, the offspring of demons. How did the instructors, such as Lu Zhongtian, locate the horned demons in the trial area? They seldom ventured into the abyss and were unfamiliar with the third level, lacking the ability to ascertain the whereabouts of the horned demons. It was indeed Lu Zhongtian's treasure-seeking mouse that drew the horned demon out, allowing 100 instructors to swarm and slay the creature. Nevertheless, despite their strength, Lu Zhongtian and his companions could not possibly eradicate every formidable monster in the trial area. It was inevitable that some descendants of the horned demon or abyssal creatures with demonic lineage would survive. Once the trials commenced, Huang Kuan's focus shifted from accruing points to seeking the whereabouts of the demon descendants. He was astounded to discover them in the Dead Sea. Even more astonishing was Lin Tian's arrival in the Dead Sea as well. Ha ha ha! Huang Kuan cackled, overcome with excitement, envisioning Lin Tian being torn to shreds by the formidable abyssal creature. His juvenile treasure-seeking mouse, though not yet capable of locating treasures, had proven adept at identifying numerous precious herbs due to its heightened olfactory sensitivity. Since the commencement of the trials, Huang Kuan had vanquished no more than 500 abyssal monsters. His rapid ascent to the 10th position on the leaderboard was entirely attributable to the treasure-seeking mouse. For the time being, he resolved to conceal the treasure-seeking mouse. Should the demon descendant eliminate him, it would be a grave injustice. With a flick of his hand, Huang Kuan made the mouse vanish from sight. Unexpectedly, amidst the eerie red desert of the abyss, a city emerged. As Lin Tian approached the towering, magnificent structures that seemed to stretch into the heavens, he was taken aback. After traversing the desert for nearly an hour, he arrived at the ruins. From a distance, the remnants resembled a colossal ancient beast prostrate upon the ground. The ruins bore the marks of time, with buildings severely weathered and strewn with collapsed columns and beams. Lin Tian noted that the architectural style here was markedly different from that of humanity. The structures were tall and imposing, with certain designs appearing rather peculiar. He speculated that this must have been a city constructed by the beings of the abyss. Within the abyss, some powerful entities possessed intelligence comparable to that of humans. Among these beings, some sought to curry favor with demons, offering various treasures and constructing cities for them as a means of appeasement. The scale of this city suggested that its former master must have been an extremely formidable demon. Yet, for reasons unknown, the city had been abandoned. Perhaps it was the work of the horned demons from many generations past. Leading his army of the undead, Lin Tian ventured into the ancient city ruins. Upon nearing, a blood-red Dead Sea scorpion charged at him. A skeletal warrior swiftly crushed it beneath its foot, rendering it immobile, while the other undead swiftly dispatched it. Within the ruins, Dead Sea scorpions were even more abundant than in the desert, emerging from the ground, seeping through wall crevices, and bursting forth from the very walls themselves, leaving one defenseless. In another part of the ancient ruins, two extraordinarily beautiful young women stood back to back, jointly combating the blood-red scorpions that swarmed from all directions. The sheer number of Dead Sea scorpions was overwhelming. Despite one sword-wielding maiden being able to slay hundreds with each swing, the onslaught seemed unending. From afar, the ground was carpeted with the bodies of Dead Sea scorpions, as if the entire ruins had been overrun by them. Where on earth are all these scorpions coming from? The short-haired girl, clutching a grayish-white staff, pondered aloud as she directed the small angels floating beside her to rain arrows upon the scorpions, her brow furrowing in concern. I find it strange as well, the sword-wielding girl replied. The Dead Sea Scorpion King clearly wasn't provoked by us, so why does it pursue us relentlessly instead of fleeing? Once we break free from this encirclement, we must capture that scoundrel and demand an explanation, the short-haired girl declared coldly. The mere thought of the delicate-looking boy with his flamboyant attire leering at her sent her into a fury. This cannot continue. Even if we are not slain by the scorpions, we will surely exhaust ourselves to death. Xiaoyan, do you think these scorpions have any weaknesses? The sword-wielding maiden inquired as she cleaved through dozens of Dead Sea scorpions with her blade. The short-haired girl was none other than Xiaoyan, for reasons unknown. Her once flowing hair had been cut to shoulder length. A faint trace of blood marred her delicate neck, with occasional beads seeping forth. Xiaoyan squinted slightly, speculating, weakness? Perhaps they fear fire? The sword-wielding maiden's eyes brightened at this revelation. Fear fire? Of course. How could I have overlooked that? Xiaoyan, you truly possess an extraordinary intellect. Xiaoyan offered a faint, wry smile. Even if I am aware of their weaknesses, what difference does it make? I am a beacon of light, unable to master fire-based skills. And you, being a warrior, are in no better position. The sword-wielding maiden, however, responded with a playful grin. Who says that lacking fire-based skills leaves us without options? Take a look at this. As she spoke, she retrieved a grayish-white orb from her void bracelet. Underworld Fireball. Having trained extensively with Lin Tian, Zhao Yin was intimately familiar with the underworld fireball used by bone demons, and she instantly recognized the orb in the maiden's hand as that very spell. Indeed, the sword-wielding maiden smiled coyly, and this is a diamond-tier underworld fireball. Diamond tier. Zhao Yin was taken aback, her cherry-red lips parting in astonishment, unable to shut for a prolonged moment. After a while, she composed herself and gazed at the sword-wielding maiden with profound envy, exclaiming, Ziyu, you truly are extravagant. Well, it's just that I prepared a bit more for self-preservation than necessary, never anticipating it would actually come in handy, Ziyu replied with a playful chuckle. Ziyu. The bell of Qinghai High School was a fortuitous encounter for Zhao Yin in the abyssal realm. Holding the underworld fireball aloft, Ziyu declared, this underworld fireball should be ample to resolve our current predicament. Zhao Yin, when I detonate it to create an escape route, stay close to me, and do not lag behind. If you become surrounded again, I will be powerless to assist you. Zhao Yin nodded solemnly. Understood, I will. With a slight nod, Ziyu hurled the underworld fireball towards the direction where the Sea of Death scorpions were relatively sparse. Boom. Amidst the thunderous explosion, a grayish-white mushroom cloud rose from the earth, transforming into a spreading inferno that engulfed everything in its path. Any Sea of Death scorpion that came into contact with the grayish flames was instantaneously reduced to nothingness. Now move, Ziyu urged, her body shooting forward like an arrow released from a bow into the path created by the underworld fireball. Zhao Yin, undaring to hesitate, hurriedly followed suit. 3 minutes later, they found refuge behind a towering circular structure. At last, we've shaken them off. Zhao Yin leaned against a stone pillar, her chest heaving as she gasped for breath. Glancing back to see only a few scattered Sea of Death scorpions still in pursuit, and she let out a sigh of relief. After a moment of observation, Ziyu remarked, we should be safe for the time being. Ziyu, thank you for rescuing me earlier. Had you not arrived in time, I might have perished. Zhao Yin said earnestly, looking at Ziyu. Not long ago, she had encountered a combination of an effeminate boy and a short, stout boy while eliminating Sea of Death scorpions in this desolate ruin. Chapter 127, The Thousand Sword Technique. The effeminate boy had swiftly dispatched the surrounding Sea of Death scorpions with ruthless efficiency, followed by verbal teasing directed at her. Zhao Yin would not allow herself to be taken advantage of so easily. She immediately engaged the two, initially believing that her legendary class would easily prevail over them. However, she soon realized that she was no match for her opponents. The stout boy, despite his short stature, moved as nimbly as a fish. Zhao Yan's attacks consistently fell short. The effeminate boy merely hovered nearby without intervening. At first, Zhao Yan could leverage her class advantage to dominate the stout boy. Yet, as the battle progressed, She felt her strength waning and her spirit rapidly depleting, as if her very life force was being siphoned away. Were it not for her indomitable will, she might have succumbed to unconsciousness. The wounds on her neck were inflicted by the stout boy's flying dagger during a moment of disorientation. Although she narrowly avoided a fatal injury, her beautifully dark hair was severed to shoulder length, transforming her into a striking figure with an air of unique elegance. As the battle wore on, her endurance faltered. Just as she was on the brink of losing consciousness, Ziyu appeared, fending off the two assailants and rescuing Zhao Yan. Naturally, the duo would not relent, leading to a chase. During their escape, they inadvertently roused the Sea of Death Scorpion King hidden within the ruins. The Sea of Death Scorpion King did not engage directly, but summoned a multitude of Sea of Death Scorpions to pursue the two. If he were to perish, Lin Tian would surely be heartbroken. Ziyu teased, blinking playfully. What nonsense are you speaking? I am hardly acquainted with him. Zhao Yan's face flushed at the sudden mention of Lin Tian, and she hurriedly retorted. Oh, is that truly the case? Ziyu feigned surprise. I assumed you two shared a deeper bond since I often see you together. Not at all. Zhao Yan insisted. Oh, I see. Ziyu nodded thoughtfully. Since you harbor no feelings for him, I shall not hold back, then? Zhao Yan gazed at Ziyu in disbelief. Haha, I was merely jesting. Look at how alarmed you've become. Ziyu chuckled lightly. Zhao Yan's face reddened further. Ziyu sighed softly. I believe you should take the initiative. Lin Tian is such an exceptional individual. There will be no shortage of girls vying for his affection. If you do not act, you may find him snatched away by someone else, and you will have no cause for regret. Zhao Yan bit her lip, remaining silent. Observing her, Ziyu slowly shook her head. What is the point of this? You clearly harbor feelings for him. You both complement each other beautifully. Chen Wanyan is no longer alive. Back then, to provoke Lin Tian, you intentionally used Zhu Yulong as a shield. And what was the outcome? You were the one who suffered. Zhu Yulong took it to heart and clung on, and you cannot do anything to him. Zhao Yan fell silent, reflecting on her words. After a long pause, she finally murmured, I mishandled the situation with Zhu Yulong. He relentlessly pursues me, and I am powerless against it. Even if I despise him, I cannot truly harm him. Ziyu replied, that is not the issue. Today marks the end of the college entrance examination, and you are unlikely to see him at school again. Once you both enroll in different universities, your paths will rarely cross. But my scores cannot measure up to Lin Tian's. Zhao Yan lamented, biting her crimson lips, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. You have finally admitted your feelings for Lin Tian. Ziyu leaned against Zhao Yan, gazing at the dim sky ahead, speaking softly. Indeed, Zhao Yan affirmed, from the moment I first laid eyes on him, I was smitten. Yet, he, this blind fool, chooses to favor Chen Wanyan instead. I am far more beautiful and accomplished than her, yet he relentlessly pursues her. Once, he even asked to borrow money from me to buy her a gift. Can one truly behave in such a manner? It infuriates me. Does he not see that I like him? As she spoke, a mix of grievance and resentment etched itself on Zhao Yan's face. Ziyu chuckled gently. Hearing you say this makes me want to eliminate Lin Tian, just to relieve this pent-up frustration. The depth of love breeds a commensurate bitterness. I deeply sense that in you. Zhao Yan gave a self-deprecating smile. Yet what purpose would that serve? I can see that he is far more enamored with that delicate beauty, Zhou Shiyu. Zhou Shiyu? Ziyu paused, her brow furrowed in contemplation. Isn't she from Linglan High School? I have seen her once or twice. Indeed, she is exceptionally beautiful, gentle, and graceful, possessing a fragility interlaced with strength, truly captivating. If I were a man, I would undoubtedly wish to protect her. See, even you acknowledge it. Zhao Yan pouted, her lips forming a sulky expression. Yang Ziyu gently tucked a strand of hair from Zhao Yan's forehead and smiled. But you are no less than Zhou Shiyu. Proximity to the water tower allows one to obtain the moon first. Your relationship with Lin Tian has certainly grown closer, hasn't it? Moreover, your appearance, figure, and personality are precisely the type that many men yearn to conquer. This remark left Zhao Yan seething with indignation, her fists clenched tightly. Yang Ziyu, what do you take me for? Calm down. Yang Ziyu quickly placed her hands on Zhao Yan's shoulders, her voice soothing. This is your advantage. Besides, isn't your beauty meant to be showcased to those you cherish? Does Lin Tian not deserve it? Zhao Yan was momentarily speechless, pondering. Ziyu, how did you discern my feelings for Lin Tian? Although we attended the same school for 3 years and knew each other's names, our encounters have been few and far between, and we hardly spoke. Zhao Yan, perhaps it is you who did not wish to converse with me. Yang Ziyu candidly gazed into Zhao Yan's eyes. Zhao Yan found herself at a loss for words. Yang Ziyu was right. She truly had avoided speaking to her. The reason was simple, a pure jealousy towards this equally beautiful yet more accomplished girl, which made her increasingly irritable. It was only through their recent interactions that she realized being with Yang Ziyu felt like a gentle spring breeze, unprecedentedly relaxed and joyous, allowing her to fully let go. As their relationship deepened, Zhao Yan even began to question whether her sexual orientation might shift towards affection for Yang Ziyu. Zhao Yan, known for her unyielding spirit, despite acknowledging Yang Ziyu's charms, found it difficult to temper her temperament. You still haven't answered my question. It's quite simple. Yang Ziyu's lively eyes blinked playfully. The gaze of someone in love cannot be concealed. Zhao Yan, puzzled, responded, Is that so? Have you never heard a particular poem? Yang Ziyu inquired. What poem? Zhao Yan asked. You stand on the bridge gazing at the scenery, while the one admiring the scenery from the building looks at you. Zhao Yan fell silent. Yang Ziyu chuckled softly. Do you understand now? After a moment of contemplation, Zhao Yan replied, I get it, but I've also realized something else. What is it? Yang Ziyu instinctively asked. Zhao Yan fixed her gaze on Yang Ziyu. You like Lin Tian even more than I do. Otherwise, why would you be so concerned about him? Absolutely not. Yang Ziyu was taken aback, shaking her head vigorously. Really? I don't believe you, Zhao Yan pressed. Indeed, more genuine than gold. Yang Ziyu raised her palm in affirmation. Zhao Yan scrutinized Yang Ziyu for a long moment, making her feel quite uneasy. All right, I shall tentatively believe you. Zhao Yan finally conceded. Upon hearing this, Yang Ziyu let out a sigh of relief, discreetly covering her reddened ears. In truth, you are more compatible with him. If he were yours, I wouldn't mind sharing. After a pause, Zhao Yan unexpectedly expressed such sentiments. What nonsense! Yang Ziyu retorted, exasperated. Can one speak so frivolously? There is no destined possibility between me and him. While I may appear glamorous, I bear the weight of my family's responsibilities. Matters of marriage are beyond my control. In fact, my fate was sealed the moment I was born, and no one can change that. As she concluded, Yang Ziyu's tone grew somber. Oh, so you too harbor such burdens, Zhao Yan remarked with a touch of empathy. Indeed, I envy your freedom, your ability to love and hate without restraint. Wait, you should tend to that wound first. It may become infected, Yang Ziyu advised. Oh, I almost forgot, Zhao Yan said, retrieving a vial of the elixir of life and drinking from it. The crimson mark on her neck vanished at a visible pace. Yang Ziyu extended her slender fingers, delicately wiping away the remaining traces of blood. Watching the former rival, the most beautiful girl from Shanghai High School, tending to her wounds so closely, Zhao Yan felt a surge of gratitude. Suddenly, an impulsive thought struck her, and she quickly planted a kiss on Yang Ziyu's cheek. You. Yang Ziyu covered her face, a mix of anger and amusement flooding her features. Ziyu, you are truly wonderful. If only you were a boy. Zhao Yan chuckled. If I were a man, I would torment you daily. Yang Ziyu feigned a stern expression. Ah, that was my first kiss. Zhao Yan exclaimed dramatically. Spare me the theatrics. All right. The blood is wiped away. If one doesn't look closely, it's undetectable. Yang Ziyu stepped back several paces to prevent Zhao Yan from launching another surprise attack. Zhao Yan inquired, if I were to attain first place in the upcoming college entrance examination and obtain the Fate Stone, would I still be unable to control my destiny even if I ascended from a legendary profession to a divine one? Setting aside whether one can achieve first place, Yang Ziyu sighed softly, her voice tinged with a hint of melancholy. Even if by some stroke of luck I were to come in first, we have no assurance that the Fate Stone possesses such power. Moreover, even if I were to truly become a divine profession, what then? A divine profession does not equate to being a deity. One must reach at least level 90 to be called a god. Historically, very few divine professions have lived to see the moment they ascend to godhood. Perhaps, by the time that day arrives, I will be quite old. And what significance would it hold then? Yang Ziyu's words seemed to cast a spell, enveloping Zhao Yan in a cloud of melancholy as well. All right, let us not dwell on these unpleasant matters. Let us depart this desolate ruin and desert. I have an ominous premonition that a terrifying monster might emerge from the ruins. Yang Ziyu smiled gently, suggesting, very well, let us go. Those two perverts may be closing in. Zhao Yan's spirits lifted at Yang Ziyu's smile, and she nodded in agreement. The flamboyant one is named Wang Chan, and the short, stout one is Jin Peng, Yang Ziyu informed. Is that the third-ranked Wang Chan? Zhao Yan exclaimed in surprise. No wonder he is so powerful. What profession does he have? Yang Ziyu pondered for a moment. I believe he is a blood sorcerer. Zhao Yan queried, blood sorcerer? What are its characteristics? Yang Ziyu explained. You felt it earlier. A blood sorcerer can silently drain the essence of their enemies, and their skills are rather sinister. They may not excel in direct combat, but they are exceedingly troublesome. Now I see, Zhao Yan realized, her anger flaring. No wonder he hides behind that fatso. Afraid to face me directly. The next time I see him, I shall definitely smash his head. Well, have you missed me so soon after just a moment's absence? Longing for some intimate interaction? A mocking voice suddenly rang out. It's you. Zhao Yan shot her gaze upwards, spotting Wang Chan not far ahead, with Jin Peng standing beside him. Perverted scoundrel. Have the courage to face me without hiding behind someone else. Zhao Yan clenched her fists, her anger boiling within. She now understood that the combination of Wang Chan and Jin Peng made them formidable opponents. Otherwise, she felt confident in defeating Wang Chan single-handedly. Even if he was of a legendary profession, Wang Chan appeared entirely unfazed by Zhao Yan's furious outburst. With a grin, he addressed Yang Ziyu, "Young Miss Yang. I bear no malice towards you. Might I ask you to refrain from intervening? I assure you, I will offer generous rewards in return." Indeed, Jin Peng chimed in, "Otherwise, my young master may just capture you both." Disgusting. Zhao Yan spat, wishing fervently that she could reduce the two to mere pulp. Yang Ziyu smiled slightly, patting Zhao Yan's shoulder as she softly advised, "It's not worth your anger over such individuals." Subsequently, she shielded Zhao Yan behind her and turned her gaze towards Wang Chan and her companion, speaking in a calm yet resolute tone. "Wang Chan, I sustained considerable injuries earlier, which is why I refrained from engaging you extensively. Now that I have fully recovered, do you truly believe you can overpower me?" Her voice, serene, exuded an undeniable confidence. With her sword in hand and her garments billowing, she embodied an enchanting blend of grace and authority. Zhao Yan's eyes sparkled with fervor. "No matter. Regardless of your lineage or obligations, I must bind you to Lin Tian's bed. A woman like you can only be possessed by Lin Tian and myself. Should anyone else dare to lay a finger on you, I shall slay them." Gazing at Yang Ziyu's tall and exquisite silhouette, Zhao Yan clenched her fists in determination. How intriguing, truly captivating. Allow me to witness the prowess of the legendary profession from Qinghai High School. Wang Chan, however, regarded Yang Ziyu's words with disdain, believing her to be merely posturing. Without further ado, Yang Ziyu raised her hand, casting her sword into the air. The blade hovered momentarily, trembling violently. One became two, and two became three, as new swords continuously materialized. In mere moments, dozens of glimmering flying swords filled the air. The art of 10,000 swords. A platinum skill. Chapter 128. The Emergence of the Demon. A hint of astonishment colored Wang Chan's tone, but she quickly regained her composure. Nevertheless, it was still insufficient. With a sneer, Wang Chan brandished her staff, unleashing countless tendrils of bloodlight that ensnared the airborne swords. It appeared she intended to capture all the flying swords in one fell swoop. Observing the unfolding scene, Yang Ziyu remained unfazed, gently pointing her finger toward the sky. In an instant, dozens of flying swords split once more. Within seconds, the sky was nearly saturated with thousands of illusory flying swords. What is this? Such a spectacle left Wang Chan's eyes wide with disbelief. Jin Peng, already terrified, scrambled away in a panic. "Go!" Yang Ziyu commanded softly, and the multitude of flying swords surged toward Wang Chan. The blood-red tendrils disintegrated upon contact, vanishing without a trace. Wang Chan herself transformed into a shadow of blood, vanishing hundreds of meters away in the blink of an eye. Countless flying swords collided with the towering edifices, rendering them riddled with holes. "Ziyu, shall we pursue them?" Zhao Yan inquired, feeling a tinge of regret at Wang Chan's retreat. "Never pursue a cornered foe." Yang Ziyu gently shook her head. "Not long ago, I was besieged by several abyss sand beasts. Though I managed to slay half of them and escape, I sustained significant injuries. That last technique, the art of 10,000 swords, was merely a facade, intended to intimidate." "You've been injured?" Zhao Yan exclaimed in shock. "Let me see. Where are you hurt?" "Oh, I have the fountain of life here. You must drink it at once." Her eyes scrutinized Yang Ziyu's form as she retrieved a vial of the precious liquid from her spatial bracelet. Yang Ziyu raised her hand to halt Zhao Yan's gestures. Smiling gently, "I have already consumed the potion. I merely require some rest to fully recuperate." "That is a relief," Zhao Yan sighed, surveying their surroundings with a bittersweet smile. Yet within the abyss, peril lurks at every turn, and with someone like Wang Chan watching hungrily, where can we find safety? Yang Ziyu nodded gravely. "We must depart this desert swiftly. Those scorpions are closing in." The sky appeared ominous, as if rain were imminent. Lin Tian, having deposited a blood crystal collected from the skeletal warriors into his spatial bracelet, gazed at the dimming heavens, his expression grave. Above, thick black clouds obscured the sky, crimson lightning flickering within the tumultuous layers. The air grew oppressively hot and stifling, casting the world into an eerie twilight, as if the apocalypse were nigh. While fending off the sea of death's mad scorpions, Lin Tian sought shelter from the impending storm. Before long, he stumbled upon a dilapidated temple, not too severely damaged, which could provide a semblance of refuge from the elements. He hurried inside just as a colossal bolt of lightning cleaved the sky, briefly illuminating the world. Instinctively, Lin Tian looked up, and the sight before him rendered him momentarily speechless. Even the thunderclap that followed did not rouse him from his stupor. standing there. His eyes widened in disbelief. He uttered the words with great difficulty. Evil. Demon. After a prolonged silence, he managed to articulate the two words. The earlier flash of lightning had revealed a towering silhouette in the distance, seemingly 100 meters tall, with a pair of horns adorning its head. A horn demon? Was it not vanquished by those mentors? How could another one exist? And here, amidst these ruins, Lin Tian's voice trembled with a mixture of fear and awe. Despite his usual bravado and confidence, he was acutely aware that he faced a notorious abyssal demon, infamous throughout the realms. This demon was not merely an adversary in the main world, but also a significant threat in other dimensions. The abyssal demon could genuinely incite terror among the masses. Among the myriad demons of the abyss, the horned demons stood among the most formidable. Their unique ability to traverse dimensions and immunity to most magical skills rendered them universally feared. Since entering the Sea of Death, Lin Tian had sensed a malicious gaze watching him from the shadows. He had thought it merely a figment of his imagination, but now realized that it belonged to a demon. Despite the distance, he felt as though the demon could see right through him. No, I must flee the Sea of Death immediately. Once targeted by a demon, survival is improbable. Lin Tian resolved within himself. How peculiar. Why are there so many scorpions? A cacophony of unsettling sounds filled the air as countless mad scorpions emerged from crevices and the earth. In mere moments, they surrounded him, a relentless tide of thousands. He surmised that the demon's emergence had incited a frenzy among other abyssal creatures. In the abyssal realms, the hierarchy was rigid. As apex predators, demons exerted a natural bloodline dominance over the majority of abyssal beings. With no time to ponder, Lin Tian observed that his existing skeletal army, numbering fewer than 100, was struggling against the relentless assault of the mad scorpions. He swiftly summoned a new cadre of skeletal fire mages. The approaching sea scorpions were soon repelled. Through previous encounters, Lin Tian had discovered that skeletal fire mages held greater sway over the mad scorpions, while the ice shards of skeletal water mages and arrows of skeletal archers took several strikes to fell a scorpion. A single fireball from a skeletal fire mage would incinerate them instantly. A dozen massive skeletal ogres paved the way ahead, with their platinum grade status. Even a swarm of sea scorpions would take several minutes to defeat a single ogre. In the rear, skeletal fire mages bombarded the scorpions with fireballs, leaving only a handful of the creatures to threaten the skeletal ogres. The air was thick with the acrid stench of charred flesh. Kill Sea of Death Mad Scorpion. Experience 70. 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 The mad scorpions fell in droves, with several being dispatched every second, causing Lin Tian's experience to soar rapidly. If it were not for the demons, he would truly relish the opportunity to level up amidst this desolate ruin. Just a mere 2,000 meters remained, and he could escape the wreckage. Lin Tian cast a glance ahead, feeling a slight sense of reassurance. Suddenly, the ground began to tremble violently. The already dilapidated structures collapsed one after another. Stumbling, Lin Tian rushed towards a relatively open area. Could it be that some colossal creature was about to emerge? He gazed gravely into the distance, pondering. 100 meters ahead, the earth cracked open, forming a large bulge, with dirt and stones cascading downwards. Chapter 129, Corpse Demon Slash. With a sudden thrust, a blade gleaming with a dark metallic sheen erupted from the ground. The Sea Scorpion King. Lin Tian instantly recognized that the blade was, in fact, a segment of the Sea Scorpion's forelimb. The only creature capable of causing such a commotion was none other than the Sea Scorpion King. Run. Without a moment's hesitation, Lin Tian turned and fled. The shell of the Sea Scorpion King was incredibly robust, although he possessed the strength to defeat it. Doing so would require an immense amount of time and energy, relying on his undead army as fodder. However, demons could appear at any moment. If he were ensnared by the Sea Scorpion King when the demons descended, his demise would be inevitable. Taking advantage of the fact that the Sea Scorpion King had not fully emerged from the earth, Lin Tian summoned 300 skeleton fire mages in one breath. The number of skeleton fire mages within his undead army surged to 800. The sight of 800 skeleton fire mages unleashing fireballs was nothing short of spectacular. In a single volley, they obliterated all the sea scorpions within a 50-meter radius. Without a moment's delay, Lin Tian sprinted away. He left behind 10 bone demons and 10 terrifying knights to intercept the Sea Scorpion King. By the time the Sea Scorpion King finally broke through the surface, Lin Tian had already covered over 100 meters. The Sea Scorpion King let out a deafening roar, swinging its blade towards the undead that obstructed its path. One bone demon had 6 of its bones severed in an instant by the sea scorpion. The other bone demons seized this opportunity to unleash their netherfire projectiles. In a flash, the Sea Scorpion King was engulfed in towering grayish-white flames. The terrifying knights also relentlessly assaulted the Sea Scorpion King. Lin Tian glanced back, only to quicken his pace. The strength of the Sea Scorpion King was perhaps slightly weaker than that of the Abyssal Goat, but it was certainly not something that these bone demons and terrifying knights could vanquish. As expected, once the grayish-white flames subsided, the Sea Scorpion King, though angrier and more enraged, had suffered little actual damage. After enduring such an assault, the house-sized Sea Scorpion King stood upright, its forelimbs suddenly converging. Then, with a swift strike, it unleashed a 5-meter-long black blade of energy. With a sickening crunch, the bone demons and terrifying knights that stood in its way were obliterated as if they were mere paper. What a magnificent skill! Lin Tian couldn't help but admire the scene. The Sea Scorpion charged at him like a frenzied bull, trampling the undead in its path. Except for the bone demons and terrifying knights, every other undead was reduced to mere fragments. Fearing fire, the Sea Scorpion King was no exception. Lin Tian immediately dispatched 200 skeleton fire mages to cover his retreat. The sky was filled with fireballs raining down upon the Sea Scorpion King, igniting it in a series of intense explosions. The Sea Scorpion King let out a mournful wail. Lin Tian maneuvered around a massive structure, leaving the Sea Scorpion King behind. Wait, have I leveled up? It was only then that Lin Tian realized he had reached level 14 without even noticing. It was about time for an upgrade. The Black Wasteland had claimed countless ants and lizards, and he had also slain the Abyssal Goat and the Two-Headed Viper, yielding a wealth of experience. Moreover, innumerable sea scorpions had perished under the onslaught of his undead army. Upon leveling up, Lin Tian promptly refreshed his attributes. After 7 attempts, he unveiled a new golden red divine attribute. Attribute 15, Corpse Demon Slash. Golden red sacrifice undead to absorb their souls, unleashing a devastating strike. The greater the number of sacrificed undead, the more potent the attack. Consumption, 100 mental energy. Casting time, 10 seconds. Cooldown, 5 minutes. A divine skill for the undead. The attributes Lin Tian had previously refreshed were mostly passive enhancement skills. This Corpse Demon Slash, however, was an active skill. Casting it required a substantial 100 mental energy. A testament to its immense power, Lin Tian surmised that even sacrificing a mere 100 undead would yield a strike equivalent to a platinum skill. If he sacrificed enough undead, the power of Corpse Demon Slash would escalate infinitely. Slaying the Sea Scorpion King with a single blow would be a trivial task. Just as he eluded the Sea Scorpion King, Lin Tian noticed 2 figures darting past him from the side. Other adventurers? He dismissed the thought. As long as they did not provoke him, he could not be bothered. However, after 2 minutes of walking outward, the 2 individuals had yet to depart. They were stealthily following behind his undead army. A flicker of displeasure crossed Lin Tian's eyes. Were they attempting to hitch a ride? He decided to confront them. If they were acquaintances, taking them along would be no issue. But if they harbored ulterior motives, he would not hesitate to show them no mercy. You two, come out. Lin Tian bellowed towards their hiding spot. Silence. Pretending not to hear, Lin Tian was not inclined to indulge them. He raised his voice. If you do not emerge, do not blame my undead for being less than courteous. Please, please, we'll come out right now. One of them exclaimed in a panic upon hearing Lin Tian's words. 2 girls slowly emerged from behind a low wall, their expressions anxious as they surveyed the multitude of undead surrounding them. Who are you? Lin Tian asked, eyeing them warily. He had never seen these 2 before. We are both from Raccoon High School. One girl, who bore a number of freckles, replied. Classmate, could you possibly escort us out of the Dead Sea? There are far too many scorpions here, and with just the 2 of us. Escaping the Dead Sea is akin to climbing a mountain. The other girl, who was short and plump, looked at Lin Tian with an expression of hope. Raccoon High School. Lin Tian pondered for a moment. Raccoon High was not the best school in Raccoon City. Its overall strength was merely average. In this graduating class, only one legendary profession had awakened, that being the top scorer, Hua Ningming. Nevertheless, Hua Ningming had performed admirably, maintaining a ranking consistently around the 10th position. Lin Tian, you must have seen that, for some unknown reason, the number of scorpions has surged by 100-fold. As fellow classmates, could you please assist us in leaving? The plump girl continued when Lin Tian remained silent. After a moment of contemplation, Lin Tian replied, I can escort you out, but there are conditions. Name them. The 2 girls exclaimed with delight, eager to comply. Lin Tian declared, throughout this journey, you must heed my commands and refrain from acting independently. Whatever tasks I assign, you shall execute without dissent. Understood. The freckled girl readily replied, as long as it doesn't involve us facing death. Any other orders are no issue. Lin Tian nodded and continued. Moreover, should we encounter a danger that even I cannot withstand, do not expect me to shield you. That is not a problem either. The freckled girl wore a flattering smile. With so many undead at your command, even demons would likely be frightened away. Listening to her exaggerated praise, Lin Tian felt a wave of disbelief wash over him. To say nothing of demons, even contending with a Scorpion King would pose a considerable challenge for him. Do you know my name? He inquired. Isn't that simple? The freckled girl chuckled. Among the students participating in this high-stakes examination, there are only 15 with black iron professions, and only one is a necromancer. A glance at the leaderboard reveals the answer. Oh, Lin Tian responded nonchalantly. 2 girls joined his team. Through conversation, he learned that the freckled girl was named Lin Tian, while the plump girl was called Wang Xingqian. Both were of the golden profession. Lin Tian was a demon hunter, and Wang Xingqian was an illusionist. Though the title of demon hunter sounded formidable, it was, in reality, a rather ordinary class. Lin Tian wielded 2 weapons, a bow and arrows, and a ring blade, allowing for both ranged and melee attacks. Wang Xingqian, as an illusionist, could create simple illusions to confound enemies, which could also serve as a means of attack. However, against the thousands of frenzied scorpions of the Dead Sea, even the most elaborate illusions would prove ineffective. Lin Tian's agreement to their requests stemmed not from an overflowing sense of compassion, but from the concern that, should fortune not favor them, encountering a horned demon would necessitate their assistance in providing some measure of support. At that moment, a roar filled with rage echoed through the air. Lin Tian's expression shifted. Had the Scorpion King caught up already? Yet, the sound seemed to originate from a different direction. Look, a Scorpion King is approaching from over there. Lin Tian suddenly shouted, pointing into the distance. Lin Tian glanced upwards, spotting a scorpion the size of a house swiftly scaling the ruins, heading directly towards their group. This Scorpion King bore no signs of having been scorched by flames, indicating it was yet another Scorpion King. How could there be 2 Dead Sea Scorpion Kings? Lin Tian's face darkened. 2 Dead Sea Scorpion Kings would be exceedingly difficult for him to handle. He would need to sacrifice undead to summon higher-tiered ones to stand a chance. Having already sacrificed once today, he had only one opportunity remaining and was reluctant to squander it here. As fate would have it, the newly appeared Dead Sea Scorpion King stood right in the path leading out of the ruins. What should we do now, Lin Tian? Wang Xingqian asked anxiously, her chubby face trembling. Should we charge through? Lin Tian's expression was filled with concern. The imposing form of the Dead Sea Scorpion King was far more intimidating than the multitude of ordinary scorpions scattered about. Let's change direction, Lin Tian decisively stated. If they were ensnared by the Scorpion King ahead while the one from behind pursued them, they would face a dire predicament of being flanked by 2 Scorpion Kings, rendering their situation even more precarious. Lin Tian dashed off in a different direction. Thus, any hope of escaping the ruins was thoroughly dashed. Boom. Just then, a slender bolt of lightning arced across the sky, followed by a thunderous clap that resonated throughout the land. Almost immediately, torrential raindrops began to pelt down. The downpour obscured visibility in the already dim ruins to an extreme degree. Beyond 3 meters, nothing was discernible. Fortunately, Lin Tian possessed the domain of the undead, allowing him to sense the presence of approaching individuals or scorpions with clarity. Find a place to take cover. Lin Tian's warning was cut short by 2 piercing screams that echoed nearby. He quickly turned to see Lin Tian and Wang Xingqian, clutching their faces and rolling on the ground in agony, with wisps of acrid smoke billowing from their skin. It was acid rain. Lin Tian's pupils dilated in shock. In mere seconds, the clothing on the 2 girls had been ravaged by the acid rain, leaving them in tatters, while their bodies bore numerous gaping holes from the corrosive downpour. Such a horrifying sight left Lin Tian utterly stunned. Not only were they suffering, but even the skeletal remains of the undead began to dissolve under the relentless assault of the acid rain. The reason Lin Tian remained unscathed was due to the golden red divine attribute, the life link, which transferred the damage from the acid rain to the undead. However, the undead could not withstand the acid rain's onslaught indefinitely. Once they were all gone, he would be the next to perish. Even in the distance, the 2 Dead Sea Scorpion Kings emitted cries of distress, evidently fearful of the acid rain. Under normal circumstances, this would have been an opportune moment to confront the Dead Sea Scorpion Kings. Yet, Lin Tian had no inclination to act, regardless of the acid rain's impact. The sheer size and level of the Scorpion Kings meant they could endure far more than the undead. To slay them, he would need to continuously summon more undead, which meant that even if he were fortunate enough to defeat the 2 Scorpion Kings, the cost would be monumental. The immediate priority was to find shelter from the rain. The cries of Lin Tian and Wang Xingqian had mysteriously ceased. Their bodies had been so thoroughly ravaged by the acid rain that they were unrecognizable. Lin Tian let out a quiet sigh. He had hoped they would assist against the demons, but never anticipated they would perish so swiftly and in such a tragic manner. Their weapons, likely of insufficient quality, had been unable to withstand the corrosive rain, rendering them lifeless heaps of scrap metal. With his undead army, Lin Tian sprinted through the ruins. After 3 minutes, he finally discovered a relatively concealed spot that could provide scant shelter from the rain. This location was formed by the collapse of 2 buildings, creating a narrow space that could barely accommodate a few individuals. At this moment, the majority of his undead had already been reduced to nothingness by the acid rain, leaving fewer than 20 still alive. Lin Tian dashed inside. The sounds of wind, rain, and thunder diminished significantly. As he prepared to catch his breath, he suddenly froze. To his astonishment, there were others in this space. Their eyes met, filled with incredulity. Lin Tian, is that you? Yang Ziyu, how did you end up here? They spoke in unison. It turned out that the one seeking refuge from the rain was none other than Yang Ziyu, another legendary profession from Shanghai High School, the Peerless Sword Saint. Lin Tian never anticipated encountering her here under such circumstances. Are you all right? Are you injured? Once again, they spoke simultaneously. Let's get inside. The rain is heavy outside. Yang Ziyu smiled charmingly, addressing Lin Tian. All right. Lin Tian nodded and settled beside Yang Ziyu. He instructed the remaining bone demons and terrifying knights to block the entrance, preventing raindrops from seeping in. Lin Tian, your clothes are soaked. Are you hurt? A bolt of lightning streaked across the heavens, illuminating the sky. Chapter 131. Zhao Yin encounters danger. Yang Ziyu noticed that Lin Tian's clothes were drenched, clinging to his form, and she anxiously inquired, are you all right? Lin Tian shook his head, I'm fine. But what are you doing here? A hint of worry creased Yang Ziyu's delicate, porcelain-like face. I was with Zhao Yan, evading Wang Chan's harassment. After frightening her off, 2 sea scorpion kings suddenly emerged from the ground. We couldn't fend them off and were forced to flee in different directions. When I reached this area, acid rain began to fall, and I sought shelter here. Zhao Yan was with you? Lin Tian asked in astonishment. What has become of her? Yang Ziyu shook her head. I'm not quite sure. I hope she is unharmed. She is so clever. She should be able to avoid injury from the acid rain. Lin Tian gazed out at the curtain of rain, murmuring, I care deeply for her well-being. Lin Tian, could you move in a bit? You might still get wet. Yang Ziyu said, inching back. Outside, the winds howled and rain lashed, with droplets occasionally blown inside. Isn't this rather inappropriate? Lin Tian frowned. The space was already cramped, with only a small area at the back remaining unaffected. Moving further in would almost bring him into close contact with Yang Ziyu. With a gentle smile, Yang Ziyu replied, in times of urgency, we must prioritize practicality. Besides, I don't mind. What do you have to worry about? Very well then. With her encouragement, Lin Tian hesitated no longer and shifted closer. Their bodies inevitably brushed against each other, and Yang Ziyu's cheeks flushed slightly before returning to normal. Lin Tian, you have indeed surpassed my expectations, achieving the top rank on the leaderboard. It was merely luck. I happened upon a fortunate opportunity. Lin Tian humbly replied. It was indeed luck. Chu Feng's failed attempt at robbery had inadvertently led to his own downfall. Otherwise, Lin Tian would likely still be hovering around the 4th to 6th ranks. Could you share the details? Yang Ziyu said, her lips parting slightly as she gazed at him intently. Of course. Lin Tian recounted his encounter with Chu Feng in its entirety. So, Chu he is truly such a person. What a waste of a legendary profession. Yang Ziyu exclaimed, her voice tinged with indignation. She then shared her own story of meeting Zhao Yan, omitting the dialogues exchanged between them. Lin Tian and Yang Ziyu conversed with the ease of long-lost friends. And Lin Tian found himself inexplicably drawn to Yang Ziyu. Was it because she had once saved him? Unbeknownst to them, their bodies had drawn even closer, feeling the warmth radiating from one another. Lin Tian could detect a faint, refreshing fragrance emanating from Yang Ziyu, whose demeanor remained composed and undisturbed. Suddenly, the wind intensified, and torrents of rain surged through the gaps of the skeletal structure. Lin Tian leaned forward, shielding Yang Ziyu with his own body. Rain splattered against his back. Lin Tian, are you all right? Yang Ziyu was taken aback by his protective gesture, her voice a blend of gratitude and concern. I'm fine, he smiled. At that moment, their faces were mere inches apart, allowing Lin Tian to admire Yang Ziyu's exquisite features, the delicate length of her lashes, and the warmth of his breath brushed against her skin, causing her cheeks to flush a deeper shade. As the rain began to lessen, Lin Tian realized the awkwardness of their proximity and quickly distanced himself, feeling a warmth creeping up his ears and a quickening of his heartbeat. I wonder how long this rain will last. Yang Ziyu's expression had returned to normal, yet her heart silently wished for the downpour to continue, reluctant to let this tender moment be disrupted. Perhaps there are less than 90 minutes until the end of the trial. If it could last until then, we wouldn't have to venture out into danger, Lin Tian mused. Their thoughts were idyllic, yet reality was often harsh and unyielding. The acid rain that cleansed the earth and obliterated all would arrive swiftly and depart just as quickly. The tempestuous winds gradually abated, the rain diminished, and within 5 minutes, the storm subsided, revealing a clear sky once more. The dark clouds dispersed, exposing a blood-red horizon. Lin Tian's legion of undead had suffered immense losses in the recent violent downpour. The first order of business upon emerging from their refuge was to summon a multitude of various undead. Only when the number exceeded 500 did he feel a sense of security as he surveyed his surroundings. However, his expression darkened upon seeing the devastation before him. The ruins were strewn with the carcasses of sea scorpions, including 2 of the sea scorpion kings. All the corpses bore a common trait: grotesquely corroded by the acid rain and exuding a foul stench. We must leave this place quickly. Prolonged exposure, even with our resilience, would be unbearable, Lin Tian said, covering his nose. Yang Ziyu immediately agreed. Among the ruins, a few sea scorpions were scavenging on their fallen brethren's bodies, while others crept out from the ground. Currently, the number of sea scorpions was low enough not to pose a threat, and the skeletal fire mages effortlessly dispatched the nearby scorpions. Their journey continued without encountering any more sea scorpion kings, and they made swift progress. 5 minutes later, they could see the towering sand dunes in the distance. At that moment, a pale beam of light flickered a few hundred meters to their right. Are there other practitioners engaged in battle? Yang Ziyu inquired, halting in curiosity. It's Zhao Yan. Come, let us investigate. Lin Tian observed for a moment before exclaiming. All right. Yang Ziyu nodded, and the two hastened toward the source of the conflict. Lin Tian would not overlook Zhao Yan, whose bond with him was too profound to ignore, regardless of the circumstances. Haha, your name is Zhao Yan, isn't it? I advise you to surrender quietly and avoid unnecessary suffering. Huang Kun stood atop a collapsed beam, his face twisted in mockery as he looked down upon Zhao Yan, who was struggling valiantly against her adversary. Beads of sweat trickled down Zhao Yan's finely crafted features, her radiant moonlight staff emanating a soft, white glow as it infused a shield above her head, the size of a door, with celestial energy. Flames surged forth from this fiery barrier, and it was only through the protection of the angelic shield that Zhao Yan had managed to hold her ground thus far. Chapter 132, The Horned Demon. However, the light from the moonlight staff was waning, signaling her imminent collapse. Ha ha ha, legendary professions are nothing but a farce, to be bested by my platinum profession. Huang Kun laughed maniacally as he witnessed Zhao Yan nearly kneeling beneath the onslaught of heavenly fire. Zhao Yan gripped her staff tightly, her silver teeth clenched. Ignoring Huang Kun's taunts, she was acutely aware that any response would only lead to further humiliation. Not long ago, she and Yang Ziyu had been scattered by the Sea of Death Scorpion King, each fleeing for their lives. The battle against the Sea of Death Scorpion King had already drained her of considerable energy. Before she could catch her breath, she found herself engulfed by the acid rain that blanketed the entire Dead Sea. With the shield of angels protecting her, she was, of course, unharmed. However, maintaining the shield of angels consumed a vast amount of her mental fortitude. As she was pursued by the Sea of Death Scorpion King and simultaneously fending off the acid rain, Zhao Yan exhausted all the restorative potions she had on her. Her mental state was perilously close to depletion when she encountered Huang Kun from Linglan High School. Upon seeing her in such a disheveled state, Huang Kun wasted no time launching an attack. Under normal circumstances, he would not have been worthy of her attention. Yet, in her current condition, with her mental energy nearly spent, she was incapable of contending with the fully invigorated Huang Kun, especially with his skill, the Gate of Heavenly Fire, which could continuously unleash divine flames as long as he had mental energy, exerting immense pressure on her. Huang Kun, a platinum-ranked fire mage, wielded the signature ability to summon a Gate of Heavenly Fire. Zhao Yan, Lin Tian has stolen my girlfriend. Thus, I shall eliminate his girlfriend. Let him wallow in regret and guilt. Huang Kun sneered, pointing his staff at Zhao Yan. Lin Tian stole Huang Kun's girlfriend? Zhao Yan was momentarily taken aback. With a slight shift in thought, she realized he was referring to Zhou Xiyu. She had not anticipated that this individual could harbor such a narrow-minded grudge, still seething with jealousy over a trivial skirmish during the zombie chaos. Furthermore, he shamelessly claimed to be Zhou Xiyu's boyfriend, unaware that Zhou Xiyu had never regarded him with any attention. As for Huang Kun's assertion that she was Lin Tian's girlfriend, Zhao Yan did not contest it. She understood all too well that no matter what she said, the jealous Huang Kun would not let her off lightly. Sizzling, the shield of angels was melting away rapidly under the onslaught of the heavenly flames. It was on the verge of collapse. Zhao Yan, you don't need to stubbornly resist. I can still offer you a chance to live, provided you agree to a single condition. Huang Kun's lewd voice rang out once more. Zhao Yan bit her lip, glaring at him coldly, remaining silent. Hey, Don't look at me like that. If you agree to play with me just once, I will spare your life. Such beauty should not be wasted in flames. Huang Kuen's lascivious gaze brazenly roamed over Zhao Yan's form. In your dreams. Zhao Yan shot back, glaring at Huang Kuen. The words escaping her lips like icy daggers. Humph. Unappreciative. Then prepare to meet your end. Huang Kuen narrowed his eyes, pressing his staff down slightly. The flames erupting from the gate of heavenly fire intensified. The shield of angels overhead was instantly reduced to mere remnants, barely holding on. It could last at most another 5 seconds before shattering, leading to her demise. As the shield of angels rapidly disintegrated, Zhao Yan's eyes revealed an intense unwillingness. Was she truly destined to perish here? Yet, she had not even glimpsed him one last time. Bang! A soft sound echoed as the shield of angels shattered into countless specks of light. Zhao Yan, in despair, shut her eyes. But after a few moments, death did not arrive. She opened her eyes in confusion, just in time to witness the gate of heavenly fire being cleaved into fragments by a 50-meter-long blade of grayish-white light. The flames erupted violently, causing Zhao Yan to stagger back several steps to avoid being scorched. Meanwhile, a sword, reminiscent of autumn water, found its place at Huang Kuen's throat. The sword's master was none other than Yang Ziyu. Kneel. Yang Ziyu commanded coldly, forcing Huang Kuen to the ground. The icy blade carved a shallow wound across Huang Kuen's neck. Ziyu, it's you. You saved me. Overwhelmed with emotion, Zhao Yan felt tears nearly welling in her eyes. Thank goodness he had arrived in time. Yang Ziyu smiled, yet added, however, it wasn't me who saved you, but Lin Tian. Lin Tian. Upon hearing that familiar name, Zhao Yan's eyes widened in disbelief. She slowly turned to see Lin Tian approaching her, accompanied by dozens of undead, moving at an unhurried pace. Lin Tian. Zhao Yan trembled with excitement, her entire being quaking. Just moments before, she had thought she would be separated from him forever. Now, she could scarcely believe her eyes. Had it not been for the flames still burning beneath their feet, she might have thought she was dreaming. As Lin Tian reached her, he scrutinized her from head to toe and asked, "Are you hurt?" "I'm fine. Just seeing you all is such a relief." Zhao Yan's eyes glistened with mist, her exhilaration impossible to quell. Were it not for Huang Kuen and Yang Ziyu's presence, she would have succumbed to her emotions and leapt into Lin Tian's embrace. That's good. Lin Tian breathed a sigh of relief. He and Yang Ziyu had raced against time, finally catching up just in the nick of time. To obliterate the gate of heavenly fire, he had even resorted to the corpse demon slash he had recently unlocked during his level up, sacrificing a full 500 undead to shatter the gate of heavenly fire. In that dire moment, even hundreds of skeleton fire mages could not have destroyed the gate of heavenly fire in such a short time, forcing him to use the corpse demon slash. Fortunately, it had not let him down. It had achieved its purpose with a single strike. What should we do about this person? Yang Ziyu kicked Huang Kuen from the beam, sending him tumbling before Lin Tian and Zhao Yan, his mouth full of dust. Lin Tian did not even cast a glance, coldly stating, "Kill him." He harbored no mercy for his enemies. Had he arrived just a second later, Zhao Yan would have been lost. Wait. Huang Kuen cried out in terror at Lin Tian's resolute demeanor. "You can't kill me. If you do, you're doomed as well." In the face of death, Huang Kuen hastily pleaded. Lin Tian's expression remained unchanged as he waved his staff, commanding the nearest skeleton warrior to execute Huang Kuen. "Aren't you afraid of demons?" In a moment of desperation, Huang Kuen blurted out, "Demons?" Upon hearing that word, Lin Tian's expression shifted slightly, and he halted the skeleton warrior's advance. Yang Ziyu and Zhao Yan's expressions similarly changed. "You know about demons?" Lin Tian asked, looking down at Huang Kuen with an indifferent gaze. "Not only do I know about demons, but I also know they will undoubtedly find you. As long as you spare my life, I can help you evade their pursuit." Seeing a glimmer of hope, Huang Kuen clutched at the chance for survival, speaking rapidly. "Oh." Lin Tian's eyes flickered. "Why are you so certain? Did you summon the demons?" "Of course not." Huang Kuen exclaimed in alarm. "Just believe me. I am the only one who can help you escape the demons." Lin Tian. Zhao Yan's lips moved as if to speak, but Lin Tian silenced her with a gesture. Yang Ziyu's brow furrowed, clearly shaken by the mention of demons. "You make a valid point." After a moment of contemplation, Lin Tian slowly replied, "Given our strength, we indeed cannot contend with demons." "Then do you agree to spare me?" Huang Kuen rejoiced. "Indeed, however, you nearly killed my friend earlier, so you must offer compensation." Lin Tian stated. "What compensation? Just name it, and I shall comply." Huang Kuen promptly inquired. Lin Tian regarded him with a faint, chilling smile. "Your head." The rusted sword sliced through the air, sending Huang Kuen's head soaring into the sky. A lingering look of astonishment etched upon his face even in death. Huang Kuen, a man of narrow-mindedness and vengeance, had moments ago harbored the intent to kill Zhao Yan. believing that sparing him would only invite greater peril. While he might possess some knowledge regarding the demons, one could hardly expect him to comply willingly. He could very well have set a trap for us to fall into. In response to the puzzled expressions of the two beautiful women, Lin Tian took the initiative to explain. Indeed, Yang Ziyu nodded gently. The demon was immensely powerful. Adding another combatant to our ranks would be of little consequence. Alas, a single strike to eliminate him seems far too lenient. Zhao Yin exclaimed with bitterness, her fury stemming from the verbal insults she had endured from Huang Kuan, igniting a desire for vengeance within her. Suddenly, a shadow darted from Huang Kuan's clothing, swiftly making its escape. Ah, a mouse. The shadow scurried across the top of Zhao Yan's shoe, sending her scuttling behind Lin Tian in fright, her feet tapping nervously. Lin Tian, taken aback, pondered the absurdity of the situation. What kind of monstrous beings dwelled in the abyss that could be frightened by a mere mouse? A fireball, the size of a clenched fist, landed before the mouse, creating a shockwave that sent it tumbling back. Lin Tian reached out and captured it in his hand. What sort of mouse is this? He mused, examining it closely. It appeared no different from an ordinary mouse. Yet emerging from Huang Kuan's attire marked it as anything but common. I'll take a look. Yang Ziyu approached, scrutinizing it intently before her expression shifted dramatically. What is it? Lin Tian inquired hastily, noting that Yang Ziyu, usually poised and reserved, was now visibly shaken. Quick, get rid of it. It is a treasure-seeking mouse. Yang Ziyu's voice trembled with urgency. A treasure-seeking mouse? Both Lin Tian and Zhao Yin echoed in unison. Indeed, did you not notice the dark red mark on its forehead? That is a unique characteristic of the treasure-seeking mouse. Yang Ziyu explained with rising alarm. But why should we dispose of it? Its very name suggests it can help us find treasures. Lin Tian remained perplexed. Not just that. The treasure-seeking mouse can also attract demons. With it in our possession, the demons will be able to track us down more swiftly. Yang Ziyu's tone was laced with terror. At the mention of demons, Lin Tian felt a shiver run down his spine. His hand trembled as he promptly discarded the treasure-seeking mouse. Huang Kuan threatened us earlier. He must have left a trace of the mouse's sin on you while you were distracted. Yang Ziyu clarified. Understanding dawned on Lin Tian, illuminating the reason behind Huang Kuan's audacity. He was confident that Lin Tian would not dare to kill him. What should we do now? Zhao Yan asked, her voice tinged with worry. Lin Tian frowned. Once the demons have set their sights on us, there is no escape while we remain in the abyss. Then what? Are we to wait for death? Zhao Yan retorted. We must leave this place. The demons may have already manifested. Lin Tian urged. What about the treasure-seeking mouse? Should we kill it or ignore it? Yang Ziyu brandished her sword, unleashing a beam of light that intercepted the mouse, now several dozen meters away. Let it be for now. We are already marked by the demons. It may prove useful later. Lin Tian deliberated. Both Zhao Yin and Lin Tian were nearly drained of energy, having expended considerable mental fortitude summoning the undead, only for them to be sacrificed by the corpse demon. Yang Ziyu proactively produced a substantial quantity of awakening potions for them. Zhao Yin, with her spiritual purification as a safeguard, could mitigate the adverse effects of excessive potion consumption. In no time, both Lin Tian and Zhao Yin restored their mental acuity. Lin Tian summoned forth a vast array of undead, an unprecedented number on this occasion. He summoned no less than 300 bone demons and skeletal warriors each, with the total number of various undead exceeding 2,000. Such a multitude of undead spread across the ruins resembled a formidable army of bones. Yet, despite this, Lin Tian felt no semblance of safety. The looming threat of the demons was an incessant prickling at his back. The acid rain had ceased for some time. Yet the number of Death Sea scorpions in the ruins began to swell. After 5 minutes, they reached the edge of the ruins. Before them lay the undulating expanse of the Crimson Desert. The trio halted, perplexed. Why have we stopped? Zhao Yan asked, her curiosity piqued. As she beheld a figure standing atop a fractured boulder ahead, her eyes widened in shock. At first glance, it appeared to be a creature of human form. Yet its head bore that of a ram. 2 jagged black horns, crackling with electricity, proclaimed its inhumanity. Its skin was a ghastly shade of blue-black, and merely gazing upon it sent involuntary tremors through one's body. The ram-headed demon. Lin Tian's heart sank to the depths of despair. The ram-headed demon? Was it not slain by the instructor? Zhao Yan gasped in disbelief. This is a dire predicament. Yang Ziyu's lips curled into a bitter smile. The ram-headed demon remained silent, merely observing them with an unsettling stillness. The air descended into a heavy silence. The sound of the wind, once present, had inexplicably vanished. Not a single Death Sea scorpion, usually abundant, dared to show itself. Yang Ziyu and Zhao Yan held their breaths, anxious beads of sweat forming in their palms. Look, beneath the ram-headed demon. There seems to be a corpse. Zhao Yan whispered suddenly. Lin Tian focused his gaze and discovered, indeed, a lifeless body lying beneath the boulder. Its skin a sickly hue of green. It appears to be that rotund fellow who was with the Golden Pun King. Yang Ziyu identified the corpse after careful scrutiny. Damn it, it's a demon. A demon indeed. Lu Zhongtian's fury erupted as he smashed the chair beneath him. The other instructors displayed similar shock. The audience below was in disarray, with many fainting from sheer terror. Cursed be you, Chuhi. I shall rend you to pieces. Lu Zhongtian, usually composed, was infuriated beyond measure. He cast a penetrating glance at Mayor Raccoon. Chapter 133, The Skeletal Dragon. Mayor Raccoon felt a chill run through him. This time, both father and son Chu Feng and Chu he must meet their end. If they did not die, every effort would be made to ensure they did. They had caused an unimaginable calamity. Survival would be an affront to the world. Even the mayor himself felt a sense of foreboding. Should the demons inflict significant casualties, he would not escape culpability. Instructor Lu, do not be overly agitated. The situation may not be as dire as it seems. Xiao Hongyu, unusually in agreement with Lu Zhongtian, expressed her concerns. The ram-headed demon was indeed vanquished by us. No demon territory can harbor two demons. The emergence of a new one implies that it is a direct descendant of the ram-headed demon. Its level certainly cannot be very high, Xiao Hongyu reasoned. Regardless, it remains a demon. Lu Zhongtian's anger was still palpable. Though demons are formidable, they are not invincible, Xiao Hongyu contended. The overall proficiency of the practitioners from Raccoon City High has surpassed that of other regions. If they can unite, they might stand a chance against the demon. Yet, such a feat is easier said than done. Lu Zhongtian lamented his frustration. Had I known this would be the outcome, I should never have acquiesced to Chu He's unreasonable demands. Indeed, he could forcibly breach the abyss, slay the demons, and minimize the losses. However, such a course of action would render the results of this high-stakes examination null and void, necessitating a wait for a re-evaluation. This method of resolution would be intolerable for the vast majority, particularly for those of lesser ranks who had performed exceptionally. A subsequent trial might not yield better results than the current ones. And what of those unfortunate souls who perished? Did they die in vain? Surely, they would be fine. As Xiao Hongyu spoke, an inexplicable vision of Lin Tian flashed through her mind. Lin Tian, a mere black iron necromancer, had astonishingly surged into the top 10, leaving an indelible impression on her. Lin Tian and his companions were oblivious to the concerns of Lu Zhongtian and others, for the horned demon had initiated its assault. The horned demon casually swung its glimmering scimitar, and a visible arc of light cleaved through the air, striking the undead ahead. Bang, bang, bang. Dozens of undead fell, cleaved in twain without so much as a struggle. Even the formidable bone demon was dispatched in an instant. Lin Tian, what shall we do now? Fight or flee? The effortless annihilation of dozens of undead by the horned demon only intensified Zhao Yan's fear. Lin Tian offered a faint smile. The horns atop the horned demon can rend the void, traversing space at will. It is unlikely we could escape. As for fighting, with just the three of us. He left the sentence unfinished, but Zhao Yan grasped the implication. I believe we might still have hope. Yang Ziyu interjected. Ziyu, do you have a plan? Zhao Yan exclaimed with delight, as if clinging to a lifeline. Yang Ziyu fixed her gaze on the horned demon. Her voice tinged with a rasp. I remember visiting the headquarters of the Church of Light in my childhood, where I encountered numerous specimens of powerful creatures, including a horned demon. That demon was of level 67, significantly larger than the one before us. Lin Tian seized upon the crucial information. Are you suggesting that this horned demon is likely a descendant of the one your mentor defeated? Yang Ziyu nodded gently. I surmise that to be the case. Aside from direct descendants, it is improbable for two demons to coexist within the same demonic territory. Zhao Yan's expression lightened considerably. So do we stand a chance of defeating it? Yang Ziyu furrowed her brows. It's hard to say. This horned demon, though weaker, is still level 40. Level 40? Lin Tian's heart stirred upon hearing this. A level 40 abyssal creature appeared to be stronger than the combined might of the two-headed viper and the abyssal goat. Previously, it took considerable effort for Lin Tian's synthesized undead titan to vanquish the two-headed viper, though the titan's rank was not particularly high. Now, if he could synthesize an even stronger undead, they might stand a fighting chance. We have no other recourse. If we wish to return alive, we must slay it. Ensure your safety and do not advance. Zhao Yan, your magical attacks will be utterly ineffective against the horned demon. Be prepared to cast purification of mind on me at any moment. Bestow the shield of angels upon each of us. Ziyu, give me every awakening potion you possess. No sooner had he finished speaking than the horned demon suddenly moved. Its horns flickered with dark, ghostly light. In the next instant, it appeared 50 meters away, cleaving through 12 terrifying knights with a single stroke. Teleportation. Zhao Yan gasped. She quickly cast the Shield of Angels. Witnessing this, Lin Tian felt a wave of relief wash over him. Yang Ziyu's hypothesis proved accurate. This horned demon had yet to fully mature. Otherwise, it would not have merely teleported but rather traversed the void, capable of covering over 100 meters and appearing behind them in an instant. Lin Tian began to summon the undead. This time, he called forth skeletal warriors, expending 200 mental energy to summon 44 diamond-tier skeletal warriors. He immediately commenced a sacrificial offering. 1,000 various undead disintegrated into dust, their souls cast into the unknown. A hoarse roar reverberated through the ruins, a sound both desolate and lonely, capturing the horned demon's attention. A colossal dragon, measuring approximately 10 meters in length and composed entirely of bones, soared through the air, its massive tail sweeping gracefully. The dragon hovered above the horned demon, its soul fire flickering wildly, fixated on the demon below. A bone dragon! Lin Tian exclaimed in delight. To his astonishment, he had synthesized the fabled bone dragon. Bone dragon, epic. Level, 24. Constitution, 6,000. Strength, 7,000. Agility, 3,000. Spirit, 5,000. Skills, bone armor, destruction fire. Even within the realm of the undead, the bone dragon ranks among the upper echelons of the food chain. With the bone dragon at his command, Lin Tian felt a surge of confidence. This bone dragon far surpassed the skeletal knight demon he had summoned during the battle against Qi Haining and He Hai. Although the skeletal knight demon could also fly, its form was that of a bat, nowhere near comparable to the bone dragon. The other pet he synthesized, while powerful, paled in comparison to the bone dragon. Ghost Dragon Cavalry, epic. Level, 24. Constitution, 4,000. Strength, 5,000. Agility, 2,000. Spirit, 2,000. Skills, Ghost Slash, Death Charge. The steed of the Ghost Dragon Cavalry resembled a dinosaur-like undead creature, appearing taller than the terrifying knights. The emergence of these two epic undead instilled a primal sense of danger within the horned demon. Without hesitation, it swung its blade at the audacious bone dragon, daring to provoke it from the air. Chapter 134, Slaying the Demon. Crack, crack, crack. The bone dragon let out a low growl, and a mass of bones materialized before it, shifting and rearranging until forming a bone shield. Bang! The horned demon's blade shattered the bone shield in an instant. However, the bone dragon seized the opportunity to evade the blade's trajectory and soared to the side. The bone dragon opened its mighty maw, expelling a grayish-white fireball. The destruction fire was, in fact, the dragon's breath. Even from dozens of meters away, Lin Tian felt the bone-chilling cold emanating from the fireball. Facing the bone dragon's destruction fire, the horned demon did not flinch. It struck out with its blade once more. The grayish-white fireball was cleaved in two, raining down fiery remnants. This time, the bone dragon had no time to activate its bone armor and was struck by the blade. Bang! Bang! Several bones shattered under the force of the blow. Lin Tian's expression hardened. The horned demon's power exceeded his expectations. Despite the bone dragon being of epic tier, it could not withstand a casual slice from the horned demon. The Ghost Dragon Cavalry brandished its massive sword, charging at the horned demon. Zap! Zap! A current of electricity flickered across the horned demon's horns, and a bolt of lightning struck the Ghost Dragon Cavalry, sending it crashing from its dinosaur mount. Having just sacrificed 1,000 undead, only a handful remained. Lin Tian, under the effects of a rejuvenating potion, continued to summon various undead while the horned demon was momentarily distracted by the skeletal dragon. In a mere 10 seconds, the number of the undead legion surged back to 500. Zhao Yan attempted to strike the horned demon with the sword of divine punishment, only to have it absorbed by the demon's horns. Disheartened, she abandoned her attack and focused on casting purification of the mind, bestowing the shield of angels upon the trio. Yang Ziyu, as a melee fighter, found himself utterly useless at this moment, merely watching in frustration as the horned demon battled the undead army. The horned demon swiftly gauged the strengths and weaknesses of the skeletal dragon and the ghostly dragon knight with just a few moves. A sinister smile flickered across its goat-like visage as it teleported above the skeletal dragon, delivering a vicious slash with its curved blade. A fine beam of light flashed, marking the execution of the horned demon's skill, sea and sky line. Witnessing this, Yang Ziyu gasped in alarm. Despite the skeletal dragon's immediate attempt to evade, it was a fraction too slow. With a sickening sound, half of the skeletal dragon's tail was severed. The skeletal dragon howled in agony as it plummeted from the sky, crashing to the ground and crushing several undead beneath its weight. The horned demon teleported once more, appearing atop the skeletal dragon's head. The skeletal dragon swiped ferociously, but struck nothing but air. Meanwhile, the other undead were not idle. Bone arrows, fireballs, ice shards, and hellfire projectiles rained down upon the horned demon with reckless abandon. However, the horned demon paid them no heed, its horns discharging lightning that dissipated most attacks effortlessly. The few that struck failed to inflict any significant harm. Lin Tian furrowed his brow in concern. The skeletal dragon and ghostly dragon knight were being mercilessly battered and would soon be defeated. Despite their formidable nature, they were utterly dominated by the horned demon, unable to breach its defenses. In the short span of less than a minute, the skeletal dragon was already grievously wounded. At this rate, it would not survive another 3 minutes. Lin Tian clenched his teeth resolutely. Then, under his command, a horde of bone demons and terror knights surged toward the horned demon, with the skeletal dragon and ghostly dragon knight charging in recklessly as well. The horned demon unleashed sea and sky line once again, effortlessly slaughtering nearly 100 undead. Explode! Lin Tian roared, invoking the god-level corpse explosion technique. A thunderous explosion reverberated through the ruins, a colossal mushroom cloud rising at the epicenter of the blast. The trio was forced back several meters, taking refuge behind a wall. Can we kill the demon? Zhao Yan asked anxiously. Yang Ziyu glanced at Lin Tian, who was still fervently summoning undead, and slowly shook his head. I don't know. A full 30 seconds passed before the smoke began to clear. The spot where the horned demon had stood was now a massive pit over 20 meters in diameter, littered with countless bones. At the center of the pit lay the bloodied horned demon, in a state of utter despair. Its horns had been violently severed, and its left arm had been blown off at the root, while it emitted a continuous stream of black smoke. It was not dead yet. Its fingers still twitched. Human. Die. The horned demon bellowed in a fury, its eyes snapping open as it grasped its curved blade with its remaining hand and swung it toward Lin Tian and his companions. The blade emitted a razor-sharp light, annihilating countless undead in its path. Now is the time to strike. It is at its last gasp. We must deliver the fatal blow, Lin Tian declared with solemnity. This might be their only opportunity to kill the horned demon. Though it had survived the god-level corpse explosion, it remained incapacitated, indicating its severe injuries. Zhao Yan and Yang Ziyu nodded gravely. Lin Tian raised the Staff of Size and began a lengthy incantation. One by one, undead were sacrificed, and a grayish-white longsword materialized before him. As more undead were offered, the sword, composed of spectral flame, grew longer and more ferocious. Yang Ziyu hurled his ornate long sword into the air, which transformed into countless new blades, filling the sky with a veritable storm of swords. Zhao Yan summoned 5 guardian angels, sending them forth to confront the horned demon. The horned demon, realizing the impending danger, struggled desperately. Yet, having survived the god-level corpse explosion was already a stroke of luck, and its severely injured form could not rise. In a final act of despair, the horned demon raised its curved blade to shield its head. Strike! Lin Tian commanded, unleashing the corpse demon slash with overwhelming force toward the horned demon. Simultaneously, Yang Ziyu unleashed the myriad swords in the sky, launching a barrage of swords toward the demon, while Zhao Yan activated fallen angels, triggering simultaneous explosions from the small angels. The horned demon became the target of concentrated fire, its shrieks of agony echoing for a full 30 seconds before finally ceasing. You have slain the horned demon, gaining 600,000 experience. Score, 12. The long-awaited system notification rang out, allowing Lin Tian's tense heart to finally relax. He felt as though all his strength had been drained, collapsing onto the ground. In that fierce battle, Lin Tian had utilized all his capabilities, summoning undead, the god-level corpse explosion, and the corpse demon slash. Any one of these would have sufficed against other level 30 bosses, yet he had to exhaust all his trump cards to face the horned demon. Yang Ziyu and Zhao Yan were not faring much better, both sitting on the ground, gasping for breath. The pressure exerted by the horned demon had been overwhelmingly intense. Did we really kill the demon? Zhao Yan still could not believe they had completely vanquished the horned demon. The demon's ferocity and might had long since instilled fear in their hearts. Lin Tian rested for a full 5 minutes before regaining his composure. Despite consuming countless potions to maintain lucidity, he still felt slightly dizzy, even with Zhao Yan continuously using purification of the mind. Wow, I made it into the top 10. The demon's score is incredible, Zhao Yan exclaimed in delight. Is that so? Lin Tian checked the leaderboard and confirmed that Zhao Yan had indeed entered the top 10, currently ranking 6th. He and Yang Ziyu retained the first and second positions, while the third place, Wang Chan, was in a starkly different tier in terms of scores. At that moment, a skeletal warrior crawled up from the depths of the pit, clutching several items in its hands. Did the horned demon drop these? A purple-red curved blade and 2 purple-red objects resembling hearts were revealed. Blade of the demon, diamond. Strength, 500, spirit, 200. When attacking, randomly inflicts various negative statuses such as slowing, nausea, poison, and dizziness on the target. Heart of the Abyss, Diamond. The essence condensed after the demon's death. Increases spirit by 1015 when used. An elixir capable of forging diamonds. 3 items, all of diamond caliber, each more precious than the last. Yang Ziyu, as a physicist, finds little use for the Heart of the Abyss, and neither of us can wield the Demon Blade. You should take the Demon Blade. Zhao Yin and I will each take a Heart of the Abyss, Lin Tian remarked after scanning the 3 items. However, won't you be at a disadvantage? Especially you. Lin Tian, the slaying of the horned demon was almost solely your achievement. We contributed very little. The Demon Blade is far too valuable. I cannot accept it. Yang Ziyu said, gazing at Lin Tian. Lin Tian shook his head and offered the Demon Blade to Yang Ziyu, saying, Yang Ziyu, you saved my life and gifted me the Spirit Ring. No matter how precious the Demon Blade is, it pales in comparison to our bond. Yang Ziyu's eyelashes fluttered as she looked at the Demon Blade. Zhao Yin interjected, indeed, Ziyu, you should accept it. Besides, you are not an outsider. She emphasized the words not an outsider particularly strongly. Yang Ziyu caught the underlying meaning in Zhao Yan's words, her cheeks flushing slightly as she accepted the Demon Blade, murmuring, then I shall not stand on ceremony. Lin Tian's heart swelled with joy upon seeing Yang Ziyu finally acquiesce, and he handed a Heart of the Abyss to Zhao Yan, saying, this is yours. Excellent. Zhao Yan, unlike Yang Ziyu, accepted it with great aplomb. She and Lin Tian had fought side by side numerous times and were not one to stand on ceremony. Both Lin Tian and Zhao Yan promptly consumed the Heart of the Abyss. Lin Tian's spirit surged by 15 points, having utilized multiple fate slates. The aura of fortune surrounding him was unparalleled. Whether it was the fruit of life or the Heart of the Abyss, they all served to maximize his potential. Where shall we head now? Are we venturing out again? Zhao Yan inquired. Let us proceed to the misty forest. The scorpions seem to have retreated. Although our scores are commendable, there remains nearly an hour until the trial concludes, and we cannot afford to be complacent, Lin Tian pondered before responding. Yang Ziyu and Zhao Yan voiced their agreement. As they passed the remains of the golden rock, a skeleton fire mage incinerated it with a fireball, turning it to ash. 20 minutes later, they emerged unscathed from the red desert. With Lin Tian's undead leading the way, they navigated around quicksand with ease. To their surprise, upon exiting the desert, they encountered Sun Yonggang and Zhou Shiyu. The reunion of the two groups was filled with exuberance. Are you preparing to enter the desert? Lin Tian asked, scanning the two. Indeed. Sun Yonggang replied boisterously. The mist ahead was too thick. After we got separated, I recently ran into Zhou Shiyu. We searched the jungle for a while, but couldn't find you, so we suspected you might have ventured into the desert, and were just about to look for you. I'm relieved you made it out safely. Lin Tian felt a surge of emotion upon hearing this. However, Sun Yonggang's subsequent words swiftly extinguished that sentiment. Oh, Lin Tian. You heartless fiend. We were out here worrying for your safety, and you were off courting girls. Embracing the school beauty from Chunghai High. Zhao Yan's gaze turned icy. Do you wish to perish, Sun Yonggang? And no. Sun Yonggang stammered, recognizing the danger of inciting her wrath. The class leader looks even more dashing after her haircut, exuding an ethereal beauty. Humph. Yang Ziyu's expression remained unchanged. Since Lin Tian had emerged from the desert, there was no longer a need for Sun Yonggang and Zhou Shiyu to enter, especially after hearing of the quicksand. The 5 then scoured the misty forest for monsters to slay. Among them, Lin Tian's prowess was unquestionable. Zhao Yin and Yang Ziyu were both legendary professions. Zhou Shiyu held an epic profession, while Sun Yonggang was of platinum rank. Their team composition was nothing short of luxurious. Every monster they encountered fell to their might. And even the 2 leader-class beasts were dispatched in under 30 seconds. Naturally, the bulk of their score came from various precious herbs. Lin Tian acquired Huang Kuan's treasure-hunting mouse, which proved remarkably sensitive to the sense of herbs. Nearly every few minutes, it would uncover a herb of golden quality or higher. Huang Kuan is dead? Zhou Shiyu expressed her astonishment upon learning of Huang Kuan's demise from Lin Tian and the others. In her view, despite his questionable character, Huang Kuan was not weak. Indeed. Speaking of Huang Kuan, Zhao Yan's teeth ground in anger. That perverse fiend. To have met his end by my sword is a mercy. Perverse? What did he do to you? Zhou Shiyu promptly asked. Zhao Yan did not shy away, recounting Huang Kuan's actions in detail. Good riddance. Such trash. If I were there, I would have turned him into pulp. Sun Yonggang declared furiously. Although he understood that Zhao Yan's affections lay solely with Lin Tian and that he had no chance with her, he still felt indignant upon hearing of her mistreatment by Huang Kuan. By the way, have you seen Wang Chan? Zhao Yan asked. Wang Chan was also her adversary. Both Sun Yonggang and Zhou Shiyu replied in the negative. Chapter 136, Manipulating the Leaderboard. Within the Misty Forest, Lin Tian and his companions occasionally encountered other professionals, some familiar, others not. As the time for the high-stakes examination drew near, urgency permeated the air. Lin Tian recalled the abundant demonic nitrates in his void bracelet and had an idea. When he next encountered a professional, he approached and directly offered to sell the demonic nitrates. The professional, currently at 53 points and ranked over 2,000, wasted no time in purchasing 10 pieces from Lin Tian for 200,000 gold coins. At this juncture, gaining even a single point could drastically elevate one's ranking. The exam for university admission is akin to a perilous bridge, where a mere point can determine entry into a coveted institution. Most professionals struggle to amass sufficient gold coins, often settling for just a few pieces of demonic nitrate. Some could barely afford even one. Additionally, for those from Shanghai High with no prior grievances against Lin Tian, he lowered the price to 10,000 gold coins per piece. There were those who, upon witnessing Lin Tian's undead army alongside the legendary Zhao Yin and Yang Ziyu, suppressed their avarice. Through the sale of demonic nitrates, Lin Tian accrued a staggering 960,000 gold coins. With only 10 minutes remaining, Lin Tian and his companions ceased hunting monsters or gathering herbs and minerals, waiting for the conclusion of the examination. At this moment, the leaderboard had undergone significant changes. First place, Lin Tian, 94 points, Black Iron Profession, Shanghai High. Second place, Yang Ziyu, 91 points, Legendary Profession, Shanghai High. Third place, Lin Yueying, 86 points, Legendary Profession, Qinglan High. Fourth place, Wang Chan, 84 points, Legendary Profession, Shanghai Academy. Fifth place, Zhao Yin, 82 points, Legendary Profession, Shanghai High. Sixth place, Meng Gufan, 80 points, Legendary Profession, Guqing High. Seventh place, Sun Yonggang, 79 points, Platinum Profession, Shanghai High. Eighth place, Zhou Shiyu, 78 points, Epic Class, Shanghai High School. Ninth place, Huan Ningming, 77 points, Legendary Class, Raccoon First High School. 10th place, and Xiaodian, 75 points, Legendary Class, Raccoon Fourth High School. 11th place, Nie Yun, 74 points, Legendary Class, Hope High School. 12th place, Zhu Yulong, 73 points, Platinum Class, Shanghai High School. 13th place, remarkably, for out of the top 10 on the leaderboard hail from Shanghai High School. Zhu, you must be in dire need of the Fate Stone, right? Lin Tian inquired suddenly. Aye. Yang Ziyu parted her red lips, yet no words emerged. If it had been anyone else, claiming first place would surely have left her discontented, even if it were Zhao Yin. However, with Lin Tian, she felt no discomfort. For this high-stakes examination, how about you take first place? Lin Tian pressed further. What? Without waiting for her to finish, Lin Tian produced 6 pieces of demonic noxious stone and placed them into her hands. Instantly, Yang Ziyu's score soared to 97 points. Surpassing Lin Tian and claiming the top position. You need the Fate Stone more than I do. You should take this first place. Besides, as a Black Iron class, it would be rather ostentatious for me to hold the top spot. Lin Tian stated calmly. Lin Tian, you. Gazing at the demonic noxious stones in her hands, and then at Lin Tian's gentle smile, Yang Ziyu's eyes glistened with unshed tears. Between us, there's no need for such formality. Lin Tian chuckled. Thank you. Yang Ziyu gazed deeply at Lin Tian, a multitude of emotions swirling within her, ultimately coalescing into just 2 words. She truly required the Fate Stone, for it could indeed alter her destiny. Lin Tian's goal was the fruit of life, and he possessed an abundance of Fate Stones. Conversely, Yang Ziyu undoubtedly needed them. As for the hollow prestige of first place, it held little allure for him. Only strength mattered. Xinxia University and Qingbei University stand as the pinnacle of academia in the Xinxiao Empire. The distinction between the two is negligible. Alas, I can scarcely endure it. It's utterly suffocating. As expected, Sun Yonggang once again played the role of the mood disruptor. Get lost. Just the sight of you irritates me. Zhao Yin delivered a forceful kick, sending Sun Yonggang sprawling. Standing before Yang Ziyu, she felt a sense of inadequacy. Yang Ziyu's beauty, gentleness, grace, and strength completely captivated her. She believed that Lin Tian and Yang Ziyu were the perfect match. Observing their companionship, she harbored no feelings of jealousy. Zhao Yin, surely you wouldn't want to see Wang Chan achieve a favorable ranking and rewards, would you? Lin Tian turned to Zhao Yin, inquiring. Of course. It would be best if she perished in the high-stakes examination. Zhao Yin candidly expressed her utter disdain for Wang Chan. Fine, I share that sentiment. Lin Tian nodded. He then produced 30 pieces of demonic noxious stone, distributing 10 to Zhao Yin, Zhou Shiyu, and Sun Yonggang each. Zhou Shiyu hesitated, feeling a twinge of embarrassment. But after Zhao Yin expressed her gratitude and accepted, Sun Yonggang couldn't even muster a thank you. Their scores immediately surged by 10 points, dramatically altering the leaderboard. First place, Yang Ziyu, 97 points, legendary class, Shanghai High School. Second place, Lin Tian, 94 points, black iron class, Shanghai High School. Third place, Zhao Yin, 92 points, legendary class, Shanghai High School. Fourth place, Sun Yonggang, 89 points, platinum class, Shanghai High School. Fifth place, Zhou Shiyu, 88 points, epic class, Linglan High School. Sixth place, Lin Yuyo, 86 points, legendary class, Qinglan High School. Seventh place, Wang Chan, 84 points, legendary class, Shanghai Academy. Eighth place, Meng Gufan, 80 points, legendary class, Wuching High School. Ninth place, Huan Ningming, 77 points, legendary class, Raccoon First High School. 10th place, and Xiaodian, 75 points, legendary class, Raccoon Fourth High School. 11th place, Nie Yun, 74 points, legendary class, Hope High School. 12th place, Zhu Yulong, 73 points, platinum class, Shanghai High School. 13th place. The new leaderboard reveals that the top 4 positions are entirely occupied by students from Shanghai High School. Wang Chan, who once held 4th place, has now plummeted to 7th. Haha, I can only imagine how furious Wang Chan must be right now. Zhao Yin couldn't help but laugh after glancing at the leaderboard. Yang Ziyu, witnessing this scene, couldn't suppress a smile. Now it's secured. Lin Tian nodded in satisfaction. Utilizing his surplus demonic noxious stones, he adeptly manipulated the leaderboard to achieve his desired outcome. Yang Ziyu, Zhao Yin, Sun Yonggang, and Zhou Shiyu were all his dear friends, fortuitously occupying the top 5 positions and claiming the best rewards from the examination. Yet, he felt a twinge of guilt towards Lin Yuyo. Lin Tian sighed inwardly. He held a great admiration for Lin Yuyo's character, yet due to Wang Chan's influence, she had fallen to 6th place. For the remainder of the time, Lin Tian remained vigilant, closely monitoring the leaderboard to preempt any unforeseen developments. Chapter 137. The most inferior class creates miracles. Zhao Yin pulled Sun Yonggang aside. Alone with his former goddess, Sun Yonggang felt a flutter of nerves. Sun Yonggang, if given the choice between Xinxia University and Qingbei University, which would you prefer to attend? Zhao Yin gazed intently at him, posing the question. Is that even a question? Of course, Xinxia University. Although both are the best universities in the country, Xinxia University is somewhat superior. Sun Yonggang replied with a nod. Good. Zhao Yin acknowledged with a nod and then asked. If I were to offer you an opportunity to attend Xinxia University, would you accept? What? Attend Xinxia University? Sun Yonggang thought he had misheard. Indeed. Zhao Yin produced 2 golden quality herbs for him. If you go to Xinxia University, I will attend Qingbei University. Sun Yonggang was taken aback, momentarily at a loss. After a pause, he finally asked, why? Don't you want to go to the better university? Zhao Yin, impatient, responded, stop asking so many questions, just take it. With that, she forcibly placed the herbs into Sun Yonggang's hands. Suddenly, Sun Yonggang understood, exclaiming loudly, oh, I see. You want to be in the same school as Lin Tian. Are you trying to get us both killed? Why shout so loudly? Zhao Yin's expression shifted slightly. Seeing that no one had noticed their commotion, she let out a quiet sigh of relief. Ah, Sun Yonggang lamented, Lin Tian, you truly are blissfully unaware of your fortune. So many beautiful women are enamored with you, even willing to forego Xinxia University for you. Be quiet. Do not let this slip. If Lin Tian inquires, you shall say you approach me regarding the reward skill enhancement scroll for 3rd place. Understood? Zhao Yin shot him a fierce glare, instructing. All right. Sun Yonggang relented, unable to refuse. His envy towards Lin Tian had nearly driven him to madness. Satisfied, Zhao Yin departed. In the final moments, there were no changes in rankings. Except for Zhao Yin and Sun Yonggang. Lin Tian surmised they must have been discussing something in private and chose not to pry further. Then, a melodious bell tolled, resonating throughout the 3rd layer of the abyss. Following this, a grand voice echoed across the sky. The trial has concluded, and the score rankings are locked. All students, please activate your teleportation tokens to return to the main world. The dimensional passage will close in 5 minutes, and cross-dimensional teleportation will no longer be possible. This announcement was repeated 3 times. Lin Tian recognized the esteemed mentor from Xinxia University, Lu Zhongtian. Let us return, he declared, casting a glance over the crowd. The teleportation tokens, after all, were not particularly sophisticated items. Once the dimensional portal closed, their power would be insufficient to facilitate travel between the realms. One by one, the group activated their tokens, enveloped in a soft, pearlescent glow, and moments later, they vanished from sight. The Abyss realm fell silent once more. In the area where they had undergone their trials, nearly half of the abyssal creatures had been slain. Within 3 months, the region would likely regain its former vibrancy. This territory, now liberated from the demon's grasp, would inevitably attract the covetous eyes of other fiends. When that time came, bloodshed would once again reign in Raccoon City. In the central plaza, a stage adorned with shimmering lights awaited. The crowd below, brimming with tension, searched for their classmates, students, friends, or children. With each returning individual, a wave of excitement and cheers erupted. The news of the demon's emergence had been utterly astonishing, and witnessing so many return safely was a source of immense joy. Soon, the lights ceased to flicker, and the dimensional portal was sealed. 4987. Upon seeing the score of the last rank participant, Lin Tian and the other mentors breathed a collective sigh of relief. It appeared that the appearance of the demons had not caused significant harm. Out of over 6,800 examinees, fewer than 2,000 had perished, a stark contrast to the misfortunes faced by many other cities. As order was restored, Lin Tian addressed the audience. Despite the unexpected occurrences during today's trials, we have concluded successfully. Congratulations to each student who emerged triumphantly. Within 10 days, admission letters from various prestigious universities will be delivered to your homes. Now, let the top 20 students come forth to receive their accolades. When your name is called, please ascend the stage in an orderly fashion. Zhang Feiqiao. Thus commenced the grand award ceremony, each student who ascended the stage brimming with exhilaration. After all, this was an honor earned through their toil, sweat, and even their lives. The top 120 students were celebrated, with the best among them achieving legendary status, while even the least ranked among them held the esteemed title of Gold Profession. After receiving their awards, these students were soon surrounded by mentors from top-tier universities, eagerly extending opportunities to them. To rank among the top 20 in the aftermath of such a cataclysmic event, even considering the role of luck, testified to their formidable strength and unwavering resolve, truly the creme de la creme. As the ceremony reached the 10th place award, no mentors from other universities made attempts to claim the students, for the top 10 had already been reserved by Xinya University and Qingbei University, unless the students chose otherwise. A scenario highly improbable. With each name called, thunderous applause erupted, particularly from the teachers and leaders of the respective student schools, who beamed with pride, while educators from other institutions looked on enviously. Furthermore, unlike other students, these individuals were presented with their admission letters on the spot, following the Chufeng incident. To prevent disputes over student recruitment, Xiao Hongyu and Lin Tian ultimately decided to adhere to the established protocol of admitting students based on their rankings. When the 6th place, Lin Yuyao, took the stage, the applause resonated endlessly, far more fervent than for her predecessors, leaving her bewildered and at a loss. Securing her spot at Qingbei University, she was rewarded by none other than Xiao Hongyu herself. Young lady, you are remarkable. I have high hopes for you. Xiao Hongyu gently patted Lin Yuyao's shoulder, her face aglow with a smile. Next up was the 5th place, Zhou Xiu, who also received a commendable reception, followed by Zhao Yan. At this point, the students from Changhai Middle School erupted into exuberance, as the subsequent 4 awardees hailed from their institution. The cheers and applause crescendoed with each passing moment. Sun Yongyang, grinning like a child, could hardly contain his delight at the prospect of entering the illustrious Xinya University, the pinnacle of the Xinya Empire. Then came the moment for the 2nd place, Lin Tian. The fervor of the crowd reached unprecedented heights. His exceptional performance in the Abyss realm, where he, as the weakest black iron profession necromancer, triumphed over thousands of more capable competitors, ultimately securing the 2nd rank, left everyone in awe and admiration. It could be said that such a miracle had not graced Raccoon City in decades, shattering long-standing records. Chapter 138, God-level profession. A paragon of talent, brave and astute, with immense strength and a magnanimous spirit. The more Xiao Hongyu observed Lin Tian, the more she favored him. As she presented him with his award, she discreetly inquired, "Little brother, do you have a girlfriend? How about considering your senior?" This left Lin Tian momentarily speechless. Though this self-proclaimed senior was undeniably youthful and attractive, such a serious occasion seemed ill-suited for levity. However, the moment he grasped the life fruit, all thoughts of this interlude vanished. He consumed it on the spot, feeling his physique surge by 15 points. Holding the gilded, crimson-clad admission letter from Qingbei University, he descended from the stage, only to be met by Xiao Hongyu's alluring voice behind him. "Lin Tian, dear brother, I will be waiting for you at Qingbei University in a month." Lin Tian stumbled slightly, nearly losing his footing, while Xiao Hongyu beamed with joy. Upon returning to Changhai Middle School, countless classmates cast envious glances in his direction. Once a top student, Lin Tian had risen from misfortune to reclaim his place at the pinnacle, serving as an inspiration to many and bringing unparalleled honor to Changhai Middle School. Among them, Over a dozen classmates eagerly purchased the enchanted nitro stone from Lin Tian at half price, their applause nearly overwhelming. That slight difference in ranking represented a chasm of fate for them. As he reached class 13, apart from Zhu Yulong's classmates, a resounding chorus of welcome home erupted. Principal Xiong Wei, Director of Education Gao Yi, and other leaders and teachers were all visibly thrilled, their faces aglow with excitement. Even Xiao Xiaozhou, the homeroom teacher who had often been unsupportive of Lin Tian, wore a radiant smile. Child, well done. You have brought honor to your parents and have not disappointed us. Xiong Wei approached, warmly patting Lin Tian, Zhao Yin, and Sun Yonggang on their shoulders. Sun Yonggang stood tall with renewed pride. After Lin Tian, the award ceremony for the top student of the trials, Yang Ziyu, unfolded. The atmosphere in the central plaza surged to new heights. Upon receiving the Fate Stone, Yang Ziyu, like Lin Tian, utilized it immediately. All eyes were fixated upon her. Moments later, a cascade of purple light enveloped her, and scenes from ancient battlefields manifested in the sky. Ultimately, even ethereal figures of gods and demons appeared. Once the spectacle faded, Yang Ziyu ascended to a god-level profession. Though she remained an infinite sword saint, she now held the title of god-level infinite sword saint. At that moment, the entire central plaza was astounded. All mentors on the stage rose to their feet. Lu Zhongtian, overwhelmed with emotion, was moved to tears, nearly fainting from the sheer intensity of the moment. Years have passed, and once again, the divine Xia Empire has witnessed the emergence of a godly profession. Xiong Wei discreetly wiped his eyes. Countless individuals were overcome with emotion, their eyes brimming with tears of joy. Yang Ziyu stood upon the lofty platform, as myriad rays of divine light converged upon her. Bathed in brilliance, her garments billowed around her, resembling a celestial maiden descended from the heavens, pure and untouchable. Even Lin Tian was momentarily rendered speechless. Yang Ziyu cast her gaze towards the position of Shanghai High School, and upon meeting Lin Tian's eyes, she revealed a captivating smile. Achieving a godly profession has finally granted her a glimmer of hope to contend against fate. Lin Tian, I aspire that one day I shall stand with you at the pinnacle of this world. Yang Ziyu quietly clenched her fist. After the award ceremony concluded, Yang Ziyu returned to her place at Shanghai High School. Lu Zhongtian was about to announce the end, when Mayor Raccoon hurriedly interrupted him. Following a hushed exchange, Lu Zhongtian rarely smiled at Mayor Raccoon. It seems you are quite sensible. I shall advocate on your behalf regarding this matter. Mayor Raccoon immediately expressed his profound gratitude. Lu Zhongtian proclaimed loudly. Mayor Raccoon has pledged that for this year's college entrance examination trial, those ranked 11th to 20th will each receive an additional reward of 200,000 gold coins. Those ranked 6th to 10th will receive an additional 500,000 gold coins each. And for those ranked 1st to 5th, an additional 1,000 gold coins each. Furthermore, the top 100, all who lost their homes during the zombie uprising, shall receive a complimentary set of housing in the Southern District. At this announcement, cheers erupted once more. 1 million gold coins. That is a tangible fortune, one that an ordinary person could scarcely spend in a lifetime. Lin Tian and Zhao Yin exchanged glances, both recognizing the surprise in each other's eyes. Lin Tian had initially intended to either buy or rent a house, but now the mayor had alleviated this significant dilemma for him. As Lu Zhongtian declared the college entrance examination trial officially concluded, the crowd began to disperse gradually. Just as Lin Tian was about to leave, Lin Yuyao approached him, accompanied by a middle-aged woman in her 30s, wearing glasses. Lin Tian, thank you. Lin Yuyao bowed deeply to him. Lin Tian, our entire Qinglan High School owes you our gratitude. If it weren't for you, none of our students would have secured a place in Shinsha Qingbei this year. The middle-aged woman expressed gratefully. Lin Tian hastily replied, that is quite unwarranted. Lin Yuyao possesses noble character, formidable strength, and a powerful profession. Her admission to Shinsha Qingbei University is indeed well-deserved. Had he not returned Lin Yuyao's materials, she certainly would not have made it into the top 10. Judging by her subsequent score increase, she would likely have ranked around 70. Lin Yuyao smiled and asked, Lin Tian, may I add you on my spirit communication ring? Of course. Lin Tian responded eagerly. Even now, he felt a tinge of guilt for having pushed Lin Yuyao back in order to deal with Wang Chan, causing her to receive diminished rewards. After Lin Yuyao departed, Lin Tian made his way towards the outskirts of the square. Sun Yonggang and Zhao Yin accompanied him. At the periphery of the square, they found the eagerly awaiting Yang Xiaowu. At that moment, Yang Xiaowu gazed at Lin Tian, her expression frozen in shock. Suddenly, tears began to flow unbidden. Lin Tian, startled, hurried over and asked with concern, Xiaowu, what is the matter? Who has wronged you? No one has wronged me. Yang Xiaowu wept, her tears falling like large pearls. I was extremely worried, fearing that you might not come out, and then I would truly be left without a brother. Lin Tian felt a pang in his heart, and could not help but embrace Yang Xiaowu tightly. Do not worry, I will not perish so easily. I promised Yang Jungang that I would raise you. Tears soaked Lin Tian's shoulder as Yang Xiaowu sobbed. No, I want you to promise me that you will never leave me for the rest of your life. All right, then it's a promise for a lifetime. Lin Tian gently patted her back to comfort her. Just then, a peculiar sound echoed. Xiaowu, haven't you eaten anything? Lin Tian released Yang Xiaowu and asked curiously. The square was filled with various food stalls. Yang Xiaowu nodded gently. I couldn't eat until you came out. Upon hearing this, Lin Tian felt even more touched as he brushed aside the hair from Yang Xiaowu's forehead. Silly girl.